This story begins with the guy thinking that he doesn't want to be the main character because at this time, he is being taken to carts with bars, and there are guards around him. This guy's name is Chin Jun. He is the unluckiest time traveler in the history of mankind. After all, others instantly reach the top of the world, but he does not. The original owner of the body embezzled money from the state treasury and was exiled by the emperor to the border for forced labor. The main character was ordered to be sent to hard labor, and the servants had to carry out this order immediately. And if this were normal time, then the main character would have had a small chance of survival. However, this is the age of demons. The self-improvement system of this time is to train the power of Ki. The foundations for it are laid in the creation of the golden core and the reincarnation and birth of Hua. After all, initially there is training, and then laying the foundations, then creating the golden core, and after reincarnation. And after all this, the origin of Hua is used. But the main character is only at the second level of strength cultivation, when even this handful of courtyard guards who accompany the cart are imprisoned with the fourth level of Ki power cultivation. They suddenly stopped and Chinjun doesn't understand what the problem is. The guards open the bars, and they say that this place is already very far from the capital, and they need to start carrying out the owner's instructions. They take the main character out of the cart and throw him onto the ground. Chinjun does not understand what they are going to do with him. Chinjun warns the guards about what is the murder of a prince. This is a serious crime. If his father, the emperor, finds out that they will do this to him, his father will never spare the guards. But at this moment, one guy hits the main character and asks, does the main character still think that he is a prince? They tell everyone to look at this pathetic guy, Chinjun. After all, the main character even has a lower power level than their brothers. The guard starts beating the main character and tells the guy to know his place. After all, now he is not a prince, but only a criminal. And if the guard kills this guy, he will be doing the world a great service. The guard tells his brothers that they have come a long way with this vile guy and have suffered a lot during this time. He tells the rest of the guards to come over, and they beat this guy, releasing their ardor. After all, the owner ordered not to let Chinjun die an easy death. One of the guards says that he didn't like Chinjun from the very beginning. When everyone approached, they started kicking the guy with their feet. But at this moment, the mythical system was successfully activated, and the first connection of the system was successful. The owner is awarded the chance to summon a random demon. The main character hears all this, and he does not understand what is happening and what kind of mythical system this is. The guy is asked if he wants the owner activate the call right now. While the main character is being beaten, Chinjun activates the system. The system announces that the activation of the summoning of a random demon has begun. She tells the owner to note that these processes have a random outcome, and which demon the owner will summon depends on his luck. At this time, one of the guards says that he is satisfied with beating this guy. He asks if his brothers feel better. After all, beating such a non-entity is even funny. At this time, the main character thinks that it doesn't even matter who to call, as long as this demon can kill these guys. Now, the head guard says he can finally follow the owner's instructions and deal with this guy. He tells his brothers to hold this guy tighter. One of the guards lifts the guy up by the neck. Chinjun asks to be released. But the guys start laughing and say that, as expected from such a guy, he is so weak that even a baby will hit harder than Chinjun, but at this moment. The guy doesn't understand where this demon is and why nothing is happening. After all, his consciousness is already leaving. But suddenly, one of the guards tells the brothers to look up at the sky. They see some kind of creature that kills one of the guards. The main character understands that he is now saved. She is a demoness with short black hair and ears like a fox. After all, this is the nine-tailed fox werewolf Sudaji. The system congratulates the owner on the victory. This demoness is so fascinated that she attracts the attention of all the guys. After all, even the guards are fascinated by this beauty. Sudaji says that the gentleman should not be afraid since she is here. Then no one will dare to harm him. The main character thinks about what, as expected from Sudaji, is known as a nationwide disaster. Her figure is incredibly beautiful, but the guards begin to get angry and say that the girl's too brave. They ask who she is and how she dared to attack the royal guards. Sudaji calls them insignificant insects. After all, they are not worthy to know her name. Combat abilities, Sudaji, nine-tailed heavenly fox, and also possessing a love spell. Her devotion level is 90 out of 100. but a reminder that you can't rely on Sudaji. If her level of devotion is 0, Chinjun is surprised that the demoness has the origins of level 5 power. After all, this is even higher than the level of the golden core. He doesn't understand how this is possible. Sudaji says that for causing pain to her master, sending these guards to hell is too easy. They decide to fight this demoness, but only in one mix, and the devil uses her power. And the wind rises and all the guards are blown away. Chinjun thinks about how incredibly cool this is. Sudaji was late and made the gentleman suffer. She asks for forgiveness for this. Chinjun says that he is fine. There is nothing to worry about. The guy thinks about how cruel the girl is, but he likes it. And finally, the main character is free. The demoness uses her magic to free her owner from handcuffs. But suddenly they notice that one guy wants to run away. And at that moment, Sudaji stops him and presses him to the ground with his foot. Chinjun approaches her and tells Sudaji to let him. Chinjun takes this guy and asks about what the guard said. Is it really that Chinjun's punches are weaker than those of a child? And then the guard must answer for it. Chinjun says that the guy's lucky now. For killing a level 5 soldier, the main character receives 50 experience points. The owner is congratulated on activating the model. But when Chinjun heard this, he becomes furious because he killed a man. After all, it's just a dead man. He doesn't understand how you can kill a person with one blow. After all, this is impossible. The system says that this is a cruel world where only the strong are respected, and she asks the owner to quickly change her state of mind. The main character understands that the system is right, and this is not the world in which he lived before. Moreover, if Chinjun had not killed these guys, they would have. And in order to survive here, he needs adapt to the rules of the world as quickly as possible. However, Chinjun doesn't understand why it looks more and more like a computer game to him. Is this world really fake? The system says that it uses earthly digitization, and there's no need to invent it just because the owner's from the 21st century. Chinjun thinks that summoning demons is an online game program, and it would seem that everything is for his good. However, nothing is that simple. He asks the system, what is the purpose of this mythical system? The system says that the owner is too weak, and at present he cannot find out the final goal of the system. The main character is simply at a loss to understand what he heard. Why such injustice? Well then, if the system doesn't want it, it doesn't need it, because that's life. If you can't resist something, you just need to accept this fact. After all, the meat of the weak is food for the strong, and you can't be soft-hearted in this world. Chinjun turns to Sudaji and tells the demon to render these guys incapacitated, and then she allowed the main character to deal with them. Sudaji has accepted the order, and she will carry it out with pleasure. For killing a level 5 soldier, the owner received plus 40 experience points, and so, by killing soldiers, the owner receives points towards his experience. The system congratulates the owner on moving to the 4th level. The main character is happy that his idea is brilliant because he has risen 2 steps at once. And with this rate of leveling up, he will become the superhero of this era. The system says that the owner's secondary mission is to kill the 5th Prince Chin Yu. Due to the successful completion of the task, the guy will have plus 150,000 experience points and a chance for a random lottery. The guy understands that since he moved into this new body, it means now they have common enemies. The main character thinks that now it's time to deal with ill-wishers. The system activates the main task of managing the kingdom. The duration of this assignment is 5 years. The main character sees that the reward is very tempting, but he does not understand what will happen if the mission fails. The system issues a warning that if the main task is not completed, the owner will be deprived of identification, and there is no penalty for failing secondary tasks. The guy understands that, like any game, there is an end. However, he will not die so easily if he has Sudaji, but the guy understands that for now he will call on some gods and demons. For example, the great sage deity is named Erlen. Then in a pinch, the 3rd prince will do. But the guys just have to imagine their abilities. After all, they are invincible. Now, the main character is interested. Is there any chance of a prank? The system asks whether to launch a lottery. The guy agrees. The system congratulates the owner on winning the desert needles. A gun appears in front of the guy, but he doesn't understand what he can do with it in this world. The system says that the desertion of needles has undergone a systemic transformation. The field turned into the owner's strength, and the owner only needs to pour a little power into the gun, and then he can safely shoot the accumulated energy. The main character understands that this is a dubious thing. The guy points the gun at the stone wall and starts shooting. After the shot, light is heard everywhere, and when the light disappears, a huge hole is visible in the stone. The main character rejoices and says that this is incredibly cool. After all, this is tantamount to some kind of gun. So there is no return from it yet. The guy hides his gun in his pants and Sudaji approaches him. She asks the gentleman what kind of instrument this is. After all, its power can be compared to the highest level of Huang Ping. Qin Jun says that this gun is called Deseri Eagle. The demon asks, "Is this really a weapon too?" She wonders why it is so short, but Qin Jun begins to deny and say that this gun and what the girl might have thought are not the same thing. But now the guy is embarrassed because he was thinking about the wrong thing. Qin Jun forgot that this is the first time Sudaji has seen such a weapon. After all, their weapon is a spear. Then Qin Jun remembers that he needs to confirm the original memory of summoning demons. Qin Jun asks Demon if she knows a monk named Zhou Wan, but the girl says that she only knows the Lord. Qin Jun is now calm from what he has heard. After all, in the demoness's heart, there is only him and no one else. Now Sudaji asks the gentleman where they will go now. Qin Jun says they need to find an area with water first. After all, he needs to wash himself. At this moment, the guy undresses one of the guardians and takes his clothes. They head to the river. Qin Jun thinks about the wild mountains of the dark night with a strong wind, and nearby they walk, single men and women. He understands that it is unknown what can happen. In his thoughts, Qin Jun is already rushing into the girl's arms, and just the thought of this excites the guy. Sudaji notices the sound of water running ahead. Qin Jun says that then they need to go faster. After all, he can no longer tolerate dirt on his body. In this case, Sudaji asks the master to forgive her. At this moment, the girl takes the guy by the arm and lifts him up. They start to fly. The guy is pressed too close to the girl, and he rejoices at this soft touch he doesn't understand. Is it possible that he gets to experience this completely free of charge? Sudaji says that the gentleman should not worry because she is nearby. But the guy doesn't understand who told the demoness that he was scared. Now Sudaji assumes that the owner's heart rate is faster because he was embarrassed. They have already arrived at the water, and the guy runs into the water as quickly as possible. He understands that even though this is someone else's body, he would not want to show it to others while he is washing. He is asking, will Sudaji really stand in this place? Sudaji asks if Mr. needs help with bathing. The guy, already waiting, shouts that, of course, he needs help. The girl goes to the guy in the water, but suddenly they hear that someone has come, and the guy's already starting to get upset. They see a guy and a girl running there. The girl is the daughter of the head of the Zhuanling sect, named Chang Qianqian. She tells her brother that she can no longer run because she has no strength. Brother, this is a senior disciple of the Zhuanling sect named Chang Hao. He tells his sister to wait a little, and they will be saved. Qin Jun was angry that his plans to go shopping with Sudaji were ruined. Sudaji. I didn't even think that in such a dark forest, you could find cultivators with a golden core. Qin Jun knows that there are only a few people in the kingdom with a powerful golden core. He doesn't understand how such a cultivator could end up here. Chang Qianqian addresses the main character and the demon. She tells them to run away quickly, because now General Xiaohuan will come here. But Chang Hao doesn't understand why his sister is warning them, because it will be better for them if these two stay here and detain the general. But Qin Jun is surprised by what he heard. After all, Xiaohuan used to be a general of the Chanyu kingdom. But because of his lustful nature, he not only raped women, but also had an illicit relationship with one of the concubines. The emperor was what caused his anger. The Lord sent Nan Menghong to deal with this general for such free behavior. And in the end, the general ran away and rebelled, burning, killing, and robbing the common people. People suffered because the general was invincible. Qin Jun understands that the former owner of this body hates the general most of all, and he feels it. After all, if you separate yourself personally from this general, who knows, maybe, being the main character will be able to clear himself of all charges. Chang Hao notices how beautiful the girl is. After all, she has a magical appearance in the eyes of others. Qin Jun approaches Sudaji and asks what Chang Hao is looking at. After all, if he runs, then let him run further. Chang Qianqian says that they kindly warned them, and they treated them terribly. Chang Hao says that Qin is looking for death. But the main character gets angry and says that he does not need the warning of these two. After all, this is just a general. But Chang Hao doesn't understand. This guy's not afraid of the general. Now he wonders if this beggar Qin is a great master. Chang Hao says that Xiao Huan is the strongest of all with a golden core. And the general will kill someone like Qin with just his finger. Chang Hao asks, will the guy never? I have not heard of a person with a golden core under 20 years of age. He tells his sister that they need to leave quickly because they don't need to stand quietly with these two and wait for death. But suddenly the general appears and asks whether the guy and the girl really want to leave. He lands on the ground. And this is the same rebellious general of the kingdom named Xiao Haoan. When the main character saw this general, he thought about how many points he could get for killing Xiao Haoan. At this moment, Chang Hao realizes that he is coming to an end. When Chang Hao saw the general, he begins to lose consciousness, and Chang Chengqian jumped into the arms of the main character. She says that she is very afraid. But Qin asks the girl to get off him. But General Xiao Huan does not look at these guys. But he notices what a beautiful woman is standing there. And he definitely needs to take such a beauty with him. He's talking about Sudaji. But the girl begins to get angry. She says that the general is ignorant. And if he looks at her like that again, she looks like a guy's eyes. The general only likes such words because most of all he loves all the beauties. He turns to the girl and tells her not to worry because tonight he will make her the happiest. Having heard all this, the main character begins to get angry and asks his demoness if he can deal with this guy personally. The girl agrees with the guy, but at one moment she already attacks the enemy. Xiao Huan starts to get angry and says that he will kill this girl. The main character watches this battle and worries about his demoness. Chang Hao and Chang Qianqian admire the strength of this beautiful woman. But at this time, Sudaji has already thrown the general into the ground, and then she drags him by the hair. Sudaji throws the enemy at the master's feet and says that she did everything. Now Xiao Haoan asks who they are in bewilderment. The main character introduces himself and says that his name is Qin. He asks the general to accept his gratitude for the fact that Xiao Huan himself came to him. Xiao Huan doesn't understand, since when is beating called gratitude? Sudaji asks, Mister, what should she do with this guy? Xiao Huan doesn't understand. Could it be that this beautiful girl really called this weakling with the 4th level of key refining master? After all, if you wait until this guy comes closer to him, then Xiao Huan will be able to take him hostage, and then escaping will not be difficult. After all, who knows? Maybe Xiao Huan will be able to repair this beauty for himself, and then his places will not be long in coming. But the main character takes out a weapon and tells the girl to let him. The guy sees this general has a strong limit of the golden core, and he doesn't know how many experience points he will need. Xiao Huan understands that it is time for him to join the fight, and he says that now the end has come for the main character. Chang Chengqian hopes that the gentleman will be careful, but the main character pierces the enemy's head with just one shot. Xiao Huan doesn't understand how this is possible. Now the enemy falls face down into the ground. The main character is happy that he reacts quickly. The system says that killing the owner of the golden core is level 9, and the owner receives 10,000 experience points. The system congratulates you on your breakthrough to the 4th level of laying the foundation. The owner defeated a serious enemy, and thereby received as a reward the chance to summon gods and demons. Chang Chengqian says that Qin is very cool. Chang Hao understands that mortgaging again is very cool. He does not understand how Qin did it. The main character is interested in how experience points are calculated. The system says that if the owner kills an enemy who is hostile to him, then he will receive points. If an innocent person dies, then there will be no reward. Then Qin thinks exactly. Now he should use the chance to summon gods and demons. After all, it's best if he manages to summon the great sage. And then the main character will become omnipotent, stronger than he will be. There will be no one in the whole world. The system begins summoning a random demon god. The demon is on his way. Qin demands that the system tell him who got caught. He asks why only 3 question marks are shown. He hopes that this time he will be lucky and the summoned demon will turn out to be a great sage. The system says that the demon will appear before the owner within 24 hours, and it is impossible to provide additional information. Qin says that in this case, he doesn't need to know if the system keeps it secret. Then, so be it, he'll wait. He asks the system to check his information. Qin understands that this is not bad. A few thousand more experience points, and then he will move to the next level. The guy approaches the general and he is happy that he can finally understand what it's like to touch a corpse. Suddenly, the guy takes out some kind of ring and asks what it is. Sudaji says that this must be Xiaohoen's storage room for spare equipment. Qinjun says that the general is already dead, and there is probably a hiding place in the ring. You can dig up some blood to identify the new owner. The demoness approaches the owner and says that she will help him. Qinjun doesn't understand what's happening, but the girl takes the guy's hand and bites his finger, drawing blood. Blood gets on the ring, and the guy understands that this is amazing because where else would he have met this, if not in the world of gods and demons? A weapon in the form of a sword begins to appear in front of the guy. He turns to Chang Hao and Cheng Chenkin and says that they can move on. After all, Qinjun understands that he urgently needs to take a bath. If he doesn't wash himself again, he will go rotten. Chang Chengqian turns to the guy and says that her leg is sprained. She asks if they can stay in this place for the night. After all, another group of Xiaohoen soldiers is in this place, and since they killed the general, the group will want to take revenge. Chang Chengqian says that they will help them fight back. Sudaji asks if she should deal with them if there really is a group of soldiers heading here. But Qinjun replies that it is not necessary because this is not the body of a general. At this moment, the group already runs to them and sees that the general is dead. They say that they need to avenge the general. Sudaji gets on the defensive. But Qinjun comes up from behind and tells the girl to let him figure it out this time. Qinjun takes out his gun and starts killing enemies. For killing soldiers, the guy receives experience points. Chang Hao does not understand what kind of terrible spiritual weapons that wiped out the entire Xiaohoen squad. After all, with such a powerful weapon, Qinjun would definitely be able to do anything. After Qinjun has dealt with the enemies, he says that everything is ready, and now Chang Chengqian and Chang Hao can go. Chang Chengqian runs up to the main character and asks if Qinjun can accompany them to the city. She begs the guy. She says that after everyone returns, her father will definitely generously will reward the main character. But Qinjun says that it is useless to beg him. At this moment, the system gives the task to escort Chang Chengqian back to the sect, and then the guy will have a reward of 10,000 experience points. And at this moment, the guy says that he has no problem because protecting the weak is everyone's responsibility. And Qinjun leads them back to the sect. Chang Chengqian rushes into the guy's arms and says that this is wonderful. Chang Chengqian is fascinated that the guy will trick her. Qinjun does not understand why the system launches additional tasks. But the system says that the main character's help is necessary. And since this is the first additional mission, it will be activated by another person. And the secondary plot is that after completing the task, the Mastery Inheritance mode will be launched. It contains martial arts, spells, spiritual vision. The owner can extract random magic skills to gain inheritance mastery. Qinjun understands that at this rate, he will definitely develop a continuous attack technique. Sudaji turns to the gentleman, and she offers to arrange a halt here and have a good rest. Qinjun says that he will go and wash himself a little, and Sudaji should keep an eye on these two. Chang Chengqian did not even expect that after taking a bath, this beggar would become incredibly handsome. Chang Chengqian gets embarrassed and asks if she can sleep next to the main character. After all, she is very scared. Qinjun says that the girl can do as she wants. The next morning, they set off on the road. On the way, they see two dead animals, which include a huge bird. Qinjun sees that this wasteland is truly abandoned. He asks the girl if this is evil spirits. Sudaji says that it has 10 stages, and each stage has 9 levels. The first is training the Qi power, the second is laying the foundation. The third is the creation of a golden core. The fourth is the reincarnation, and the fifth is the birth of Hua, and each corresponds to the degree of human development. Having reached the 5th level, you can turn into evil spirits. Chang Chengqian is surprised that this is the higher origin of Hua, because in their sect, there is no information about this yet. Chang Hao replied that in fact it exists, but it's a big mystery, and ordinary students are unable to understand it. Chang Chengqian does not understand whether this means that she is the daughter of the sect leader and is also unable to understand it. Suddenly, the main character notices that something is happening ahead and dust is rising. It turns out that this is a tide of animals from which peaceful people are running away. At one point, Sudaji explodes from his spot, and she grabs the owner and Chang Chengqian with her hands and lifts them into the air to save them. But Chang Hao is furious and asks them to wait for him too. There's a huge beast running there that looks like a dog. The system says that a demon summoned by the owner has appeared. The demon turns to the owner and tells Qinjun not to run away because he is a growling dog. Qinjun is happy that it is really him. The main character says that they are done flying and he asks Sudaji to take him down. But Sudaji answers the master that when they land, they will immediately be surrounded by evil spirits and it will be difficult for them to escape. But Chinjun says that since he is nearby, Sudaji need not be afraid. They land on the ground and Chang Hao is happy that they have finally stopped flying. The main character approaches the animal and the dog rejoices that he has finally found his owner. Sudaji sees that this dog is very dangerous. But at this moment, people are still starting to run away and it says that evil spirits are coming. And they really want to die. People understand that now of course, they don't want to die. Like this in some vacant lot. They say that the damned werewolf king has attracted a lot of evil spirits. The main character approaches his roaring dog and asks him to stop these people. The dog starts with his mouth and makes strange sounds. People don't understand, is this a black dog? This is the werewolf king. After all, how can he obey this worthless person? The dog says that he is the king of the werewolves, roaring dog, and now he is under the command of Mr. Chinjun. And from now on, he is his master. And he just wanted to treat the master the same way they treated him. At this time, a flock of demonic beasts runs in front of them. People don't understand what had to be done so that the werewolf king himself could follow the guy. Chinjun thanks his beast and asks him to quickly disperse the demonic beasts because they already need to set off. Sudaji asks the owner how he knows him, but the main character doesn't answer anything and says that they need to move on. The roaring dog says that the master is a gift from heaven and sooner or later he will personally unite all measures. Explore for him this through for him. 5 days later, they arrived in the city. After walking for so many days, they finally saw a human city. Chinjun says that he wants to take a walk. The dog replies that he will go with the master. Chang Chenqian approaches Sudaji and proposes to her together. Go to the inn. After all, they haven't washed for so many days and they urgently need to take a bath. In this case, Chinjun suggests that they go their separate ways and then meet immediately at the inn in the courtyard. Chang Chenqian grabs the girl by the hand and they start to run, but by accident. Chang Chenqian hit the main character and the guy almost fell. The girl apologizes for what she did. The main character and his demonic dog entered the market. The sellers there were screaming that they have the best silks and satins. Chinjun tells his beast that this is only a problem for Sudaji and those guys from the sect, that they didn't go with him and see the beautiful fireworks. Suddenly, the main character hears someone being forced to run. A guy named Chen Shuli is called stubborn, and he did not want to apologize to the workers, and now lies on the ground like a mangy dog. The main character sees in front of him a huge crowd of people who are discussing that they feel sorry for that guy because he planned to get an academic degree and a government position. But unfortunately, the great family was angry with him. This is one of the most influential families in the city. So this guy got involved. The prince tells his demonic beast to go have a look. They break through the crowd and come forward. There's a guy standing over Chen Shuli, and Chen Shuli is kneeling. The guy turns to the culprit and says that if he still has strength, then he should become the guy who bullies poor Chen Shuli Chen with the name Chen Jie. Chen Ji kicks Chen Shuli to the side and tells the guy to continue. Qinjun realizes that his identity is too recognizable if the Chen family notices him here, and he recognizes the third prince of the fugitive in his face. Then he's afraid that this will cause some trouble. He doesn't understand if Chen Shuli should help him or not. But suddenly Chang Chenqian came to Chen Shuli's defense. She tells Chen Jie not to be so cruel. Qinjun sees that this is the same girl he met today. Chen Ji asks if this is Mina, the eldest daughter of the city chief, in front of him. But suddenly, Chen Shuli stands in front of the girl and tells Chang Chenqian to move away because this girl is not touching. The system tells the main character that a hostile hidden talent has been detected. At this moment, Chang Chenqian is attacked and the girl begins to fall. The main character picks it up. Chang Chenqian starts to cry and she sees Qinjun standing in front of her. She asks if the guy can help her. At this moment, Chen Ji begins to scream and ask why his servants froze. He asks them to bring that girl to him, and he will teach her a lesson. Chen Ji orders his servants to tie up and drag the guy next to him. After all, he will have dog meat in a pot for dinner tonight. Qinjun was perplexed by what he heard. He doesn't understand what Chen Ji will have in the pot. Chen Shuli is trying to stop this evil guy. And the dog starts to get very angry and bark. But Chen Jie tells Chen Shuli to shut his mouth. He asks who Chen Shuli thinks he is. After all, if he dares to talk to him like that. Suddenly, Qinjun gathers all his inner strength and asks Chen Jie who he is. Chang Chenqian is touched by how blue the guy's aura is. After all, She thought that Qinjun was incredibly strong. Chenji asks, is Qinjun from the Imperial Guard? He says that the main character should answer him immediately. On Qinjun asks the guy, what if this is so? What if he is not from Imperial Guard? He is interested in what Chenji will do in this case. Chenji doesn't understand where the Imperial Guards come from in the city, but they must not find out what the family is doing in this city. Therefore, at one moment, Chenji makes a very cute face and says that he accidentally did not notice his people. He asks the master for forgiveness and says that he behaved inappropriately. Chenji apologizes and hopes that Qinjun will forgive him for such disrespect. Qinjun says that Chenji is quite tactful. Chenji understands that in front of the master today, he will not make life difficult for his brothers and sister. So they need to inform their father so that he can arrange a warm welcome for the master. Chenji understands that he must inform his father about the arrival of the Imperial Guard in their city as soon as possible. Qinjun asks the system what she just said about innate hidden talent. The system says that Chen Shuli has a noble and honest spirit and rare innate talent. Now Qinjun is thinking about how cool Chen Shuli is. He asks, was the system able to find such a person? The system says it can sense the abilities of others, only in a certain range. Chen Shuli thanks Mr. Qinjun for his help. Chen Shuli says that he will remember this and will definitely have the opportunity to pay the master in the future. But the main character says that he does not need to pay. He is only interested in whether Chen Shuli would be interested in becoming his assistant. After all, it would be a pity for the main character if he won't get such a talented young man. Chen Shuli is surprised. He asks again, can he really become an assistant? But Qinjun says that if Chen Shuli accepted, his proposal is that the main character would arrange a solemn ceremony. For example, the main character asks Chen Shuli to look at the shape of his lips. At this time, the head of the Chen family, addressed to Chen Zhang, says that his son is too stupid because the Imperial Guard cannot leave the capital. He asks how this guy could end up in their city. He says his son was deceived. Chen Zhang hits his son, Chenji, in the face. He doesn't understand, isn't it clear to his son, that he was deceived? He asks how Chenji is going to do it in the future, inherit the title of head of their family. After all, Chenji is simply ridiculous. Chenji said that he was not careful enough and that this would definitely not happen again next time. He asks his father, this guy, and if he is not from the operator's security. And why then is the guy wearing their clothes? Chen Zhang says that the last time the guards left the capital was when they expelled the third prince, and perhaps the person Chen Ji met is him. Back in front of him was the third prince, and he did not understand it. After all, the third prince went to the border for forced labor, and his presence in the city is simply impossible, unless this guy ran away. The father understands that if they personally deliver the fugitive to the capital, their clan will be incredibly enriched. Chen Zhang turns to his son and says that he has one task for his son. He tells Chen Ji to take people with him and catch that man in clothes of the Imperial Guard. And they will bring this guy to the capital in exchange for the prosperity of their Chen family. Chen Jie promises his father to follow all his instructions. The next day, in the inn, the main character is sitting and drinking tea. The dog approaches him and turns to the master. He asks, does Qinjun really want to destroy the Chen family? Because of this strange guy, Chen Jie. Chang Chengqian runs up to them and asks why the guy would destroy the Chen family. After all, she is famous throughout the city. The main character says that this does not concern Chang Chengqian, and she should eavesdrop on them as little as possible. The girl starts to get angry and says that she is the daughter of a sect leader named Chang Chengqian. She asks, how dare Qinjun treat her rudely? She points her hand and wants to stab the guy, but Qinjun parries the girl's blow. He wants to take her hand, but suddenly his hand slips and he takes the girl by the breast. The guy's surprised that the girl's breasts feel incredibly soft. Chang Chengqian is very embarrassed. She says that this is too much. Qinjun says to the girl, she didn't act out in broad daylight. For the main character, it is quite impressive that this girl can surprise. Sudaji suddenly appears and asks what happened to them. Qinjun runs up to the demon and says that he is glad that Sudaji has returned. He asks if the girl slept well last night. He tells the gentleman to be careful. Qinjun doesn't understand what happened, but Sudaji says that there is evil spirits in the body of the guy who passed by. Since ancient times, light and darkness have been at enmity with each other, and the Qianyue kingdom belongs to the monks of the dark path rarely come here to the camp of the first. He doesn't understand why this guy was here. It seems to him that this person is not bad in cultivation. Well, Qinjun can't see this guy's level. But in any case, he needs to be careful. In addition, he needs to find out why these people wanted to come to this city. Chang Chenqian asks the main character and the demon as they set off, and whether they are even going to accompany her to the sect or not. At this moment, unexpectedly, he rushes back to them. And people don't know who provoked the Chen family, but this guy was very unlucky. Chenji is happy because Qinjun has not left yet. Sudaji doesn't understand who this person is, but Qinjun says that this is the guy who is looking for trouble on his own head. Chenji is surprised that there are still two beauties in this place, and today, they now belong to him. Chenji orders his servants to attack and capture the third prince Qinjun and take him to the capital. And Chenji says to leave these beautiful girls to him because he will personally catch them. Chenji is already approaching Sudaji and calls her a little beauty. He tells the girl not to be afraid because her brother will just touch her lightly. Sudaji uses his strength and says that Chenji does not have the right to cause trouble for her master. She uses her power and the guys fly away. Chenji begins to get angry and asks if the girl even knows who she hit, because Chenji is the eldest son of the Chen family. Chenji still thought about being polite to this girl, and she's too rude. The system launches an additional mission to eradicate the fresh weed. The mission details are to kill Chenji, receiving 500 experience points for it. For killing Chen Zhang, a guy can get 2,000 experience points. For destroying the entire Chen family, you can get 3,000 experience points. And as a bonus for the owner comes a tiny one: chance to inherit mastery. Qinjun takes out his weapon and thinks that this mission is exactly what he needs. He thinks about who he should start with to destroy the Chen family. He understands that Chenji will probably be the first. Chenji says that if Qinjun is afraid of him, then let him kneel in front of him and simply admit his guilt, and then Chenji will save their lives. But in just one moment, the main character uses his weapon and fires a bullet. The system says that successful completion of an additional mission under the name of killing freshweed, for which 534 points are obtained. Sudaji tells the young master that it is very noisy. At this time, the monk with the demon aura sees the Hanpin attribute, and the girl only thinks that she must definitely get him. Sudaji addresses Mr. Qinjun. He changed his mind, and today, they will not go anywhere. Qinjun tells Growling Dog and Sudaji to take Chenji's corpse with them, and they set out to destroy the entire Chen family. Sudaji already disliked the Chen clan from the very morning. The girl does not understand how they dared to provoke her master. Now the demon thinks that apparently these people cannot wait to die. Qinjun tells everyone to follow him. People who are watching what is happening do not understand. Did he really die in the hall? They are now afraid that the Chen family crossed the wrong people's path this time and will now be in trouble. At this time, the Chen family has a lot of people walking in their yard, and birds are flying in the sky. Qinjun says that this clan's holdings are impressive, seen at first glance, that they took a lot from the common people. He tells his team to go because this family needs something to deliver their gift, and Qinjun is sure that Chenjiang will really like this gift. But Sudaji tells the guy not to rush. After all, the family guards are already standing in front of them. They say that idle people can't wait to enter the family's home then. They tell Qinjun and the others to leave quickly. From this point on, otherwise they will have problems. One of the guards notices that the guy in front of them is the eldest son of the young gentleman. Qinjun addresses Sudaji. Sudaji uses his magic and says that this is a gift for their Chen family. They ask that the gift be accepted with understanding. The guards see that young master Chen Jie has died. Suddenly, the elder of the Chen family appears in front of her and asks who dared to create trouble in his house. He doesn't understand. Are these people tired of living? One of the guardians turns to the elder and says that these are the people who are standing there. They killed the eldest of the young gentlemen. Qinjun asks his demoness what cultivation level the family elder has then. Sudaji says that the elder is only in the 10th stage of laying the foundation, and he is not yet worthy of the young master's attention. The elder says that the boy and girl will pay for the death of his nephew. He attacks the guy and the girl. Qinjun tells Sudaji to let him fully understand this situation himself this time. After all, Qinjun cannot hide behind the backs of others all his life, and he needs to quickly find out his true strength in order to get better and better. They start the battle. But, as expected from the 10th stage of laying the foundation, it is a very powerful force. The elder asks if he really decided to dare to compete with him, since the guy's only at the 4th level. The girls are watching this fight, and they are very worried about their master. But Qinjun tells Sudaji and Chang Chengqian not to interfere in the situation. The main character understands that she is simply wasting her increased cultivation base proposed by the system. After all, this person can become a sharpening stone for the young master. The elder grabs the guy by the leg and throws him aside. He deals countless blows to the guy. The elder grabs the main character by the leg and throws him aside. Qinjun understands that without using desert needles, he relies only on his own strength. And now the main character cannot defeat the elder. However, the effect of the strong stone was achieved, and the cultivation of the protagonist was greatly strengthened. The elder says that today he will sacrifice the boy's blood as a salvation sacrifice for the soul of his deceased nephew. The elder uses his power and summons a fire dragon. Sudaji sees that things are going badly, and she tells the gentleman to quickly evade, because he could die. But suddenly, the elder begins to fall, and the system says that killing a cultivator of the 10th level of laying the foundation will receive 1,000 experience points for this. Sudaji runs up to the guy and asks if Mr. Oleg is okay. Qinjun says he's fine, but after he calms down, he needs to find a way to learn more techniques, and he needs to increase his strength. After all, he can no longer rely on outside help. The guards begin to get nervous. They don't know what to do and what to do because their elder was killed. They are not of such a high level, and the only thing they can do is run. They decide that they need to leave and inform the head of the family about this as soon as possible. Qinjun calls his friends and says that they need to go in and kill the others. The guards think that they should try and inform the head about today's incident. After all, we cannot allow others to provoke these people. In the inner palace of the chief of the city of Qintan, the city chief named Chen Zhanjian is simply furious. He asks who dared to attack the Chen family. The guy who came to tell this news to the boss says that there were 2 men and 2 women, and next to them, there was a black dog. At this moment, Chen Shuli's son enters the office. He drops a cup of water on the floor, drawing attention to himself. He turns to his father and says that these people saved her life yesterday, and he asks to make it public. The materials that they collected about the family's crimes because the person who saved her is the 3rd prince of the Qinjun dynasty. At this time, a servant comes running to the owner Chen Zhang and says that strangers and killers have come, and the young master from the oldest is dead. Chen Zhang starts to get incredibly angry. He asks what's going on. His eyes begin to glow red, and his hand starts to glow with fire. He asks where these killers are now. The guy falls to his knees and says that these are alien killers who came with the intention of killing. He points his finger at the door. Chen Zhanjian doesn't understand how they dared to come here. He begins to get angry and hits the wall with his fist. Next moment, he jumps and flies into space. He is angry that these people dared to kill his eldest son, and now he will make them pay in blood. At the same time, Qinjun and his team head to the Chen family's courtyard. All the people start to run away, and Qinjun asks them to call their master. Some guards attack the guy and call him a petty madman. They, with swords and their aura, want Qinjun to take their blow. The guy points his pistol at the enemies, and the system says that killing a cultivator of the 8th level of strength training has been completed, and 81 experience points have been gained. The next thing was to kill a 6th level strength training cultivator, and for this, he receives 65 experience points. Qinjun is happy that his points are growing fast. He hopes there will be more such additional missions. Suddenly, he hears someone shouting and asking who killed his son, and at that moment, Mr. Chenjong lands on the ground. He hits the ground with his fist, and it cracks, scattering stones all over the place. At this time, behind Qinjun and Sudaji lies dead Chen Jie. Chen Zhang starts to get angry and asks, how dare they? The man already has veins protruding from his face from anger, and the eyes become bloodshot. He uses fire in his hand and wants to strike. He directs his power towards the guy. Sudaji at this moment asks the owner if he also wants to join the battle. At this moment, Sudaji uses his strength and strikes to the enemy. Chen Zhang tries to cover himself with his hands to block this blow. From such a strong aura, the man begins to fly back, raising dust on the earth. Sudaji starts sending demonic lightning at the man, and he begins to fall. He sees that this woman is very strong, and with his current level of cultivation, he definitely couldn't beat her. But whoever leads this girl has only laid the foundations. Qinjun is surprised that this gentleman was able to avoid Sudaji's attack. He says it's very good. Sudaji begins to laugh and say that this is her omission. Next time, she will finish off the man completely. Chen Zhang understands that only by killing this guy can he avenge his family, And first of all, his eldest son. He attacks this girl and wants to defeat her. At this moment, a sewn doll appears in the master. And when Sudaji hits a man, she tears this doll in half. Now she understands that this man deceived her, and she struck not him, but the toy. Now Sudaji says that something bad has happened, and the gentleman must be careful. The master uses the accumulation of his star power and summons a fire fist. He says that he is now using an explosive blow against the guy, but Qinjun manages to dodge, and he takes out his weapon. It hits the head of the Chen family directly in the head, after which the man falls dead on the ground. The system says that killing Chen Zhang, a cultivator of the 4th level of foundation laying, the guy received 500 experience points. And completing the additional mission is killing Chen Zhang and the young master. For this, the owner receives 2,000 experience points. The owner has enough points, so the system upgrades to the 5th level of foundation. Sudaji apologizes to the master because she underestimated the enemy and put the main character in danger. The main character says that everything is fine because this is the world of cultivation and it's early, or later he would still encounter something similar. He says that girls don't need to protect him too much. The demoness sees how understanding the gentleman is. However, she completely forgot that everything needs to be taken seriously. And the girl allowed some small-time cultivator to deceive her, and the gentleman was almost injured through her fault. The girl understands that today she needs to be more vigilant. Qinjun turns to the family guards and says that now he will give them time to escape, and whoever does not have time to escape will be killed. And for others who dare to resist, death will not keep them waiting long. When people saw this, they began to rejoice. They say that this is what the family needs. After all, it is unknown how much they made for themselves, forcibly charging fees to enter and leave the city for completing an additional mission. After destroying the Chen family, the guy received 3,000 experience points and a chance to inherit the skill. Qinjun is happy that he has finally completed the task. Sudaji says that the Chen family has been completely exterminated. Qinjun replies that this is great, and now they can continue. But suddenly, Qinjun hears that the city chief has arrived. Chen Jianjian of the 3rd Prince, with eliminating the source of the city's troubles. All the people congratulate this guy, but when Cheng Hao heard this, he was very surprised. Chen Shuli says that the Chen family did a lot of evil, and therefore this clan should be completely exterminated. In March of this year, I took a fancy to one girl, but due to her parents' objections, he ordered them to be beaten to death. In January of this year, the Chen family took over the Li family mines, and they attacked the clan at night. They exterminated every single one. Last December, Chen Ji fell in love with a girl. Chen Shuli continues to read the list of all crimes. Qinjun doesn't understand how he could let this guy die so easily. He tells people not to worry because the Chen family has been completely destroyed, and something like this will never happen again. And he leaves the rest to the discretion of the city chief. He needs to immediately continue on his way. The city leader thanks the 3rd Prince, and everyone else in the city is also grateful to the guy. Qinjun understands that if hyenas seize power, then the state will take over, and he must, as soon as possible, gain strength and ascend the throne, lead the kingdom to a peaceful era, and allow the common people to live in peace. 2 days later, Zhuanling sect. The young people have almost reached their destination. Qinjun understands what is expected from the cultivation world. Everything here is much more beautiful and real than in the online games from his past life. Chang Chengqian is happy that they have finally reached Xuanling. At this moment, the system says that it has completing the additional mission and for accompanying Chang Chengqian to the sect, receive 5,000 experience points, and also a chance to inherit the skill. The system says that the owner has enough points. To upgrade to the 6th level of laying the foundation, fire appears around the guy, and he begins to level up. Qinjun understands that this time, the reward is quite generous. After all, not only did the guy rise 1 level, but he also got a chance to inherit the skill. Qinjun understands that it was not in vain that he spent time and effort to escort these 2 guys and the girl to this place. Qinjun is happy that he brought them home and says that they can now leave. The main character only thinks that he needs to quickly find secluded places and start inheriting skills. But suddenly, Chang Chengqian grabs the guy by the hand and tells him not to rush to leave so quickly. Requests that Qinjun and Sudaji stay at the Zhuanling sect today. Chang Chengqian talks to his father and he will thank them generously. The main character does not understand what kind of gratitude we are talking about. Chang Qianqian thinks that judging by what she saw, Qinjun is a man of a warm soul and does not need rich gifts. She doesn't understand. Did the guy really fall in love with her and want to be with her all his life? Sudaji turns to the gentleman and tells him to just agree. After all, it's better than spending the night in the wild. Qinjun thinks so too, and he decides to agree after all. They move on, but Chang Hao starts to get angry. After all, this convicted third prince is simply insane. He wants Qinjun to wait a little, and as soon as they will arrive at the Chang Hao sect, and he will get his due in full. Qinjun turns to the girl and tells her not to reveal his identity, even to her father. Chang Qianqian asks, "Is this all true?" She wonders if the guy wasn't fired from his position. Qinjun is truly the third prince. It's okay that he was demoted. After all, in the near future, all charges will be dropped. He wants Chang Qianqian to believe it. Qinjun realizes that Xiao Huan's head is still in his hands. If he returns with her, then his father will not dare to disturb him. But if he interferes, then it's his problem. After all, Qinjun is not the same powerless guy he used to be. When they arrived, Chang Qianqian kicks open the doors and tells her brothers and sisters that she has returned. They enter the courtyard, and Chang Qianqian says that Sudaji and Qinjun are her friends. She asks the guy who is sitting there to open. They have a door for temporary residents. The guy is disappointed that this little tyrant is back again. Suddenly, the head approaches them and asks what family they are from. But Qinjun apologizes for not being able to answer him. Chang Hao says that this time, he and his sister face danger, but fortunately, these two saved them. Chang Hao tells the man not to worry because these people are here just for one night. The man uses his magic to create a key and tells the servant to guide the two through. The guy listens to everything the master tells him. Chang Qianqian tells the guy and girl to go already, and she will approach them tomorrow morning. At this time, Qinjun and Sudaji are walking around the area of this sect. Qinjun turns to Sudaji and asks if the girl will sleep with him today, because he is the only one who is scared. The girl says that the guy has a growling dog, and the road was hard, they need a good rest. Suddenly, a dog runs up to the guy, and he wants to lie down next to the gentleman if he is scared. But Qinjun says that this is not necessary. The main character closes the door in front of the dog and tells the demon to have a good rest. He wishes him good night. But the dog is upset and crying outside the door. In his temporary room, Qinjun sits down and accesses the system. He wants to open up skill inheritance. The system says that now the first chance will open. She says that there is no special division of magical powers by level. She asks if she should include random inheritance of skills. Qinjun agrees with everything written. He sees that 72 transformations of evil spirits appear before him, being outside the body and 3 purifications of one force. The system congratulates the owner for curing Marshal Tianpeng's superpowers, and 36 Tiangang changes. The main character is surprised by what he sees. He doesn't understand if this isn't the ability of the second Shixunya. After all, he wants 72 Sun Wukun transformations. The system now begins inheriting skills 36. Suddenly, a yellow light appears around the guy and he flies into space. He's completely torn apart from the inside. He understands that heavenly inaction has come, and punishment came down for sins. At this time, Chang Qianqian, Chang Hao, and the gentleman are surprised by what is happening outside. After all, there is a lot of light there, as if it's day outside. The head of the Zhuanling sect in the name of Chan Tianyu asks, "Is there really thunder outside?" After all, such rolling and deafening thunder. He doesn't understand. Is it really Junji's golden core that is breaking through? They go out into the street and then the light beams upward and everything absorbs this light. The head has the feeling that Xuanling's heavenly inaction cannot stand it. He says to quickly bring people to build a magical field. Sudaji and the roaring dog also went outside. The dog says that this year, the young master turned only 16 years old, but he already has the ability to comprehend various powers, using the 5th level of the system. He understands that this is truly unimaginable. Sudaji feels that the main character is studying a completely unusual supernatural strength. After all, the aura piercing the master's house makes her feel a rapid heartbeat. She's like a source of energy in the realm of transformation of emptiness. At this time, there's a yellow light around the main character and he experiences incredible power, and the value changes at will. He doesn't understand. Is this really the viewing angle after reduction? After all, now, it is very small in size. This is incredibly interesting to him. The guy studied 36 types of magical components, and yet his cultivation level is too low. But according to calculations, if he will use at least 2 spiritual powers, that energy will exhaust itself too quickly. And besides, the power is not that great. Qinjun says that, as expected, the foundation in cultivation is very important. Qinjun hears some strange sounds, and he does not understand why thunder suddenly started. After all, fortunately today, he stayed in the Zhuanling sect, otherwise he would have been wet to the skin from the heavy rain. He says to let the system continue to inherit excellence. The system notifies that random and skill inheritance has begun. Qinjun only asks about it being a martial art. After all, the spiritual energy obtained through cultivation is especially important for cultivators. And now the kingdom of Ganyue is divided on levels such like Fanping, Lingping, Deeping, Tianping, and the rest can only be found out in the system. Each rank has a lower, middle, and a higher stage of development. Qinjun has mastered the mid-level martial art of Fanping. Cultivators at the same 5th foundation level who have taken possession of spiritual artifacts have 10 times more spiritual power, even if we don't talk about the superiority of its quality. And so, Qinjun must definitely pull out martial arts. The system congratulates the gentleman for winning the purple Jichen Zhanjian technique of an unknown character. This is a top-level item. Qinjun is perplexed. What famous character are we talking about? Is this really a Long Tao? When Qinjun touches this, it gives an electric shock, and every bone is pierced by lightning. A system reminder indicates that mastery inheritance has been completed. The guy falls on the sofa and doesn't understand whether the dog's system couldn't say goodbye to him. At this time, thunder strikes different parts of the sect outside, and even the head of a dragon appears there. Such powerful heavenly inaction. It is not surprising to him that the gentleman wanted to come here, and the spiritual stones used to form the magical field are incredibly huge. Spiritual stones accumulate the power of heaven and earth. They can be used both as currencies and for cultivation. Su Daji doesn't understand whether the Xuanling sect will bother. Mister, the dog says that even the strongest is here, barely reaches the level of transformation. And besides, if they dare to act outrageously, he will instantly destroy the entire clan. Inside the room where Qinjun is, he is already coming to his senses. He says that the spiritual boundaries of the purple Gichen Zhanjian technique are divided into 6 layers, and each of them is accompanied by a spell. And already at the first level, there is such a huge power. As expected from the technology of the highest layer, it has a truly destructive effect. Qinjun says that every time he breaks through the next level of the spiritual boundary, then the rate of arrival of his qi power doubles several times. And only the first layer acts 20 times faster. What is the training technique? The main character turns to the system and says that he wants to see his current properties. Qinjun understands that this is not bad, and such a trip is completely beneficial. He still has time and he can continue training. The guy understands that it would be nice if next time he pulled out 72 Sun Wukong transformations. However, there are rumors among people that the 36 changes of Tiangang are cooler than the evil forces. But the guy doesn't understand who cares. After all, he wants everything, and it is desirable that he gets it right away. At this time, for Xuanling's advice, at this time a guy and a girl come in. The guy's name is Zhuo Junjie, and the girl's name is Zhong Lin. The two are greeted by Chang Qian. She turns to her brother and sister and asks which of them has the golden core. The guy and the girl look at each other and don't understand what the question is. The head of the sect begins to get angry and ask why they are silent. The guy and the girl are in one voice with each other, but they cannot understand what each of them means. Now, Chang Qian realized that each of these two did not have it. Zhuo Junjie asks if this is not heavenly in action, not caused by the older sister. After all, he failed to break through. Zhonglin says that this is also not her handiwork, and she thought it was Zhuo Junjie. Apparently, this is one of the older ones. The head says that this is impossible. After all the elders are assembled, and they would know if someone broke through the golden core. Unexpected Chen Shuli asks, "Is it really Qinjun?" The head of the school asks if this is the guy who saved them. After all, when confronting the heavenly calamity, the spiritual stone used to form a magic field, the effort required by all sects is equivalent, which has been accumulating for more than 6 months if it really is these strangers. The head orders them to be brought to him immediately. Chang Qian starts shouting to his father that the guests are now resting, and she says that if this matter is not urgent, Then she says tomorrow. After all, even a strong killer like Xiao Huan is dead because of Sudaji. And if we add the incident with the Chen family in Qintang, then Qinjun and Sudaji are far from good people. And that's why your heart cannot argue with them. And she needs to find a way to convince her father. But the father does not agree with his daughter's words. She asks whether he really doesn't care about the fact that these wanderers saved his daughter. After this argument, the head of the sect agrees, and he says that the guests were brought to him tomorrow. Chang Chengqian is happy that her father is the best. The next morning, Chang Chengqian and Sudaji and the dog were waiting for the main character. When Qinjun came out, he didn't understand why they were all here. Chang Chengqian turns to Qinjun and asks, was it really because of him that yesterday's heavenly disaster happened? After all, last night there was a heavenly disaster on the sect. And to counter him, the Zhuanling sect. I spent enough spiritual stones for 6 months. Qinjun doesn't understand what this has to do with him. After all, he did not break through the golden core. Chang Chengqian says it's impossible. After all, they checked everyone. And yesterday no one did anything, let alone reincarnated. The main character does not understand whether the inheritance of skill caused the heavenly disaster. Sudaji turns to the gentleman and says that he thinks correctly. However, surprisingly, that at such a young age, a master is able to comprehend superpowers is extraordinary. Qinjun agrees for the girl to take him to his father. After all, for your actions, he will answer personally. In any case, he does not have spiritual stones to compensate the sect for their losses, and he has nothing to lose. Chang Chengqian brings Sudaji and the dog to his father with the main character. Zhuo Junji asks in bewilderment, is this guy really Qinjun who broke through the golden core? Qinjun says that he has laid the foundation. Zhuo Junji doesn't understand, isn't this guy's doing? He asks Qinjun whether everyone who caused yesterday's disaster came to them. He asks if the guy knows how many losses his sect suffered because of such an act of a strange guy. Qinjun apologizes. Chang Chengqian understands that everything turned out not so bad because Qinjun apologizes, and she thought that the guy would again show his stubborn character and go against her father. Qinjun says that, however, he saved the daughter of the sect leader, and also their disciple. He asks how about comparing their good deeds. After all, he thinks that his daughter's life is worth much more than spiritual stones. He asks if that's what the master thinks. The gentleman begins to get incredibly angry but is calmed down by Chang Chengqian. She really forgot about it. After all, Qinjun has already asked for forgiveness. She turns to her father and says that he doesn't know. But along the way, Qinjun had already taken care of her, and even killed the guy who threatened them under the name Xiao Huan. The head of the school does not understand how this is possible. After all, in the Xuanling sect, only 3 are capable. Defeat Xiao Huan. Do they really want to say that Xiao Huan really fell at the hands of this young man Qinjun? With the 6th level of foundation, the head understands that this is already ridiculous. The girl whispers in her father's ear and asks why this is impossible. After all, Sister Sudaji has very strong origins of Hua power. The head of the sect is surprised. He does not understand when such a powerful holder of the origin of power appeared in the Shanyu kingdom. Sudaji says that her master has already apologized to the sect leader, and she hopes that their sect will not be too strict with the young master. Otherwise, they will have problems. At this moment, the girl uses her power to threaten and raises the wind in the room. Qinjun tries to calm down his demon. He says that Sudaji has a bit of a bad temper, and he asks the head about the head. He says that everything is in order, and he is ready to forget about it and everything that happened. Qinjun turns to the head of the sect and says that he must continue on his way. He bows first and leaves the place. But suddenly, Zhuo Junji shouts for the guy to stop. Qinjun asks, is this the same genius of the Xuanling sect? He asks if the guy has any business with him. Zhuo Junji says that the heavenly disasters can be forgotten, but he wants to fight it personally. After all, Qinjun probably has some unusual abilities, because of which yesterday's incident happened. Besides, he needs to ask for some advice. The system promises the guy a reward for additional tasks, 1,000 points if the owner defeats a genius from the sect. Qinjun is surprised that a new mission is still appearing. Zhuo Junjie mocks the guys and asks if Qinjun doesn't dare. He tells the guest not to worry. Qinjun understands that this guy is not as strong as he seems. And this is a great opportunity for a guy to justify the skills he just acquired. Qinjun asks if it is possible to use artifacts in their battle. Zhuo Junji says that of course it is possible, so Qinjun accepts the challenge. Everyone heads to the training ground. The people who gathered there don't understand. Is it possible that the couples don't want to fight? After all, Chinjun is another strength cultivator. They don't understand, after all. This is only the 6th level of laying the foundation, and people say that this stranger is to blame for yesterday's heavenly disaster. People had heard that his subordinates were very strong, and also Chinjun had reached the 6th level again at such a young age, and this stranger is definitely not that simple. Zhonglin says to Zhuo Junjie, he was careful. After all, this guy is very joyful and is probably up to something. Zhuo Junjie tells Zhonglin not to worry, and since his birth, he has always won victories, and this time too, there's no way he'll lose. The head of the school sees that these are such strong individuals with the origin of Hua that are guarded by Chinjun, and there must be someone more powerful behind him. If Chang Chenqian and this guy with marriage lips, it's better to wait and show mercy to the guy. Chang Chenqian tells Chinjun to be careful, but the main character replies that the girl should not worry. When Chinjun and Zhuo Junji entered the battlefield, Zhuo Junji tells the guy to show his artifact. Chinjun understands that Zhuo Junji is at the completion of laying the foundation, and he is only at the 6th level. The main character takes out his weapon, and he understands that when fighting this guy, he needs to increase his speed. Zhuo Junji sees that his opponent's artifact looks something special, and he had never seen anything like it. Chinjun says that Zhuo Junji has studied this world a little, and now they can start. Zhuo Junji attacks the guy and swings his sword. He starts the battle, but Chinjun only dodges the blow. Zhuo Junji asks, "Is Chinjun afraid?" And he doesn't dare fight him. Chinjun uses 36 Tiangang changes, an instant flowering technique. Zhuo Junji is funny because of how weak the guy is. After all, this force is not murderous. And if Chinjun is a man, then he just needs to fight with all his might. But Chinjun understands that after the instant technique, blooming peach petals fall on a person's body and then absorbs his physical and spiritual strength. And in the end, they turn into a peach, which contains all life, capabilities. By eating such a fruit, a person can increase his lifespan, but if not, then he will disappear forever. Chinjun points his weapon towards Zhuo Junji. He realizes that his cultivation is too low, and movement alone absorbs most of the spiritual energy. Chinjun won't be able to use the full power of this technique, but it's enough to deal with this guy. The sect leader shouts at Zhuo Junji to be careful because there is something wrong with these petals. Zhuo Junji does not understand what is happening, but Chinjun understands that the 6th level can overcome the completing the laying of the foundation with only lightning weapons, and besides, he now has very little spiritual energy, and he must get rid of it as soon as possible. Chinjun starts shooting with his weapon, and people see that this man is very treacherous. After all, Chinjun resorts to such low methods. Zhuo Junji falls to his knees because his leg is hit by the enemy's weapon. The sword falls to the ground, and Chinjun says that Zhuo Junji lost. The system congratulates the owner with the successful completion of the additional mission and the victory over the genius from the Xuanling sect. And for this, the owner receives 1,000 experience points. Chinjun stands over Chang Hao and says that the genius from the Xuanling sect is quite good. Now the main character leaves the battlefield and heads to the head of the sect. Chan Tianyu is surprised Chinjun praises the defeated opponent. He understands that this guy is definitely up to something. Chinjun comes to the head and asks if the man has anything else to do with him, because then he leaves. Chinjun still needs to travel. Chinjun, Sudaji, and the dog are about to leave, but suddenly, a man tries to stop them. He asks if Chinjun really just up and left like that. Chan Tianyu says that the guy should go and they need to forget about everything, and don't bother this guy anymore. The man asks what should they do with Zhuo Junji then? But the head replies that the man should not worry, because the guy's vitality and spiritual strength will soon be restored. And that magical artifact that Chinjun used was obviously of high rank. But since his cultivation level was quite low, he was unable to demonstrate his full power. Chinjun has become too arrogant over the years. If he were careful, he would be able to dodge those peach petals. At this time, Zhuo Junji is carried unconscious from the battlefield, and this time he was taught a very good lesson. Zhonglin doesn't understand how this is possible, and how this Qin Jun was able to defeat Zhuo Junji. Chang Changqian surrounds the guy with his admiration and says that Qin Jun is incredibly cool. She asks if those peach petals were caused by magic, but Qin Jun is not going to say anything to the girl, and he asks Chang Changqian not to follow him. After all, he needs to return to the capital. The embarrassed girl asks when Qin Jun will come to visit her, but the main character wants Chang Changqian to forget. About this stupid idea, everyone in her sect perceives him as an enemy. He asks how can he dare to come here again? Inspired, Mina says that then she will visit the guy. She is interested in what Qin Jun thinks about this. The main character pushes the girl away and says that there is no need to do this, otherwise someone will pursue him again. But Chang Changqian says she will take it anyway, and he will come to the capital in search of Qin Jun. After all, she still wants to become his girlfriend. But Qin Jun says that she won't be her, and he wants Chang Changqian not to accompany him. Chang Changqian waves his handkerchief and asks Qin Jun not to forget her. Chang Changqian also says that Sudaji Sis should never let this guy pester her. But Sudaji replies that Chang Changqian should not worry. After all, the gentleman does not have such abilities yet. Qin Jun understands that this girl is indeed two-faced. 5 days later, they are on their way. The main character falls from a height and hits his head. He says that the strength that is present in his body is certainly not enough to support 36 Tiangang changes. Sudaji tells the master that his cultivation is too low, and he needs to continue training. Qin Jun thinks so too. But since the last few days they have been on the road all the time, he has no opportunity. The dog senses that someone is fighting not far from them. The main character does not understand who dared to be so tactless near the capital. He turns to his demons and tells them to go see what is happening there. When they approached the place, there were many dead people lying there, and other people were surrounded by a crowd of guards in red. Qin Jun sees that every person who wears clothes with a red bottom, 5th level of strength training, which is comparable to the palace guard. There is no such person in the memory of the previous owner of the body. Qin Jun doesn't understand where these people came from. Sudaji uses his magic to hear what these criminals are talking about. She hears that one of the guardians says that the family of the people they kill has insulted the one who shouldn't have. The guy to whom the guard presented the knife replies that the 5th prince is really smug. This is what he says: the guardian of the bloody sword. Qin Jun doesn't understand. Is this really about the 5th prince? Perhaps these people are Qin Yu's subordinates. The main character understands that apparently today he has to meddle in other people's affairs. The main guard orders the execution of this entire family, from women and children to everyone possible. But at one moment, a bullet flies through the head of the main guard. There was a murder of a 5th level strength training cultivator, and the master was responsible for it. Gains 56 experience points. Qin Jun is angry that these people dared to destroy an entire family in front of the Son of Heaven, and it looks like they are a little lawless. The man begins to get angry and turns to his guards of the bloody sword. He tells the guys to get down to business, and you don't have to worry about strangers. The main character receives an additional mission: to destroy the guard of the bloody sword. For completing the task, you will receive 2,000 experience points. Qin Jun understands what is happening today. He should definitely intervene. The guards begin to shout that this guy dared to meddle in other people's affairs. He orders his guards to kill these people along with their family. But before the guards have time to approach, Qin Jun begins to shoot at the guards with his weapon, hitting one after another. The family that they wanted to kill is incredibly surprised by how strong the guy is. Now Qin Jun approaches the main guy from the guard and asks what he said. The man asks if Qin Jun knows who this family insulted. The main character, of course, does not know the answer, and the man answers him that this family insulted the 5th prince himself. He asks if the guy's afraid now. In the capital, the gentleman had already blocked the sky with one hand and deeply ingratiated himself into the emperor's trust. His power spread throughout the imperial palace, and whether it was a commoner or even an official, everyone had already recognized him as the future heir to the throne. Now, the main character realized that the 5th prince did all this. Now Qin Jun is laughing because he is shaking all over with fear. The man says that it's good that the guy's afraid, and he advises him to get out of here quickly and do not incur the prince's wrath. But the main character is not interested in this, and he points his weapon and shoots at the man from the guard. It hits him right in the heart. The system says that for killing a cultivator of the 8th training level, 88 experience points are received. And for completing the additional mission, the main character received 2,000 experience points. The head of the family who was about to be killed thanks for the rescue. He is the head of the clan, and although he does not know the guy's name, their Yan family will certainly pay the guy with everything he wants. The main character says his name is Chin-jun. The head of the clan says that Chin-jun is a very familiar name. He asks if that was not the name of the third prince, who was recently exiled. Chin-jun says that this is exactly so, and he has just returned again. Initially, the emperor planned to quietly escort the previous owner of the body to the border. However, this picture was captured by all the residents of the capital, and one can say he was greatly disgraced. He then said that the corruption techniques used by Chin-jun had already caused a commotion in the capital, and the royal family had to take urgent action. He said that let people know that no one can break laws for personal gain. And at the same time, this will become a lesson for future generations. He is believed to have been eyeing Nian Yuxin, the daughter of General Nan Meng, who had a marriage contract with the original owner of the body. The girl's appearance is exquisite and beautiful, and her hair is like a waterfall. She has a slender body and is one of the most beautiful women in the Chanyu kingdom. And all it takes is for Qin Yu to marry Nan Yuxin and hold on to Nan Meng tightly. After this, the throne will immediately be in his hands. Now the rescued family welcomes the third prince. Qin Jun says that he still feels awkward and doesn't need these pleasantries. He asks why the family clan insulted the fifth prince. The head says that it is because of his thirst to take over his family's Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce in Chanyu Kingdom mainly collects goods from merchant families and individuals. Auctions of various sizes are organized. If you have connections, you can get a certain benefit. Some of them have industry, of course. There are many points in the capital, most of which belong to the main board. Qin Jun asks what the name of their family's Chamber of Commerce is. The head replies that it is called Yanbei. Qin Jun doesn't understand if she's not number one in the kingdom. After all, they say that no one knows her financial resources. Qin Jun asks, maybe Li, that's all. After all, their chamber is so rich. Can't they buy strong bodyguards? The head says that when they heard that, they had caused the wrath of the fifth prince, they all immediately ran away. And now all the cultivators in the world know that Qin Yu and the Ziguang sect are close, and he is practically recognized as the future emperor. He asks, who would dare to insult him? And those of them who are still alive? These are old, weak, and sick people? This terrible man sent guards to destroy and tear out their roots. The system launches an additional mission, subordinate to the Yanbei Chamber of Commerce. For completion, the owner will receive 4,000 experience points and will have a chance at a random lottery. Qin Jun understands that this system is like roundworms in his stomach. As soon as he thinks to himself, she already comes with a task. Qin Jun says that their Chamber of Commerce insulted the fifth prince, and now they will not be able to settle in the city. Qin Jun says that if they rely on him, then he and Qin Yu will each other. After all, the enemy of his enemy is his friend. The head of the family is grateful to his majesty. However, the man understands that the third prince, now he is in exile, and now that he is in the capital, the emperor will definitely find out about this and become furious, and their family will no longer be able to resist him. Qin Jun says, so that the head does not worry, this time Qin Jun has returned to clear his reputation, and after defeating this prince, he will definitely help their family. The head wants His Highness to live well. Qin Jun says that this is very good, and they will follow him to the capital. At this time, the fifth prince's palace. He sits at the table and reads a book. The fifth prince's name is Qin Yu. A servant runs up to him and addresses him. Qin Yu asks if the Yan family has already been destroyed. The man says that their clan was killed, and the head of the family fled and took the children with him. The subordinates sent the guards of the Bloody Blade on their trail, but they still have not returned. They assume that an accident could have happened to the guards. Qin Yu says that the head of this family does not have a power cultivation base. He doesn't understand. Could someone secretly help this family? Qin Yu says that the servant can go, and he will order people to track the location of the head of the family. And this man must wait for an order. The servant obeys the prince's orders. A few days later in the kingdom, Qin Jun, wearing a black cloak, returned again. Next, He needs to choose a suitable place and restore his name as the son of the emperor in front of all the inhabitants of the city. The head of the family turns to the master and says that in 9 days, a messenger from the kingdom of Kanglin will arrive. He asks when the time comes if Qinjun wants to watch. The main character is surprised that he will visit the capital. After all, if he does this, then the kingdom of Kanglin and Qianyue at first glance seem to be allies. But in fact, they are at war. And every 5 years, the two countries send ambassadors to each other for negotiations. They begin with a duel between masters, using a one-on-one system of 2 victories in 3 rounds. And after the end, the battle begins the discussion of state affairs. However, 5 years ago, the Qianyue kingdom sent envoys to the Kanglin kingdom and suffered great losses. This confrontation is a very good opportunity for the main character and his goals. During the duel, if Sudaji enters the battle for the sake of glorifying the country, and if Xiaohoan's head is added to this, then the cheap father of the emperor of the protagonist will definitely change his opinion about his son. And even if Qin Yu wants to create problems, he will not be able to do anything. Qin Jun says that he will be leaving, but the head of the Yan family need not worry, because before he leaves, the main character will settle his family. The head offers to stay at a hotel for a few days. Although this is not the best establishment in the capital, different people mix here, and the 5th principal will definitely want to grab them. But here they are in no danger. They enter this room and everyone turns their attention to Qin Jun. Unexpectedly to them, a man comes up and says that Sudaji is a beautiful girl, and it's a pity he doesn't know her name. But with just one wave of his hand, Qin Jun hits the man and tells him to leave. People don't understand what kind of strong gentleman he is. Apparently, there was a guest at the hotel who should not be disturbed. They see that this guy's maid is incredibly beautiful. And now, they won't dare touch this woman. Sudaji looks at the gentleman and says that he is incredibly impudent. The main character is already told that their room is ready and they can go and rest. When the guy has already entered his room, the system says that once a month there is an opportunity to summon gods and demons. She asks if the owner wants to choose a random call. Qin Jun tells the system to start now. The demon summoning begins. It is unknown what he will be like and what fighting abilities he will have. But Qin Jun sees that this time the demon has a mount, and this outline is already visible. The system congratulates the owner on winning the demon, and she says that the demon is on his way. This time, events take place inside the palace of the 5th prince in the name of Qin Yu. The servant came to the prince again and asks, "Are these people really staying in a hotel?" The servant says that this is how everything is, and he saw with his own eyes how these people entered this place. In principle, he understands that the furnishings of this hotel are too strong, and even he understands this a little. However, the father deliberately reminded his son that under no circumstances should the 5th prince interfere in the affairs of the hotel, and stood and the court of which even the emperor himself fears. Definitely not that easy. Therefore, the prince says that they should wait until these people come out, and then they need to be caught. In principle, I understand that the most important thing now is the duel between 2 states that will pass in 9 days. This time, the father emperor allowed his son to lead the team. Qin Yu understands that this is a very serious task, and he shouldn't be careless about it. The hero draws attention to the book that lies on the table. He understands that if he shows you well, then he will. Reputation will reach the top. But, on the other hand, he thinks about the fact that suddenly he will be overtaken by a total defeat. The next day, the main character from Sudaji had breakfast at the hotel. Qin Jun doesn't understand why the demon hasn't come yet, because he's been waiting for a very long time. Sudaji tells Mr. to treat food more strongly. Suddenly, they see a silhouette. The main character is glad that it was his demon who came. He does not understand what kind of demon was summoned this time. Perhaps this is a great sage, or the Jade Emperor. But at this moment, the main character notices that the 5th prince has arrived. Qin Jun is surprised to see Qin Yu in front of him. Qin Jun doesn't understand why Qin Yu came here. Is it really to find the head of the Yanmobea family? After all, there are a lot of people here, and he won't be able to detect the main character. He approaches Sudaji and takes her by the shoulder. The demon doesn't understand what's happening. The owner asks Sudaji to let him hide first. At this time, the 5th Prince Qin Yu approaches the owner of the inn and asks if a man named Yan Mobea is staying here as a guest. The hotel owner asks for forgiveness. The hotel has its own rules, for which personal information about visitors cannot be disclosed. He turns to the young master and is against the fifth prince leaving this place. There is a man behind the fifth prince, and he begins to get angry from two very strong auras. The innkeeper asks what the fifth prince means. After all, now the prince and this man are surrounded by hotel security guards. The owner asks, are these two really going to invade his hotel? But Chinyu tries to defuse the situation and says that the owner is just joking and there's nothing strange in this. The guy smiles, laughs, he waves his hand. The man who came with the prince thinks about what he is interested in. What is the history of this place? People are discussing how they haven't seen such a big showdown in a hotel for a long time. And even if this is the fifth prince, but he also has to tuck his tail between his legs and behave decently here, like the other visitors. But each of these people now must watch their words. At this time, two girls are sitting at the table. One of them is called Yu Feng Huang, and she is the abbess of Nanming. She says that this guy's cultivation is not bad, she can tell. What cultivation is brilliant? The girl is sorry that only this guy is a prince forever. Otherwise, she could take this guy with her to Nanming for good instruction. Suddenly, someone starts shouting that Guan Yu has arrived and he asks where his master is. When Qinjun saw this, he was simply shocked. After all, this summoned demon that Qinjun summoned turned out to be Guan Yu, and this is incredible luck. The system congratulates the owner for calling one of the four martials. This demon's combat abilities are Sacred Key, Martial Dao, Qianlong Spirit Sword, and Cleaving Sword. When the fifth prince saw this man, he felt an incredibly strong energy, and he understands that if he gets help from this man in the battle with Kanglin, he will certainly be able to win. Qin Yu greets the elder, but the elder tells the guy not to stand in his way. The prince is very upset by this behavior of the elder, but Guan Yu tells this guy to step aside. In this case, Qin Yu will not interfere with the elder's rest and will visit him another day. Qin Yu understands that now is not the right moment to win this stranger over to his side, and he better come back and be well prepared. And if he can subdue this elder, then no one will dare to stop him from ascending the throne. A girl turns to Miss Yu Feng Wang and says that this man is not at all restrained and very arrogant. If he releases all his power, the girl is afraid that the Loya Hotel will be wiped off the face of the earth. After all, he is so strong. Yu Feng Huang says that maybe this person's strength is immeasurable. She doesn't understand where the elder is going. But at this moment, Guan Yu is approaching Qinjun. He bows to the guy and all the visitors are simply surprised by what is happening. Qinjun is happy that Guan Yu has finally arrived. The owner says that the demon made him wait for a long time, and the subordinate was late. Guan Yu asks not to blame him for this, and he admits his guilt. The guests don't understand. Is this big guy really the servant of this young master? They don't understand who this guy is. Is he really a prince too? Yu Feng Wang does not believe that such a young man already has the 6th level of foundation laying. After all, this is simply outrageous for her. At this time, Qinjun tries to raise the demon from his knees and says that he will not punish him. He asks the demon to rise faster. Sudaji watches this from the side and understands that this demon, indeed, the owner by birth is Hua. Qinjun tells the elder to come and sit down, and Qinjun will introduce him. Qinjun says that this is Marshal Guan Yu. At the same time, Guan Yu is very happy to meet you. Qinjun says that this beautiful girl's name is Su Daji. She's from the same world as Guan Yu. And next to him stands a growling dog. And don't underestimate him. Qinjun asks the hotel servant to set the table and bring him all the most delicious dishes that are available. The innkeeper says that it is a great honor for them to welcome such a strong man, and he announces that for those who dine here, everything will be free as a sign of respect for the elder. And the young master, Qinjun says that the owner is incredibly generous and he will be friends with such people. Qinjun and his demons sat down at the table. Suddenly, a man approaches them and wants to ask the name of the young master. Qinjun replies that he can simply be called Master. The girl who came with Mrs. Yu Feng Huang thinks about how handsome the guy is. Yu Feng Huang understands that she must definitely attract this guy to join the teaching in Nanming. After all, with such a genius, her sect will flourish for 1,000 years. News of what happened in the hotel quickly spread throughout the capital, and many people learned that Guan Yu was a subordinate, young master Qinjun, whose name quickly spread among cultivators. Night of the next day, inside the Qin Yu Palace. The gentleman sits at the table with a gloomy face, and in front of him stands a man in black clothes and a mask. Chinyu asks if the origin of that young man has been revealed. The masked master replies that this guy, it's as if he appeared out of nowhere, and the city guards don't know anything about him either. The guy gives the prince a scroll with a drawing of the young master's face, and it was drawn by a visitor to the hotel that day. Chin Yu looks at this and doesn't understand how he can see anything here. He starts to get angry and tells them to keep looking for information about this guy. And no matter what, it becomes necessary to win over that strong elder who is subordinate to him, on their side. Otherwise, they will definitely lose the duel this time. The man in black listens and does what the young prince tells him. The next day, a girl came to the Luoya Hotel and started knocking on the door with her foot. She calls Mr. Chinjun and asks where he is. She orders to find this guy and show her. At this time, young Master Chinjun is in his room and he was sleeping. The guy doesn't understand who could need him so early because he still wants to sleep. The girl demands that the gentleman be called for her because she wants to meet him. When Chinjun leaves his room, he sees that a girl named Guan Yu is standing there. Main character. She doesn't understand how this girl ended up in this place. After all, this woman was previously very dissatisfied with her engagement to the original owner of the body. And besides, it seems to the main character that he had come up with a plan to strike back. Chinjun understands that it is impossible for this girl to discover him and reveal his identity. At this moment, Su Daji comes out to the main character. Chinjun turns to the demon and says that he needs help from Su Daji. At this time, the hotel owner tells the girl not to create problems for him. But Nan Yuxin continues to ask to be told Mr. Chinjun's room number, and she will find him herself. At this time, Chinjun appears in front of her and asks why she's looking for him. But Nan Yuxin is surprised and asks if this is Mr. Chinjun. The guy came out with a white mask on his face, where only his eyes were visible. Nan Yuxin says that she wants to compete with the master. The girl uses her aura and waves her hand in front of the guy's face. But Chinjun manages to dodge, and Nan Yuxin is surprised at how fast the guy is. Chinjun is angry that the girl didn't really say hello to him and immediately started fighting. He asks if this is too rude. Gwenny wants to punch the guy. She asks, didn't she say that before? She asks Chinjun to fight her, and they will see who is stronger. She wants to hit the guy, but Chinjun deflects the girl's blow with his hand. The next moment, the guy is already wrapping the girl's hands behind her back. Guanyu begins to cry and scream that she is in pain and admits defeat. The girl begins to cry and asks to be let go. Chinjun lets go of the girl's hands and says that she simply overestimated her capabilities. Nan Yuxin didn't expect her opponent to be so strong. Now it's no surprise to her that Chinjun was able to subjugate those masters whom even the fifth prince, Qin Yu, could not defeat. Nan Yuxin believed that Mr. Chinjun was exaggerating his strength. The main character thanks for the praise. However, Nan Yuxin is located in the Luoyi Hotel. The main character asks the girl not to behave this way and not make a mess in this place. The main character turns around and leaves, but Nan Yuxin runs after them and asks when we started making a mess. Chinjun asks my lady to behave with dignity. The guy doesn't listen to her and goes back to his room. Nan Yuxin gets angry and says that she will come again to find the young master. The girl turns around and leaves. The innkeeper is surprised that the gentleman is so calm and generous towards this cocky Princess Guan Yu. And if in the place of the young master if it had been anyone else, the girl would have been wiped off the face of the earth long ago. Following such a cultivator, a person who does this will definitely not be lost. Chinjun comes back to your room and Sudaji is already waiting for him. The guy's happy that Nan Yuxin didn't recognize him. To the gentleman and asks if the guy can return her clothes already, because the girl is sitting on a chair almost naked. Interesting thoughts creep into the main character and he asks if he can help the girl. But Sudaji says in a rude voice that Chinjun should go out. Now the main character is standing behind the doors, and Sudaji closed them right in front of the guy's face. The dog says that he is very sorry, and it seems the gentleman has lost his way. Chinjun says that the dog does not understand anything, and a man who does not succumb to the charms of this beautiful girl, Sudaji, then he is not a man. Late at night, Chinjun sits in his room and receives an alert from the system. The system says that the additional mission to subordinate the Chamber of Commerce has been completed, and 4,000 experience points and a chance for a random lottery have been received. Chinjun says that apparently only now Yanbei has truly obeyed him. The owner asks the system to launch the lottery, and she launches a random lottery. She congratulates the owner on winning the Silver Dragon Soul Punisher Spear. which was produced on a journey to the west in the palace of the East Chinese Sea Dragon. Qinjun is happy that he finally saw a cool name, but he doesn't understand whether there was such a long spear there. Palace of the East China Sea Dragon. On a journey, the west contains countless sacred arsenals, and even Sun Wukong got his staff with golden hoops from there. The Soul Punisher Spear of the Silver Dragon is far from being the best attribute. However, it is also in the Tianping rank, the weight of which reaches large volumes. Qinjun wants to watch it and picks it up. After the guy took it, he felt how heavy the spear was. He asked the system to put the spear back, but she doesn't have time to do anything as the spear falls through the floor and Qinjun falls behind it. When Paul fails, the guy falls into a huge vat of water. He doesn't understand what it is because it's soft for him. There was a girl sitting there. She asks if the gentleman has already touched enough. Yu Feng Huang. I didn't expect that the man who calls himself Mr. Qinjun is actually such a lover of women. Qinjun jumps out of the water and says that this is a misunderstanding, and a simple misunderstanding. After all, the floor collapsed. He turns to the girl and says that he honestly did not do this on purpose. The girl gets up from the water and tells Qinjun to turn away and stand with his back to her and not look when she gets dressed. When the girl got out of the water and got dressed, she said that the guy could turn to her. Qinjun apologizes again and says that he didn't do it on purpose, and he is already about to leave. The girl asks, has Mr. Qinjun really looked at her completely and is now leaving so easily? Qinjun then suggests that he strip naked, and the girl looked at him in response, but the girl replies that this is not worth doing. And if the guy is really sorry, then he can join her Nanming sect. The main character does not understand what we are talking about, but Yu Feng Huang says that the sect is the most powerful organization, and no one will be able to find a more powerful sect. And all 12 of their elders are Hua Shu cultivators. She tells Qinjun to join her sect, because a talent like this guy will definitely surpass the Chanyue kingdom in the future. Qinjun says that this proposal took him by surprise. However, he is forced to refuse. After all, Qinjun is already a representative of a sect of which they are in no way inferior to the girls' sect, so he can only evaluate the girls' work. The main character said this as a joke. He wondered what the point was in joining any organizations if he had a mythological system. Yu Fenghuang does not understand what kind of sect this is, which is not inferior to her sect. She doesn't understand. Is this the Yuhutan sect or the Baihutan sect? The girl decides that she needs to send people immediately to find out all the information about this gentleman. Yu Fenghuang says that in this case, she will no longer insist. But since they just don't know each other, so the girl proposes, become friends. After all, no matter what sect this guy is the leader of. After all, the power of Nanming can only be resisted by people from no man's land. She'll make friends. With the young master in any case, this will not make the situation worse. Qinjun agrees. Yu Fenghuang thanks the guy and tells Qinjun to just leave quickly. After all, there is a lonely man and woman, and if someone sees them, there may be problems. But Qinjun approaches the girl, and Nastya asks if the guy really has anything else to do with her. But the guy looks at the hole in the ceiling, and it seems to him that from this place he will be closer to the room. The guy jumps off and flies straight up to the hole in the room. He lands on the floor of his room, and the guy sees her in front of him. The dog asks, did the gentleman really see this? But Qinjun hits his dog in a friendly manner and says that it's none of his dog's business. He tells the growling dog to hurry up and call someone to fix the hole, and they will continue cultivating. The dog leaves, and Qinjun understands that he can't just pull him out. This is the silver dragon spear, and he should wait until it is fully restored, and then he will try to train again. The next day at the hotel, they are already talking, that the Kanglin ambassador had already arrived in the city and had already managed to intimidate Taishi Gusigu. Qinjun says that this country is very arrogant, and they probably already have support. He asks whether it is possible to find out how strong the opponent who will participate in the duel is. The head of the Yan family replies that people say that the kingdom sent 3 cultivators at the level of transformation in their own state. There is only one such person, and this is a general named Nan Menon. And if the information is true, then they may lose this duel. Qinjun says that 3 reincarnation-level cultivators are not surprising, and apparently he planned everything too early. After all, in a duel between 2 states, it wouldn't hurt to make Demon Sudaji and the others public. And also, the main character is already ready to open her eyes to her father. Suddenly, he announces that the 5th Prince Qinyu has arrived. The head of the family, approaches the dog and asks his brother to block him so that they won't see him. Qin understands that this means that Qin Yu will appear soon, and he asks Sudaji to lend him a handkerchief. When the fifth prince Qin Yu entered, he was met by the owner of the inn and asked why the prince had come this time. The prince turns to Elder Guan Yu and says that war between the two states is inevitable, and he hopes that Qianbei will help him in this battle. Qin Yu understands that it is enough for Guan Yu to follow him, and the fifth prince will also benefit from his achievements and exploits. After all, the entire state will know that Guan Yu is his man. Guan Yu apologizes, but he is not interested. The fifth prince turns to the main character and asks whether this guy is Mr. Qin. Qin says that this is exactly him. He asks what he owes to this prince. Qin Yu hopes that Mr. Qin can help for the kingdom. Qin asks if he can definitely help for the sake of the kingdom or for the sake of the fifth prince himself. The prince's guards say that Qin spoke very boldly. He asks how the guy dared to talk to Prince Qin Yu like that. After all, today Mr. Qin will certainly be imprisoned in the heavenly prison. But Qin sends the guy out the door with just one wave of his hand. The main character says that it's too noisy for him, and that's why the guy should go out. The rest of the guards are surprised by such incredible impudence. They were already reaching out with their own weapons to fight. The demons that belong to the main character are also preparing for battle. Qin Yu asks, what are they going to do? Do they really dare beat up the prince? Qin Yu says that whether they believe it or not, he will punish them for their insolence. Guan Yu waves his spear and tells them to leave. It comes from a spear. There is a lot of magical energy. So the fifth principal flies to the side. Sudaji says that the prince really overestimated his strength. Qin gives the girl a plate and says that they will not ruin their mood for others. He offers to drink wine and tell them the history of the kingdom. Qin Yu starts screaming, and they ask whether, at the time of a national catastrophe, they will simply continue to sit and drink. He asks, what is the use of cultivation then? Qin Yu believes that Qin he's not worthy to call himself a hero, because he is an inhuman and insensitive coward. Qin asks, is it really for the sake of the country that he must become the pawn of the fifth prince? He asks whether Qin Yu is the emperor. Guan Yu starts screaming and says that he is giving the fifth prince and his army 5 seconds to do so that they leave this place. The fifth principal got scared and he and his guards left. Qin says that Guan Yu is great because these guys got scared and ran away. Sudaji says that Master Guan Yu is really cool, and this is the first person with the strongest energy she had ever seen. Qin suggests continuing to eat and drink, and you shouldn't pay attention to such a clown as this fifth prince. At this time, Yu Fenghuang is watching everything that happens from the balcony. The girl asks the lady what Yu Fenghuang is thinking about. The lady replies that she is concerned about one question. She's interested in who's worth it, behind Mr. Qin. But the girl tells us not to think too much about it. After all, their task is to educate the unit and not to poach talent. And Mr. Qin is not even on the list. She asks if this guy can be compared with a mistress. Yu Fenghuang replies that in the future, Qin will definitely get there and become famous throughout the world. She is sure of it. As the date for the battle between the two kingdoms approached, cultivators from various sects continued to arrive in the capital. On the day of the duel, Xuanling finally arrived at the meeting place. Xuanling's sect is already in place. Chang Chenqian arrived in the morning, and the only thing missing is the genius of this sect, Zhuo Junjie. People haven't seen them yet. Even the cultivators from Kanglan are already here. At this time, the main character and his demons stand among a crowd of people in black cloaks so that no one recognizes them. Qin is upset that he is too late, and there are already too many people. Apparently, the main character is already late. Qin turns to Sudaji and tells the girl to come into his arms. After all, she should be careful so that others do not pester her. At this time, he announces that the emperor has arrived. A lot of people have already gathered and are watching everything that is happening. Greetings, His Majesty the Emperor. The emperor tells everyone to get off their knees. The bells begin to ring, and the duel between the two kingdoms was open. Qin thinks that it's very good that they still managed to do it, and apparently all the people of the city gathered here. After all, there are a lot of people. Meanwhile, 2 guys are already fighting. One guy has already won, and he says that he never expected that the people from the Kanyue kingdom would be so weak. After all, the hand slipped carelessly, and the guy is to blame himself. After all, they let him win. The judge says that this guy from Kanglin is too arrogant and lets someone step up and teach him a lesson. Bai Yu Fen was unable to resist him and fell prone. The presenter says that the kingdom is in danger, and he announces that in the first battle, the kingdom of Kanglin is victorious. He asks to send the participants to the second round. At this time, General Nan Menon says that he will go to the ring. At this time, his opponent will be a man named Jen Hun. People are shouting for General Nan Menon to teach this Jen Hun guy a lesson. With the general, they can be calm. After all, Nan Menon is invincible. Qin Jun asks Master Guan Yu which of these two will win. But Guan Yu replies that these two are equal. Qin Jun understands that in this case, in terms of combat capabilities, the Kanglin kingdom has gone far ahead. The main character understands that this business is going very badly. Jen Hun says that he has long dreamed of fighting General Nan Menon, and he hopes that the general will not let him down, to which the general replies that compared to their main three sects, their sect is much inferior, and at least they won't fight. The two begin to use their aura to fight. General Nan Menon summons his sword and begins to attack. Jen Hun gets his first hit, and he says that Nan Menon is as strong as they say. But Nan Menon starts to get angry and tells Jen Hun to stop talking. After all, they are having a fight now. Nan Menon swings his sword again and Jen Hun dodges the blow. Even if he loses, Nan Menon will have to pay dearly for it. Suddenly, demonic golden bullets start flying, and they begin to explode, raising smoke. Qin Jun is angry that this is a very dirty trick. People who are watching the fight are also outraged. They don't understand how one can talk about military honor while taking advantage of such vile techniques. Qin Jun doesn't understand how he dares to enter the arena, even if Nan Menon lost in this battle. At this time, the general's daughter was also watching both of them, and she was very worried about her father. People see that this time, their Qianyue kingdom has lost. They say that they are annoyed. These people in the Kanglin kingdom acted too treacherously. But at this moment, General Nan Menon pushes Jen Hun's head with his hand and says that he never loses. Nan Menon slams Jen Hun's face into the ground, and the host announces that the second round is over, and victory belongs to General Nan Menon. All people begin to rejoice that their kingdom has won. The emperor is happy because, as expected from his favorite, he won. Two guys discussing. That General Nan Menon is really fierce, and one of the guys was really right. The presenter says that the third round will now begin, and he asks to send the participants to the battlefield. One guy enters the arena and asks who has the courage to fight him. The fifth prince sees that the reincarnation level cultivator has come out again. He doesn't understand if they have equal strength to this guy. He asks if General Nan Menon is still able to fight. The guy in the arena asks whether no one will dare to go against him. He asks if they don't have any more brave souls. Suddenly, a guy turns to him and asks, does this pathetic clown dare to shout in his kingdom? Qin Jun tells this guy to be careful with his words. The guy saw that Qin Jun and two other people were standing in front of him. He asked who they were and how they dared to interfere in the duel of the two kingdoms. Qin Jun takes off his robe and says that he is the third prince of the Shanyu kingdom, and if he does not have the right to this, then their prince should also get out of this place. Fifth Prince Qin Yu begins to get angry and asks why this person is here. People are surprised because Qin Jun was expelled. They see that the third prince is Mr. Qin Jun, and they drank with him. They don't understand how this could happen. Qin Jun turns to his father and says that if no one wants to fight, then he asks how about sending him to the ring. The emperor allows it. He says that his son is arrogant. However, he asks how his kingdom dared to risk their lives. The guy in the arena asks what Qin Jun means. Qin Jun says that if the guy can defeat his subordinates, he will publicly commit suicide. He asks if the guy agrees to this. The guy doesn't really understand how this is. After all, if he can kill the prince of the Qianyu kingdom, then this will not be a wasted journey for him. And the guy naturally agrees. Qin Jun says, then they can start. The guy says that Qin Jun will die today. People say that Zhao Beilong is even more powerful than General Nan Menon. They don't understand whether these subordinates will be able to defeat the guy. They are sorry that the third prince cannot escape death today. General Nan Menon's daughter sees that this guy is putting himself at such risk. She sees that today, this guy's lifeline will end, and she is very sorry. But Marshal Guan Yu enters the battlefield and is ready for battle. But the guy with whom he will fight does not understand why such a strong opponent slept in front of him. The emperor calls his son Qin Yu. The fifth principal turns to the father and says that this is the person he did not want to recommend to his father a few days ago. After all, Qin Jun was staying at the hotel, but he was picked up by Mr. Qinjun. Qinyu understands that this is not surprising, that Qinjun insulted him. Guan Yu sees that this is the same man from the hotel. He turned out to be the third prince. She doesn't understand why Qinjun did this. The emperor asks, "Is it really Mr.?" Lately, Qinjun has been causing everyone concern. This is very interesting to him, and from the looks of it, this man will really be able to win. Guan Yu stands opposite his enemy. The marshal says that with just one wave, he will take the guy's dog's life. But in response, the guy starts laughing and says that this is the funniest joke he has ever heard. Guan Yu gets angry and says that the guy doesn't deserve to live. The guy pounces on the demon marshal and engages in battle with him. The guy takes out a huge mace. All the spectators are surprised by what is happening. But the guy was amazed, and with just one swing of Guan Yu, he destroyed this guy. The emperor is surprised that the guy was destroyed. After all, this guy is equal to him in the village. No one understands how this is possible. But Guan Yu is happy that victory is his. The host says that in the duel between the two countries, the Qianyue kingdom was victorious. He says that this is a good job. People are happy that this guy was able to defeat the commander-in-chief of the Kanglin kingdom. They are happy that they finally won. Qinjun asks everyone to remain quiet, and he says that he has something to say. After all, everyone knows that he was betrayed and kicked out of the kingdom. Qinjun will not say who exactly did it, but he did not return empty-handed. Unexpectedly for everyone, the guy takes out a death's head and says that this is the head of General Xiao Huan. This fierce name is well known to everyone in the city, and even numerous arrests of Nan Manan. They were not successful, but only the third prince was able to deal with him. People understand that it is too powerful. Qinjun turns to his father, and he doesn't know if this is merit. Smooth out his unfair accusation. The emperor says that naturally he announces that the third prince Qinjun has fully redeemed himself and is now restored to his former position. Moreover, thanks to his subordinate kingdom, Qianyue won the duel. Therefore, he will be given the title of number 1 of the principality. Due to his amazing performance in the duel between the two countries, Guan Yu will be promoted to third-rank general. The emperor gives the opportunity to decide on a specific position independently. Qinjun is incredibly grateful to his father, the emperor, for presenting the award. The emperor announces that the duel is over, and he tells everyone to prepare to return to the palace. The emperor says that Qinjun, together with Guan Yu, made a great contribution to this battle, and from now on Qinjun is allowed to participate in the upcoming negotiations between the countries. He told his son to take his subordinates with him to explore the opposite palace. Qinjun listens to all his father's orders. The system notifies that a secondary mission has been launched. After all, the owner showed himself superbly in the negotiations between the two kingdoms and earned the praise of the emperor. Received for successful completion of the task. Reward of 5,000 experience points. For the main character, this is unexpected, and it seems that this father has great hopes for his son. At this time, the imperial court is the palace of the kingdom. The fifth principal is standing there. Qinjun approaches him and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and he really missed his younger brother. Qinjun thinks about how much he wants to kill this brother, but the reward is so big, and he is very sorry. Qinyu asks Qinjun to let him go. The main character apologizes, and he says that he forgot that the fifth brother is only in key training and is not able to withstand laying the foundation of the main character. Qinyu replies that he also missed his older brother. He doesn't understand how this guy's cultivation level increased so quickly. Qinjun says that a month has passed and his brother is still as stupid. Qinyu understands that he must endure this. This time, the emperor is already setting. He sits down at the table and tells Qinjun to come and sit next to him, and Qinyu can also sit down next to you. Everyone sat down at the table, and the emperor announced that negotiations between the two kingdoms had already begun. To promote their union, he proposes to first discuss ownership of Yugen. This city belongs to Qianyue since the time of Taizu, and now he is naturally under the rule of another kingdom. But the guy from the neighboring kingdom says that it won't work, because Yugen is the most important link between the two kingdoms, and if their country doesn't guard him well, this will bring big problems for them too. Qinjun says that the city should be protected by whoever is more powerful, and all the strongest generals of their country are already dead. He asks if he will go to guard this city. One of the elders says that Xiao Beilong is already dead, but that's what he is there for. Qinjun asks if he can do it, but the man doesn't understand why he might not succeed. The emperor replies that, in his opinion, General Guan Yu is the most suitable person to guard this place. The future heir of a neighboring kingdom, I think this means that when he comes to the throne, he will definitely conquer the neighboring kingdom. The system launches additional missions. She tells the master to begin the process of becoming an emperor. Details of the task. The owner must conquer the imperial throne without dying before the end of the mission. Due to successful execution, he will receive 100,000 experience points and a chance at a random lottery. Qin Jun is surprised that the guy has a lot of hatred towards him, that he instigated a task with such a generous reward. The emperor asks someone to raise the fifth prince, and he also says that everyone can leave. The main character avoids the emperor's father and says that he will do everything. After the duel between the two kingdoms, the names of Qin Jun and Guan Yu spread throughout the kingdom. And even 1,000 miles away in Qingtan City, the Xuanling sect recognized the glorious name of the third prince. Qin Jun has become not only the most popular personality in the capital, but also the dream man among many women. This is the house where Guan Yu lives. He is angry that the guards allowed Qin Jun to return alive. He calls them a bunch, garbage and worthless people. The guy turns to An Xiao and says, to order several killers for this guy. After all, Qin Yu wants to kill Qin Jun. The man with a scar on his face turns to the master, and he offers to temporarily restrain himself from fighting Qin Jun. After all, now the third prince has achieved great success, and at the moment it is unreasonable. We'll confront him. In addition, he wants the fifth prince not to forget that the emperor distributed Guan Yu to Yugen City. How will Qin Jun remain without a patron? And Qin Yu will be able to play with him to his heart's content. In addition, in a month, there will be a military meeting organized by the Nanzhuo dynasty. And the first 100 will be able to enter all the great sects of the reigning dynasty. He turns to His Majesty and says that Qin Yu should start preparing for this meeting now. The fifth principal understands that a man is right, but he can't leave everything to chance. After all, it is necessary, if not to kill Qin Jun, then at least to teach him a lesson. Qin Yu understood everything that the man said, and he says that Qin Yu can go. The fifth principal understands. What he shares with Qin Jun is both his position and good name. At this time in the hotel, the main character is running away from a crowd of girls. They say they adore him and he is very handsome. The girls ask the prince not to run away, but Qin Jun shouts that the girls should not come near him. The main character runs behind the door and closes them. He says that the women of the kingdom are very friendly. Tu notices that the gentleman is very popular. The main character runs up to Sudaji and says that it doesn't matter, because for him, Sudaji remains his most beloved. The main character takes the girl by the hand and tells her to go with him. The main character will take the girl to one place, and he will show what a great treasure he has received. Sudaji does not understand what kind of treasure we are talking about. They go outside and the guy shows the girl his spear. Sudaji is surprised that in front of her is a Tianping-level magic weapon. This long spear is very unusual. She asks, is this the same treasure that the gentleman spoke about? Qin Jun says that this is exactly it, and now he will try to raise it. The duel between the two kingdoms was over, and even with the protection of Sudaji, Guan Yu and the snarling dog, the protagonist still needs to strengthen his own strength, and so he needs to master this magical weapon as soon as possible. The silver dragon soul destroying pistol does not weigh very much, and first you should pull it out, swing it a couple of times, get familiar with the weight, and then start training. Qin Jun tries to lift his spear but fails, but suddenly the guy gathers his strength and rises. Well, it's incredibly heavy and it weighs the guy back. The main character almost falls to the ground. Sudaji starts laughing and asks the gentleman, why don't she teach him the correct breathing method? After all, it will strengthen the owner's physical strength during the training process. But suddenly, a sharp blade begins to fly towards the guy. Sudaji fights him off and Qin Jun doesn't understand who did it, but a silhouette is visible from behind. He says that he is an assassin who was ordered to kill the third prince. Qin Jun says this guy should die. After all, he dared to attack the third prince Qin Jun. The killer attacks again and says that this is very arrogant. He wants Qin Jun to go to hell. Sudaji calls this guy vile, and she is ready to kill him. But the main character stops the girl and wants Sudaji to let him do it. The guy from above begins to fly at the main character, but Qin Jun raises his spear and parries the blow. It's a complete mess. Qin Jun hits the enemy with his spear, and the spear falls with its full weight on the killer. Qin Jun laughs at how pathetic the guy is. After all, he was crushed by a spear. Now the main character approaches the killer and asks who sent him to kill. The guy refuses to tell everything to the young master. Chin-jun says that in this case the guy will die if he doesn't tell. The main character takes out his gun and is ready to kill the guy. The system tells the owner to kill the spawn cultivator again and receive 956 experience points. Chin-jun asks Sudaji if the girl will be able to get rid of the corpse. Sudaji certainly can. The main character killed this guy and received his experience points. The girl approached and burned the body with her aura. Chin-jun rejoices and understands that now, no one will interfere with him anymore. He invites the girl to continue the breathing method that Sudaji told him about. The demoness says that this method, the breath is called Xiantian, and now she will teach the owner its formula. Internal composure is a self-propelling force. The guy understands that it really works. They decide to continue. Suddenly, a girl attacks the guy and calls him a thief of women's hearts. The girl says that Chin-jun will answer for everything. The girl runs at the guy with the ball and is ready to kill him. The guy's very yellow. He doesn't understand what the girl means. She wants this gentleman to die. Chin-jun doesn't understand. Does this girl really think that he will allow himself to be insulted? But suddenly Yu Fenghuang becomes the girl between the guys. She calls this disgrace and stops the girl. The girl says that Chin-jun molested her last night. To the lady, such a walking guy must definitely be killed. Chin-jun turns to Sudaji and says that this is all not true, and he only accidentally fell for this girl. Besides, they had nothing, and Chin-jun saw nothing. And girls can even call him a murderer. But he is by no means a libertine. After all, he had never even held a girl's hand, let alone anything else. Yu Fenghuang. She asked for forgiveness for her rash words, and she came to say goodbye to the guy because she already needs to leave. Chin-jun does not understand what is happening and why the girl's leaving. Yu Fenghuang leans over to the guy and says that, in truth, His Highness was the first person to burst into her room like that, and at first she wanted to kill him. However, then she changed her mind. She doesn't understand. Was the girl really that angry? Yu Fenghuang. He asks permission to ask the young master. She is interested in whether Chin-jun will participate in the Neonjo military meeting. Chin-jun doesn't understand what this is, and first he needs to calm the girl down. Chin-jun says that if Yu Fenghuang wants him to be there, then so be it. Yu Fenghuang says that if she doesn't meet His Highness there at the military meeting, she will immediately come for his head. Chin-jun puts his hand on his heart and tells Yu Fenghuang not to worry, because if the sky doesn't fall, he will definitely be there. Sudaji calls it oily lips and slippery tongue. Yu Fenghuang turns around and leaves. She says that you will wait for the young master, and they are already leaving. She really wants to see His Majesty at the meeting. The system activates a secondary mission. She says that the owner must prove himself at the Neonjo military meeting, and for this, he will receive 5,000 experience points and a chance to summon God, or a demon and a chance to win a random lottery. If this task fails, the owner will be expelled by all sects. The main character is surprised by such a generous reward for the task, and apparently this military meeting will be a bit difficult. The guy needs to find time and make inquiries. And now he decides to do his own thing, and he needs to train and get up even stronger. The next morning, the roosters began to crow. Chin-jun, who did not sleep all night and trained all the time, understands that he has had enough. Sudaji says that the gentleman is very weak. Suddenly, Chin-jun hears himself being addressed and called His Highness and the third prince. The guy finally waited for the gentleman. Chin-jun sees the manager in front of him and asks, how did he end up here? The manager turns to the young master and says that His Highness has asked to return Chin-jun back to the imperial palace for further residence there. After all, how can the third prince be in a hotel? Chin-jun now understands what's going on, and then he asks if he can take his subordinates with him. After all, when the palace will be equipped for him, he will take them. Chin-jun understands that Chin-yu has not yet made up his mind, and Yan Mo-bei and others must be protected. Otherwise, I will inevitably die. The manager says, which is, of course, and as long as they are under the control of the young master, in which case the young protagonist is grateful. After some time, Chin-jun announces that they are going to the imperial palace. They head to the Tianzhen Hall and are greeted by the emperor. Chin-jun is surprised to see his father there. The emperor says that if he looks closely, and I myself would believe that this guy is Chin-jun. Suddenly, the main character's sword flies. Who wants to hit him? Chin-jun doesn't understand. Is this really a magic weapon? He does not understand. Who in the imperial palace dared to attack him? After all, did the emperor really understand that he was not the original owner of the body? The main character is interested in what if the emperor has bad intentions. Qinjun takes over and turns to his cameraman. He asks what his father means. Well, the father grins and says that he just wanted to check on his son. He tells Qinjun not to worry. After all, he had no malicious intent. At this moment, the operator tells Sen Dudline to leave. A guy appears in front of the main character and dodges him. He asks forgiveness for these insults from His Majesty the Third Prince. This is the commander-in-chief of the guard named Sen Dudline. The emperor tells Sen Dudline to come out first, and later he will give him 2 artifacts. Sen Dudline leaves, and the main character turns to his father. The emperor approaches his son, puts his hand on his shoulder, and says that Qinjun has proven his strength. Holding a future celebration in the city and the father can convey peace of mind. Into the hands of your third son. Qinjun doesn't understand what it is. But the emperor says that from time to time a banquet is held in the capital at which talented cultivators are invited from all over the country. And this time, before this event, a duel between the 2 countries took place. And so, they organized everything together. Qinjun now understands what's going on. It's time to celebrate. He will be able to cause hatred and activate a secondary mission. He doesn't understand, isn't this wonderful? Qinjun is incredibly happy that now he will have a secondary mission completed and he will receive his reward. The guy even starts dancing with pleasure. The emperor turns to his son and says that all the young princes previously sent by the royal family were only spectators. So he hopes that this time Qinjun's son can change it and achieve something. Qinjun says that the father emperor should not worry, and Qinjun will definitely be able to do it. The emperor says that this is very good, and in addition, the son proved himself very well in negotiations, and therefore allows hundreds of imperial guards to be requisitioned as subordinates. Qinjun understands that if his memory serves him right, the guard is under the leadership of Qin Yu. The guy is surprised that his father allocates a whole 100. The system says that the secondary mission, it was completed and the owner showed himself superbly in the negotiations and received the approval of the emperor. For this, the young master receives 5,000 experience points. From this, the guy goes to the 7th level of the deposit again. The system congratulates the owner on breaking through to the 7th level of the deposit again, because now the guy has enough experience points. The emperor's father is interested in why his son had such a breakthrough. The system says that an additional mission has been activated, and the details of the task are the emperor's great expectations. Strange. The system wants Qinjun to surpass all the geniuses at the celebration, and for this, he will receive 3,000 experience points. Qinjun doesn't understand. Does he really need to defeat all the geniuses? And now he definitely likes this task because it's not so difficult. The emperor sees that in just 1 month, Qinjun has reached the 7th foundation level from training his strength. This is a terrifying cultivation speed. He is very surprised, and maybe Qinjun can speak for the Chanyue kingdom at the Nianzhou military meeting. At this time, the main character does not understand why his father, the emperor, always looks at him so strangely. He suspects that his father might have noticed something. But the emperor thinks about what he and his son will discuss. Later, his thoughts. The emperor says that now Qinjun can go and the celebration will take place. Exactly in a week. After its completion, Guan Yu may head to his designated city and begin his duties. Now, Qinjun can start selecting hundreds of imperial guards, and Shen Yan will definitely lead the guy through. Qinjun thanks the emperor's father for such a welcome. Qinjun leaves and the father thinks about what a rude son his son is. But in any case, he will not last long and a crown prince must be appointed immediately. And the emperor cannot allow the family to be destroyed by his own hands. Qinjun is far from the worst candidate for the role of crown prince. The main character goes to the royal military camp and greets the third prince, an official. The official says that the guy should do without any pleasantries, and His Majesty rewarded the third prince with 100 palace guards and ordered the official to show the way to the third principal. The guy lets them through and says, "It's no problem." They go inside, and the guard will take them to where their guards are. Qinjun is amazed that he sees how the guards of their kingdom are training. The main character thinks that one day he will create an even stronger army. There, the main character is met by the 5th prince, and he asks why the 3rd brother came to him. Qinjun suspects that Qinyu has his own spies in the palace, and the speed of news spread is simply incredible. But Qinjun asks his brother what he means. and Qinjun did not come to him. After all, the military camp belongs to the king, and Qinyu should not forget about it. He is the fifth prince and wants to create a boom. But the guard and the official are simply perplexed by the way Qinjun talks. They don't understand how you can talk to the prince like that. Qinyu asks, "How dare Qinjun?" After all, his words defiled the prince 5 years later. Qinjun says that there is no problem in this, and he says that the strongest weaving should come to him, and he will take them. Qinyu replies that he is afraid this does not comply with the rules, and although his father gave his permission, Qinjun cannot choose them at will. And moreover, Qinyu asks how the 100 most, the strongest, can become Qinjun's subordinates. Isn't protecting him the biggest responsibility? He wants Qinyu to notice, because he is the only crowned son of the emperor. Suddenly, a man approaches them and says that even though Qinjun is the third prince, he shouldn't behave so unceremoniously because they are palace guards and direct subordinates. His Majesty Qinjun asks the guy who he is. Qinyu says that this guy is a military instructor, and his name is Zhou Litong, and all the local security is located directly under the supervision of Zhou Litong. Qinjun understood everything, and this means that the emperor allowed. He can choose people, but the military instructor doesn't allow him. Then the main character will immediately go to his father and tell him to cancel his order. Qinjun is already turning around and wants to leave, but officials and a security guard try to stop him. The official tells the third prince not to rush, and they tell him that he should choose other people. The guard says that the guy can take at least 200 people. Qinyu understands that this matter is going badly, and it is impossible for Qinjun to go to his father. Qinjun turns to the official and says that he can help him notify his father about what happened. The main character says that he and his brother should not be blessed. The official asks what will happen to Qinjun in this situation. The main character replies that he will probably go to the palace to train. The main character turns around and leaves, but Qinyu starts screaming and telling Qinjun to stop. After all, this is not good, and you need to immediately find the emperor. Qinyu should put all the responsibility on this guy, and his father can't blame him. At this time, inside the temple, an official came to the emperor, and the emperor indicated that he no longer needed security. The official says that the third prince has his own thoughts, and he has no idea about them. Suddenly, they announce that His Highness wants to visit the fifth prince. The emperor tells the guy to come in. Frightened, Qinyu flies to the emperor and asks his father if Qinjun has already told the whole situation. The father emperor wants to listen to the point of view of his youngest son. Qinyu says that the matter was completely wrong, and Qinjun wanted to get out of 100 guards, and Qinyu had no objections. More precisely, it wasn't at all. However, Qinjun disrespected them and said that they were worthless. What caused their indignation? Qinyu was about to reconcile everyone, but Qinjun simply turned around and left. Qinjun also said that he despises the imperial guard. Qinyu was afraid that his brother was slandering them, and therefore came to his father to clarify. Qinyu hopes that his father will not punish the innocent. The fifth principal tells the father that Qinjun is truly unbearable. Now the official understands why the third prince ordered him to convey the truth. After all, it turns out that this was a kind of hole to bury the fifth prince in his own lies. Qinyu says that if his father doesn't believe him, he can calmly ask the instructor. The emperor heard about Qinjun's true deed and thought that he was somewhat childish. However, now the emperor is going berserk. He begins to throw all the things off the table and shout that Qinyu spoke the truth very well. He asks whether the son really thinks that the royal military camp belongs to him. The emperor immediately cancels the order for the palace guard. From now on, his son no longer needs to interfere in their affairs. Qinyu is incredibly angry at Qinjun. After all, the guy dared to set him up. And now, this guy will end. At this time, the main character is training in the palace. He sneezes and doesn't understand who can even remember him at this time. Suddenly, an official runs up to the guy and says about the fact that a joyful event happened. He says that the fifth prince lost his palace guard, and he will no longer be able to act without permission. Qinjun laughs and says that this guy's stupid, really fell into his hole. Qinjun rejoices at his action, and he says that sooner or later he will kill the fifth prince. But now the main character needs to prepare for the celebration, and he has no room for error. The official understands that apparently he really met a lucky star. At this time, the main character is working with his spear. A week later, many people gathered in the palace, and they discussed that in the past there were always competitions at the celebration. They are interested in whether the third prince will participate this year. After all, this guy has a high level of cultivation. One of the guys says that everyone is pathetic, and he will definitely break everyone with his strength. Chinjun hears this conversation and thinks that if he knew in advance that this event would be so boring, he would have taken Sudaji and the others with him. Suddenly, the main character sees a guy in front of him, and he doesn't understand whether this is not the young genius of the Zhuanling sect, the same Zhuo Junji. The main character does not understand what Zhuo Junji is doing here. Suddenly, the guy's eyes begin to turn black and glow red. He attacks the main character. Qinjun doesn't understand, is this guy really crazy? Zhuo Junji talks about challenging Qinjun. One of the guys turns to Mr. Dana and says that the guy has already laid the foundation for O Prince, only at the 7th level of training. He asks why Zhuo Junji is bullying a person. Although the imperial family is welcome to the Tanjiao celebration every time, this time the prince sent them to the kingdom. And you shouldn't offend this guy. People say the guy is very famous now. If they put him in an awkward position, then they will drown in the saliva of the people. Guan Yu was there too. She asks if Qinjun doesn't want to accept this challenge. But Qinjun doesn't mind. He doesn't understand. Why not? Nan Yushin starts laughing and asks if Qinjun should stop already. After all, a month ago, the guy had only the 2nd level of key training, and now the guy has experienced breakthrough to the foundation boundary again. However, against the first genius of the Xuanling sect, Zhuo Junji, Qinjun would be defeated. She asks, does the main character think that he is that mysterious, the man who beat him a month ago? She says that Qinjun was better able to preserve the face of the imperial family. But without thinking twice, the main character accepts the guy's challenge. People says, that Prince Qinjun is incredibly cool. After all, he agreed. And apparently people are in for a good show. And this time, the imperial family cannot avoid trouble. The competition begins. Qinjun uses his strength, and he invites the guy to exchange experiences. Zhuo Junji attacks the main character and takes out his sword. Qinjun is holding a spear at the same time. He is angry and doesn't understand. Can't Zhuo Junji make at least a sound when he launches an attack? After all, this guy was not so silent before. The main character swings his spear, but Zhuo Junji manages to dodge the blow. He doesn't understand what's happening because aren't they just exchanging experiences? Zhuo Junji hits the guy more and more, but Qinjun hits him back with his spear. Qinjun almost died. Well, it's good that he has high speed. Otherwise, he's afraid that he'll already. I would be lying on the ground dead. The main character is surprised that Zhuo Junji is still attacking him, and it's too late for him to evade. And the main character can only use something interesting. Suddenly, people noticed that Prince Qinjun had disappeared somewhere. After all, judging by his breathing, he is still here. People don't understand, is Qinjun using some kind of camouflage method? After all, it is believed that this kind of spell that completely hides the body is absolutely high level. At this time, the guy's already on the street and he says that he was lucky with a good reaction. Otherwise, he would have been stuck in the bars. The main character raises his head up and looks at the sun. He doesn't understand why there is devil's power on the guy's body. Is Zhuo Junji really possessed by a demon? He doesn't understand what really happened. But in any case, leaving Zhuo Junji alive is very dangerous. However, Zhuanling is one of the main ones, but it is impossible to kill directly. And the main character needs Zhuo Junji to lose his fighting abilities Yi first. And in this case, no one will blame him. Qinjun takes his spear and grabs the guy from behind by his clothes. At this time, who had been spying on the main character before, sits behind the wall and meditates. She doesn't understand how the guy's spell harmed her. She doesn't understand. Is this really a magical punishment? And if this is true, then she will have to give up control over Zhuo Junji for a while. But Prince Qinjun really has an abundant treasury that has not only Hanpin-level magic, but also a high-level spiritual artifact. And next time, the girl definitely thinks that she needs to take everything. After all, His Highness Prince Qinjun, and they will see her soon. Qinjun announces that he has won. People don't understand, did Qinjun really defeat the first genius of the Xuanling sect? Although his means are much inglorious, however, victory is victory. And Prince Qinjun, in an unusually cool way, the main character sees that the devil's power has disappeared again. This is very strange for him. But he asks if anyone else wants to challenge him. But people pretend that they did not hear what Qinjun asked. And he begins to discuss very tasty snacks. One of the people suddenly remembered that they had been telling fortunes before leaving the house. And today, he shouldn't fight because That's fate. Nan Yushin approaches the guy and says that Qin Jun won by dishonest means. But Chang Chenqian says that it's enough to argue all Nan Yushin's day never stops. Chang Chenqian says that Xuanling Qinjun has already won before. Nan Yuxin doesn't understand when this happened. But Chang Chenqian says that it was a month ago. And this guy is the one. Who was the girl talking about earlier? Nan Yushin doesn't understand how this is even possible, and why the guy didn't say anything about it then. Sat down and still not enough. Besides today, Zhuo Junji. He behaved a little strangely, and even that suddenly appeared devil's power. Qinjun understands that he needs to ask Su Daji later, and should not let demons into Qianyue. It's too dangerous. And the most dangerous time is in the middle of the night. Qinjun is already in his room and says that he has been training all day and all night. And finally, he finished. Now the guy will die from fatigue. But suddenly the system speaks of an additional mission. It's called the Emperor's Great Expectations Completed. Details of the task at the celebration: the guy must surpass all the genius cultivators. Because of this, the owner receives 3,000 experience points and a chance at a random lottery. Qinjun sees that the mission was completed so quickly, and it seems to him that what happened at the celebration has already reached the ears of his emperor. But this doesn't matter to the guy, and first he wants to go back to the room and play the lottery. He wants to see, what will he be able to win? The guy asks the system to start the lottery, and the system launches a random lottery. The main character thinks about what will happen to him this time. But, unexpectedly, the main character in the lottery pulled out the Demon Sudaji apron, promoted to the rank of spirits. Qinjun doesn't understand what it is. Suddenly, Sudaji comes to the main character and asks if the guy's sleeping because she brought him something. But at this moment, Qinjun hands the girl an apron and realizes that the end has come for him. From surprise, the plate that was in the girl's hands cracked. Qinjun tries to stop Sudaji and says that this is not what the girl could think of. And Qinjun can explain everything. Sudaji starts to get angry and tells the owner to explain everything to her. The main character asks if Sudaji could give him some time to think about what exactly to say. Sudaji doesn't understand what to think about. She approaches the guy and lifts his face with her hand. She says the gentleman doesn't need to think, and the girl is afraid that Qinjun will get bogged down in this and won't stand it. Therefore, Sudaji will help the main character come to his senses. The girl pushes the guy away with her strength. She says that one blow is not enough for the gentleman to come to his senses, so the girl will add a few more. She begins to beat the owner over and over again. After the beating, she says that everything is better now, and now the gentleman is completely fine, and she will no longer bother the owner, so the girl says goodnight and leaves. The beaten Qinjun lies on the floor and talks about how cruel this woman is. The main character is trying to get to his feet and understand what just happened, but the guy accepts everything and wipes the blood from his face with his hand. After all, in a few days, Guan Yu will go to guard Guan Yu City, and while Guan Yu is here, he will ask him to teach the main character a few tricks. The news that Qinjun promised the first genius of the Xuanling sect quickly spread throughout the capital, and the myth about the younger generation was finally destroyed. A few months later, Guan Yu already set off on his mission. Qinjun did not expect that Guan Yu would be the first to leave him. After all, he has not yet fully taught the main character the tricks he taught him. The emperor is looking for the main character. Qinjun asks why his father is looking for him. The guy doesn't understand. Does the father really want to praise him for bringing defeat to Zhuo Junji? The main character is already going to disturb the eunuch so that he can show him the way. Inside the palace office, the emperor heard about what happened in Tianjiao. The emperor says that this is very good, and this is what was expected from the imperial son. The main character thanks his father. He asks why the emperor was looking for him. The emperor's father asks if Qinjun heard anything about the Qianlong martial competition of the Nanzhou dynasty. The main character replies that he heard, but not much. He doesn't understand why his father suddenly mentioned this. The main character is interested in whether his father wants him to participate too. In 20 days, the Nanzhou dynasty will hold the Qianlong martial competition. It is held every 3 years and is an excellent opportunity for cultivators in different kingdoms to pay a visit. To the Nanzhou dynasty sect, the very first 100th can enter one of the 7 strongest seconds. Father Emperor asks if Qinjun wants to go, but the main character, of course, wants to. After all, these are additional missions that lead directly to the Nanzhou dynasty, and the main character must participate in these competitions. And maybe on it, Qinjun will be able to launch a few more additional tasks and earn more points. This way the guy can become stronger. Qinjun turns to his father and asks if there is a limit in this competition. Father Emperor says that of course there is, and each kingdom can provide 3 people to participate. And Father Emperor plans to send Qinjun as well as the 5th prince Qinyu and Ira there. The Emperor says that in 10 days they will set off, accompanied by their mentor and the Imperial Guard. However, the father has more hope for his eldest son Qinjun, and the father hopes that Qinjun will not let him down. The main character tells his father not to worry. After all, Qinjun would never disappoint him. The main character understands that together with Qinyu, it will be great. After all, the main character will be able to deal with his brother along the way. 10 days later, they set out on the road and on horseback asks to stop at this place, split up and collect firewood. They also want to light a fire and cook food. Young gentlemen begin to leave with the carriage. Qinjun says when he comes, time to go to bed. Sudaji will sleep inside the carriage, and outside they will stand guard together with the growling dog. Sudaji approaches the owner and asks why today. The young master is so silent. The girl asks whether she is unpleasant to the guy. But Qinjun doesn't understand how this can be. He asks why Sudaji thought that. After all, it's just that now is a very turbulent time, and they must beware of not only evil spirits, but also people. When a girl touches a guy, he feels a soft touch. At this time, they see Qinyu walking around. Sudaji asks if she can kill this guy instead of her master. But Qinjun removes the girl's hand and says that he will deal with everything himself, and Sudaji shouldn't get involved in this. Suddenly, they hear some strange sounds. Qinjun tries to find where it comes from. After all, this power is beyond his cultivation level. The main character thinks that this is the evil spirit of the golden core level. Qinjun doesn't understand why he is so unlucky. After all, only he left and immediately met such strong evil spirits. The security is already preparing for defense and battle. The head guard approaches the 3 His Highnesses and says that they should not worry too much. After all, this place is located only a few dozen miles from the capital, and the nearest evil spirits should not be too strong. Qinjun doesn't understand. Are such greenhouse flowers, or rather weak guys, really want to participate in this year's competition? Suddenly, a huge demonic beast appears in front of them, similar to a wolf but incredibly large in size. His eyes are fiery red and drool drips from his mouth. He is ready to chew on everything that comes his way. At this time, Qinyu is very frightened, and he asks the guards to quickly protect him. The guards are going to quickly surround this demonic beast. After all, we cannot allow this beast to injure His Highness. Qinjun and the growling dog are watching this. The dog did not expect that a small demon wolf who had just coordinated would appear. The dog is afraid and tells the gentleman about this that the palace guard has problems. Sudaji says that this wolf is a descendant of the Tsansi Wolf King. And this is very interesting. Qinjun does not understand who this is and who we are talking about. Sudaji says that this is evil spirits that have appeared since ancient times. He was once strong but is now dead, and the bloodline of this little demon wolf is not simple. However, perhaps one day he will be able to turn into a real wolf king. Sudaji uses his demonic power and sends a punch towards the wolf. But this only angered the wolf, and he is already going to attack the young master. The main and safe one shouts for His Highness the 3rd Prince to be more careful. Qinjun tries to protect Sudaji and tells Sudaji to sit in the carriage and not stick out. The guy wants the girl to give it to him, and he will fight. Originally, Qinjun didn't want to fight with this little wolf demon. But since he is already here, then the hero uses him to practice the techniques he recently studied. Qinjun starts to get angry and attack this beast. He takes advantage of the moment of bloom, and with this blow, he strikes the beast. In this battle, the main character used his spear. The wolf was amazed, and Qinjun sees that he succeeded. The guy approaches the wolf, stands on him, and says that the demon can obey or die. The wolf rises to its paws, and Qinjun doesn't understand. Is this really the kinship of the Wolf King Sansi? The main character is very surprised that the demon received an instant flowering blow from him, and the silver spear and can still stand up. The guards start screaming about why they are frozen. After all, we need to quickly rush to the aid of the 3rd principal. But the main guard is trying to stop everyone. Qinyu shouts that his brother still has the strength to fight. He asks why they are in such a hurry. He doesn't understand what if they provoke this wolf demon even more. Qinjun begins to get very angry from what he hears. He wants Qinyu to just wait for him and sooner or later head with his younger brother. The main character hits the enemy with his spear. He inserts it into the back of the demonic beast, and it loses consciousness. Qin asks for the last time whether the demon will obey him or whether he wants to die. The wolf comes to his senses and says that he agrees. He doesn't understand. Didn't he already agree before? Qin rejoices and says that from me, this demon wolf will be called Smoke. Starts to get angry, and he says that he wants a more daring name. But Qin tries to persuade the demon and says that the name Daimok is very beautiful. He asks if not Daimok, then which one? The beast wants to choose the same name for itself. The demon says that Sora Aoi is a good name, since he comes from the Wolf King. Then he wants his name to start like this. But Qin tells the demon to forget about this name. From now on, he will be called Kang Junlin. The demon replies that this name suits him. The security is surprised that this demon agreed. They do not understand. Could it be that the third prince really subdued the wolf demon who had the level of a golden core? It seems to them that they are dreaming because the third prince is incredibly cool. They don't understand how this happens at all. Maybe in life. Qin doesn't understand why all this good stuff goes to Qin. However, Qin has already prepared everything, and he tells Qin to wait for his death. The main character sneezes again, and he doesn't understand who remembers him. Suddenly, an alert appears from the system, congratulating the owner on subduing the first animal. And the reward. For this, the chances are random summon. The main character is surprised because it turns out that for the very first time, he can receive a reward. And apparently from now on, it will be necessary to think in this direction. The chief guard addresses Your Highness, and he wants Qin to pay attention to the wolf demon. But Qin says that Kang Junlin has already submitted to him. And then they will go together. Let's hit the road. He tells the guard not to worry. And since it's already late, the main character is going to go to rest, and they should hit the road early tomorrow. Qin climbs into his carriage and wants to go and rest. At this time, Sudaji is in the carriage with the wolf. Sudaji turns to the little demon wolf, and she asks permission from her sister. It's good to cure the beast. At this time, Qin orders the system to begin summoning demons and gods. The system begins to activate the random summoning of demons and gods, and a random demon is summoned, a silhouette similar to a human. The system congratulates the owner with a randomly drawn demon, and the system says that the demon is already on its way. Qin sees that the outline of the demon, summoned this time, is very blurry. The main character does not know which demon was summoned, but Qin decides that he doesn't need to rush and wants to rest first, because tomorrow the main character still has to hit the road. The next day, they are still on the road. In Qin carriage, they turn to His Highness and ask if their plan is still valid. Qin replies that everything is the same. Qin asks, what about Qin and that golden core beast? After all, this time Qin appointed a cultivator with a transformation level, and he will definitely kill the third prince Qin. After all, Qin has already agreed on the time, and later this man will come and finish off the third prince. Qin will never allow Qin to return alive. At this time, the carriage stopped again and Qin approached the lake. He calls Sudaji and asks, why don't they go swimming together? And they can also lose each other's backs. Sudaji agrees and heads towards the guy. Qin is already waiting, he doesn't understand. Has he finally captured Sudaji? But when the girl approaches the guy alone, with just one movement of her hand, she pushes him into the water. The main character does not understand what is happening. Qin starts screaming and talking about how Sudaji is betraying his love for the girl. Well, Sudaji asks, has the gentleman already forgotten? After all, they have a relationship of master and servant, not husband and wife. Qin asks, are foxes werewolves? They don't like to drain male energy. And he tells the girl to drain his energy. Sudaji begins to drown the main character with his foot and asks how she is the nine-tailed fox. Can use such cheap tricks. After all, this method of collecting strength and replenishing energy was clearly invented by the human race. But unexpectedly, the girl still falls into the water with the guy. And Qin says that form is non-existence, and non-existence is form. Half an hour later, the boys, the girl, and the main guard are already preparing food by the fire. Qin says that he feels comfortable. Suddenly they hear that someone has arrived. Qin understands that the right person has come. The guy asks His Highness if this is the person they need. Qin says that this is true because this is a Buddhist monk with very strong cultivation, and he tells the guy to show respect. The man with the scar is surprised because Qin Yu invited a Buddhist monk, and it seems that His Majesty is afraid to act openly, can determine the cultivation level of this person, and he is afraid that this person is very strong. Qin Yu hopes that he is just passing by. At this time, the guard begins to shout and say that this is the place where His Majesty is resting. He asks the man to stop and not approach. The monk replies that his goal is exactly what he is waiting for. And I heard that in the Imperial, an evil spirit has appeared in the family, disturbing the hearts of people. The monk came to get rid of him. The guards attack this man and ask how it is possible for the Imperial family to appear. They say that the man is a bald ass, and there is no need to slander the Emperor's family. Suddenly, Qin Yu comes to them and greets the mentor. Qin Yu says that he has finally arrived. The mentor asks His Highness Qin Yu where that same person is. The mentor sees the wolf and says that it is a vile brat. And yet, it has only just condensed, and if this allows it to grow further, it will only bring disaster. Qinjun doesn't understand where this bald donkey who talks all kinds of nonsense came from. Qinjun asks, "Does this guy want to die, or does he not want to live?" The mentor bows to the guy and says that Qinjun is probably the third prince. After all, such a murderous speech, and in fact his body was captured by evil spirits. The mentor directs his aura to strike the main character. After all those who were bewitched by nothing. The mentor came to behead the third prince. The guards start shouting for His Highness the third prince to be more careful and take care of yourself. Qinyu thinks that even the gods will not save Qinjun today. At this moment, Su Daji manages to pick up the owner, and she asks whether the old donkey is looking for death. It seems to the main character that this bald man's cultivation level is quite high. He asks, is it possible that the mentor, without understanding, is trying to attack an innocent person? The main character is interested in which temple this mentor is from. Qin Yu says, there should be a third prince. Be careful in your statements. After all, this is a mentor named Xuanxun, and he is a monk of the Yehua temple. The witch specially invited him to expel the elder brother of evil spirits. The security doesn't understand. Is this all true? After all, one of the guards remembered that he had heard that hundreds of demons were destroyed by his hands, and besides, he uses great respect among the people. The guards are afraid that the third prince will lose to this monk. The fifth prince is interested in how Qinjun will cope with the golden core cultivator. After all, Xuanshan is an outstanding monk of the reincarnation level. He can easily deal with the main character. Qin Yu shouts that the third prince should not blame. After all, this is all in the name of justice. Qin Yu understands that today, the main character Qinjun will not be able to avoid death. The monk says that good must definitely defeat evil, and there is no need to be afraid. After all, everything will end pretty quickly. The monk says that he will cleanse the world of evil spirits. He summons his demon with an aura, which burns with fire. The monk addresses Buddha Amitabha, and the monk says that he is a man of mercy. He asks how one can think about killing. But suddenly, this monk falls, and no one understands what is happening. A man appears behind the monk. The system congratulates the owner for summoning the Fahai from the legend of the white snake. This demon's race is human. Qinjun is surprised that Fahai himself was summoned this time, and his way of appearing is simply amazing. Sudaji tells the gentleman to be careful. After all, this person is most likely an origin-level cultivator. The guards don't understand what's going on, because one cultivator can defeat an entire kingdom with the birth of power. The main guard thinks that this is the end. Fahai asks why Xuanshan came to this kingdom. He insists that the guy answer him. The monk does not understand how the teacher ended up here. Now Qinjun understands that Xuanshan is a disciple of Fahai. The main character thinks that now the monk will get what he deserves and will cry. After all, this monk's teacher is his subordinate. Qinyu still has hopes that Qinjun will die today and his woman will belong to the fifth prince. Qinyu wants Qinjun to die. Fahai bows to the main character and says that a few days ago, he suddenly had a vision that they were the fifth prince, His Highness, successfully. We met and so Fahai came to bow to him. Qinjun doesn't understand how this is possible. Qinjun tells his mentor that he shouldn't be so polite. After all, with his support, Qinjun has now gained wings, and from now on they will ascend to a common peak together. Xuanshan starts running up to them and he asks if his teacher has confused anything. But Fahai replies that he is merciful. He asks how the student dares to interfere in the power struggle, and from under arrest. He tells the monk not to leave the temple for 10 years. Now the main character turns to his younger fifth brother and asks what Chinyu told him. About that today, even the goddesses will not save him. Chinyu asks Chinjun not to come so close to him. Chinyu hides behind the head of the guard and says that he and Chinjun are brothers, and the third prince cannot kill him. The guard understands that it could have been assumed that everything would end like this. Wu Qinyu begins to hide behind his back. The main character is incredibly angry and he asks, "Since when did Qinyu consider him a brother?" Qinjun wants to start from the beginning of the journey. After all, when the demon wolf appeared, Qinyu stopped the guards who were going to save the main character. And this time, Qinyu invited someone bald to kill the main character who supposedly settled in him. And before this, Qinjun was accused of embezzling the state treasury. As a result, he was expelled from the kingdom and almost lost his life. Qinjun asks, is it really after this that Qinyu dare says that they are brothers? Doesn't this seem absurd to Qinyu? Qinjun tolerated everything his younger brother did. Qinjun did this again and again, but now his patience is over. The main character holds out his spear and says that Qinyu will die today. But the guard tries to stop the third prince and says that this cannot be done. After all, Qinjun and the fifth prince are brothers. And if Qinjun gets rid of him, he will be instantly expelled from the kingdom. Fahai turns to his majesty and says that heaven takes care of every living creature, and under no circumstances should Qinjun think about killing. Qinjun says that in this case, Qinyu will live another day. But as soon as this guy kills someone, Qinjun will immediately teach him a lesson. Fahai tries to convince the main character, but Sudaji tells the bald man not to interfere in this situation. The growling dog gets angry and tells the monk not to act rashly. Qinyu realizes that he has already caused enough harm to his older brother Qinjun, and if he doesn't escape today, he will definitely die. Qinyu realizes that this is his chance to escape. He turns around and starts to run away. Qinjun asks, does Qinyu want to run away? But Qinjun shouts that it is too late, and he throws his spear towards his younger brother. This spear hits Qinyu and pins him to a huge stone. Qinjun says that in his next life, Qinyu tried to become a good person. Qinjun realizes that Qinyu is already dead, and the main character can say that he took revenge for the original owner of his body, and now this body completely belongs to him. Qinjun will train hard and reach the well-deserved peak. Suddenly, a system appears and says that a murder of a first-level monk has been committed. Behind, this guy gets 110 experience points. The system congratulates the master for completing the additional mission to kill the fifth prince Qinyu, and for this the young master receives 100,000 experience points and a chance for a random draw. The owner is also congratulated on reaching the 9th level of laying the foundation and on achieving the 1st level, creation of a golden core. And also the guy has already reached the 2nd level of creating a golden core. Qinjun is happy that he finally has the level of the gold core. He thinks that this is the path to immortality. The system says that since the owner has reached the level of creating a golden core, the owner is rewarded with a chance for a random summon. Qinjun says that although this is his first experience, however, he will not achieve everything honestly like the stupid people from the novels from the TV series. Qinjun raises his spear and says that the thunder is not that strong. He wants this to continue. The guards don't understand whether they've gone crazy or the world. After all, His Highness deals with thunder with his own hands. In their entire long lives, they had never seen anything like this. Su Daji watches all this and doesn't understand whether the gentleman will hold out. But the growling dog tells Su Daji not to worry. After all, despite the fact that Qinjun is usually like this, still he is smart beyond his years. The monk sees that His Highness is indeed very friendly. Qinjun falls to the ground and says that the feeling of passing through thunderstorms really seemed unusual to him. Sudaji turns to His Highness and asks if everything is okay with the main character. Qinjun replies that everything is fine, and for now, they can go and bury Prince Qinyu, and Qinjun will find a river to swim in. The guy sets off, and he begins to fly in the air until he reaches his destination. The technique of floating in the clouds and riding in the fog is very advanced. The monk does not understand how His Highness learned all this at such a young age. After all, Qinjun is truly a gifted cultivator. However, the monk does not understand why these evil spirits are always next to the guy, because this is not possible. At this time, the guy's already in the water, and he asks the system to launch the lottery. Qinjun understands that under no circumstances should the front or collar fall out again. For a growling dog, the system congratulates the owner for receiving a full set of purple and gold imperial armor from the Sea Dragon Palace from Journey to the West. The main character takes out this thing and says that it looks good. After all, this is some kind of precious thing. The system gives a special reminder that the purple gold imperial armor's defensive clothing for the purpose of the owner requires blood. The main character bites through his finger, and at this moment, the armor begins to shackle his body. Qinjun sees that this is incredibly cool, but he doesn't know how to get it back. But when the guy thought about it, he found himself completely naked. He says it was too unexpected. But Qinjun is very happy with the lottery this time, and then he wants to continue with a random call. The main character hopes that this time, someone will come who can control the Fahai. The system activates random, summoning the demon gods. She also congratulates the owner for summoning a random demon who is already on his way. The main character thinks that the summoned demon will arrive, at least in a few days, but suddenly when he turns around, he sees a man standing in front of him. Qinjun got scared and asks the man who he is. The man replies that his name is Taibai Jingxing. And during his cultivation, he suddenly realized that he had to meet with His Highness, and therefore came to pay tribute to the master. Qinjun does not understand who it is, but the system notifies that Taibai Jingxing is from the work of traveling to the west. His time is a deity. Qinjun understands that this is a celestial being. He grabs the man's hand and says that he has finally waited for him. Qinjun asks if Taibai Jingxing knows anything about the growling dog. After all, they are both from a trip to the west. To the main character, I wonder if they know each other. However, it finally happened and the guy pulled out the celestial. That's how he also came across the immortal. It's not all that simple. In this world, cultivation levels are divided into training the power of laying the foundation of creating a golden core and reincarnation. These 4 stages are the mortal realms. Above are Huaxu, immortals, and celestials. Now, Taibai Jingxing is the most powerful demon that the main character has. He is much stronger than Sudaji and Growling Dog combined. And now with him, the main character has no one to fear. Taibai Jingxing doesn't know who the Growling Dog is. The main character says that the dog is from the same place as Taibai Jingxing, and we can say that they are fellow countrymen, but we need to use less words and more action. Qinjun takes the gentleman by the shoulder and leads him out. The main character will introduce Taibai Jingxing to their large and friendly family, Garrison Camp Kingdom. They go to this place, but when Qinjun comes there, he sees some kind of quarrel. Sudaji turns to the old bald man and says that he does not distinguish between good and evil. Fahai says that His Highness has returned. He needs to consult with the owner, because Fahai is here, and he no longer needs the help of evil spirits. The dog says that if Fahai were not a man, His Highness would have torn him to shreds long ago. At this moment, Qinjun appears and asks what happened. The main character sees that they are using their auras, and he doesn't understand what demons do. It seems to the main character that a fierce battle took place while he was not here. Fahai turns to His Highness and speaks that evil spirits cannot be trusted, especially the king. After all, they are very strong, and if they have bad intentions, the consequences will be very, very sad. Sudaji asks how the Lord can know how good the monk's intentions are. Fahai replies that he is merciful and cannot have bad thoughts. But the main character appears between them and says that they need to stop the quarrel. He asks everyone to sit down. After all, there is no need to suspect each other. They are still getting to know each other. He asks how they know how good or bad the opponent is. Taibai Jingxing says that everything that exists has a soul, and people are divided into good and bad, but evil spirits cannot be lumped together. Fahai asks Taibai Jingxing who he is. Qinjun asks permission to introduce the man. His name is Taibai Jingxing, and he is a celestial being. Qinjun tells the others to show the man some respect. Sudaji is surprised that in this life, she was still able to meet a celestial being. Taibai Jingxing says that immortal is just a title, and their highness should not extol it. Fahai says that he doesn't care if Taibai Jingxing is a celestial being or is just lying. The monk will not allow anyone to stop him from destroying evil spirits. Taibai Jingxing asks, does the monk really think that he has a better understanding of everything? And does the monk really believe that evil spirits, they could harm His Highness? They mock Taibai Jingxing and say that Taibai Jingxing is a wandering charlatan. Taibai Jingxing says that this all means that the monk is not justified, exalts himself above others. Tai-bai Jinxing offers a bet. The monk asks what time we are talking about. Tai-bai Jinxing says that he and Fahai will fight if the victory is for Tai-bai Jinxing. Then the monk will stop objecting in any way, and if Tai-bai Jinxing loses, he will personally cut off his own head and apologize sincerely. Fahai replies that he will accept this competition without any problems. Sudaji turns to the growling dog and asks how he sees it. The dog replies that if he uses his true body, he might be able to see his essence. However, now it is difficult for him to say anything. Of course, it is also possible that Tai-bai Jinxing is just an ordinary mortal. The monk will not mock Tai-bai Jinxing. He tells Tai-bai Jinxing to start first. The two men begin to fight. It's rising all around. Tai-bai Jinxing directs its attack with force. Stones begin to fly because the impact hits the ground. After a couple of seconds, a huge mountain appears. Qinjun and Sudaji are surprised by what is happening. But Tai-bai Jinxing begins to make excuses and say that he struck his weakest blow. He is sorry for what happened to the monk. Qinjun sees that it was amazing. Qinjun says that he really didn't praise the celestial being in vain. After all, it was amazing. The guards ask if they really had a chance to meet a celestial being. After all, His Majesty Prince Qinjun is truly blessed by the gods, since he managed to receive the help of immortals. Tai-bai Jinxing says that everyone flatters him. He goes to look at the monk and hopes that he has not died yet. Sudaji turns to the master and asks if the Tai-bai Jinxing celestial is true. After all, the girl assumes that Tai-bai Jinxing is deceiving them. Qinjun says Tai-bai Jinxing felt a connection with him when I was abroad. That's why he came here 1,000 miles away, to pay tribute to the owner. And perhaps this is due to the fact that heaven shows compassion for the main character. But at this moment, Tai-bai Jinxing had already returned and had the body of a monk in his hands. Tai-bai Jinxing throws him to the ground, and Qinjun asks if he is dead. Well, Tai-bai Jinxing doesn't understand how a high-level cultivator can die so easily. Tai-bai Jinxing gives the man a pill. And Qinjun asks, is Tai-bai Jinxing really able to make immortality pills? But Tai-bai Jinxing says that he did not manufacture them, but simply bought them. Fahai understands that if you lose, you have to pay. The monk will no longer object to the fact that these evil spirits will to be close to His Highness. The monk thanks the celestial being for saving his life. Qinjun says that due to the evil influence of demons, the highest Buddhist teachers sometimes imposed ideas arise. And in fact, if it weren't for Sudaji and the growling dog, he would have been there a long time ago. And They killed a lot of villains. The monk will no longer attack them. He says that Your Highness need not worry about this anymore. Qinjun turns to security and says that if the issue has already been resolved, then they can continue on their way. He asks how about giving the carriage that belonged to the fifth prince to the celestial. The security agrees. A man with a scar approaches Qinjun and addresses His Highness Prince Qinjun. He says that he is the Prince of the Bloody Sword and is Qinyu's subordinate and leads the killing squad. Does the man really want to take revenge on him for his master? The Prince of the Bloody Sword is against it, so that His Highness does not misunderstand him. After all, he wants to follow Qinjun. After all, the life of a prince, Bloody Sword, was dedicated to the Bloody Sword organization, and Qinyu saved him earlier, and that is why he was forced to obey the fifth principle. Although the Prince of the Bloody Sword and his people were the henchmen of the fifth prince, however, they always wanted to get rid of him. This is why he asks Qinjun to accept their gratitude for destroying Qinyu. Qinjun asks how he can know that the guy is saying this sincerely. He suggests doing everything as the next action. Qinjun says that the further path will be a test, the deadline, and later when Qinjun returns to the kingdom. They will discuss this issue with all the details. The Prince of the Bloody Sword thanks the young master for his kindness. The guard begins to shout that it is time for His Majesty to leave. They set out on their way. 5 days later, they are still on the road. The main character is approached by guards who say that after crossing the desert, they will enter the territory of the Kingdom of Kanglan and then reach Manhwa Dynasty. However, this desert is home to many robbers and bandits, and all traders avoid this place. Qinjun says they shouldn't worry because he already sent Kang Junlin explore the path ahead. The main character asks, is no one from the kingdom watching this place? The guard says that His Majesty has been performing for 10 years for military campaigns. The state treasury is greatly emptied and is also under the control of the general. He asks where the troops will come from to suppress the bandits. Qinjun doesn't understand. Is this the innocent version of the emperor? Military campaigns led to the collapse of the Sui dynasty, and because of this, numerous princes appeared. However, Sui Yang later made great contributions during his lifetime for future generations. His most famous creation is the Great Canal. Even Qian is not comparable. Suddenly, something happened to them, and the guard turns to His Majesty, and he says that he will go forward to see what happened. Suddenly, a group of people stand in front of them. They greet the young gentleman and say that they have lost their card. They ask if someone will show them the way. The guard asks permission to ask a question. He asks, are they heading to a military competition that will take place? The guys answer that they are just on their way there. He asks, are they too? The guard says that they are going there, and that means they are fellow travelers. And we must take care of each other. The guy says that his name is Ye Xuan, and he is an adept of the Yanking sect from the kingdom of Wuki, who is behind his junior mentors. Ye Xuan hopes that they did not create unnecessary trouble. The fourth prince of the Chanyue kingdom comes out to them with the name Qin Sui. He says that he is glad to meet them. He asks if they are not their Western neighbors. Ye Xuan is also pleased to meet His Highness. Ye Xuan doesn't understand. Is it possible that even strength training level cultivators are participating in competitions? The guy doesn't understand. Is the Chanyue kingdom really that weak? The guard says that it is already late, and they need to continue on their way. Ye Xuan notices that they have 4 carts. Ye Xuan addresses His Majesty the fourth prince, and he asks who else is accompanying them besides the security guard. He answers that his brother and celestial being is also here. Ye Xuan is surprised that the celestial is still with them. Qin Sui says that the celestial being was just invited by his brother, but Qinjun starts laughing and asking what other celestial being is. He tells His Highness not to joke like that. The girls begin to ask, do they really mean that even high-level cultivators are not worthy opponents for him? They are asking, does Qin Sui know how strong such cultivators can be? After all, Qin Sui pronounces such loud words and is not afraid that his tongue will be cut out for this. Suddenly, a white wolf appears in front of them. Ye Shen sees that this is a gold core level monster, but Qin Sui replies that there is no need to panic because this is his older brother's animal, whose name is Kang Junlin. Qinjun comes out with his carriage and tells Tai Bai Jinxing to come to him. Girls see the main character, and they think about how strong the guy is. But at this moment, they are attacked. The robbers tell them to stop. The robbers tell everyone who's alive to leave them all their money and all their women. One of the robbers points his sword at the girl and tells her to come to him. He attacks one of the guys and asks whether the robber is looking for death. The battle begins and the robber repels the guy's blow. Ye Xuan sees the golden core. He tells everyone to be careful. After all, this robber has reached the level of the golden core, and they are not his opponents. The guy understands that this man must not be the last person. The robber says his name is Gun Sun. He asks if they have heard anything about this. Ye Xuan doesn't understand. Is this the same one who exterminated 50 adherents of one of all during the night, which had a foundation level? Gun Sun starts laughing and says that he didn't think he was so famous. He says that in this case, if Ye Xuan does not leave him all his money and all the women today, then everyone will die. One of the guys starts calling His Majesty Prince Qin Jun, but he turns around and sees that the guy is sitting completely calm. He understands that His Majesty is relaxed, and Qin Jun seems to think that they are too stupid. Qin Jun sends his wolf Kang Junlin and tells the demon to greet them. Kang Junlin uses his power and tells the creeping thing to die. After all, it's reckless. When Kang Junlin uses his power, a strong wind arises. The girl doesn't understand. Is this really where my golden core lies? Kang Junlin attacks Gun Sun, and Gun Sun says that the strength of this animal is very great, but however, he will do anything. Uses doubling magic to hit the beast. Qinjun is surprised by what is happening. He doesn't understand if this isn't the Judao clan doubling technique from the Hokage. After all, no one could have thought that such a thing was possible in this world. The main character becomes interested. Gun Sun points his sword at the beast and tells Kang Junlin to die. But suddenly the man's body is struck by a ray from a demonic cluster. Fahai did it. Gun Sun doesn't understand where the old and bald man came from. Gun Sun asks who he is. Gun Sun doesn't understand where these powerful cultivators came from. After all, the information provided by Mr. Angxiao turns out to be inaccurate. And besides, no one has seen Qin Yu. The monk replies that it doesn't matter who he is. And what makes sense is that Gun-sun has nowhere to retreat. Qin-jun asks the monk to leave this man barely alive. After all, the main character wants to talk to him again. Monk uses his magical aura cluster arm and hits Gun-sun. A man is electrocuted so that all his bones are visible. Other robbers say that boss Gun-sun has died. They run away faster. After all, this old monk is terrible. The main character takes out his weapon and asks whether the robbers really want to escape. But it's too late. The guy kills them and the system says so, that killing a foundation-level cultivator, and the guy gets points for it. After all, he killed more than one. When Qin-jun sees that there is still the last one left, he approaches the guy and kills him with a pistol. The guy sees that he now has over 2,000 experience points. He understands that this is not bad. He sees that Gun-sun was caught very fat. Yishen starts shouting that this artifact in the hands of the young master is too terrible. He asks who this Qin-jun is, after all. Qin Sui from the carriage begins to shout that this is his brother. He says that everyone should not look at him like a hammer, because quite recently, Qin-jun broke through the boundaries of the golden core. Qin-jun is angry because he is trying and fighting, and his younger brother is setting him up. Qin-jun says there are very few gold core cultivators, and they met him today. This is no accident. He tells everyone to search Gun-sun's body. The main guard approaches him and sees some kind of letter. He opens it and says that there is a letter that young master Qin-jun must read personally. Qin-jun doesn't understand what it is. He says that even though it still managed to cause him a lot of problems. The third principal turns to the Bloody Sword King and asks if the man has heard anything from the man named Ang Xiao. The Bloody Sword King replies that his subordinate knows him, and from the Dark Knight of Nanzhou, and has an excellent reputation throughout the dynasty. This clan is famous for its 100% kill rate, and all you have to do is give them spiritual stones, and they will immediately get down to business. It doesn't matter how strong the enemy is, they will complete the task. This is a gathering of people who recognize only spiritual stones. Qin-jun asks, are they really capable of killing even a high-level cultivator? The Bloody Sword King replies that this is so. Qin-jun wonders how strong this man is. But the monk replies that he, too, has heard about the Dark Knight clan, and few people in the Nanzhou dynasty would dare to offend them. If a person is on their list, then you need to shell out a lot of money to remove my name from there. Qin-jun says that it doesn't matter, and he suggests continuing on his way. After all, he doesn't care about it. If they get in his way, it will be their problem. After all, Tai-bai jinxing itself is subordinate to him, and he has nothing to fear. They set out on their way. 3 days later, they halted again, and Qin-jun left his carriage because he had recently woken up. The system says that the owner has a chance to be called up, which is provided once a month. At this time, the main character and Sudaji are sitting by the fire near a tree, and Qin-jun talks about how quickly time flies. The main character asks the system to activate the call. The system notifies that the random summoning of demons and gods has been activated. Summoned demon. It is not yet known who. The system congratulates the owner for summoning a random demon. After all, he's on his way. Qin-jun sees the outline of a demon, and he is surprised that this time, the demon is not a human. After all, judging by the outline of the horn, it will probably be a deer. The guy asks, is this demon summoned this time by the Kingdom of Dragons? Qin-jun rejoices and says that if this is really the Dragon Queen, she must be very beautiful. The system says that there are boys and a girl next to the body of Guanyin. The boy's name is Shankai, and the girl's name is Long Yue. The main character does not understand. Is the demon summoned this time really the Queen of Dragons? The system says that the Dragon Queen in this world did not follow the Guanyin and became already a girl. And besides, she had some connections with the original owner of the body. Qin-jun turns to Sophia whether she's a girl or not. But tomorrow a very strong girl will come to him to pay tribute. Sudaji asks besides her, will another girl come to pay tribute to the main character? Sudaji comes very close to his master and places his hand on his chest. The demoness fox laughs and tells Qin-jun to continue dreaming like this. But the guy grabs the girl's hand and invites her to make a bet. He says that if what he said comes true, then Sudaji will be forced to kiss him. The girl starts laughing and asks if the owner is trying to deceive her. She asks what will happen if Qin-jun loses. The main character answers, what if he loses, then Sudaji can punish him. The girl agrees and says that then she will wait for what happened. They hit the road again. The main character rides his wolf Kang Junlin. He says that just recently the Kanglin kingdom suffered great losses. Qin asks will try. Do they kill them? But the guard replies that probably not. After all, the emperor of this kingdom should not be so stupid. After all, of course, if some official or cultivator, he will not want to take personal revenge for his country. Qin really hopes that there will be such cultivators. After all, in this way, the main character can accumulate experience points and raise your cultivation level. Suddenly, in the distance, birds begin to rise into the sky, and no one understands what happened. Suddenly, a huge white dragon appears in front of them. The guards are surprised that there is a dragon in front of them. After all, they were actually able to see him. They don't believe that this is not a dream. After all, a white dragon appeared, and it turns out that dragons actually exist. They start shouting that they see a real dragon and they urgently need to bow to it. Qin understands that this is a real dragon, and these are not those fat lizards from the west. But she tells His Highness to be careful. After all, the dragon is flying straight towards him. Qin gets up from his beast, and he comes face to face with the dragon. The guard shouts for His Highness to kneel down faster because it's impossible. Provoke the dragon. They don't understand if the third prince has gone crazy. But suddenly the dragon's appearance changes, and a girl of incredible beauty stands in front of him. She rushes into the arms of the main character and calls him brother Qin. This is the dragon princess of the South China Sea. She came from myths and legends. A girl talks about how much she missed Qin. Qin begins to have memories of how he walked with this girl, and he offered her food. They walked and held hands. He asks, did the system know in advance that Qin all faces into the body of this third prince guy? The system says that in fact the owner was attached to this body at birth. But since it was lost during the relocation, spiritual strength had to wait until the consciousness of the previous owner dissipated, and only after that the owner could take his place. Therefore, in a sense, the previous owner was divided. One body for two consciousnesses. Qin realizes that this is how the original owner's consciousness dissipated after Qin Yu's death. The system says that when the owner's cultivation level, it will become higher. It won't take a whole day to summon a demon, but you can immediately summon a random demon. Dragon Girl asks why Qin is frozen. She wants for the guy to look at her. Qin has more questions for the girl, but he will ask her later in the evening. The guards don't understand how this is possible. Are they sleeping, or is it possible? It's an illusion. The monk sees that this girl is a dragon. Qin did not expect that the girl had grown so much. But the girl replies that she thought that she would never see the main character Qin again. But last evening, a mysterious force destroyed the band that bound her. The girl immediately went to look for Qin. She says that fortunately she did not forget the smell of Qin's brother. The main character takes the girl by the hand and says that he will now introduce her to the others. He says that this is the princess of the dragons, and from now on, she will help him along with everyone else. The monk says that the dragon race is a very ancient and large race. He asks the girl who she is. The girl replies that since she was born, she has never met her parents. But fortunately, she met the Dragon King of the South China Sea, and he accepted her. Like your youngest daughter. Otherwise, she would have been unhappy all her life. It was Qin's brother who helped her during the most difficult moments. And in any case, from then on, she will always be by her brother's side, and he will never leave him. The main character reminds that it is time for Sudaji to admit defeat. The girl approaches the guy, gently takes his face with her hand, and reaches out to him with a kiss. The dragon princess at this time is very surprised by what is happening. But out of jealousy, the girl also approaches the main character, takes him by the face, and begins to kiss him on the cheek. Sudaji is surprised by what is happening. But the dragon princess says that she will also dare. Qin tries to calm down the two girls and says that now they are on the same team and they need move forward. They set out on their way. In the carriage, Qin sits between two girls. He doesn't understand. Is this really the legendary battlefield? Tai-Bai Jinxing turns to Soyali and asks how the Dragon King in the South China Sea agreed to release the girl. Soyali replies that, of course, he did not agree. After all, he even said, what won't let her out if the girl doesn't break through the boundaries of immortality, and also established a special ban that the girl calmly closed the borders. However, last night the ban was suddenly destroyed and escaped by an invisible force. Tai-Bai Jinxing understands that the king of the South China Sea is stronger than him. and also has a very harsh temperament. If the king finds out that His Majesty stole his dragon knight, then he is afraid that this will create some problem. I understand that if someone invades the radio, there will be generals, and Soyali is already here, and Qinjun will not be able to send her back. Border fortress of the kingdom. The main guard says that he is the mentor of the Chanyu kingdom, and they have arrived for the competition. He turns to the guards and says that he hopes for their help. The guards pay attention to the huge white wolf and ask if the owner can cope with it too, as Qinjun says that it is quite an animal, and there is nothing to worry about. You can feed the beast with bread because it is not wild. The guards tell the guy to go to registration then. He asks, which of them is Prince Qinjun? Suddenly a guy appears in front of them. Qinjun asks why they are looking for him. The guy says that since Qinjun defeated Zhuo Junjie, and now Qinjun has replaced him on the list. Therefore, the guy wants to challenge the main character. Yexuan is surprised that Qinjun was able to defeat Zhuo Junjie, because he, from Yexuan's list of talented people, did not expect that Qinjun would be so talented. Qinjun doesn't understand what the guy is telling him. He asks, does he really have to accept the challenge of everyone he meets? But the guy starts shouting that he is a second-ranked genius of the Kanglin kingdom, and his name is Song Yufeng. Suddenly, an alert comes from the system and tells the owner to complete an additional mission. He needs to defeat Song Yufeng. For completing the mission, you will receive 5,000 experience points. Qinjun sees that a lot of points are given for golden core cultivators. He asks, is it because of a good reputation? He's ready to get down to business quickly. At this time, the guy Song Yufeng is already attacking the main character, and he tells Qinjun to accept his death. Yexuan is surprised that the guy acts so quickly because he did not expect that such talents were found in the Kanglin kingdom. Qinjun saw that Song Yufeng dared to measure his strength with him, and therefore Song Yufeng overestimated his strength. The guys start the battle. Qinjun takes out his spear. Song Yufeng also has a sword, but at one moment, Qinjun hits the sword with his spear, causing the sword to split into fragments, and Song Yufeng flies to the side. Qinjun understands that his job has been done. The system notifies that an additional mission has been completed, and the main character has defeated Song Yufeng. For this, the owner receives 5,000 experience points. At that time, Song Yufeng fell into one of their carriages. Qinjun understands that apparently in the future, he needs to find the same genius with a good reputation to challenge him, and this way, he can gain a lot of experience points. Suddenly, a voice is heard saying that all the problems have been fixed, and they are entering the city. People are surprised that Prince Qinjun from the kingdom Qianyue turned out to be so strong, and he was only 16 years old. People are saying that it is no surprise that Qinjun was able to defeat Zhuo Junjie and Song Yufeng. After all, they even say that the general made an agreement with him and died. He never imagined that he was originally a genius with evil energy. People are sorry that Qinjun is not from their kingdom. Qinjun asks the man with the scar where he can find that list. The Prince of the Bloody Sword replies that it is sold in every city in the Pavilion of Fate. Pavilions of Fate are very common and exist in every state. It is independent, and each individual branch is usually not distinguished in any way. Any item is sold inside. Information that the cultivator wants. If he can provide monetary gifts of spiritual stones and ritual vessels, Qinjun says to the king of the bloody. Mecha waited until he settled in the city and bought that list. They go to the first hotel in the Celestial Empire. Qinjun says that finally they will be able to rest properly. Soyali turns to Qinjun and asks, how about she goes to bed with him tonight? Qinjun agrees, but Sudaji pulls the guy back and says, what Soyali must understand is how to maintain moral purity. After all, even if she does not understand, their master is still growing, and Soyali cannot empty his body. Qinjun says that he will not be devastated. If Sudaji doesn't believe it, then tonight they can try. Soyali agrees, but Sudaji takes the guy by the hand and says that the owner should be with her tonight. Soyali replies that she will come too. Qinjun asks, maybe they both can. But Sudaji hits the main character and tells Qinjun not to even dream about it. Qinjun finds himself in his room and says that in the end he sleeps alone, and this is already true. He asks the system to show a list of attributes. Qinjun sees everything. He doesn't understand his information, why or 3,000 experience points more. He asks, wasn't there only 30,000 yesterday? The system says that since the owner was able to increase number of experience points. and the previous growth was too small, the owner did not pay attention to it. However, since the master has reached the second level of purple thunder and the speed, the absorption of spiritual forces has changed. Qin understands what is happening. He says that yesterday there was no agreement with the system, and there is an omission in the system's words. He asks if demons have consciousness. Descending then, why is he a Fahaya? And does the monk have any relationship? The system says that this is because some demons came to this world, following the owner, including Fahai. Qin doesn't understand if this means that some demons have already begun to run rampant in this world. Qin understands that they cannot be powerful. After all, if they had summoned such a powerful demon as the Monkey King, then in these 10 years they would have aligned themselves with someone powerful in advance or created their own power. The system says that there are very few of them, no more than 5, and we can say that Fahai and the Dragon Princess are the weakest. Qin asks, what if he summons those demons that have already appeared? The system responds that they will awaken consciousness and follow the owner. Qin says that this is just right for him. He understands that it's already late. He needs to hurry up and practice. The next morning, Qin reads the list of names, and he says that this is very unexpected. After all, the first on the list was a high-level cultivator. Moreover, he was 40 years old. Qin sees that 900 people are at the golden core level, and 300 are at the reincarnation level. And the top 10 have already broken through the high level. 3 not even in the top 900. And the difference is too huge. After all, the main character has 973rd place. Sudaji replies that they say that there are 2 kinds of list. This is the earthly list and the heavenly list. But these 2 lists, not for sale, a lot, and only cultivators with status can provide these lists. The human race is much more capable than the demonic race. However, among the same, the levels of the demonic race are still stronger. Soyali says that in less than 10 years, she has already broken through the high-level boundary. These geniuses are initially nothing. Sudaji, if not the Dragon Legacy, then now Soyali would not even be able to break through the boundaries of the Golden Core. Soyali is already starting to get angry and ask if Sudaji herself does not rely on the kinship of the 9-tailed fox race. Suddenly, they begin to hear on the street that they are saying that Qin should be given to them, and then the guards will not be killed. The guard asks who sent these robbers. Is it really the Emperor of the Kanglan Kingdom? One of the main robbers says that his name is Yu Chilian, and even the Emperor of the Kanglan Kingdom. This is because a reward was announced at Qin. The guard doesn't understand. Is this the same Yu Chilian who defeated one of the strong guys, which has the highest peak of the Golden Core? The guy says that Qin Yu is already dead and they should refuse the task. Qin tells them not to even look for him. After all, Qin Yu had already been killed by him and thrown into the wilderness. Suddenly, a dark eagle owl jumps towards them from the mountain. He asks if Qin Yu really died. The Bloody Sword King replies that this is true, and Qin Yu provoked the third prince over and over again and was executed. An owl doesn't need to get involved, or then he has nothing good to expect. Owl says that it doesn't matter to him because he is a dark owl, and he has already accepted this task and must complete it. Otherwise, his reputation will be ruined. Owl directs his guys to attack, and he says to kill everyone. Qin turns to his mentor and says that he is entrusting this for him too, as Qin knows that the mentor does not kill. He tells the mentor to leave Owl with his last breath. Qin will come and deal with him. The mentor says that he serves his majesty. Guy attacks man, and he says that he advises him not to interfere, otherwise he will beat the old bald man to death with a whip. The monk says that salvation comes to those who repent, and he strikes them with magical power towards the guys. Yu Chilian begins to bleed from his mouth, and he does not understand how this is possible. After all this, the guys lie half dead, and the monk approaches his majesty, and he hopes that he did not let him down. Qin says that the monk did a good job. Next, the main character approaches these guys and uses his gun to kill them. For killing a level 9 Golden Core cultivator, the guy receives experience points. He also killed the 8th and 5th level Foundation cultivator. Qin approaches one guy and he tells him that Qin cannot kill him. After all, he is the son of the elder of the Dark Knight clan. If Qin kills him, he will provoke the Dark Knight clan. But Qin points his gun and kills the guy, hitting him right in the head. And for killing a Golden Core cultivator, the guy gets 5,200 experience points. But suddenly something from the sword begins to fly up from the guy's ball, and the monk realizes that things are going badly. Kinjun turns to the monk and asks what it is. The monk replies that that immortal cultivator has a sigil of kinship, and if he then dies, the seal solution will immediately convey to the next generations what the deceased saw before his death. Sudaji says that the seal of kinship is at least in the realm of immortals, and no one knows. After all, maybe the enemy is not in the realm of the immortals. In addition, he is the elder of the Dark Knight chapter, and it's hard for her to say whether the whole clan will compete with the master. But Chinjun replies that in any case he will find his way. After all, if water comes, you need to fill it with soil. And if the main character does not kill this guy, he will still cause the displeasure of the Dark Knight. And so Chinjun understands that it will be better if he does kill him. He appeals to everyone and offers to continue moving. After all, they need to hurry and head to the Nanzhou dynasty. After all, the meeting will begin in a few days. Chinjun understands that the most important thing is that he too must save time and improve, and also the main character must work on himself and increase his strength. Somewhere in the middle of the mountains, there is a castle. At this time, the man there meditates and tests his strength. But suddenly memories flies to him and he sees his son there, and Chinjun stands in front of him who wants to kill him. The elder begins to get angry, and he does not understand how this guy dared to kill his son. Now, this man promises to tear the main character into pieces. He sees that his son was killed, and the opponent of a high-level cultivator. He turns to one guy and tells him to prove himself. After all, the enemy has a subordinate monk who uses the Wankazang technique. The father tells the guy to go to the temple first and make inquiries, and he will draw him the outline of the main character's face. He says what needs to be done so that they are in a very painful situation. The guy agrees to dissolve in space. At this time, Chinjun in the carriage turns to the mentor and asks if he will teach him the technique that he used before. The monk says that this is the Wankuzang technique, and this is the teaching from their temple. Therefore, it cannot be transferred to outsiders. Soyali approaches the main character and says that if he doesn't want to teach, then let him not teach. After all, Chinjun is very smart, and the girl offers to teach the guy herself. But Chinjun doesn't understand. What a girl can teach him. After all, the demonic race has a limited limit. Humans initially do not have the ability to use the skills of the demonic race. Soyali says of course she can. She can teach a guy how to harden his body, and then the guy's body will become as powerful as that of dragons. Soyali places her finger on the guy's post and begins to use her power. She tells brother Chinjun to feel it with all his heart. Suddenly, the girl's power pierces the guy's entire body, and he feels it to every part of his body. The system congratulates the owner on obtaining the skill, which is called the indestructible body. And since the owner received the ancient skill for the first time, he is rewarded with the call of demons and gods. Chinjun understands that the indestructible body that Soyali gave him consists of only 5 layers. The first layer is to have the strongest immunity and fearlessness to harmful factors or influences. The second layer is durability. The third layer is the diamond fortress. The fourth layer is a force that can turn a mountain upside down. And the fifth force is the temple of nature. Chinjun understands that there were originally 3 layers, and unfortunately, due to the passage of time, they were lost. The main character incredibly thanks the girl for this. But Soyali says that she does not need gratitude, because she is glad that she was able to help the owner with something. Chinjun understands that it's a little troublesome, because he offended the Dark Knight clan. Although Soyali gave him the skill, however, for the sake of safety, he needs to keep someone strong with him. Chinjun presses the summoning system and he summons a random demon. He understands that he needs to wait until a new friend arrives. After all, the main character has no idea who will be summoned this time. Suddenly, the carriage stopped and the guards did not understand where it came from. Only the remains. After all, around them, there are many bones and skulls of various animals and people. The guard says that Yeshuan has no idea. After all, there are a lot of werewolves in this zone, and the Nanzhou dynasty had a lot of cultivators keeping evil spirits as pets. And since there were always evil spirits who ran away and caused harm to those around the kingdom, Kanglin feared killings by mistake, and thus was afraid of offending the cultivators of the Nanzhou dynasty, and tell the guards that in connection with this, few people carried out a cleanup of monsters, to the point that some were forced to move. Chinjun says that it is no wonder that this path is so lifeless. Sudaji starts shouting about it, that things are bad for them because a large wave of animals is heading in their direction. Feels that this stream of beasts is led by a demon king. The guards see some kind of city and they shout for everyone to quickly come in and close the city gates. After all, the wave and the animals are heading in this direction. They hid behind the wall, and Chin-jun doesn't understand. Do wild animals often rush into this area? One of the guards who closed the gates said that this was so. However, as the meeting approached, the Nanzhou Demon Kings were always looking for an opportunity to escape. And people say that half a month ago, several dozen fortresses on the rock, they were destroyed by a stream of animals, and no one has ever returned alive after this. Chin-jun understands that these are city people. The dog turns to the master and asks if he should sort this out. Na Chin-jun says that the growling dog should not rush, because he will show himself if the city is destroyed. Chin-jun just wants to save people, and does not want to save the city of the Kanglan Kingdom. A huge flock of monsters begin to approach them, and Sudaji says that these monsters seem to be under someone's power, since they are so crazy. Chin-jun doesn't understand. Have these monsters gone completely crazy? After all, they are attacking with incredibly great power. Chin-jun says that a bunch of animals who dared to stand in his way are looking for death. One of the guys starts fighting, and he is ready to kill every animal. The system congratulates the owner for calling the Golden Bird of Hands for the name Li Yunba. Chin-jun doesn't understand, is this Li Yunba? After all, at this time Li Yunba is fighting with these demonic beasts that attacked people. He wants them all to die. He fights a huge witch bear, and it hits him. Chin-jun understands that this is as expected from a demon who has the blood of a bird flowing in his body. The main character thinks about how strong Li Yunba is. The guy says that this Li Yunba is quite suitable for the role of an attacking general, and if the main character can fix it, then he will have many opportunities. The guard replies that if such a cultivator is allowed onto the battlefield, then it will look like lethal weapon. Chin-jun says that, since the mentor himself says so, later he will go to Li Yunba and lure him to his side. Sudaji approaches the main character and tells the master that his origin is very extraordinary. Li Yunba has a higher level than the girl. Besides, Li Yunba is too cruel, and the owner should not approach him. Soyali comes up behind Sudaji. She agrees with what Sister Sudaji said. The girl also says that this man is terrible, and even she wouldn't dare to compete with Li Yunba. They look in the distance, surprised by what is happening. But the monk says that the Demon King has arrived. Suddenly, a huge beast appears in front of them, gets angry, and says that a human boy dared to exterminate his clan of demons. And now, because of this, he will definitely tear Li Yunba to shreds. They start to run away, and they are very scared because the Demon King is here and he has arrived. Sudaji says that this Demon King is a tiger who has reached at least level 5 supreme power. The girl who stood next to him asks, does this mean that even the cultivator loses? But Chin-jun denies this and says that Li Yunba will defeat him. At this time, Li Yunba asks, what kind of cute cat is squeaking in front of him? He says this is incredible impudence. But the Demon King attacks and calls Li Yunba a self-confident insolent. Ask, is the guy looking for death? When the Demon King was still floating in the air, Li Yunba flies up to him, and they begin the battle. The guy takes his weapon with both hands and swings it towards the Demon King. Li Yunba hits the Demon King, and the beast flies away, making a huge hole in the ground. The spirit of the Demon King flies out from the body of the demon tiger and asks if a person dared to harm his pet. Li Yunba asks, is the demon still hiding his red herrings? And if so, he wants the Demon King to watch him kill the tiger. Li Yunba falls with all his strength onto the demon's body and destroys it. The main character looks at this in surprise and understands how cruel it is, but he admires the one he called. At one point, Li Yunba is at the gates of the city in which the main character and his demons are hiding. At this time, Sudaji tells brother Chin-jun to be careful. All the subordinate main characters try to protect him. Tai-bai Jingsing asks what Grisha wants to do, but Chin-jun breaks through his subordinates and says that Li Yunba has done a good job. Li Yunba shies away from the main character and turns to the benefactor. Li Yunba came to worship and help achieve great goals. People don't understand. Is this strange guy really bowing to Prince Chin-jun? After all, having this ferocious villain, they do not understand whether the Kanglan Kingdom will still be able to compete with the Chanyu Kingdom. Chin-jun tells Li Yunba to get up quickly. After all, with such an impressive appearance, he really looks like a general. Soyali approaches Li Yunba and asks why the guy calls her brother Chin-jun a benefactor. Li Yunba says that when he was small and had no roof over his head, then the young master Qin served him food, and if it weren't for this holy man, Li Yunba would have been dead a long time ago. But Qin starts to get embarrassed and says that they don't need to remember the past. After all, what happened was what happened. The main character turns to the system and says that it inserted memories. Qin is surprised at how cool it is. All the guards duck in front of Li Yunba and thank him for his help. Li Yunba says that if they had not blocked the path to the benefactor, he would not have cared about them. Qin offers, everyone should enter the city and hit the road early. The news that Li Yunba destroyed the flow of evil spirits and killed the Demon King quickly spread throughout the city, and all the people were very grateful to him. This information even reached the kingdom of Kanglan. Qin reads the news and says that the head of the city is quite interesting. After all, he not only gave 10,000 spirit stones as a gift, but also sent information about the Demon King's cultivator. Qin talks about the master of the Sixth Hall Brother constellation, which is one of the 5 best gates of the constellation. And the Constellation Gate is one of the 7 main ones of all the Nanzhou dynasty. And people say that any of the masters with just a wave of the hand can destroy an entire kingdom. Sudaji asks, is the gentleman really scared? But Qin says that later, when he takes the throne, he will certainly lead the kingdom of Kanyue and will surpass the Nanzhou dynasty. And by that time, the main character will be able to destroy all 6 halls of the Constellation Gates. Suddenly, in the carriage where Soyali is sitting, Qin and Sudaji begin to smell an unpleasant smell. Qin gets off his carriage and asks what happened. But the guards shout to His Highness to be careful because there is some strange fog ahead. Li Yunba gets out of the carriage and says that this is just a small poisonous snake of the 3rd peak. And since Qin is with him, His Highness does not need to worry. Qin tells Li Yunba that they need to go see what's going on there. After all, for the first layer of an invulnerable body, poison is precisely what is needed, and it is difficult for the main character to say whether it is possible to use. It's impossible to break through. Qin heard that if a mighty evil spirit appears alone, it means it is guarding the treasures of heaven and earth. He asks, really, with this little poisonous snake? All the same, Li Yunba says that behind it is a black, high-grade poisonous flower, and 4 cultivators are looking for a way to take it away. What was expected from an earthly immortal? After all, he has such good eyesight. Suddenly, Qin does not understand what is happening because he appears in front of them. A huge poisonous snake, and in front of it there are 4 people who are trying to defend themselves. These guys start screaming that you need to be careful. The snake hits them and the guys fall to the ground. Suddenly, they see 2 guys walking there. They don't understand who it is. But Qin sees a fierce water dragon in front of him. Qin understands that the fierce dragon is guarding unusual things. The main character does not know whether he will be able to develop his cultivation with its help. The guard tells Qin not to come close. After all, this snake is poisonous, but Qin is approaching it. They call the main character crazy, and if he dies, he deserves it. Qin approaches the cheater, but suddenly the snake swings behind its tail to hit the main character. But Li Yunba grabs the snake's tail and asks if the tiny snake dares to act crazy in front of him. Li Yunba tells the snake to leave this place. Li Yunba lifts the snake by the tail and throws it to the other side. The guards are surprised because even they, cultivators of the Golden Core, cannot break through the defense of the water dragon. And this guy crushed. Scales just grabbed this monster. They don't understand how high this guy is. Moreover, Li Yunba did it with just one hand. At this time, Qin notices some incredibly beautiful flower from which a strange smell is emanating. Qin says that this is fragrant, and it is not surprising to him that there are always monsters next to earthly treasures. Qin is afraid that even an ordinary person would not be able to resist this. The first layer of an indestructible body. One of the men starts screaming and calling it a waste. After all, Qin took to improve the black poisonous flower. This is a rare, valuable material for making pills. Somewhere a plant is very poisonous, and the stranger guy took it directly. They are afraid that Qin will be poisoned to death. Qin understands that an indestructible body is indeed difficult to practice. This is just the first layer. Absorbing poison makes the protagonist feel as if an insect is crawling on his body, and this itch is simply unbearable. The young master's body begins to become covered in a dark color. Qin understands that he needs to hold on, and this is all for the sake of to give in harder. And if he is weak, sooner or later, the summoned monsters will give him strength. Some bubbles begin to form in the guy's body, and only by improving will the young master have the opportunity to return to Earth to his parents. The guy understands that he must hold on. Suddenly, a system appears and says that since the owner has absorbed an earthly treasure for the first time, he will receive a reward from the owner upon reaching the third level gold core. The men do not understand what is happening and why Qinjun suddenly broke through. They thought that the young master would die from poison, but in the end, he also moved to a new level. Qinjun understands that the first layer of the indestructible body, this is the possession of the strongest immunity to harmful factors and influences. Now the guy asks the system to check the attribute table. Qinjun sees his information and understands that in order to break through each level of the golden core, he needs 50,000 experience points, and for this he needs to complete more tasks. But when the guy looks around, he sees that these people are still standing. He asks why they haven't left yet. One of the guys tells the gentleman that Qinjun is extraordinary. They ask if they can meet a guy. Qinjun asks if they don't want him dead for taking their treasures. The guy replies that he turns out to be the strongest. Treasures of heaven and earth? He asks, how can you even hate for this? They turn to the gentleman and ask if they can leave this plant to them, even though it has dried up, but it can still be used as a medicinal material. And one of their juniors was injured by the enemy side, and will need to take the poison of the black flower. Qinjun thinks that he almost killed a man, but in any case, this flower is already useless to him, and so he will do a small favor. He says the guys can take him. They begin to thank the young master and says that they are knights of the Kanglan Kingdom. They say their names and introduce themselves to the young master. One of the guys says what was expected of a genius. After all, at such a young age, Qinjun broke through the golden core boundary. An overweight man turns to his friend and says that Qinjun is even more outstanding than his son. The men answer that this is true because his mediocre son walks around happy and thinks that he became the very first in the whole kingdom, when in fact, he is very far from Prince Qinjun. Qinjun tells the gentleman that they should not praise him. He turns around and leaves. He says that he needs to continue on his way. Also, the guy says that this place has an incredibly beautiful landscape. When Qinjun and Li Yunba come back to them, the guards ask if everything is okay with His Highness. Qinjun replies that everything is fine with him and they are ready to move out. When Qinjun enters the carriage, he addresses the Dragon Queen and says that he has broken through the first layer of the indestructible body. Soyali starts to rejoice and to say that Brother Qinjun is very amazing, and it seems that this technique was created specifically for him. The girl knew that the young master was the best. After all, Qinjun is almighty. At this time, Sudaji looks out the window and does not pay attention to the young master. She asks if the guy has a conscience. After all, if it weren't for the help that Li Yunba provided him. She asks if Qinjun could break through, but the main character says that even if there was no Li Yunba, he still has Sudaji. At this time, a guy named Suliji is on the roof, and people don't understand how Suliji ended up there. They say that Song Yufeng was defeated by Qinjun and say that Qinjun is waiting for him. The sword that belongs to Suliji already has consciousness, and people can say that he has no equal. And since Suliji took up this matter, Qinjun will certainly be defeated. One of the guys turns to Sulijie and says that the cart in which Qinjun is traveling is already approaching the city. Sulijie begins to rejoice and says that Qinjun has finally appeared. After all, while he was waiting for him, all his bones had already rusted. Sulijie turns to the young master Qinjun and says that the third prince should go out to fight. After all, either Suliji or Qinjun will die today. The system says that a strong fighting desire has been detected that Suliji exhibits. Therefore, a secondary mission was activated called Nightmare of the Genius of the Kanglan Kingdom. Details of this mission. The master must defeat the first genius of the Kanglan Kingdom named Sulijie, and he should become the most fearsome cultivator among the geniuses of this kingdom. For successfully completing the mission, Qinjun will receive 50,000 experience points and a chance at a random lottery. The main character is glad that this mission came to him just in time. Therefore, the main character agrees. But the guard remembers that people say that Sulijie has already cultivated his sword, and His Highness must be careful. Sulijie takes his weapon and attacks the main character. He shouts for Qinjun to take his weapon too, but unexpectedly, when Sulijie attacks, his blow is interrupted by some man. They clash in battle. But unexpectedly, it turns out to be Sulijie's father. The guy asks, what is the father doing? Well, the father replies that his son should not fight this guy. After all, Su Liji is no match for him and is more like a son. I must apologize to investigate after my father. The father apologizes for his son, and he says that he and His Majesty Prince Qinjun met again. He asks that the young master not be angry with his youngest son. After all, the man asks for an apology on his behalf. After all, earlier a man named Liaosu was warned that things were going badly. After all, it seems that his youngest son, Sulijie, is waiting for Qinjun to appear in their city, and Sulijie is preparing to challenge this guy. Then Liaosu realized that he definitely needed to stop his son. And fortunately, Liaosu managed to save this guy from death. The guys are discussing whether this is Sulijie in front of them. They call the guy too pathetic. Sulijie starts shouting that he is the leader of the Blue Four. The father understands that this is also an incredible shame. Sulijie asks his father what Liaosu wants to do. Qinjun says that the guy is not his opponent. If he lies down to join the battle, he will certainly die. And even Sulijie started fighting me, and my father's already saying that Sulijie is no match for this guy. Does the father really despise his boyfriend that much? Liaosu understands that this is already better. But Sulijie begins to get angry and say that it is still unclear who exactly will die. After all, he had already cultivated his sword, and so now he has become invincible. Sulijie is about to attack the main character, and he holds out his sword. But with just one movement of his hand and fingers, he intercepts the enemy's sword. What does Sulijie's sword start from? Make cracks. Qinjun says that Sulijie is too arrogant. Qinjun takes his hand off the sword, and the sword breaks into pieces. Following this, the main character strikes the enemy, and Sulijie flies into the wall, leaving an imprint of his body on it. People are surprised that the guy was instantly defeated. They remember that Maxim was also killed in one blow. People say that the guy then used a weapon, and this time, Qinjun didn't involve him either. They don't understand. Has the young master become even stronger? After all, even Sulijie was instantly amazed. They don't understand who is their kingdom. Can beat this guy, Qinjun asks. Is this really all the power of the very first genius of this kingdom? The main character calls it boring. Sulijie falls to the ground and starts to get angry. He promises to take revenge on the main character. But suddenly the guy falls and loses consciousness. Liaosu approaches his son and thinks that fortunately, Sulijie is still alive. Liaosu turns to the protagonist and thanks His Highness for his mercy. The man hopes that he and Qinjun will meet again. At this time, Liaosu and his son instantly disappear from the place where they were. Qinjun is surprised that they ran away so quickly. They understand. Is he really that scary? After all, in reality, he is not so scary. Qinjun turns around and says that they already need to leave to find a hotel and rest. They will no longer continue their journey. At this time in the Kanglin Kingdom, His Highness is warned that Sulijie was defeated by Prince Qinjun, who came to them from the Qianyue Kingdom. His Highness answers that only a few months have passed, and Qinjun has become much stronger. The strength of the Lang level cultivator is again extraordinary. It is incredible that Qinjun has already broken through the boundaries of the Golden Core. His Highness understands that if Qinjun continues to develop, he will certainly become the emperor of a neighboring kingdom in the future. His Highness says that they must find a way to get rid of, from this guy, Prince Qinjun. Because otherwise, this person will definitely become the most powerful enemy of the Kanglin Kingdom. But the servant answers His Highness and says that if he wants to get rid of Qinjun, then the servant is afraid that he will have to invite someone who has the level of transformation. The guy understands that this is the only thing left, and he tells the servant to go. And I tried it. At this time, the main character is in his hotel room. He is meditating. The system indicates that an additional mission has been completed, which is called the Nightmare of Geniuses in the Kingdom of Konglin. And for this, the young owner receives 50,000 experience points and a chance at the lottery. Qinjun wants to launch the lottery again. After all, he will continue to use today's luck that led him to victory. The system activates the lottery, and she congratulates the owner on winning Gatling, the destruction of worlds. To use it, the young master needs to infuse his strength. Qinjun is surprised by this. He tells the system to pull out the Gatling destruction of worlds, and he wants to see what it is. When the thing falls into the guy's hands, he is very surprised by its mighty power. He doesn't understand. Is this really a spiritual weapon? After all, it looks decent. The main character is surprised how powerful it is. After all, this weapon is capable of destroying a huge number of streams of evil spirits. But Qinjun doesn't understand how much spiritual energy this thing can absorb. But be that as it may, he needs to practice first. The main character decides that he will use this thing as soon as he has the opportunity to do so. The next day, the guys on the street and Soyali and Sudaji are sitting in the carriage. Chinjun rejoices because that he slept well that night, but suddenly he notices something. Knights lined up in front of them. The mayor of the city is standing there. The guards don't understand what the boss means. They ask whether the city chief is trying to stop them, but the man asks for an apology. He understands that Prince Chinjun is already very strong, and therefore he must certainly be eliminated. Well, Chinjun calls this a very weak statement. He asks, is a man with so many people going to kill him? The city leader understands that Prince Chinjun is very eloquent, and he sends his guards to attack. Now Chinjun understands that his time has come. The main character takes out his spear, and he is ready for battle. He channels his power and deflects the arrows, which the archers pointed at him. He also amazes archers with his strength. The city leader is surprised by how quickly Prince Chinjun's power has increased. He understands that he needs to carefully monitor this guy. The head of the city directs one guy and shouts that he should quickly kill Prince Chinjun. The guy is already attacking the main character, and he is screaming for Chinjun to die. But suddenly, Li Yunba appears in front of the main character. He resists the guy's blow. And the guy is surprised that Li Yunba actually stopped his attack. Asks, did this guy really want to hurt His Majesty? The strength in Li Yunba's hands is so strong that he pressed the guy into the hand and crushed his armor. Li Yunba uses his mace and shouts that he will take the guy's life. The demon bird hits his enemy, and the guy flies into the wall. People don't understand. Is it possible that the young master is dead? Liao Su turns to his son and says that this is the only reason he stopped Sulijia. Yes, he is surprised at how creepy it is. After all, if he had then fought with the main character, there would have been no living space left of him. Liao Su addresses his son and says that if in the future Suliji encounters Prince Chinjun, then Suliji should treat him more respectfully. After all, if the son cannot do this, it's better to avoid the young master because the people around the prince are too frightening, and this is all terrible. Chinjun begins to comment on everything that is happening and says that it is all cruel and even very cruel. However, he likes it. The guard approaches the young master and asks, His Highness has what they should do next. Chinjun replies that it is too late, and they must move on. This guy who threatened them is already dead, and the main character can say that the Kanglin state has now lost its right hand. The guard agrees with everything the young master says. But suddenly, Chinjun notices something strange. Someone starts screaming and asking them to stop. Chinjun pays attention to how much the city leader was stoned. The main character approaches the man, and the boss asks what the young gentleman wants to do now. Chinjun hits a man with his spear. The system notifies that for killing a cultivator of the 5th level again, 590 experience points were received. Chinjun tells someone to find the person who will send the body of the city leader personally to the emperor of this kingdom. Chinjun is against telling the emperor that this is a gift from him. In addition, Chinjun asks the emperor, they said that when Chinjun returns from the meeting that will take place, he will definitely take over the Kanglin state. The young master asks that they convey this, that let the emperor wait for him. At this time, in the palace of the emperor of the Kanglin kingdom, tells the emperor that the city that the 3rd prince recently visited has been defeated and the 2 main guys were killed. The servant says that this is true, and the subordinate princes of Chinjun are very strong. After all, they destroyed the incredibly strong guy of their kingdom with one blow, and besides, they broke through the city limits. And the servant also talks about how Prince Chinjun sent the body of the city chief, and he conveyed the message to the emperor. When Chinjun said that he would return from the meeting, he would definitely capture the Kanglin state. At this moment, the emperor begins to get incredibly angry and shout that this is too much. He asks if the guards don't protect the kingdom's fortresses. After all, today someone already wants to seize their state. He asks how the guards allowed this to happen and why they are silent. The emperor doesn't understand. Don't they dare to speak out? He asks whether there is no person in the whole kingdom who could tell him about this. The emperor's son turns to his father and asks his father, the emperor, to moderate his rage. After all, the son has a plan. The son says that since Chinjun said that after the end of the Qianlong meeting, he will seize their states, then the son proposes not to give the young master the opportunity to return. The son says that they all know that the meeting will take place. They are not simple at all, and all the geniuses go there. The son says that although Chinjun is the most powerful in the nearest state, however, At the meeting that will take place, Qin will only be an empty space, and then they can rely on Su Lijie. After all, the guy also plans to go there. But suddenly, His Majesty is addressed. Liao Su says that Su Lijie has already been defeated by the young master, and the man is afraid that even the 4 knights of the kingdom will not dare to resist this third principle. In this case, the emperor says that he transfers this matter to his son. He asks if the son will help share his father's burdens. The son named Shier agrees with the words of the emperor's father, and the guy says that he will certainly force the third prince to stay at this meeting. A few days later, the main character and his team finally reached their destination. Qinjun is surprised by how amazingly beautiful this place is. The main character is happy that the Nanju dynasty is finally in front of him. Qinjun sees some strange ball from which light is emitting. The monk says that this is a popular magic ball that is designed to record information, and there is a white and purple ball, and the first ball receives information from the second, and if you break any ball of them, then all the information will disappear. And to improve the quality of the national ball, a large number of people are needed. Qinjun is surprised that everything is exactly like this. Suddenly, the main character notices how guys start pestering different girls. But at the same time, the girls are against it and ask to be released. The main character says that the soldiers of the Nanju dynasty are unbearably unpleasant to him. The monk did not expect that these people from the dynasty were so rotten. Qinjun understands that Soyali and Sudaji incredibly attractive. He doesn't understand if these girls start getting harassed too. Qinjun understands that he needs to come up with a way to avoid this. One of the guys begins to pester a girl in a red dress who is traveling along with Qinjun and his team. The guy calls the girl beautiful and says that it's rare to meet such a beauty, but the girl asks the guy to remove his hands and walk away. Suddenly, the main character has an interesting idea. The guy from the dynasty tells the girl to let her brother take a good look at her. He tells the girl not to worry because this is just a test, and the brother will not sleep with the girl right here. The girl in the green dress tries to stop this senior, but Ye Xuan does not let the girl in. He says that if a conflict arises with the soldiers of the Nanzhou dynasty, they will be denied the bypass and will lose the right. Participate in this meeting. Yi Xuan says that now, the girls just need to be patient with what is happening. At this time, the soldier invites the girl in red to start already. He wants the girl. I let my brother do what he wants. But at this moment, she takes out her sword. Qinjun turns to the soldier and asks whether the soldiers of the kingdom are not ashamed to mock women. The guy turns to the main character and asks what this sneaky guy means it. He asks if Qinjun is desecrating his dynasty, but Qinjun would never dare to do such a thing. After all, they are guards, subordinates of the emperor, and they are only people of the kingdom. Qinjun says that they can all be compared to a big family. After all, the dynasty is the elders, and they are the juniors. He asks if the guards ever saw, so that the older ones bully the younger ones. The soldier talks about how Qinjun is eager for words, and he says that today he must touch this girl. He asks what Qinjun will do to him for this. The guy tries to grab the girl, but she jumps back and hides behind Qinjun. The girl asks Prince Qinjun for help. Well, the soldier begins to get angry and says that the girl is completely impudent because she dared to hide. Qinjun understands that he said this only for the safety of his girls, Soyali and Sudaji. And this beauty is truly incomparable. At this time, Qinjun begins to address everyone present, and he asks them to listen to him. Qinjun says that they came here for the meeting that will take place. He asks why they should all lose their dignity. The soldier tries to shut the main character's mouth. But the third principle continues to say that there is no need to exaggerate the merits of the dynasty, as if they couldn't do without them. Qinjun says that this is far from true, and the reason why Qianlong gave them this opportunity is not to offer their alms or to gain new blood. And if they do not join the dynasty, they will lose this opportunity. However, they will become a new threat for them. Yishan says that they make so many offerings to them every year, but in the end they are still humiliated. He asks if the soldiers will tolerate this. The guy doesn't understand why. They are insulted. Yishuan says that the dynasty's army is just soldiers, and if there wasn't a dynasty behind them, that Yishuan could tear everyone apart with just one hand. He calls them a bunch of insects that enjoy the protection of the strong. Yishuan says that in the end, they will go to a place where the land belongs to no one. There, where there are a lot of sects and there are more cultivators than clouds in the sky. Qinjun says that the celestials strive for longevity, and the meaning of life lies in freedom, and not to lose the limitations of fate. He asks if they are not chasing freedom now. The soldier attacks the main character and asks whether the third prince is looking for death. But at this moment, the main character repels the guy's blow with just his foot, from which the soldier is thrown into the wall and he leaves an imprint of his body there. The rest of the guards see that Chinjun dared to attack their soldier. But at this time, none other than Sulijia appears in front of the main character who is ready to defend his master. He says that whoever decides to touch his highness, he will personally turn into a meat pie. Now the whole team of the protagonist has gathered, and Taibai Jingsing decides to ask one more time if they will be allowed in, whether they are in a dynasty or not. Most of all, Sudaji hates such dishonest scoundrels. The soldiers begin to get angry, but suddenly an unknown man appears on top of the fence. Chinjun feels a very strong aura. This is the supreme law enforcement officer of Bronze Pass, in the name of Shu Guiku. He asks why Chinjun is creating problems out of nowhere. But Chinjun replies that these soldiers, they insulted their fellow travelers. Also, these guys don't allow them to join the dynasty. The guys start shouting that even though they came from other kingdoms, however, it's impossible, so mock them. They ask where the etiquette of the palace soldiers of the Nanju Empire is. After all, in broad daylight, they harass poor women. One of the guys is angry because the soldiers are not only harassing women, after all, they even touched him all over. Shuguiku understands that he needs to deal with the soldiers, otherwise this information will reach the palace. He doesn't understand whether this will affect the reigning dynasty. But the soldiers are trying to justify themselves, and they say that this is not at all what these people say. They are asking for mercy. But Shuguiku shouts that he will change the squad of soldiers tomorrow. The guard approaches the main character and addresses his highness. He says that this man's name is Shu Guiku, and he is one of the top 20 in the Nanju dynasty. This man is also the supreme law enforcement officer of Bronze Pass, and his position is higher than that of the mayor of the city. The main character turns to Taibai Jingsing and asks what level this guy is. Taibai Jingsing replies that the guy's level is earthly immortal of the first level. Chinjun doesn't understand, really. This guy is truly in the top 20. After all, the real power of the Nanju dynasty is not as great as he imagined. Shuguiku descends to the ground to the main character, and he sees that the main character's cultivation is at the border of a high level. He asks who Chinjun is after all. Li Yunba interrupts the man and asks what business does he have. Chinjun says that Li Yunba is his subordinate and an orphan since childhood. Shuguiku turns to the guy and asks how Li Yunba would like him to become his teacher, but Li Yunba replies that there is no need for this, and he will not bow to someone who is weaker than him. Chinjun is surprised that this guy really doesn't know what it means to be tactful. Shu Guiku says that it was still very arrogant, and he gave the guy the opportunity to become his student. At this moment, the man disappears, and Chinjun says that Li Yunba and Soyali just the right age to become participants in this year's meeting. But if Soyali's identity is revealed, the main character is afraid that problems may arise. Chinjun approaches Li Yunba, and he asks the guy to sign up for the competition with him later. But Li Yunba doesn't understand why he needs this, because he doesn't fight the weak. Chinjun says that the guy will help him eliminate some opponents. And at the right time, Li Yunba will meet him and help him reach the desired peak. Li Yunba agrees with the gentleman's words. Sudaji asks if it would be considered shameless if Chinjun did this. But Chinjun replies that a man strives for something all his life, and if Li Yunba participates in the competition, and at the right time he admits defeat to the main character, then the name Li Yunba will also become famous. Although Chinjun became famous through cunning. However, because of this, money will flow to him like a river. The main character is about to leave and says that they should continue moving. After all, the Bronze Pass is located not far from this city, and this is where registration for the meeting takes place. At this time, Master Shuguiku greets. Shuguiku understands that compared to the guy he met at the city gate, he understands that these students look pretty mediocre, and that guy Li Yunba, who Shuguiku should definitely get. At this time, the main character and his friends have already gone to the hotel and are now eating. At this moment, Li Yunba suddenly sneezes, and Chinjun asks why Li Yunba is so strong. But he still sneezes. The guy replies that he doesn't know because probably someone remembers him. Suddenly, the main character hears someone next door, discussing the fact that yesterday, someone in the city received a 5-star rating during an inspection. One guy asks, who exactly received 5 stars? After all, he only has 2. The guys answer that this person is in 798 places on the list of talented cultivators. And people say 3 years ago he shut himself up to break through through the border of the golden core and therefore missed the Qianlong meeting. Judging by the estimates, a large number of talented cultivators are participating this year. Qinjun of his friends, what does this 5-star rating mean? The guard replies that this is the meeting's performance rating, and there are only 9 stars. If a person does not score at least 1 star, he will not be able to participate in the meeting. However, with the strength and talent of His Majesty Qinjun, it would not be difficult to obtain at least 4 stars. Qinjun asks how this check is carried out. The guard replies that it is carried out differently every time, that's why. He does not know. And His Majesty just needs to keep himself in good shape, that's all. Suddenly, someone calls the main character. Qinjun turns around, and he sees that guys have approached him and thank him for his action at the Bronze Pass. The guys say that they will now drink to the young master. Answer that this is a trivial matter, and if not for their help, he would not have been able to achieve that success. The guys answer that Prince Qinjun has no need to be modest. Sometime later, Qinjun sits down at the table and asks, "Is this what they call entertainment?" Sudaji turns to His Majesty and says that Qinjun is becoming more and more like an emperor. Soyali approaches the main character and says that, of course this is so, because Qinjun is the best cultivator. The main character begins to get embarrassed and say that the girls praise him a lot. And since it's already late, he needs to go forward for inspection. When the guy went outside, he was met by the main security guard. He tells His Majesty that this is the examination hall. Qinjun and all the other guys are surprised by what is happening there. After all, there are a lot of people in front of them. Qinjun asks if there are too many people. After all, there are a lot of them. The guard says goodbye to the young master. He says that since he spent Qinjun, he wishes the guy to prove himself well and leaves. Qinjun tells everyone to expect good news from him, but now he asks Li Yunba to clear the way for him. At this moment, Li Yunba approaches the crowd of people and uses his strength to push everyone present with the wind. People start screaming and asking who is pushing them through. They ask that others not push each other. They ask is anyone rushing to the exam hall to be disappointed. At this time, Li Yunba and the main characters are already walking towards the exam site. The main character sees one of the guys leaving the examination field. People are talking about the fact that Cannon Fodder received a 1-star rating in the competition inspection. The presenter announces that the next one should go. At this moment, a girl passes by the main character, but the examiner sends her away. After all, the girl is only 17 years old at the 2nd level of training. He asks how the girl dared to participate in this meeting. The girl turns around and leaves upset. Qinjun turns to one of the guys and asks if he knows who this man is. The guy replies that this man's name is Chu Hege, and he is an incomprehensible cultivator. People also say that Chu Hege's gaze burns right through. Qinjun asks if this is not the watchful eye. After all, this is a low-grade version. Chu Hege announces that Qinjun should go next. The main character approaches the examination field and announces that he is already here. Qinjun is surprised by how Chu Hege stares at him. After all, the guy really gets the feeling that Chu Hege sees all his ins and outs. Chu Hege is praised by the guys and says that Qinjun is not bad. After all, the guy reached the 3rd level of the Golden Core at the age of 16. Chu Hege says that Qinjun is a born genius. He wishes Qinjun couples can already enter. People are surprised that at the age of 16, the guy already has the 3rd level of the Golden Core. They don't understand how this is possible. Now, it's no surprise to them that Qinjun was able to defeat 2 geniuses. This guy's talent scares people. The main character thanks the teacher for his praise and sets off through space to complete the test. When Qinjun gets inside, he doesn't understand what kind of place it is. But unexpectedly, he sees Iron Man in front of him in his hands. The main character doesn't understand what it is, but suddenly this creature begins to attack him. Qinjun sees that in front of him is a doll of the 3rd level of the Golden Core. He sees how huge she is. At this moment, this creature attacks the main character and Qinjun uses his spear to parry the blow. At this time, the guy received a 1-star rating. When Qinjun defeated one of these creatures, he sees another one appear in front of him and behind him. Qinjun doesn't understand. Is it possible that by defeating an opponent of the same level you can get 1 star? After all, having defeated 2, he will get 2 stars. And if this is really so, then he wants to be attacked already. Now, the main character himself is interested in how many stars he can get in this competition. At this time, 6 masters watch through a huge ball as the students undergo tests. They see how Qinjun competes, and they say that this child has not only 8-star abilities, but also very rich combat experience. They suggest that maybe Qinjun will reach the 6th star, but there are not many participants whose abilities were rated 8 stars. The master in the name of Fei Yushu replies that abilities are important for combat experience and cannot be ignored. At this time, Li Yunba appears in their ball, and they don't understand. Has this guy reached the boundaries of transformation? After all, probably the upper limit of verification is the boundaries of reincarnation. One of the masters asks, for Fei Yushu to evaluate this guy's abilities. Fei Yushu says that Li Yunba has 9-star abilities. Now Fei Yushu is inspired by the idea and turns to the elder and says that they must get this guy. After all, no one knows. Maybe Li Yunba will be able to hold their Hall of the Divine, soared to new heights. The elder says that they must act quickly and lure Li Yunba away before the other sects recognize him. At this time, the system announces that Qin Jun received a 9-star rating at the Qianlong meeting, and the elders are surprised that another capable student has appeared before them. Qin Jun is already on top of the enemies he has defeated. And the main character says that fortunately, he put on the purple and gold imperial armor in time. Otherwise, it would definitely. He could have made a mistake. The ball announces that the check is completed and will soon be conveyed that Qin Jun received a 9-star rating at the meeting. When Qin Jun leaves the testing area, Li Yunba runs towards him and says that it's good that the young master also has 9 stars. Qin Jun is proud of himself, and he says that when those statues saw him, they themselves fell to their knees in front of him. At this time, Qin Jun holds the ball in his hands and looks at Chu Hege. The main character understands that he cannot see this armor. He doesn't understand. Is this really a high-level attribute? After all, high-level attributes are very expensive, and if he can get them, then he will have many opportunities. But Qin Jun understands that he has a bad situation, because he forgot to remove the armor, and he himself attracts bandits. And seeing this armor, people may become greedy. Now Qin Jun turns to Chu Hege and asks how the inspection went. He asks, "Are you needed? Is there any other evidence for the meeting?" He doesn't want Chu Hege to look at him so strangely, but Chu Hege replies that there is no need for proof, because all the cultivators who received the star may participate in the meeting. Qin Jun is very sorry that due to the influx of people, the examiner cannot be touched now, otherwise he will have problems. The main character says goodbye, and thanks the examiner. He tells Li Yunba to leave this place with him because it is better to avoid unnecessary attention. Chu Hege understands that this guy is really crazy, and if Li Yunba hated him, then he could cause problems in the future. And Chu Hege understands that he must find it as soon as possible, a way to get rid of them. And as soon as he does this, the treasure will be his. Li Yunba turns to the main character and says that he feels the murderous intentions behind him. Chu Hege is presented. Li Yunba asks, why don't they just kill this guy? Qin Jun replies that if Li Yunba kills him, he asks how they will participate in the meeting this year. Qin Jun understands that for an additional mission, they give 10,000 experience points and 1 call and 1 lottery. If Qin Jun can't participate in the meeting, because he will kill, some guy's going to lose a lot. At this time, the main guard approaches the main character and says that Qin Jun is very cool. After all, he has already sent people to convey this news to the emperor of their kingdom. And the guard thinks that the emperor will also be happy. Qin Jun turns to the guard and asks who told him that Qin Jun can only get 4 stars. The guard replies that he was completely blind. He asks that His Majesty not blame him. Qin Jun invites everyone to return. They will also be able to drink and eat at the hotel. The main character already wants to share this good news with Sudaji and Soyali. Now they are all sitting at the table, and Soyali says that brother Qin Jun is great, and the guy will definitely take first place at this year's meeting. Taibai Jinxing says that His Majesty truly stands out among his peers and people of his level, and the monk believes that His Majesty not only leads the strongest, but also grows rapidly himself. The monk is delighted with the young master, but Qin Jun replies that there is no need to overpraise him. After all, if it weren't for them, Qin Jun would have died long ago. At this time, suddenly something flies towards them, and Taibai Jinxing grabs it with his hand. Qin Jun doesn't understand what it is. Taibai Jinxing says that he has a disciple who came to the Nanzhu dynasty, and he wants to pay tribute to your majesty. This student's name is Li Bai. Qin Jun asks, is this the same Li Bai who is the Blue Lotus swordsman? He asks how strong this student is, but the main character decides to apply immediately to the system, and he asks, did he launch the call why it suddenly appeared? The system says that some demons can drag with them other accompanying demons who are equivalent, summoning 2 at a time. And since Taibai Jinxing and Li Bai have the same source of origin, the master became stronger, and Li Bai's consciousness awakened, and so he himself came to bow. Taibai Jinxing says that the student has already reached the boundaries of a high level, and it so happened that one day, Taibai Jinxing inadvertently left his body and entered the dream of the student's mother. And so they started a good relationship. His mother gave him the name Taibai Jinxing. Qinjun asks the system, is it true that Li Bai is known as the immortal swordsman, and he only has high-level boundaries? The system answers that the name Li Bai is a blue lotus, and the swordsman himself was invented by Taibai Jinxing himself, and he has the strength of the first level of the immortal realm. Taibai Jinxing just wanted to let Fahai save face, so he lowered his level. And Li Bai is a student of Taibai Jinxing, and the last reincarnation of Li Bai was during the Tang dynasty. After death, he awakened in the same way as Li Yunba and regained his previous memory. However, the owner need not worry. After all, Sudaji, or more often in the dog, becomes stronger. Of course, the stronger the master, the stronger the summoned demons. At this time, Qinjun's emotions were very strange, and all his friends are surprised. Soyali asked what happened. Taibai Jinxing was also interested in what was happening to the young master, but Sudaji replied that everyone should not pay attention. After all, Qinjun is often like this, and they can just continue eating. Sudaji turns to Soyali and invites the girl to go together. Take a walk. But Qinjun gets up from his chair and says that everything is fine with him, and he turns to Sophia and says that he will keep the girl company and they will take a little walk. At this time in the Nanzhou dynasty, Yu Fenghuang and her friend are on the balcony. The girl turns to Miss and say that the Qinjun, who is now popular in the city. She asks if this is the same guy from the Shangyue kingdom. Yu Fenghuang doesn't know either, but if it's really him, then the guy is good. After all, the genius who received 9 stars is stronger than that demon of the young master. And later the guy will be able to help Miss get rid of the prenuptial agreement. Miss also hopes so. But if this is not so, then she herself. After all, besides her husband, she will not allow any other man to look at her body. But the maid thinks that hope is small. After all, the Chanyu kingdom is a small state, and here a genius with 9 stars would never appear. Suddenly, the girl on the balcony notices that Qinjun is walking there. At that time, Li Yunba turns to His Highness and says that someone is following them. Qinjun replies that there is an abandoned earth ahead that belongs to no one. Therefore, they will deal with the enemies there. Suddenly, Li Yunba parries a blow and tells His Highness to be careful. Li Yunba stands right in front of the guy. Suddenly, they notice the silhouette of a man who says that all the treasures should be given to him, otherwise they will die. This man radiates some kind of incomprehensible power. Qinjun turns to Li Yunba and says that this man is arrogant. He asks Li Yunba to bring him here. Li Yunba obeys all orders from his young master and goes to pick up this man. The person is surprised at how self-confident the guy is. He directs his power towards the guy. But Li Yunba breaks the shield that this unknown man put up for himself with just one blow. He is surprised that Li Yunba is a high-level cultivator. Li Yunba asks, has the person just realized this? He asks if they really want to run away from him now. Li Yunba tries to strike with his fist, but the man parries the blow with his hands. Li Yunba makes another blow, throwing the man aside. Dust rises around him. And the man starts coughing. He's kind of bleeding, and he didn't expect Li Yunba to be so strong. But Qinjun sees that in front of them is their examiner named Chu Hege. The main character says that the majestic imperial envoy has coveted on the treasures of the participants and was going to kill them. The young master says that the man gave him food for thought. The girls begin to discuss the fact that people are very cynical. Soyali says that Brother Qinjun is different from these despicable people. Chu Hege says that he is an examiner and the guys cannot kill him. Qinjun asks if the examiner is so inviolable. Qinjun is already taking his weapon, a pistol. The guy understands that he has insulted the man enough, and if he is not killed, he will create problems for him. But the main character doesn't know how many experience points can bring him a high-level cultivator. The main character puts a gun to the examiner's head. At this time, someone runs up on the main character from behind and shouts for the guy to stop. But before this man has time to react, Qinjun fires a bullet into the man's forehead. The system says that killing a high-level cultivator was 102,000 experience points received. The system congratulates the owner on breaking through to the 4th level of the golden core. The guy makes the transition to the highest level. At this time, the man already comes down and sees the dead Chuhege. Qinjun says that Master Shuguiku is just in time. After all, the examiner attacked the main character and Qinjun was just defending himself. And there is no need to reward him. After all, this is the responsibility of every student. Shuguiku asks if Qinjun even knows that killing an examiner is a serious crime. Qinjun asks what about the examiner killing students. Ask, isn't this a crime? Li Yunba begins to get angry and says that if the man does not agree with him, then they can fight him. The master begins to get angry and say that they are arrogant boys, and he is very strong compared to them. The master says that these people should not test his patience, but Li Yunba asks the man not to talk nonsense, and he invites him to fight. The master or Li Yunba enters the duel. Qinjun thinks about how many experience points he can get if he kills Master Shuguiku. Shuguiku asks the guy if he really wants to fight him, and if so, then let Li Yunba know his strength. Qinjun asks, is Master Shuguiku doing this for selfish reasons? But the master replies that it doesn't matter to him what the reason is because Qinjun killed a man. Li Yunba begins to get angry and say that the man is looking for death. After all, now the guy will laugh in the next world. But suddenly some unknown man appears in the sky. It turns out that this is Li Bai according to Tai Bai documents. He came to honor his majesty. Qinjun is happy that the guy has finally arrived. Li Bai asks if the master is planning to capture his majesty. He says that a man should only dare to do this. The master asks what will happen if he really does this. Li Bai picks up his sword and swings it. He says that if the master does this, then he will accept his sword. When Li Bai waves his face, Shuguiku looks at it in surprise and is scared. He sees that it's fast, and he won't even be able to dodge it. He doesn't understand. Is this guy really an immortal saint? After swinging his sword, Shuguiku begins to spit blood. He asks who the guy is. Li Bai replies that the master should consider this a lesson, and if he disturbs their master again, then it won't just go away, and the master will have to respond according to his deserts. Qinjun sees how impudent Li Bai is. But this is what was expected from a student trained by Tai Bai jinxing. He shouts and says that this time he was too inattentive. He invites the guy to fight next time. Shuguiku takes Chu Hege with him and leaves the place. At this time, Li Bai is already going down to the young master. Qinjun says that Li Bai is very strong. He asks how about they fight and see who is stronger. Qinjun says that Li Yunba can't fight everyone, and if he wants to fight, then let him fight with his enemies. Now Li Bai understands that the mentor did not lie when he said that his majesty has many strong cultivators under his command. After all, Li Bai had just arrived and met a worthy opponent, and those two girls are high-level cultivators and also not from the human race at all. Qinjun says that he has heard about the name Li Bai for a long time, and finally he saw it in reality. Qinjun says that if he gets help from the guy, then he has nothing to fear from now on. Li Bai is ready to use his magical sword to serve his highness. The system congratulates the owner for subjugating Li Bai. After all, Li Bai comes from folk legends, and his race is human. After some time, all the heroes are sitting at the table in the hotel, and Qinjun tells what happened. The monk says that he did not expect that such a vile person would appear in the reigning dynasty. Soyali turns to the main character and says that if they don't participate in the meeting, then they won't need to rely on the Nanzhou dynasty. The girl came very close to the guy to seem more confident. Tai Bai Jinxing says they can't, but His Majesty has no need to operate on the 7 major sects. However, the reward at the meeting will be extremely generous, and His Majesty needs to compete for it. Li Bai raises his glass and says that His Majesty, there is no need to worry because that Shuguiku was wounded by his sword, and he will not interfere with them anytime soon. Qinjun says that Li Bai is right, and he suggests continuing the meal. Suddenly, they hear someone calling the main character and Li Yunba. Suddenly, someone enters the restaurants and says that they are messengers from the Divine Sword Hall. Everyone is surprised that these people came from the Divine Sword Hall itself. The guard says that this is the strongest of the 7 major sects, which is under the direct control of the Nanzhou dynasty. At this moment, Qinjun jumps up from the table and says that his name is Qinjun, and he is the 3rd prince. He asks on what business the envoys arrived. One of the messengers replies that their Divine Sword Hall wants to hire Qinjun and his associates as disciples. They can choose any elder to be their teacher. The guys who are watching what is happening understand that every elder called the Divine Sword like God. Both Qinjun and No will have a chance. For rebirth, these 2 guys are from small powers, and having entered the Hall of the Divine Sword, the state will rise after them. Qinjun asks if he can even go outside whenever he wants. The envoy replies that the Divine Sword Hall is under the control of the emperor and is working for the entire dynasty. He asks how Qinjun can manage his time as he wishes. But when the main character heard this, he refuses. The messenger starts to get angry and asks whether the guy even knows what he refuses. Qinjun asks for an apology and replies that he wants freedom. One of the messengers begins to get so angry that the other 2 messengers have to restrain him. Taibai Jingxing says that His Majesty Qinjun can safely deal with these guys. If any danger arises, Taibai Jingxing will stop them at any time. Li Bai asks if pleasing powerful people will make him happy. Li Bai admires His Highness the Third Prince's character. The envoy understands that there are too many people in this place, and the reckless clash will tarnish the Hall of the Divine Sword. They will have to take a different path. He understands that the time will come, and they will certainly teach this arrogant guy Qinjun a lesson. The envoys turn around and leave. They say that Qinjun will regret this decision. The main character looks after the guys as they leave. The guard asks why His Majesty refused this offer. After all, in the future, the throne of the Chanyue kingdom will belong to Qinjun. In all these years, the main characters could have trained in the Divine Sword Hall. But Qinjun doesn't understand what years we are talking about, because he can't wait that long. Qinjun understands that in addition, the mythical system can give him much more than taking the divine sword. He doesn't understand why he should waste his time on this. Suddenly, a system appears that says that once a month you can summon gods and demons. The system notifies that the owner can launch a call. Qinjun decides to leave the table. He says that he has something to do, and the rest can continue to eat. The main character finds himself in his room, and he asks the system to activate the call. The system begins summoning gods and demons. She congratulates the owner for summoning demons and gods. After all, the demon is already on the way. Suddenly, Qinjun hears some strange noise, and in an instant, his room is engulfed in green light. The main character does not understand what is happening, but unexpectedly, two beings greet His Highness. These creatures float in space and are behind the back of the main character. Qinjun was very frightened, and he asks why these creatures scare people so much. After all, the main character almost died of fear. The system says that a demon has arrived. These are black and white ucheni, which originated from folk legends. At this time, the demons tell him that they have been hiding in the city all the time. Otherwise, he would not have been able to summon them so quickly. One of the demons says that originally both of them were just wandering ghosts, but thanks to the grace of His Majesty's ancestors, they acquired some skills, and they only recently arrived in the city. And when they saw His Highness, they immediately came to pay tribute. The white demon tells His Majesty not to worry, because they are moving between the boundaries of black and white, and usually they are in the afterlife, or in a dark place. If His Majesty needs them, he can simply ring the bell. The girl hands the bell to the owner. Qinjun sees that this bell is called a soul bell, and upon hearing the ringing, the demons will immediately arrive. Qinjun says that this is an incredible treasure. Qinjun wonders if the monks will sense the existence of these spirits, but the demons answer that this will not happen. After all, even a celestial inhabitant of the immortal realm will not be able to hear them. After all, if they are not closer than 3 meters, he will not notice their existence. The main character understood everything that was told to him, and he says that the demons may already be leaving. If he needs them, he will instantly call for them. Qinjun understands that the demons have already been summoned, and since it is already late, he needs to go down to practice. At this time, Qinjun is in his room and he is meditating. Suddenly, the guy arrives. Some kind of letter. Qinjun realizes that this reminds him of martial arts dramas. The main character takes his weapon, a pistol, and realizes that it's a pity that he is already invulnerable to poisons, and that's why he can't be enchanted. At this time, Su Daji is taking a bath, and she does not understand what the sound of the spiritual weapon that belongs to the main character is. She understands that something happened to Qinjun. At this time, some unknown guy in a mask bursts into Qinjun's room holding a dagger. The guy attacks the main character and he tells Qinjun to die. But the third prince did not expect that he would be attacked at night. Qinjun takes his spear and asks that if the tiger does not show its strength, then does this guy really think that the tiger's weak? The main character understands that in any case, he is also a golden core cultivator. And first, he will practice on this sea. The main character cannot lose. This cottage cheese says that this is undoubtedly impudence. Because cultivators, the golden core is nothing in front of him. The thief attacks the young master and tells Qinjun to die. The dagger passes too close to the guy's body. But at that moment, Su Daji bursts into the room, and she tries to protect the main character. She directs her power and the guy flies to the side. Su Daji says that the thief is looking for death. This guy is surprised because he didn't think that there was someone else with the young master. He jumps out the window and realizes that he needs to escape before he's caught. Qinjun only sees through the window how this guy jumped on the roofs. He asks, does this guy want to run away? Qinjun picks up the bell and wants to use it. His Majesty begins to shout at Sudaji that this cannot be done. After all, this bell is a terrible thing, and he can not only summon ghosts, but also capture the souls and minds of people, turning them into ghosts. Qinjun says that there is nothing wrong with this. After all, he has a sense of proportion. The main character uses this bell, and the sound of the bell is heard throughout the city. Demons appear in their room, and Sudaji tells His Majesty to move away to protect him. But suddenly, the black and white demon begin to evade the young master and greet His Majesty. Qinjun says that someone wanted to kill him. He was wounded and ran away. He tells the demons to follow him. And at the same time, Qinjun asks that these demons destroy everyone who stands behind him. At one moment, the demons disappear into space. They obey His Majesty. Sudaji asks, "His Majesty, are these demons serving him?" Qinjun says that white and black Uchan are ghosts of the underworld. They were the ones who gave him the bell. Sudaji is surprised that even the ghosts of the underworld obey His Majesty. This sounds very convincing. But suddenly Qinjun rushes into the girl's arms and thanks her for coming to save him. Qinjun says that if it weren't for Sudaji, he is afraid that he would have been lying dead a long time ago. He asks why Sudaji doesn't offer his body to repay him for saving him. The demoness thanks His Majesty, but she will probably refuse such an offer. Qinjun says His Majesty is very weak, and of course he thinks about how to become stronger. But in this case, the main character says that they will wait for good news from the Uchan demons. At this time, the Divine Sword Hall. There is a man meditating in space. A man comes to the 13th Elder and says that his student failed the mission. The 13th Elder is floating in the air. The Elder asks what happened. After all, now that the reincarnation cultivator could easily deal with Qinjun, he asks how the student got such a wound. The student says that there was a demon woman next to the young master, which is much stronger than him, and from one blow all the student's bones were crushed. The student says that if he had not improved his body, he would have been dead long ago. Suddenly, they hear some strange sounds, and the elder asks who invaded the Divine Sword Hall. Suddenly, someone attacks the student from behind and takes him by the neck. At this time, the student doesn't even have time to ask for help before I die. The elder does not understand why he cannot feel its power. After all, this is something much stronger for him. Suddenly, the elder begins to attack with chains, and they begin to strangle the gentleman. At this time, a demon appears behind the master. He tells the elder not to waste his strength in vain, because this is the existence of Dharma, and the elder will never be able to free himself from this. The man asks the demon who he is. At this moment, the elder takes out a dagger and tells the demon to die, but he doesn't have time to do anything. Suddenly, the white demon pierces the master's stomach with his hand. The elder doesn't understand why this is happening to him. The white demon asks who forced the elder to touch someone who should not be touched. The demon tells the elder to rest in hell. At this time, the soldiers at the table are discussing the latest events. After all, someone had attacked the Divine Sword Hall, and people say that the whole residence is full of corpses. These people were killed with particular cruelty. They understand how terrible it is. At this time, the elders are in the examination field. They are met by some guy, and Fei Yushu says that the residence was attacked. This is an open provocation to the Divine Sword Hall. Moreover, this happened in the territory controlled by Master Shuguiku. Fei Yushu asks if Master Shuguiku heard about what happened and if he found any evidence. The master replies that he was unable to find out anything. After all, the enemy, like a ghost. Fei Yushu asks, "Is it really that nothing is known? The killer left no traces, and it's so impossible to track him down. All that remains is for the master to deify the murderer, so that the Hall of the Divine Sword does not blame him." Fei Yushu says that in this case, he will go to the residence himself and find out what happened. The elders pass by the master, and Fei Yushu says that he is leaving. 2 days later, a crowd of people again gathered near the examination field. The elder says that today the martial arts competition begins, and in all of them, they will move to the magical world, and also each person will wear a wooden tablet filled with spiritual power. If they face an uncertain danger, then they can crush the wooden sign and get out of this place. In the end, when there are 100 people left, the competition will end. Also, the competition will last exactly 1 week. If at the end there are more than 100 people left, it will be held in the arena. And now the elder asks everyone to enter the portal. Qinjun and Li Yunba are already the first to enter this portal. Fei Yushu sees them and doesn't understand. Aren't these the 2 cultivators who received 9 stars? After all, it seems to him that their names are Qinjun and Li Yunba. The elder addresses the main character and Lee Yunba and wishes him good luck. The elder says that he will keep an eye on the guys. Master Shuguiku heard that the Divine Sword Hall provoked Qinjun a few days ago, and the guy is now a master suggesting that Qinjun has something to do with it. To what happened? After all, next to Qinjun are such strong cultivators as Li Bai. The master turns to Elder Fei Yushu and whispers in his ear. The elder asks if the master is sure of this. The master replies that he is sure. After all, next to this guy there is a mysterious cultivator named Li Bai. He is more than enough to destroy for the divine sword with which he was at enmity. But Fei Yushu replies that any possibility cannot be ruled out. The elder will keep a closer eye on this guy. Although there are very few 9-star stage geniuses, there are now 2 of them. If Qin Jun is really the killer, then he will not be on the side of the Divine Sword Hall. The master thinks that this guy needs to be removed as soon as possible because he cannot be allowed to rise to the top. Somewhere in the thick of the forest, the main character is walking in a competition. Suddenly, a system appears that launches a secondary mission called Sneaking Out. Mission details: Elder Fei Yushu, who is the 5th elder of the Divine Sword Hall, suspects the master of attack and murder. Now the elder will watch the owner during the competition. Therefore, the main character should go unnoticed and not be accused. The special instructions for this task is that the Fei Yushu cultivator realm is immortal, and in case of successful completion of the mission, a chance for a random lottery will be given. If he fails, the entire Divine Sword Hall will chase the owner. Qin Jun doesn't understand when they made it in time. After all, the Divine Ball Hall is the main of the 7 sects. It will be bad if they start pursuing him. Apparently, the main character will have to act as a deterrent. Suddenly, a growling dog approaches the main character, and Qin Jun understands that it seems that the warbirds should be with the owner. But they appear at different times. He turns to the growling dog, and he says that they should behave with restraint. After all, someone is watching them. Qin Jun invites his beast to go in search. Where is Li Yunba? Suddenly, Li Yunba's voice is heard among the trees, saying that he is in this place. Qin Jun rises into the air, and they, along with the roaring demon, take their place. Qin Jun understands that this is such a simple and rude way to show where he really is. This is in the style of Li Yunba. Li Yunba continues to call His Highness. Suddenly, 6 guys appear in the sky, who call Li Yunba stupid and tell Li Yunba to stop shouting. Li Yunba starts to get angry and asks who called him stupid. The guys pick up their swords, and one of them repeats that he called Li Yunba stupid. He says that if the guy doesn't like it, then just let him. Li Yunba will come and kill him. After all, he is only one, and these guys decide to kill Li Yunba first. Li Yunba uses his strength and calls them pathetic gold core cultivators. He says that the guys are just looking for death. When the first guy with the outstretched ball flies up to Li Yunba, the demon bird hits the guy with one of its weapons. They fly away from that person. The rest of the guys see that there is a monster in front of him, and they decide to run away. Li Yunba starts to get angry and question, do the guys really want to run away, but it's too late? Li Yunba attacks each of the guys, and he kills them one by one. The guys who were nearby see how cruel Li Yunba is. After all, this guy is a 9-star, and they don't understand what will happen if Li Yunba decides to team up with Qin Jun. The guys decide to leave because they need to stay away from this guy. At this time, the main character is already approaching the demon bird, and Li Yunba is glad that His Highness has already arrived. Li Yunba asks His Highness, the 3rd prince, where to go. They will move on. Qin Jun shows the direction with his hand, and he says that they will go in that direction. Qin Jun realizes that they only have 1 week, and he needs to eliminate the members. The main character does not want to compete in the arena. After all, it will be a waste of time. Suddenly, some strange vortex begins to rise, and the main character suspects that there is a dragon there. He wants Li Yunba to come with him and see what's going on there. When the guys come to this place, there's already a crowd of people standing there. And in the water, there's a huge dragon serpent. Qin Jun says it's incredibly interesting. After all, this dragon is about to reset itself into shape. Water dragon. People see that this dragon has a dragon pearl in its claws. A dragon pearl is a thing created by condensing the spiritual power of a dragon, and it is somewhat similar to the golden cultivator pill. The growling dog says that dragons live for a very long time, and therefore the spiritual power of this pearl is enormous, and after its absorption, some connection with the dragon race may arise. The dog says that His Majesty needs to take this dragon pearl for himself. Lee Yunba asks if the main character needs help. After all, Qinjun must take possession of this pearl. At this time, other participants in the competition are trying to take the golden dragon pearl for themselves. When one of the guys went to pick her up, the others began to get angry. After all, they also want to take it for themselves. The snakes begin to use their aura to protect the golden pearl. Qinjun tells Lee Yunba not to rush, because the main character wants to watch what is happening. Qinjun reminds us that the system said that you can draw out a soul with a silver dragon spear. He asks, is there really a dragon spirit inside the spear? After all, at least a silver dragon spear is a high-level attribute. But his only flaw is his weight. The system has previously mentioned that the dormant soul of a dragon is hidden inside this spear, so it will not be possible to fully realize its potential. But the main character comes up with an idea to find a way to make a breakthrough. The system says it's possible. The silver dragon spear has a stronger damaging effect on dragons. If you absorb the soul of a dragon, you can awaken the ancient soul of Dragon's spear. These are prohibited weapons in the palace of the Dragon King and among the dragon race. Qinjun doesn't understand whether it won't be possible to break through the boundaries of cultivation if one awakens the soul of the ancient dragon. Suddenly, the main character's brother starts calling his name. Qin Sui's younger brother was standing there, and he was shouting that he and the girl had finally found Qinjun and Li Yunba. Qinjun turns to the girl and asks, does the beauty really want to take part in this? The main character advises the girl to give up, because he has had his eye on this golden pearl for a long time. Qinjun says that this water dragon has many treasures and can share with others. After the dragon begins to fight those who want to take his golden treasure, Qinjun tells Li Yunba to get down to business. Li Yunba agrees with the young master's words, but the dragon tries to drive everyone away. Li Yunba heads towards the dragon to pick up his precious item, but the dragon begins to defend. After the dragon gets very angry, various stones begin to fly towards the main characters. Qin Sui got scared and starts to run away. He tells everyone to leave as quickly as possible. The girl takes the main character by the hand and asks why Qinjun is standing. She's trying to pick up the guy, for the third prince to run away with her. But Qinjun replies that when Li Yunba is nearby, they don't need to run away. A huge stone begins to fly towards them, which can kill them all. But Li Yunba jumps up from the ground and flies towards that stone to destroy it. Li Yunba breaks through the stone with his body and force. It scatters into different parts. Rocks begin to fall, and the guys who watched everything happen begin to run away. One of the guys shouts for the others to break the signs to escape. Qinjun sees that Li Yunba is indeed very strong. Qinjun understands that he needs to work hard, and one day, he will become as strong as Li Yunba. Demon Bird. Li Yunba is already descending on the main character and thanking His Highness for trust. Qinjun uses his armor to protect himself in battle. He thanks the beauty for her concern, and he tells the girl to leave the rest to winter. The girl in the red dress wishes Qinjun to be as careful as possible. The main character sets off to fight the dragon. The main character uses his spear and hits the dragon and snake in the body. Qinjun realizes that this is so, as expected from the arch-enemy of dragons. After all, it was so easy for him to break through the dragon's scales. The dragon is just mad, and he starts screaming. Qinjun asks, does the dragon really want an equal battle? If so, then, let the dragon have it. The main character's body increases several times, and he stands up larger. People who are watching what is happening do not understand what kind of spell this is. They don't believe their eyes. Is this really an illusion? After all, the main character is moving. Qinjun is already approaching the water dragon, and he hits it with a spear right in the heart. A huge dragon falls into the water. Losing consciousness, the main character makes the final blow, which is called instant flowering. He hits the dragon, and from such enormous power, Qinjun falls into the water. Qin Sui was very scared of his brother. Nobody understands what is happening. Li Yunba was also very afraid for His Highness. But the growling dog tells everyone not to panic because His Highness's strength is growing, and such a water dragon baby can survive. The guys who are watching what is happening do not understand which of them won. One guy thinks Qinjun will lose. After all, the water dragon is at the level of transformation, and Qinjun is only a third-level golden core cultivator. They feel sorry for this genius with a 9-star rating. The main character failed this time, but suddenly, at one moment, the water begins to rise, and no one understands what is happening. Is the water dragon alive? But if this is so, then Qinjun died. Suddenly, a huge ball of water appears. A huge white demonic water-type dragon with horns flies out of it, and a golden pearl is in its hands, and next to it is the main character. Everyone is surprised that Qin is still alive, and this guy, the third prince, didn't die. At this time, Qin and the white dragon are floating in the air, and the water-type dragon is still in the water. Qin realizes that he must sacrifice thousands of demons, otherwise he will bear the wrath of the gods. He says that water-type snakes should be sent to, and the main character is sent to kill the dragon. The dragon opens its mouth to direct the force of the blow towards the main character, but Qin uses his spear and directs the spear into the beast's mouth. The third prince strikes the dragon because his white dragon used a fireball, which he directed towards the serpent. The system says that the silver spear absorbed the soul of a water dragon of the 9th level of reincarnation. Magic weapons have been strengthened. Everyone sees that the dragon pearl has appeared in the air, and everyone is trying to take her away. After all, everyone needs her strength. But at this moment, the main character grabs this golden pearl and begins to get angry because people are coveting his treasure. He sees that these people are tired of living if they go against the third prince, and he is heading towards them. The guys understand that they have to leave, but at this time, Li Yunba is already pouncing on them to kill them. He tells the guys not to even try to run away. He throws his weapon and hits the guys. Li Yunba rises into space to the main character and addresses His Highness. The main character gives the guys time to retreat because they won't have another chance. But at this moment, the guys believe that they have nothing to fear if they all pile on against Qin and Li Yunba, because then these two guys definitely won't be able to stand it. After all, there are many more of them. But these guys are only two. The guys decide that they need to take the weapons from Qin and Li Yunba. At this moment, Qin decides to use his cannon and says that if the guys are no longer formed, then let them not blame him for cruelty. The main character turns his weapon against the guys, and in the air it kills them and the competition participants fall to the ground. The rest of the participants who are on the ground do not understand what is happening because the bullets are flying in their direction. One of the guys asks everyone to break the sign so they can go back. Qin continues to point his weapon towards the participant and ask, "Do they still want to take his things?" Qin looks at these poor members and understands that a bunch of monkeys couldn't handle a tiger as strong as him. After all, these guys are probably tired of living. Over time, Qin sheds his armor and descends to the ground. Brother Qin Sui and a girl run towards the main character. Qin Sui rejoices that his brother is very strong and very handsome. Qin is very impressed by what his brother calls him. He asks what Miss Beauty thinks about it. The girl replies that she agrees with everything the guy says. The main character sets off on the road again. Qin Sui asks his brother where they will go next. Qin replies that they are going where there are a lot of people. After all, along the way they can also look for monsters to kill them. Qin had already killed the water monster and other cultivators. He doesn't understand why there is still no system notification about the experience points he deserves. The beauty asks, why would they go to this place? The main character replies that since they did not want to compete in the arena, he wants to exclude these guys. Outside the magical world, the participants are once again being watched by the elders. Elder Fei Yushu says that this is cruel. But Master Shugiku turns to the elder and says that news has come that he has found an eyewitness who saw two demons with blades at the sect last night. The elder asks, "Really, with blades?" He's interested. Are there any of his subordinates who wield the blades of Master Shugiku that Qin does not have such subordinates? The elder says that just then, and you can exclude Qin from the list of suspects. The master says that the enemy's strength must be above the 5th level of the immortal realm. Since he was able to brutally deal with the divine sword hall, such a strong cultivator would not serve the third principle of Qin. And the master says that all suspicion fell on the guy, but the enemy used blades. Elder Fei Yushu says that there are few such people in the entire southern region. At this time, two demons, black and white, are sitting on the roof. The white demon says that if it weren't for the black demon's technique, His Highness would have had problems. The black demon replies that the divine sword hall is like a mountain on the way for His Majesty. They must spread rumors so that they will divert suspicion from His Highness. At this time, the system announces that the secondary mission has been completed. And for this, I received a chance at a random lottery. Qin doesn't understand how this is possible. He didn't do anything. Well, let him win the lottery and the reward now. For this, he will have a free one. The system activates a random lottery. Suddenly, they notice something strange, and Li Yunba starts calling His Highness. Qin Sui doesn't understand. Is there really a monster in front of them? At this time, the participants begin to run out of the trees and shout that one guy has gone crazy. He attacks everyone and wants to kill. They run away from him to save their lives. Qinjun doesn't understand. What kind of guy are we talking about? Because the rest of the participants run away and don't even look back. The system congratulates the owner for winning 10 bombs, the origin of which is unknown. A highly compressed microbomb filled with spiritual energy and gunpowder. It explodes as soon as it touches the ground or any other object. The blast range is 100 meters. Within 100 meters, even the transformation cultivators would only be left in remnants. Qinjun is happy that this is all cool and it couldn't even be better. Qinsui says that I remember that this guy is the same genius with the blood of wild monkeys. This guy's name is Luca. And now Zhang Lun has harnessed his power. The participants are trying to run away. They don't understand. Why is Zhang Lun so angry, as if he had lost his chain? They don't understand why, but they shouldn't have mocked this guy. They need to run because Zhang Lun almost caught up with them. Suddenly, a huge monkey with demonic claws appears. Now this monkey is approaching the main characters, and he swings his paws at them. Qinjun believes that this is indeed a wild monkey. Li Yunba tells His Highness to be careful, but Qinjun replies that everything is fine and he can even figure it out himself. Qinjun picks up the same bomb that he won in a random lottery and sends it towards the monkey. When this thing touches the monkey's body, an incredibly huge explosion occurs, and the main characters just watch how the fire burns and fragments of what is happening fly. At this time, Li Yunba uses his weapon to create a huge ball, protecting them from shrapnel. Qinjun is happy that this bomb is really very cool. After all, this is the place where there was a monkey at which a bomb was thrown. All that was left was a scorched earth with smoke still coming from it. Qin Sui, what just happened? He is asking, how did the monkey explode? Li Yunba asks. What kind of thing His Highness threw away? After all, this explosion was very powerful. Qinjun says that this is a spiritual weapon, which is called a bomb, and one such thing is enough to tear a cultivator to shreds. The girl says that this is very terrible. She asks whether the kingdom of Qianyue is behind Qinjun. Qinjun says that everything is possible and nothing can be ruled out. At this time, the main characters set off on a journey and Qinjun does not understand where his experience points are. The systems respond that the owner is participating in a competition which is equivalent to a list in a dungeon, and the experience points will be distributed by the end of the competition. Qinjun doesn't understand whether his experience will decrease or increase. The system responds that naturally the experience will increase. After all, the Qianlong meeting is a very important event, and the reward system would not have started if this was a competition within one sect. Now everything is clear to the main character, and he announces that since it is already getting dark, he invites his friends to look for a place to rest. At night, the heroes lit a fire and sat around it. Qinjun turns to the beauty and asks, is Zhang Lun really the best member of the Fuma sect? The girl replies that it is so. After all, this guy has extraordinary blood flowing inside him, and as soon as this is discovered, everyone tries to win the guy over to their side. Qinjun asks, is this guy no longer a member of the Fuma sect? He wonders why this guy still wants to participate in meetings like this. The girl replies that this is all happening, of course, because of the reward. Cultivators no older than 100 years old can participate in the meeting, without regard to appearance. However, the lion's share of those from the main families will not give up their status to participate, and Zhang Lun is just a little special. Qinjun is surprised that out of the 7 main sections, he has already offended 3 sections. But he doesn't see this as a problem. If the enemy invades, then there will be generals. He asks which sect the girl from the 7 main ones plans to join. Qinjun understands that no matter what sect a person joins, he will immediately become proud. Your clan. The girl says that any promising sect will suit her. Qinjun asks what the girl thinks about their Qianyue kingdom. It can make the girl stronger. The beauty asks, does she really need to run from one kingdom to another? She asks, does Qinjun really think she is stupid? Qinjun replies that the girl can, believe it or not, in 50 years, he will turn the Qianyu kingdom into a huge dynasty. The system activated the task with the main storyline. Details of the task, this is for 50 years. The owner must turn his kingdom into a dynasty. And after completing the task, he will receive 1 summon of gods and demons, 1 call for an army of gods and demons, as well as a chance. for a random lottery and an increase to the 10th level. The system says that if the task has failed, the cultivation level will be reduced by 15 levels. Qinjun is surprised that he hadn't finished the first task yet, and then the second task appeared. It seems to him that he will have to keep his mouth shut more often. The main character asks the system, "What is the army of gods and demons?" The system says that the Shadow Heavenly Warriors and Generals, as well as the Shadow Army of Warriors, are 365 shadows of holy spirits. The army of gods and demons is an army of legends and myths. For example, 100,000 heavenly warriors and warrior generals and the rest. This call was originally opened. It would be after summoning 10 gods and demons, but after 50 years, the owner will definitely fulfill this condition. Qinjun understands that there is an irresistible army that cannot be resisted. And what should he say about others? After all, the combat power is simply prohibitive. Qinjun understands that if he summons them, then he will become the strongest. Now he is going forward, and in these 50 years, he will definitely make the Chanyue kingdom a reigning dynasty. Suddenly, the main characters hear that someone is discussing that Qinjun is here. The guys are going to pile on together and take away the Dragon Ball and spiritual artifact from Qinjun. Suddenly, students pounce on them from above. They shout that Qinjun should not think long and give them the Dragon Ball. After all, this time, there are more than 50 of them, and this is enough to kill them all. One guy is happy that several geniuses have fallen into his hands, and now Qinjun or Li Yunba will die. They decide to get rid of the weakest ones first. Qinjun says that if in this case, the guys are already here, then you can leave everything to him. Qinjun uses his cannon to hit enemies. Guys understand that if they have the ability, then they don't need to rely on artifacts. The students see what a terrible power this guy has, and everything didn't go according to plan. The students try to retreat, but Qinjun does not let them go. At this time, Qin Sui hides behind a tree and does not understand. Is this really a Chanyue meeting? Because he can no longer help but say that Qinjun is emanating the aura of the main boss. At this time, other students begin to run away. After all, this man Qinjun is simply a monster. The main character asks why the students are running away from him. At this time, Qinjun sees Ye Xuan and the other guys. Ye Xuan appeals to His Highness the third principal. The girl sees that her friends are there and she asks what happened to them. Suddenly they hear screams from the forest. Ye Xuan says that these wolves are following her around, and he asks His Majesty, the third prince, to help them. After all, Ye Xuan will not remain in debt if the third prince helps them escape. Qinjun asks, "Is this really the same evil wolf?" They hear some strange sounds in the forest. A huge pack of demon wolves is heading there. Qinjun understands that all those cultivators have already escaped and they will always have time to deal with everything that is happening. Qinjun summons his white dragon. He asks if these wolves of the second level are not so rare. Qinjun is glad that by competing with them, he can stretch his bones. Qinjun sets out to fight the wolves. Li Yunba turns to His Highness and shouts that he will help Qinjun. At this time, the main character is already faced with animals, and he pierces the body of one of the wolves with his spear. Also, the protagonist's dragon participates in the duel, and he intercepts one wolf with his teeth. Qinjun understands that the dragon does not hit in the area and is a little inconvenient. Qinjun decides that he needs to use it more often. At this time, Li Yunba appears in front of the third principal. He also wants to fight. Ye Xuan and everyone who stay there are watching the competition taking place. There is huge smoke rising from the explosion. One of the guys says that it looks like this year's Qianlong meeting is the dance stage for Qinjun and Li Yunba. Half an hour later, the main character and Li Yunba had already dealt with all the enemies. Qinjun asks if Li Yunba can leave at least half next time. Qinjun is angry because Li Yunba, single-handedly, I dealt with a crowd of these wolves. If the main character had not managed in time, Li Yunba would have destroyed everyone on his own. Qinjun decides that the guy now needs to be warned in advance. At this time, the protagonist's friends are already approaching him. He asks if Qinjun is okay. Qinjun turns to the girl and says that if she is so worried, then he asks the beauty to wipe the blood off his face. The girl says that the third prince is really strange. Qinjun doesn't understand. Since the girl is here, is she really worried about him? At this time, the beauty approaches the third prince and begins to wipe his face. It's strange for the main character that he doesn't understand. Is this really how my heart beats? He wonders if his girlfriend will hit him. Ye Xuan watches what is happening and he is angry with the third prince. The growling dog sees that this person's aura is a little strange. After all, Ye Xuan begins to get angry and radiate anger. The girl asks why Qinjun is looking at her so strangely. She asks if the main character has left. He's afraid that she will eat him. But Qinjun starts laughing and says that he doesn't think so. Suddenly, His Highness is approached and told that Ye Xuan has an evil spirit pill. Qinjun asks, "Is that really true?" The dog says that this is the third-rank Wolf King's evil pill, and the reason why the wolves are chasing him is the pill. Ye Xuan addresses His Highness the Third Prince, and he thanks Guy for help. Qinjun will definitely thank the main character after the competition. The dog says that a pill was just extracted by a strong demonic aura from this guy's body. Moreover, this Ye Xuan has an aura that makes the demon heart flutter, and this is clearly not a person's aura. Qinjun understands that the Wolf King, with the evil spirit pill, is equal in strength to a cultivator, gold core level, and Ye Xuan is just at the top of laying the foundations. If the Wolf King is killed by a gold core cultivator or reincarnation, then Ye Xuan will have a hard time snatching the pill. There are only two options. The first one is Ye Xuan hiding his abilities, and the second guy was lucky and just picked her up. However, the main character is inclined to the second option. Qinjun realizes that he needs to watch out for this guy. Qin Sui suggests leaving this place because it smells of blood. It is already becoming unbearable for them. Qinjun agrees. With the guy's words, they want to leave. Qinjun turns to Ye Xuan and his friends. He says that since he and Li Yunba have already saved them, he asks if they want a guy. The third prince protected them. Qinjun turns to the girl and asks if she will go, but the girl tells them to leave without her. After all, she wants to rely only on herself. The girl in the red dress turns around and leaves, but Qinjun does not see a problem in this. At this time, Ye Xuan and his friend ask the elder what to do, and Qin Sui asks his brother, "Will Qinjun really leave this beautiful girl?" After all, Ye Xuan and the others followed her, but Qinjun replies that his brother does not understand anything. After all, the main character has his own plans. The main character turns to the growling dog and asks what his farthest range of perception is. The dog replies that at least further than theirs. Therefore, Qinjun announces that they are going back. At this time, Ye Xuan and his friends are also a girl sitting under a tree. Suddenly, some guys come up to them and say that Ye Xuan has a beautiful girlfriend. Ye Xuan sees that all these people in front of him are on the border of the Golden Core, and the leader is at least the 6th level of the Golden Core, and they will not be able to defeat them. The girl says they need to run, but one of the main guys announces he's going to kill everyone. Just leave everyone with a girl with whom he can have fun, and then give it to the others. The guy tells his subordinates that these people are just trash laying the foundation, and the guys will deal with these people in no time. The guys attack and hit something. They see that Ye Xuan and the others are worthless. They are still resisting. They are asking, have they really lost their minds? Enemies say that it is time to crush Ye Xuan and his team. But unexpectedly, Ye Xuan begins to emit a very evil aura, and he says that all his enemies should die. Ye Xuan gains incredible power, and he knocks back all his enemies. He turns to the other guy and says, "It's his turn now." The guy asks Ye Xuan not to approach him. The enemy takes the girl by the neck and says that he is a student of influence. If Ye Xuan decides to kill him, then the entire sect will come for Ye Xuan's head. The guy asks if Ye Xuan wants dragging your kingdom into this. But Ye Xuan asks whether the effect and constellation can be taken into account. After all, in the great battle with demons, all their sects and the reigning Nanzhuo dynasties were hiding behind the front line. He says these guys are just a bunch of cowards. How fortunately, this guy forced me to refuse Ye Xuan from his business. Now Ye Xuan tells the guy to die in agony. Ye Xuan attacks this guy, and he wants to kill him. A friend asks Ye Xuan what is happening to him, but Ye Xuan asks if they even know how dark they are. And this guy really is ugly, after all. Deep down in his soul, he never considered them brothers, and even despised them for their lack of talent. He had long ago learned about the girl's past, and courted her in the hopes that she would give herself to him. Even the guy wanted to deal with the girl along the way. The girl turns to Ye Xuan and asks what he is trying to achieve. Ye Xuan replies that of course he wants to give this guy what he didn't have the courage to give. Suddenly, the girl from behind hears someone screaming for Li Yunba to crush this guy with a hammer. The girl hopes that it is Qinjun. At this time, Li Yunba is already heading out with his strength to deal with the guy. Ye Xuan didn't think that they would catch up with them so soon. Now Ye Xuan understands that he is no match for Li Yunba, and he needs to run. He decides to take revenge as soon as he gains strength. But Li Yunba starts shouting that Ye Xuan should not even think about running away. Ye Xuan points his mace at the guy. Ye Xuan tries to fight it off, but an incredibly huge explosion occurs. Ye Xuan understands that even though this body has seen Li Yunba's strength, he still exceeded all expectations. Ye Xuan understands that given the strength of Li Yunba, the guy definitely has the blood of some ancient people. Ye Xuan doesn't understand who this guy is. Li Yunba screams that he is the guy's executioner. Qinjun sees the battle, and he doesn't understand what happened to Ye Xuan. After all, the guy's aura is too powerful. The growling dog says that the guy harbors a possessed soul, and the evil spirit controls the guy's body. This must be the soul of a lost cultivator or a demon, Qinjun asks. Is there a difference between them? The dog says that demons appeared before the birth of humanity. Some cultivators imitated the cruelty and ferocity of demons. Having set foot on the sprouted path, lost cultivators improve faster than normal ones. However, they do not lose their minds very easily and turn into monsters capable only of killing. The dog is afraid that over time the soul of this guy will absorb the spirit of the demon, and then they definitely won't be able to save Ye Xuan. Now Qinjun understands everything that is happening. Meanwhile, Li Yunba and Ye Xuan continue to fight. Li Yunba shouts that it's enough for the guy to make him angry. Qinjun sees that Li Yunba wants to awaken the golden bird's true body. Ye Xuan sees what is happening and he understands that this breath of power terrifies him. The guy understands that if he doesn't leave now, he will die from Li Yunba's power. The guy opens a portal in space and tries to go there, Li Yunba asks. Was Ye Xuan about to run away? Qinjun screams for Li Yunba to calm down and come back. Qinjun understands that although he himself wants to see the true body of the golden bird, if the elders of the Divine Sword Hall admit this, they will suspect the third prince, and the Qianlong meeting will be over. An unexpected system opens up a side quest called Destroy the Demon. The details of the task is to destroy the demons that are inside Ye Xuan. Reward. For this task, this is an increase in level by 5 points, and a ticket to summon gods and demons. Also, double chance for a random lottery. The note for this assignment is the fact that the demon hated the owner and could attack at any moment. Li Yunba descends to the main character and asks His Majesty what happened. Qinjun replies that it doesn't matter anymore. The main character feels that they will meet this guy again. The main character has already told the girl to follow him, and she obeyed, and she said that she would rely only on herself. Qinjun says that the girl they want almost died herself. Qinjun takes the handkerchief in his hands and tries to wipe the girl's face. The girl takes the scarf, and she says that she will do everything herself. Qinjun says that he will not be angry with the girl, but he asks her to follow him now. Qinjun says that they need to leave because it's dirty here, and there are a lot of dead people around. Suddenly they hear a guy asking for help and salvation, but Qinjun takes his gun in his hands and kills this guy. Now, he can leave with peace of mind. At this time, the students who were watching what was happening held their wooden cards in their hands and understood that they should practice more. At this time, Elder Fei Yushu is thinking that it is unknown how many participants were eliminated by those two, Qinjun, and suddenly a demon cultivator flies towards him. Fei Yushu doesn't understand. Was that massacre in the branch of the Divine Sword Hall really caused by a demon cultivator? Ye Xuan gets out and Fei Yushu sees him, but suddenly Ye Xuan opens the portal again and shouts that they should just wait for him because he will return. Fei Yushu tries to catch the guy, but he doesn't have time. The elder understands that this is the power of space, and this demon cultivator's level is at least above the celestial realm. A demon cultivator of the heavenly realm of celestials appeared in their city. Now, the elder needs to report this as soon as possible. At this time, the elders and a lot of people gathered. A blue ball floats in the sky. People doubt that by the end of the competition, there will be at least 100 people left. After all, it is possible that Qinjun and Li Yunba are breaking the rules. After all, they will definitely be able to reach the finals. People ask, why then should they create difficulties? Elder Fei Yushu announces that the time has come. The magical battlefield begins to break away. The students start flying out of there, and they are in a ball of fire. They are happy that everything is over. After all, they thought that they would die. At this time, Qinjun and his team leave there on their own feet. Qinjun thinks that just a little more, and he would have already finished off these guys. And they were taken by surprise. Elder Fei Yushu shouts for the surviving disciples to line up for registration, and we need a report that will be sent to the capital. Each meeting participant is allowed to bring one servant with you. The elder shouts that once they have rested, they will carefully select a candidate. Fei Yushu wishes everyone a good rating at the Qianlong meeting. Qinjun understands that this is great because after the revival, he needs to discuss with the others who exactly he needs to take with him. Qinjun comes up for registration. They register him and sign his name. That the test has ended and the calculation of experience points begins. According to the account, the owner received 900,000 experience points. The system begins to congratulate the owner on breaking through to the 5th level of the Golden Core. Now, Qinjun takes his report in his hands and he is glad that they are going to the hotel. The main character understands that he needed to quickly return and find out information about the demon cultivators before Ye Xuan attacked him. At this time, the masters came to the elders, and they say that the disciples of their sect have not yet come out. They suspect that the student was killed by someone. They all ask the elders. They were given a list of those who killed this guy. They turn to the elder and ask him to quickly hand over the killer of their students to them. Fei Yushu says that the meeting participants told him that these students were killed by a demon possessed. Master Shugwik hears this and is angry that this demon has appeared again. The master says that as soon as he catches him, he will destroy him. At this time, Qinjun arrived at the hotel, and he tells everything as it happened. Taibai Jingxing says that since this demon spirit has the power to move in space, then cultivation, he has no lower boundaries than the realm of the immortals. He turns to His Highness and says that the third prince had better be careful. Even though the body belongs, Ye Xuan and Busy Night, after some time, his soul can merge with the soul of the demon. Emotions also influence this, and he can cause problems for His Highness. Taibai Jingxing says that the most important thing is that if demons own a cultivator's body, then his level will skyrocket. And when he gets there, until the very top, something irreparable can happen. The main character understood everything. He thinks that when the time comes, this guy might really come for them. The main character does not believe that Ye Xuan can easily kill him. Qinjun bids farewell to Taibai Jingxing and says that he will go train and strengthen his body. He apologizes for disturbing Taibai Jingxing. The third prince thinks that he needs to give an order to the white and black demon to help investigate the case of this demon cultivator. Qinjun, already about to leave, but suddenly he remembers that he needs to choose a person who will follow him to the imperial capital. He asks Taibai Jingxing to discuss this with the others. When Qinjun leaves this room, the main security guard is already there. The guard is happy that he has finally met the third prince. The guard hands the guy a ring and says that this is a natural treasure that Qinjun asked to collect. The third prince thanks the guy for he did this because now the third prince will finally begin training the second level of the immortal body and the rest of the bones. In the evening, the main character takes a shower and thinks that training the remaining bones is very difficult. He asks how hard this third level is. When a guy takes a shower, Sudaji comes to him. She says that this is liquid medicine and from the fiery flowers that she brought. The girl says that the medicine is very powerful. She is interested in whether the main character can withstand this. But Qinjun tells Sudaji to pour it all out. The main character's body is already, he can't stand it, he doesn't understand. Is this really the effect of the fire flower? After all, the water gets incredibly hot. Sudaji says that the ranking list has been updated again. She asks if she wants, does the main character look at this? That if he is not in first place, then he is not interested. But Sudaji says that Qinjun is now in 673rd place. Outstanding result for a long-distance cultivator. Under 50 years of age within the southern region. Qinjun asks which path we are talking about. Do those who have embarked on the path of vice also have a rating? Sudaji replies that this is naturally so. After all, the size of the Pavilion of Fate is irreversible. It is not even close to the 7 main sectors of the reigning dynasty. 7 days later, the main character gets up from the water and says that the second level of the immortal body and the rest of the bones are already ready. He asks the system to show him a list of attributes. Qinjun sees all the information about himself, and he is happy that now he has the 8th level of the Golden Core, and now he, getting closer and closer. The main character thinks that he needs to push a little more. Qinjun thinks that it is possible to rise in the rankings in the final competition, and without even relying on Li Yunba. At this time, someone knocks on the main character's door and calls his brother Qinjun. They tell him to go out and eat. Qinjun replies that he is leaving. When the third prince came out, he asked if the gentlemen were already waiting for him. All of his friends begin to congratulate His Highness on his advancement in cultivation. Qinjun says they can now start eating. The security guard pours something into a guy's glass and talks about that the day after tomorrow, Qinjun is leaving for the imperial capital. The main character should not forget about this. Qinjun replies that the guard should not worry because he won't forget about this. His Highness Qinjun will meet him in the suburbs after a while, and the subordinates have something important to report. The main character understands that the black and white demons are not looking for him just to talk. He suggests that there may be news about that demon cultivator. The main character turns around and is about to leave. He says that he has business, and his friends have to eat without him. At this time, when the guy passes, he greets and is called Lord Qinjun. They say that it is rare to meet His Highness Prince Qinjun like this, and apparently today is their special day. Qinjun is embarrassed by such words. At this time, it turns out that there are guys sitting on the roof who are watching the main character. What courage do these guys have? They begin to attack the main character and shout for Qinjun to die. They use their swords to hit the guy, but Qinjun dissolves their swords into space with his own hands. Two men fly away, and the third attacks the main character with a sword and shouts for Qinjun to die for his son. Qinjun deflects the man's punch and sends him flying to the side. Guys continue to attack the main character, but suddenly a black demon appears, who pierces the body of one of the guys with his hand, and says that the one who encroached on His Highness has no place in the underworld. Qinjun sees how cruelly the black demon acted, and he rejoices that fortunately, this warrior belongs to him. The white demon uses his red scythe to kill people. Qinjun asks if the demons were looking for him. The black demon says that they wanted to see the young master about the demon cultivator. He asks if His Highness gave them such an order. Qinjun asks, did the demons find out something? The black demon replies that the demon cultivator has already left the city. The black demon takes the main character by the shoulder and says that they will immediately go to the afterlife. After all, someone is heading here. From what he hears, Qinjun panics because he needs to go to the afterlife. But before the main character even has time to think about something, the three of them dissolve in space. At this time, a man arrives at the place where the battle took place, and he asks whether they simply don't notice him. He calls it a shame. The man has scars on his face. He tells Qinjun not to let him catch him, otherwise the man will tear the guy to pieces. At this time, the demons and Qinjun went to the afterlife. The white demon tells His Highness to follow them. Qinjun asks, is this really the afterlife? After all, the main character did not think that there was a moon in this world. When Qinjun passes by, he sees the soul of the people there. One of them cries about how horribly he died. The system congratulates the owner on arriving in the afterlife for the first time, and a reward. For this, a ticket to conscription. Qinjun doesn't understand. Should he really end up in a strange but meaningful place? How he is immediately rewarded. He has a system of whether he can make a call after arriving in the capital. After all, a new servant would be useful to him there. The system responds that the owner is too naive and that the summoned demon will probably not be allowed into the capital. In this case, the main character already agrees to start the call. The system has activated random summoning of the gods and demons. As always, the demon's summoning is unknown, such as its race, cultivation, skills, superpower, and mount. Qinjun understands that he needs to wait until the summoned demon arrives. At this time, the black demon announces that they have already arrived. A very beautiful girl appears in front of them, and Qinjun doesn't understand. Are there really such beauties in the afterlife? After all, this girl with a white body and white hair, she has green eyes and a green dress, whose name is Yunqing. The girl greets the demons. The black demon says that this is the daughter of the demon cultivator after death who, she was not reborn and became a ghostly messenger in the afterlife. The demon asks the girl to tell His Highness about her father, whose name is Yun Chengmo. The girl tells that her father was a cultivator of the righteous path. But after the defeat, his mind became clouded, and he began to perfect the path of vice. And then he mercilessly killed his daughter and her mother. Then the demon changed his name, and he lived in Hanjiang City. But after he lost to the first master in the kingdom, he began to cultivate the demonic path. And after death, the girl did not begin to be reborn and watched behind every step of the father. She was looking for an opportunity for her revenge. Father became like this because he wanted to take revenge on the first master. And in the battle, they wounded each other. My father was almost killed, but his soul escaped, and several thousand years had already passed, and he unexpectedly met Ye Xuan. Qinjun says that Yun Chengmo hates him and wants to get together. He asks if the girl can help him. The girl replies that it's no problem if Qinjun meets him, he can break him up. A talisman that a girl hands over to a guy and he will immediately come to the rescue. Qinjun takes this thing in his hand and thanks the girl. The girl says that if he helps her kill Yun Chengmo, then she will definitely thank him. The third prince says it's no problem, and the girl decides to tell the guy about her father's fighting style and signs. Half an hour later, the demons turn to His Highness and say that it is time for them to return. A living person should not stay long in the afterlife. Qinjun thanks the demons for fulfilling his deepest wish. But the black demon answers that it's not for. What gratitude, after all? It is their duty to help His Highness. The main character bows to Miss and thanks her. They will meet soon. When Qinjun returned to his world, he was greeted by his friends. Nusha says that she wants to go with Qinjun's brother. She asks Qinjun if it is possible to make her go with him. Li Yunba tells His Highness that he alone is enough. But Tai Bai Jingxing says that although Li Yunba is strong, it is safer to take one more person with him. But Qinjun says that the others should not make noise because he wants to take someone. So everyone should stay here. The team does not understand who the other main character wants to take. Qinjun realizes that he has had a powerful life force since birth. He wandered all over the world, a hero unknown to the whole world. The system congratulates the owner on summoning the demon from his journey to the west. Qinjun sees that it is the general raising the curtain, whose name is Sha Wujing. At this time, Sha Wujing enters their room and Li Yunba tries to stop this guy. But Sha Wujing approaches the third prince, and he greets His Highness. Sha Wujing arrived to pay respects to the young master. Sudaji asks the young master, could he have subdued another strong cultivator again? Qinjun says this guy's name is Sha Wujing. The third prince turns to Sha Wujing and says that he has been waiting for him. He tells the guy who has arrived to sit down at the table with them. Li Yunba doesn't understand why Mr. Sha Wujing joined His Highness. Sha Wujing replies that he often cultivated near the river of quicksand, and the ancestors of His Highness's mother helped him when he was still mortal. And so Sha Wujing made a promise. What will help their future? Generations. Qinjun thinks about how cool the system is because she came up with a whole story. Qinjun offers to continue about who will go. He says that Sha Wujing will definitely go with him. Tai Bai Jingxing suggests that he decide who will go with the young master. Tai Bai Jingxing says that Su Daji, as well as his disciple Li Bai and Sha Wujing, will head together. The personality of the dragon race Nusha is problematic, and if this is discovered, it will arouse the interest of some cultivators, so the girls cannot go. She agrees with these words. But she comes up to the main character and says, what will await the third prince in this place? And Qinjun should definitely take first place. Qinjun replies that of course it will be so. Qinjun understands that the trip promises to be interesting because Sha Wujing, Tai Bai Jingxing, Li Yunba, Li Bai are traveling with him, and also black and white demons. They set off on the road, and at this time they are at the portal. The elders say that after arriving in the capital, they will settle the participants together. If they are eliminated, they must wait until the end of the competition. They will be sent back all together. Otherwise, it will be impossible to leave the capital. Elder Fei Yushu says that participants should come to the front of the line and check their identification and enter the portal. Elder Fei Yushu holds out the ball and each student must touch it. Qinjun passes through the portal, and when he opens his eyes, he sees that in front of him is the capital of the reigning Nanzhou dynasty. At this time, the elders also enter the portal, and they tell the students to follow them and not run away. Qinjun turns to Sha Wujing and asks if the guy feels someone stronger than him in this capital. But Sha Wujing replies that there are only 2 immortal realm cultivators in the capital, and one of them has the 1st level, and the second one has the 3rd level. Qinjun understands that it turns out that 2 cultivators of the immortal realm live in the capital. Luckily, Qinjun was able to summon them for this by Sha Wujing. And if that matter about the divine ball sect in the city came up, then Tai Bai Jingxing it would be very difficult to bring out the main character from the capital. But now that Tai Bai Jingxing and Sha Wujing are nearby, even if something is discovered, Qinjun will still be able to calmly leave the dynasty after the competition. 2 of the 10 villains are in the city, but it is unknown which of them is Qinjun or Li Yunba Fei Yushu, the 5th elder of the divine sword sect who leads the city. 10 of the most experienced villains have gathered in one place, and people are saying that this year's Changlong competition will be memorable, and every villain can emerge victorious. Qinjun doesn't know. Is Yu Fenghuang participating in this year's competition? If he knows about the current achievements of the main character, then Qinjun wonders if this can be called completing a task. The elders stand near the gate and say that the students will live in this place until the end of the competition. On weekdays, they can walk everywhere but should not think about it. To row, otherwise they will be punished according to the rules. And despite their opinion, the kingdom here treats everyone equally. Elder Fei Yushu addresses Qinjun and Li Yunba and tells them they followed him. The elder sits down and says that he will get straight to the point. He wants to take these two as his disciples. He invites everyone who has the divine sword to join them. Qinjun says that the divine ball sex controls are too strict. After the competition is over, Qinjun must return and become the emperor. The main character is afraid that this is not suitable for him. He thanks the elder for his attention, but Fei Yushu tells Qinjun not to worry because everyone uses his students. Qinjun will not be there. Qinjun thinks about it. Why doesn't Fei Yushu understand human speech? After all, didn't Fei Yushu hear the tactful refusal of the main character? At this time, a huge bird flies next to them. Taibai Jingxing did not expect that there was such a huge burning bird in the Nanzhou dynasty. Fei Yushu says that there are mythical animals in this place. He turns around and leaves. He says that he will give the main character more time to think. Elder Fei Yushu leaves this place. He says that he has business and he must leave. Taibai Jingxing once said that it is not so easy to raise your state, and there are other conditions. Qinjun doesn't understand. Is the mythical animal really one of them? Sha Wujing says that this bird is the 6th level of the immortal realm. Qinjun now understands that there is something in the capital. It is planned. If we add the recent cases of tragic deaths of cultivators in the city, then this year's Canlong competition will not go peacefully at all, and they need to be more careful. At this time, a master named Li Mengjia is sitting in one of the estates. He says that if anyone dares to touch his pet, he will kill him for it. Someone turns to Kolya and says that the palace of the Dark Knight has sent a messenger. Li Mengjia says, "Let whoever came come in." At this time, there is a demon behind the gonzo. He says that he has not seen Master Li Mengjia for a long time. The master heard that this guy never failed a mission and made a reputation for the palace. Dark Knights of the last 100 years, Master Li Mengjia asks, why was the guy looking for him? This demon turns to the master and says that he came to him because of their common enemy. He says that perhaps Master Li Mengjia doesn't know, but Li Yunba is just a pawn in the wrong hands. And behind him is Qinjun himself. The demon says that if Master Li Mengjia kills only Li Yunba, and he will take revenge. Not completely. After all, this is a battle pet of the Demon King level. If the demon were in Master Li Mengjia's place, he would have given up long ago. The demon says that Qinjun killed his brother and mentor. Therefore, the young prince must die. He asks why don't they work together? After all, if Qinjun and Li Yunba team up, then the final of the competition is already a foregone conclusion. And to prevent the emperor of the dynasty from overpowering Qinjun, the demon is going to light a fire. After all, people say that it was Qinjun who dealt with whoever the department of the divine sword sect, Master Li Mengjia. If Qinjun grows up, then no one knows. Maybe the young prince will become #1 in the ranking. Master Li Mengjia asks why he should let the demon kill this guy. He asks what evidence the demon has that it was Qinjun who ordered Li Yunba to kill his pet. The demon turns to the master and says that there are a lot of geniuses in the world, and he asks how many of them without regretting anything. So if he grows up, he can compare with the master. Master Li Mengjia realizes that the demon is right, and they must now cooperate. Li Bai approaches His Highness and asks if Qinjun would like to accept the invitation from Elder Fei Yushu. Qinjun replies that don't answer. The elder left halfway due to the appearance. Another guy. But Qinjun does not understand whether the reigning dynasty must have mythical animals. Li Bai understands what Qinjun is saying is true. After all, the reigning dynasty is strong and therefore has good luck. With luck, the divine power is more intense. And things are going well, and they have no troubles either. Luck is the fate of one person, and a mythical animal is named after. They are born, good luck heaven and earth. Mythical animals commanded by the reigning dynasty, which makes them even stronger. Taibai Jingxing tells His Highness not to think about it. After all, some knowledge is not useful. Qinjun says that now he just wants to take part in the competition, and there will be more than 100,000 participants. and hundreds of thousands will remain only 1,000, and the pressure is very great. Qinjun says that everyone should go with him because the path to this place was very difficult, and just like that, they can go for a walk. They walk along the alley, and there they sell mysterious ritual suckers. After all, it's on sale right now. They also sell the elixir of resurrection for only 10 spiritual. Stones of the second rank, also sold, is a foreign snake woman, capable of giving pleasure to any man. Shinjun sees this girl and understands that this is not bad because it sounds profitable. But the main character is pinched on the back by Sudaji. And Shinjun says that he is just watching and is not going to play with anyone. He says that Sudaji is very cruel to him. Suddenly, they hear that one guy is screaming for the girl to leave him alone otherwise. He will kill her on the spot. Qinjun sees Yu Fenghuang standing there, and he doesn't understand what the girl is doing here. Opposite her is a guy named Lu Huan. He is asking, does his sister really want to lend him a helping hand? But the girl tells Lu Huan to be lenient. After all, if he mocks them, then they might come because of the guy. Lu Huan starts laughing and asking who in the capital would dare to do something to him. He asks if the emperor himself is behind this guy. Lu Huan comes very close to the girl and says that he doesn't want to create problems for this guy. So now he will switch to her. Yu Fenghuang asks, does Lu Huan really think that the capital is at the disposal of their divine sword hall? But Lu Huan replies that their hall has always served the emperor. He tells the girl not to be afraid because he won't hurt her. But suddenly someone announces that His Majesty has arrived. At this moment, Lu Huan begins to bow down and says that long live His Majesty the Emperor. The girl's maid sees that this is the same guy Qinjun. Yu Fenghuang is surprised that the guy actually came. Qinjun turns to Lu Huan and tells the little eunuch to get up. After all, His Majesty had business, and he returned back. Lu Huan attacks the main character and asks how Qinjun dares to joke with him like that. He tells Qinjun to die, and the guy attacks the main character. But Li Yunba hits the guy right in the face with one swing of his leg. Wai Lech falls to the ground. Qinjun turns to the girl and says that they have finally met again. Yu Fenghuang thanks His Majesty Prince Qinjun for his help. Qinjun asks, did the girl really think that he would perform well in competitions? He asks if this counts now. He understands that it is considered that first Qinjun must break into the top 100. At this time, the guy who broke through the wall from Li Yunba's blow, Lu Huan, screams that he will kill them all. The guy comes up and has a very strong aura. Qinjun doesn't understand. Is this guy also on the demonic path? After all, this guy's cultivation is growing rapidly. Lu Huan attacks the main character and wants to stab him. But at this moment, when Lu Huan is already approaching the main character, a huge mace, thrown by Li Yunba, flies into him. At this moment, a crowd of people gathers next to Lu Huan, and they say that the master has died and they need to call the elder. Yu Fenghuang takes the main character by the hand and says that these guys are calling the elder of the divine sword hall. They need to leave this place. But Qinjun says that this cannot be done because there are too many witnesses, and even if they run away, they will still be found. At this time, the 8th elder of the divine sword hall appears and asks who dared to kill his disciple. He lands on the ground, and one of the people points his finger. The main character says that the student was killed by Qinjun. The elder says that he will bury the guy along with his beloved student. At this moment, the elder uses his magic, force, and directs a huge hand with claws to strike the main character. But Li Yunba sneaks forward, and he uses his defense to deflect the enemy's blow. With this blow, the elder falls to the ground. Qinjun asks, is the elder always so wild in battle? The elder begins to shout that Qinjun killed his beloved disciple. He asks how he can let Qinjun live. The elder will dispense justice today. Qinjun talks about how the elder's so protective of this guy. The main character asks, is this guy really the illegitimate son of an elder? These words to the elder's gaze are even stronger. He tells Qinjun to just try to escape. But Qinjun directs Li Yunba and tells Li Yunba to deal with this elder. Li Yunba goes into battle. Qinjun uses his weapon and tells the elder to die. He understands that the elder overestimated his strength. But the elders attack and say that Li Yunba will not be able to escape. An incredibly strong battle begins. Yu Fenghuang is surprised. She sees how strong Li Yunba is. She doesn't understand how Qinjun lured away such a strong cultivator, suitable for His Highness. Li Bai asks if his help is needed. Qinjun replies that there is no need for that. After all, a guy shouldn't underestimate them. After all, if he gets angry, no one will stop him except teacher Tai Bai Jingxing. At this time, a guy approaches the young master and does not thank him for his help. He says his name is Bai Menghu, and he will definitely repay the young master's kindness. Li Bai tells His Highness that this guy has the blood of a mythical animal in his body. Qin asks, is it really possible that if you capture and awaken the blood of a mythical animal in a guy, is it really possible to raise him and use him for their state? Qin tells this guy that there is no need for gratitude. He asks if it would be better for the guy to follow with him. But Yu Fenghuang begins to shout that the young master cannot do this because he already belongs to them. Qin asks, does Yu Fenghuang think he can protect this guy from the Divine Sword Hall without his help? Yu Fenghuang says that's the only reason this guy's following her. After all, if she doesn't, then Yu Fenghuang will not be able to protect Bai Menghu. Bai Menghu says he will gladly do it, and even let his entire sect submit to the young master. He asks Qin to protect him. The main character answers to the guy. He didn't worry, because as long as he served him, Qin would provide the guy with protection. And Yu Fenghuang is surprised by what is happening. Suddenly, they see a huge explosion in the sky. They look up, and they see that Li Yunba is fighting there until this time. An elder does not understand. Who is this guy anyway? After all, he has an incredible amount of strength. The elder shouts that he will kill the guy, but suddenly the guards try to stop them. He asks why they are fighting in the imperial capital. This is the general of the dynasty. Tell the general that this man killed his student, and now he wants to kill him too. People see that the general is the third most powerful person in the capital. And he appeared in person. Now the boys are finished. After all, the general here and now, Li Yunba, will definitely not be able to do anything. Qin asks what cultivation level this general has. Tai Bai Jingxing replies that it is in third place in terms of strength. Yu Fenghuang says that the general is at the 8th level of the immortal realm, and having reached this level, you can go around the entire southern region. Yu Fenghuang understands that Qin was able to see the general's cultivation level. Yu Fenghuang doesn't understand. Did they really compare? She is interested in who is behind Qin. At this time, the general approaches Li Yunba and asks, did Li Yunba really encroach on someone else's life in the capital? Perhaps Li Yunba is looking for death. But the demon bird uses his weapon and tells the general to leave. But unexpectedly for everyone, the general hits the guy, and Li Yunba flies to the side. Qin sees that this general is so strong that he dealt with laziness in a matter of seconds. Sha Wujing turns to His Highness and asks if his help is needed. But Qin replies that there is no need for Sha Wujing for now. Li Yunba can handle it himself. At this time, the elders begin to point at Qin and tell the general that the young master ordered Li Yunba to kill his disciple. The general asks if this is true, but Qin begins to get angry and call the old man shameless. After all, his son oppressed the people and took away other people's daughters. Qin stopped him. This guy wanted to kill him. He is asking, was it really impossible for him to fight back? Qin begins to cry and says that doing everything they do is hiding behind the name of the emperor. Unlike them, Qin does not have the support of the Divine Sword Hall. Qin says he is so scared that he is now paying the price. The elder starts shouting and telling the general, I didn't believe this guy. After all, Qin is a dishonest native of the kingdom and should be subjected to nonsense. Qin asks, does the elder really want to say that they have come? There is no dignity from kingdoms. People start getting angry and saying that they are all the same. The elder is on the righteous path, but behaves worse than the demon. People say it's outrageous. After all, the southern region does not have only one reigning dynasty, and they do not need to rely on the Nanzhou dynasty. After all people are the same. They are interested in why they are belittled. At that time, everything around Li Yunba explodes, and he gains new strength. He screams that he can now tear the elder to shreds for what he did to him. Now Li Yunba is gaining strength and attacks the general. They enter into battle. Li Yunba strikes, but the general manages to parry it. Qin is surprised by how ruthless this guy is. The elder doesn't understand how this guy's cultivation has grown so suddenly. Li Yunba swings his mace and tells the elder to die. He punches the elder, and the man flies to the side. Yu Fenghuang approaches the young master again and tells them to leave this place. She takes the guy by the hand. Yu Fenghuang says that if Qin makes a fuss again, he might actually die. After all, they are the uneven cultivators of their dynasty. Qin doesn't understand. What is the girl talking about? Now the main character turns to Sha Wujing and tells the guy to help bring Li Yunba back. But at this time, they hear some noise and turn around and see that the general is standing there. He starts shouting that even though they are victims, but they must also be punished. The general attacks Li Yunba, and the bird refuses to be punished. They start fighting again. Li Yunba understands that this business is going badly. But at one moment, Xiao Jing appears between them and takes three. The general's tooth expels him in half. The general feels incredible power from the guy. Now the general can't even move. Xiao Jing shouts for the general to know his limits. The general jumps to the side and asks which of the two does not know the limits. Xiao Jing turns and says that His Majesty told the guy to retreat. Now the two warriors who fought for the honor of the young master descend to the ground. At this time, the elder sits by the wall and asks how long the guy will stand in that place. Suddenly, you see a guy standing on a pole with a flag. This is the head of the Kangyun sect. The guy turns to the elder and asks if he still wants them to restore order in the city. The head of the sect asks what the elder is thinking about. The elder does not understand that their Kangyun sect is not one of the reigning dynasties. After all, they are on the same side. The sect leader says this is a lie. He wants the elder to go away and not make him angry. At this time, the elder begins to get incredibly angry and expel his anger. But Qin Jun, when his warriors descended to the ground, left with them. But suddenly, the head of the sect appears in front of them and asks where they are going. The main character answers that if they don't leave, will they really be captured and tortured in a heavenly prison? But the sect leader talks about what Qin Jun wanted for this year's meeting, and the guy will be sorry to miss such a chance. The head of the sect says that if Qin Jun promises him not to create any more problems, then their Kangyun sect can intercede for the main character. The young master thinks this is strange, but Taibai Jinxing asks His Majesty to agree to this proposal. After all, this will greatly help the gentleman in the competition, and it is better not to miss this opportunity, Qin Jun asks. What does the sect leader want in return? Is it really possible that he would become their student? But the head of the sect says that the guy needs to become a mentor, and where is he definitely not equal to this general? The general asks if the head of the sect is sure of this, but the guy asks, does the general really think that he doesn't have enough strength to protect one person? Orient. Does the general really want to say that other sects are no match for them? Qin Jun sees that this sect leader treats the general poorly, but he gets along with him. And apparently, the leader of the sect has some request for the main character. Qin Jun asks if they can leave already. After all, the meeting starts tomorrow. They need to have a good rest. He lets them go. The general says that today's information will quickly reach the emperor, and the head of the sect must now look around more often. The young hero and his friends hit the road. Yu Fenghuang also goes with them. Suddenly, the main character notices that he is being spied on. Sha Wujing seems to be what the imperial palace. I've already noticed them. Qin Jun doesn't understand. Is it really possible that this is the emperor's divine perception? The system says that the secondary mission is to escape from the emperor, the reigning dynasties. The details of the mission are that the emperor of the dynasty is hostile to the owner, and for the next 5 days, the killers will come for the owner's head. And if he survives, the mission will be considered completed. The owner is not allowed to leave the capital for all 5 days. For successful completion of the mission, the main character will be able to receive 200,000 experience points and a lottery ticket. Qin Jun says that the dynasty can use any means. No matter how many there are, the main character will deal with everyone, and just he can increase the experience. The main character asks how many people are left in their Baihu sect. The guy they saved says that there are 19 of them, and they are all still studying. And he recruits the rest in the capital to strengthen the sect. Qin Jun says that this is very little, but Taibai Jinxing replies that it's okay, and their sect in the hands of His Majesty will resurrect and return to its former greatness. At this time, Yu Fenghuang listens to everything and begins to get incredibly angry and simply glow with anger because that they find contact with this guy. Taibai Jinxing says that they need to leave because it's time to rest. That incident spread throughout the capital in the blink of an eye and became the main topic of discussion. At this time, Qin Jun is meditating in his room at the hotel. The system says it was completed. Secondary mission. The main character had to prove himself at the Qianlong meeting in the Nanzhou dynasty. For this, the young master receives 200,000 experience points and a reward in the form of a ticket for random summon and lottery. The system congratulates the owner on breaking through to the 8th level of the Golden Core. Qin Jun is happy that this has finally happened, he asks. In order for the system to activate the random lottery, the system listens to the young master's instruction and activates the random lottery. She congratulates the owner for receiving a supernatural ability, which is called Honghaya, which is the true fire of samadhi. Chinjun rejoices that this is incredibly cool. After all, this is the very true fire that Honghaya relied on to defeat his brother. Suddenly, the main character sees that some kind of liquid is starting to pour out of the system, and he does not understand what is happening. A very strong ray of magic is heard from the main character's room, which repels all other visitors and the hotel. They don't understand what happened. Sudaji doesn't understand. Has Chinjun really attracted the heavenly calamity again? Sha Wujing says that it is different from ordinary border breaking. He does not understand. Is this really a superpower? People don't understand what's going on. After all, there is thunder and lightning all around. They suspect that someone has fallen under divine judgment, but the golden core cannot be so powerful. And people think that this is coming from the palace where Chinjun is now. They decide to go and have a look. Sha Wujing enters the main character's room and sees that apparently the superpower that His Majesty awakened is not so simple. At this time, Elder Fei Yushu also appears. He asks how Chinjun, at the 8th level of the Golden Core, was able to awaken superpowers. After all, this is some kind of evil spirit. At this time, there is fire around the main character. He does not understand why this true fire is more complex than 36 strategies. But suddenly the main character realizes that he was able to do this. And now the guy feels like this power can turn the whole world into dust. He does not understand. Is this really the true fire of Samadhi? The main character's ancestor. Once she said that this fire was completely unusual, and the release of energy from the eyes, nose, mouth, and spirit accumulate and turn into this fire, and all the flames come together. The young master understands that if he relies on him, he wonders whether he can become a fire deity. At that time, everything around is burning. He does not understand. Isn't this force too powerful? People don't understand what this parameter is, and His Majesty's superpowers are not so simple. The system congratulates the owner on achieving true fire. Chinjun says that the merger is finally completed because he thought that it would not be possible to return him. But the main character decides to put on clothes first. At this time, Li Yunba is interested in what fire looks like. He wants to feel it. Well, when the guy touches the day, he burns his finger and starts screaming. Chinjun asks if this stupid guy will ever stop touching everything to check. The young master's subordinates congratulate him. But Chinjun tells everyone to leave. After all, he has already finished, and nothing interesting will happen anymore. Chinjun sees Elder Fei Yushu standing there. He asks if the man wants to stay with them for the night. And Elder Fei Yushu replies that he is already leaving. Now the main character turns to Sudaji and says that his room has burned down. He asks if he can spend the night in the girls' room. Sudaji surprisingly agrees, and she says that today she will personally serve His Majesty. Therefore, the girl tells the young master to come with her. The main character closes the doors and turns to the girl. He understands that it is better to start summoning gods and demons, while there is a possibility. After all, maybe he will be able to summon the most powerful and different gods and demons. Boy, he is already ready to see whoever comes to him. He asks the system to activate the summoning of gods and demons. The system begins to activate unknown gods and demons. After all, the summoned demon is unknown. His magic weapon was also unknown once he had cultivated it. But you can see from the silhouette, what is this mighty man with a ball? He has long hair and a huge cloak. The system congratulates the young master for summoning the demon, who is already on his way. Chinjun exhales and is glad that he has already done the whole thing. Now the main character turns to the girl and says that from their first meeting. But before the main character has time to finish speaking, the girl comes up to the guy very close and asks Chinjun to look into her eyes. Chinjun turns to the girl. At one moment he understands that he couldn't move at all, as if his body was completely paralyzed. He is asking, is Sudaji really out of his mind? But the girl answers His Majesty that you can't do that. After all, now Chinjun is too weak, so if he has something, let him first surpass. Her strength will be able to move. Chinjun says that so be it, but at the same time, he takes the girl at her word. Now Sudaji is too close to the guy's face, touching his face with his. She says it's an advance. After all, the young master must try hard. The girl turns around and goes after Chinjun and says that Sudaji should just wait, because sooner or later she will become his woman. The next day, 2 birds are sitting by the window. At this time, Li Yunba gets angry and shouts that the stinking Taoist should leave this place, and so that no one can see his legs here. But the guy is screaming that he will not leave because he is looking for His Majesty Chinjun. He begins to call the young master and shout that he has come to bow to him. But Li Yunba insists on his own and says to give him the chance to fall out of this place right now. When the main character wakes up, he comes out of his room and asks, "What's all the noise since this morning?" The system notifies you that his summoned new demon has already arrived. This guy's name is Zhang Jiao. His time is a man cultivation of the 9th level of the Golden Core. The guy has purple hair that is tied into a ponytail at the top. The lower part of the hair is simply loose. Zhang Jiao addresses His Majesty and says that he is a wandering Taoist in the name of Zhang Jiao. He heard that the young master is very wise, and therefore, the guy came specifically to bow his head before the young master. The young gentleman was simply perplexed by what he heard. Could it be that Zhang Jiao is his summoned demon? After all, the guy, the 9th level of the Golden Core, and Zhang Jiao is only 1 level higher for him. But suddenly the system says that the guy has a superpower, and Qinjun doesn't believe that Zhang Jiao really has. The main character remembers that such a superpower is that Zhang Jiao, in the last years of the dynasty, managed to raise hundreds of thousands of peasants to revolt before the imperial palace noticed this. Obviously, the ability to deceive people is indeed abnormal. After all, if you introduce this guy into an enemy state, it will be incredibly cool. Qinjun understands that now this guy will become his biggest ace in the hole. Zhang Jiao turns to His Highness and says that he has a feeling that the young master's trip will change the southern borders. Qinjun pats the guy on the shoulder and says, "That's very good. That Zhang Jiao is now his undergiven." And Qinjun hopes that Zhang Jiao will not disappoint him. The guy ducks in front of the young master and he says to Qinjun, "Didn't worry. After all, Zhang Jiao is this. He won't allow it." At this time, Li Yunba begins to get angry and question, why is His Majesty such a weakling? But Qinjun says that in this world, you cannot rely only on your fists. Qinjun turns to Zhang Jiao and says that Li Yunba is a bit straightforward. He tells the guy not to pay attention because Li Yunba is actually very kind. Zhang Jiao has long heard about the glorious name of the double hammer, so he won't keep both. Zhang Jiao is confident that he can change Brother Li Yunba's point of view. Qinjun believes everything what the guy told him. He asks permission to introduce him to the rest of his participants. A little later, when the young master introduced Zhang Jiao to everyone else, Zhang Jiao says that he is glad to meet everyone. Tai Bai Jingxing turns to Zhang Jiao's brother and asks what these formalities are for. After all, they are all His Majesty's people, and Tai Bai Jingxing hopes that they can get closer. At this time, it is announced that all participants in the competition must gather in the imperial palace, which is great because the competition has already begun. They are going away. At this time, a lot of people had already gathered near the palace. Qinjun says that the ambitions of this powerful dynasty terrify him. Tai Bai Jingxing says that this is true, so he won't be surprised if all the geniuses in the square go to this dynasty. Suddenly, the emperor of the Qinjun dynasty appeared in front of them all and sees that this is just an illusion, but it evokes oppressive feelings. People think about how much this emperor is really strong. Qinjun thinks about it. Is this really the emperor who sent assassins after him? Now, the main character doesn't know. Will Sha Wujing be able to surpass the emperor? The emperor announces that the martial arts competition, which takes place once every 3 years, will begin soon, and everyone present in this place should know this. The emperor hopes that this time they will be able to reach the heavens in one flight, the moment the emperor sends rules to everyone. There are 3 rounds in total. In the first, thousands of participants will fight. Only 100 of them will go through the second round, and the winner will be announced in the third round. The 10 best students will be able to enter the Leiqi for 1 month to be cultivated. The first 100 will receive various spiritual stones and also technology, ritual vessels and magical instruments, and they can also choose any sect themselves to enter it. All participants from among the 1,000 can join the reigning dynasty as an official and become a warrior. Li Bai turns to his mentor and asks, will Tai Bai Jingxing be able to defeat him? Tai Bai Jingxing replies that the emperor is not the strongest in this dynasty, and there is another old man hiding at the top of the imperial palace. But if Tai Bai Jingxing fails to defeat him, there is still Sha Wujing. Zhang Jiao says that he must prepare something for His Majesty in advance, so he leaves them first. Tai Bai Jingxing says the guy can go. Li Bai turns to his mentor and asks, Why Taibai Jinxing let this guy go so easily? Li Bai doesn't understand what will happen if Zhang Jiao runs away. Taibai Jinxing replies so the guy doesn't look to the low cultivation level of Zhang Jiao. After all, the guy has his own unique skills. The emperor continues to talk about how the first round is the easiest and the participants will sit. In one place, dragon power is still oozing from under the ground and absorbs it. The emperor speaks of the one whose smoke from the stick of reverence seems higher and has won. Qin Jun understands that this completely depends on the level of cultivation. The main character understands that this old emperor is targeting him. However, the emperor's calculations failed. After all, the young master's skills are at the highest level, despite his cultivation level. Qin Jun thinks that if the emperor wants to deal with him, he will not want to. The emperor announces that the first round of the competition has begun. The students lined up and sat in a meditation position. Fire begins to burn around them. Li Yunba asks if he should join this competition. Qin Jun tells Li Yunba to go and gather strength. At the same time, without letting go of your hands, Li Yunba obeys the young master's orders, and he approaches the guys and hits them, taking away their strength. When the strength of all the other participants has been taken away, the fire rises in a huge column. The rest of the participants don't understand what's happening. They discuss whether they are being too fierce. Two forces are absorbed. The students say that since their power was taken away, they need to leave this place. At this time, Li Bai says that His Majesty is too harmful. After all, Qin Jun specially sent Li Yunba to a group of high-level cultivators. And if you are the strongest in the first round, then the probability of competition can be considered. Sudaji says bye. It is unclear how long one of the strongest participants will last. Qin Jun thinks that if they wanted to play with him, they will see what real strategy is. But there is still dragon power. Didn't leave the main character's body. He does not understand why a column of air is coming from the top of his head. The main character is interested. Is it really hidden in this area? Some kind of mystery. The system notifies that a purple thunderstorm level has been breached. Change of thunderstorm meridian. Qin Jun is happy that he broke through. After all, this is a stormy change. Meridian and can form a protective pillar of lightning and increase speed and strength. He feels how powerful it is. After all, this dragon power can also cultivate an immortal body. And the main character did the right thing by coming to the competition. He wants to be given the opportunity to absorb everything in his path. At this moment, the system congratulates the owner on receiving dragon powers. Qin Jun doesn't understand what's happening. The system says that originally the emperor, the human race, called itself the Golden Dragon. Therefore, the strength of the dragon also refers to the strength of the emperor. But unlike in ancient times, people signed a contract with the dragon race, that the golden dragon with 9 claws will be the protection of the emperor. But an ordinary kingdom cannot have. Only the reigning dynasty has the right to protect the golden dragon. There are many types of dragon power. Currently, the owner is absorbing as yet unformulated powers. If the owner absorbs the dragon pearl and the already existing blood of the emperor, and he activates the dragon's power, then the resulting dragon power is also called the emperor's power. If a person forms the power of a dragon, then evil spirits can be kept in check and suppress all living beings. Qin Jun thinks about how cool this is. After all, if everything turns out this way, he will have to sweat. He asks how he can miss out on the dragon's power if he wants to become an emperor. At this time, the rest of the members start running away and shouting that Li Yunba really is a monster. Does this guy really want to kill everyone? After all, this is against the rules. They ask if everything is okay in the head of the person who made these rules. People decide they need to head to Qin Jun, and so Li Yunba will definitely not approach them. One participant says that if he cannot move forward, then neither will others. Now it's time for the blessing stick. Qin Jun says that the purple thunder technique has broken through to 2 levels. The immortal body also became stronger as the power of the dragon was in his hands. Qin Jun says it's not bad. The emperor announces that the first round of the competition is completed, and 1,000 cultivators, whose longest column of air will rise to the top of the imperial palace. The emperor has something to tell them. At this time, the students begin to rise to the emperor. Xiao Wujing asks, do they need to get up? But Li Bai says it's impossible because it's against the rules. They were lucky that last time only the top 100 could rise to the top. Li Bai is afraid that this might be a trap for His Highness. Sudaji replies that if something goes wrong, His Majesty should withdraw from the competition. After all, Qin Jun has already received a lot from him. Sha Wujing tells them not to worry. If the emperor really treats His Majesty badly, then Sha Wujing will immediately come to his aid. At this time, the students had already arrived at the city palace, and Qin Jun is worried that suddenly this old emperor wants to attack him. The owner of the Divine Sword Hall announces that the competition participants must enter. They start calling Qin Jun for the guy to come to them. One man is thinking about what this third prince's intentions are. After all, they are looking for a way to eliminate Qin Jun, and the head of the sect always lends him a helping hand. He thinks about what's possible. Qin Jun is this guy's illegitimate son. But Qin Jun replies that he will not go. He asks if he has to come over, because they can just give him things, which are needed for the second round, no rewards. The man begins to get angry and says that this is furious impudence. He is asking, is Qin Jun neglecting the greatness of the Nanzhou dynasty? Qin Jun replies that His Majesty almost scared him to death, and he will go with them, and if Qin Jun doesn't come out, then everyone will know the reason. Qin Jun understands that they are clearly planning something evil. Li Yunba says not to be afraid of His Highness, because he will always protect him. First of all, the Emperor congratulates the participants on advancing to the second round. Qin Jun thinks that the Emperor wants to eliminate him after congratulating him. At this moment, some fierce demons suddenly appear, and an explosion occurs. There is smoke all around, and Qin Jun does not understand what is happening. At this time, the general begins to shout to protect the Emperor. Qin Jun starts shouting about what this old man intends to do. After all, he wants to finish off the third prince, under the pretext of attacking the Emperor. The main character asks what other protection the Emperor has. Do they really think that an immortal realm-level cultivator needs their protection? They couldn't have played it any more disgustingly. The head of the Imperial Hall begins to get angry and say that Qin Jun dared to slander and attack the Emperor. He orders his servants to execute this rebel. Qin Jun starts clapping his hands and says that this is simply amazing. After all, this is the advantage of the reigning dynasty, which is just shamelessness. After all, the main character walked in and was immediately attacked. The head of the sect turns to the Emperor and asks if he is sure. The Emperor speaks that Qin Jun has already broken the law enough. He is asking, does the guy still insist on protecting Qin Jun? The head of the sect responds that if the Emperor has not changed his mind, then he has no choice. He tells the Emperor not to worry, and the guy says only one thing: the Emperor will not regret it. About choice. The Emperor orders the protagonist to be killed ahead. Li Yunba begins to protect his master. He makes a shield with his power to protect the main character. At this time, the rest of the team sees that a bright light begins to shine from the palace. They don't understand whose voice this is. Tai Bai Jinxing says things are going badly, and His Majesty is in danger. At this time, an explosion occurs, and everyone flies away. Sudaji and Sha Wujing use their strength, and they also want to protect His Majesty. Sha Wujing orders it to be broken immediately. He starts screaming, but they see that the golden light barrier is about to collapse. They don't understand who this guy is and why. He's so strong. The guards start shouting that they should stop talking and they need to call all the city security, because they need to stop this guy. At this time, the protection begins to crack, and the subordinates of the main character fly to help the owner. The guards shout that the barrier has fallen. They are trying to stop the protagonist's subordinates. After all, there are Sudaji, Tai Bai Jinxing, Sha Wujing, and Li Bai. Suddenly, the peak of the city's imperial palace appears. This is a huge firebird. They see that in front of them is that famous bird. At this time, the main character takes his bell and begins to ring it. He wants to summon a white and black demon. The general shouts that things are going badly and they need to stop the third prince. During the massacre, people heard the crying of ghosts. Qin Jun calls for the black and white demons to come out. Qin Jun orders them to kill the Emperor. Demons fly at the Emperor. The Emperor mockingly says that this is incredible impudence. He uses his power and the white and black demons fly away. After all, the Emperor called. Your fiery dragon, which repels blows. Qin Jun doesn't understand. Is this really the developed power of a dragon? At this time, the Emperor sees a huge flaming bird, and he sends his fire dragon to destroy this vile creature. Now the firebird and the power of the fire dragon united in battle. Another moment and an explosion could occur. Qin Jun exhales with relief that he almost got hit. But at this moment, a hand appears in front of the guy. It turns out that this is one of the guys directing his power at the main character and screaming for Chinjun to die. Chinjun sees that there is a huge hand in front of him with an accumulation of power. But at this moment, the black demon intercepts this guy and starts screaming and asks, did he really have the courage to attack His Highness? He calls this guy a suicide bomber and binds him with his chains. At this moment, the rest of the protagonist's subordinates appear, and Xiao Wujing shouts that he has arrived. Now Qinjun directs his strongest subordinate and tells Xiao Wujing, even the emperor's own mother made it so. I did not recognize. Xiao Wujing takes the lead from the protagonist and heads into battle. With his strength, he fights off all the guards who stood in his way. The emperor sees that this is dangerous because now he is no match for this guy. And the emperor thinks that he needs to retreat before it's too late and while he's alive. At this moment, the emperor is thrown up and begins to float in the air. Xiao Wujing attacks the emperor, but he does not have time to grab him. After all, the emperor is leaving. Now Xiao Wujing rushes after the emperor and asks where he's going. Qinjun watches how the huge firebird deals with the guards. Li Bai begins to quote one passage from the poem. The protagonist's subordinates continue to fight the guards. At this time, a girl in a red dress approaches. She clings to Qinjun because she is very scared. But Qinjun is happy that this is an unforgettable battle. Qinjun turns to the sect leader and asks, didn't he expect that the prey would go on a hunt? The guy replies that Qinjun should better leave. After all, there won't be such a chance again. But the main character does not understand why he should follow someone else's orders. The main character directs the black and white demon. He says that he will leave the rest of them, but he will finish them off. The demons do everything as the main character orders. The third principal understands that it's not in his nature to go empty-handed. He decides to take a bite out of the Nanzhou dynasty. Qinjun turns to his friends and tells them to leave, and he will catch up with them later. The girl in the red dress is against the prince being careful. At this moment, another guard attacks the main character and screams for Qinjun to die. At this moment, Qinjun takes a mouthful of air and asks, really, until they show their strength, they still won't hold him as an equal. And they understand that they can die. At this moment, the main character raises his head and sees that a huge shadow is falling on him. This is a giant illusion of men who are trying to kill the main character. He says that even death cannot atone for the guilt of the one who encroached on his life. But at this moment, Tai Bai Jingxing comes to the defense of the main character and says that they will stop talking, and now the man must see the power of his subordinates. Qinjun starts shouting that if the old man can withstand 3 hits from Tai Bai Jingxing, he can consider him a loser. At this moment, the great elder of the Divine Sword Hall points his sword at Qinjun and says that the guy should die. But Tai Bai Jingxing will protect its master. Tai Bai Jingxing directs its fiery power towards the master. The elder breaks through the wall in the roof and flies far to the side. Tai Bai Jingxing addresses His Highness and asks when they will leave. Qinjun replies that they will leave as soon as they kill the emperor. Tai Bai Jingxing agrees to keep His Highness's prank company. Tai Bai Jingxing and Qinjun set off to retrieve the emperor. At this moment, Li Bai flies up to them and shouts that he will also go with His Highness and the student. Suddenly, Sudaji appears next to them. She says that she was the first to bow to His Majesty, so she asks Qinjun to accept this as her duty. Qinjun begins to rejoice and says that together they will bring down the dynasty from heaven. At this moment, people from the outside watch as the main character and his subordinates leave this place. One man screams for the guards to kill this guy. The guards are sent after the main character and his subordinates. Now their task is to kill the young master. But at that moment, a black and white demon appears in front of them, and the demon shouts that they can only do this if they kill him. At this moment, the white demon appears. Qinjun is surprised that they are still trying to catch up with him. Qinjun uses his cannon and points it towards the guards. The guard uses protection, but it does not help her. Li Bai calls this herd bandits. He is surprised by what is happening. At one moment, the guy begins to use his power and directs thousands of fiery swords towards the guards. The guards see that fiery swords are flying at them, and they cannot dodge in any way. Qinjun is surprised how there are so many elders near their divine sword hall. Tai Bai Jingxing replies that the divine sword hall is definitely strong. From them alone, they have already had over 1 million followers for a long time. and this is a third of the forces of all capitals. Tai Bai Jinxing says that it is difficult for enemy forces to invade the capital due to the deployment of troops, and even a cultivator of the immortal realm does not always succeed. Now Qin understands that it turns out that they cannot leave the capital so easily. But this doesn't matter to him now, and he is ready to do everything just to finish off the emperor first. Suddenly, the main character remembers and asks where he is now. Growling dog. Tai Bai Jinxing says that he ordered him to silently make his way to the Imperial Palace Peak to find one of the guys. Qin asks, "Really? This guy's so important?" Tai Bai Jinxing says that it can force a person completely, especially the improving cultivators. And since His Majesty is in the capital of the Nanzhu dynasty, one cannot be mistaken. And when the time comes, they will all defend their master together. In this moment, they all stop and look at the palace. Qin realizes that the battle will soon end. At this moment, the emperor and Sha Wujing are fighting. Sha Wujing holds the emperor by the throat as blood flies around them. Qin shouts for Sha Wujing to bring the emperor to him, and Qin wants to kill him with his own hands. Sha Wujing brings the half-dead emperor and presents it. His Majesty Qin directs his power at the emperor and says that he brought trouble upon himself. But at this moment, they are trying to stop the main character. Qin doesn't understand. Did someone really think of stopping him at the most important moment? At this moment, the emperor with red eyes begins to shout that Qin will die in agony if he does this. He screams for Qin to die when they turn around and see a huge fire hand flying towards them, a cluster of star power. At this moment, Sha Wujing rushes forward and tries to parry the blow of this fiery hand. This was done by the first emperor of the dynasty. Tai Bai Jinxing sees the former emperor in front of him, and he doesn't understand, is the emperor still alive? The first emperor turns to Sha Wujing and asks who he is. Sha Wujing introduces himself and says his name. At this point, Sha Wujing and the first emperor engage in battle. Qin uses his spear, and the emperor begins to turn to Qin and say that he will kill the guy right now. Sudaji and Tai Bai Jinxing are surprised by what is happening. But Qin starts shouting for his subordinates to wait. The system notifies that the dragon's power has been detected, and the absorption of the dragon's power began. He doesn't understand why Qin is doing this. But at this moment, Qin is sucking all the strength of the emperor, so that the man's skin begins to tighten and his eyes crack. The system notifies that a cultivator of the first level of the realm has been killed. Immortals. And for this, the owner received 1,900,000 experience points. The system congratulates the owner on the breakthrough to the first level of transformation. Next, the guy makes a breakthrough to the third level of transformation. And the system says that since the owner killed the emperor for the first time, he was awarded a ticket to conscription, demons and gods. The system was activated by a plot task called the murder of hundreds of rulers, and the details of this task are the rulers of kingdoms and above. Reward. For this increase by 4 levels. There will also be tickets to summon gods and demons, armies of gods and demons, as well as skills and a random lottery. Qin understands that with his action he hit a huge jackpot. At this moment, Sudaji flies up to the third principal and asks, "What happened to His Highness?" But Qin answers that everything was fine with him and it was just a breakthrough. Tai Bai Jinxing asks His Majesty, "Has Qin really broken through to the third level of transformation?" Qin says that the emperor wanted to show off his technique, and Qin responded by absorbing all of his dragon power. Well, at that moment, other elders appear in front of them and they shout that the battle is not over yet. Qin sees that Sha Wujing is a 9th level cultivator of the immortal realm, who fights equally with the strongest people. Tai Bai Jinxing says that this person's cultivation is similar to his, but even though this person has rich combat experience and stronger skills, he will still lose soon. At this moment, the first emperor, fighting with Sha Wujing, understands that he is not his opponent, and he first understands that he needs to lie down, and then request reinforcements. Otherwise, their dynasty will be in danger. Qin is surprised that Sha Wujing allowed the man to escape. Sha Wujing descends to the ground and addresses His Highness. He says that the first emperor took out a spatial scroll from somewhere and tore it with it. He ran away. Qin replies that if the first emperor escaped, then so be it, and they cannot do anything about it. Qin understands that the first emperor has escaped, but the ruling emperor is already dead anyway, and now there is no one in this dynasty who could stand against him. At this time, a growling dog comes to the main character and he turns to His Majesty. He says that he has found Lachi, Jun starts calling Lee Yunba and telling him to come back to Earth. This huge firebird turns into a guy again. Lee Yunba lands on the main character and asks how His Highness is feeling now. Jun tells him and Lee Yunba to go and look at the lychee. At this time, people are watching what is happening. They do not understand what will happen now. After all, these people go to the source, and they can't do anything about it. After all, even the emperor and the first emperor, we couldn't handle this guy. People understand that now they will definitely die, but they cannot allow their dynasty to be trampled. One guy starts to get angry and ask why they are going into battle then. They're not eager, after all. They only know how to talk. What should you tell your mentor about this? At this time, the spirit of the demon is watching everything. He dissolves and says that he needs to ask to go out into the world, because this is the only way he will be able to kill this Jun. At this time, the main characters have already reached the cave in which the thing they are looking for should lie. In front of them is a spatial circle that looks like water. Jun asks, "Is this really the source of Lucky they are looking for?" Taibai Jingxing addresses His Majesty, and he says they better hurry up. Jun asks if this is dangerous. After all, the source looks even more terrible than the heavenly disasters. Sudaji appeals to His Majesty and says that only without imposing difficulties can one achieve a high position. The main character undresses, he takes off his clothes to plunge into the source, because he wants to plunge into this source. Jun shouts that he will go forward because he is a coward in front of the lady. When a guy plunges into this source, he feels incredible pain. But suddenly his fire dragon bursts out. Taibai Jingxing shouts that His Majesty should not forget about technology. He says that they should leave the third prince alone in this place, and the rest will wait outside. He asks who will go to meet Fahai, Soyali, and others. Sudaji says that she will stay in this place and will never leave the young master. Li Bai turns his head and he turns to his friend Lee Yunba and tells them to go meet the guests. Lee Yunba agrees with the guy's proposal, and the two heroes leave. At this moment, everyone else also left the cave, and only one Sudaji remained to watch the young master. News that the emperor was killed and the legendary former emperor. They were expelled from all dependent states of the reigning dynasty. And everyone was afraid of sudden changes. Jun and his team gained unprecedented strength as ruthless tyrants, and rumors reached every corner. 10 days later, the whole team was in the cave. Soyali turned to Jun's brother and said that the young prince in just 10 days, reaching the third level of the body, is incredibly cool. Sudaji told the girl that His Majesty was about to awaken. Only once a month does a ticket drop to summon gods and demons. Jun says that a whole month has already passed, and he asked the system to launch a call. The system activated the summoning of gods and demons. As always, the summoned demon was unknown, and also its times and cultivation. Jun remembers that he also has a ticket for a random lottery. He asks to take her out first. The system activates a random lottery. The system congratulates the owner on winning the breath amulet. The system says that the breath amulet can completely hide the breath and body of the owner, a stronger version of the invisibility amulet. Even the strongest Immortal Realm level cultivators would not be able to find the owner, and you can use this thing on the main character only once. Its duration is 1 stick. Oi. Jun sees that this time the item is more or less decent. He asks this system what if it pulls out an army of gods and demons. He asks when they will arrive then. No, like a normal summoned demon. The system replies that this is true, because they will arrive during the day. Jun talks about making time for the call. Outside the cave, the rest of the team sits on the ground and meditates. The dog says that they have finally arrived. Lee Yunba starts screaming that the old man has come back to die. Suddenly, the first emperor appears there, and he says that today he will drive away these guys from the Nanju dynasty. Shaojing is already on his way to the emperor, and he wants to destroy him. They clash in battle, and both use the enemy's defense. They clash in battle. The first emperor gained strength and turned out to be incredibly strong. He throws Shaojing aside with just one swing, so the warrior makes a dent in the mountain. Inside the cave, Sudaji senses vibrations. The walls are starting to crack. Soyali asks what is happening. Sudaji addresses His Majesty and says that the first emperor has returned. Jun comes out of the source and puts on his clothes. He is ready to go outside and see what is happening there. When the main character came out, he sees that the first emperor really had enough courage to return. Taibai Jingxing turns to His Majesty and says that it seems that the first emperor has a weapon with him that is comparable to incredibly enormous power. Qinjun says that they will be finished if Sha Wujing still loses. Taibai Jingxing tells the young master to use Sha Wujing high-level magic weapon, which the first emperor cannot compare to, but his staff is also high level. At this time, the young gentleman looks up at the sky. It seems to him that a pair of eyes of some demon are hidden among the clouds. Sha Wujing rises from the wall and recovers. He flies again to engage the first emperor in battle. Sha Wujing tries to stab the emperor, but he, with his sword, deflects the blow. An incredible explosion occurs, causing them both to fly away. The first emperor doesn't understand who this guy is after all. Sha Wujing replies that the emperor will only know this when he goes to hell. Sha Wujing raises one hand up and begins to use his power. The first emperor calls this guy an impudent man and points his sword in his direction. This magical sword sends its blows in the air, and when these blows reach the hero, then they can injure him if the hero does not fight them off. Taibai Jingxing is surprised that the first emperor used a magic sword. Qin Jun doesn't know what a magic sword is. He does not understand. Did the first emperor somehow associated with the dark path? And did the owner of these eyes really contribute to this matter? Sha Wujing starts to get angry and tells the man to leave this place. Or rather, he wants the first emperor and demon to leave. Sha Wujing directs his hand with force to smack. Magic strikes. Following this, Sha Wujing sends out his magical attacks. The first emperor is already beginning to pray to his ancestors to save him. At this moment, a huge finger appears from the sky with its blow and defeats the force that Sha Wujing used. This causes Sha Wujing to be damaged and falls. Qin Jun and Taibai Jingxing don't understand what's going on. Qin Jun understands that the strongest Sha Wujing was killed in an instant, and this matter could end very badly. A black demon approaches the main character and says that he can take His Highness to the afterlife. Qin Jun asks the demon how many people from the team he can take. Demona replies that she won't come out to take anyone away. After all, they are all alive, and they can only take one. Qin Jun cannot believe that all the troubles of the Nanzhou dynasty are the work of one cultivator of the immortal realm. In the sky, Qin Jun continues to believe the huge demonic eyes. Qin Jun realizes that this demon is here. The first emperor turns to the demon and thanks him for his help. After all, the demon killed his opponent, a magical creature, and I didn't think that their dynasty would end at the hands of a couple of mortals, even though this guy's very talented. But seeing all these servants of the cultivator, the demon understands that it is obvious that someone is behind the main character, Qin Jun. This is not the work of a demon. Li Yumba addresses His Majesty and talks about so that the young master will not be afraid. After all, if a demon wants to kill the third prince, then let him step over his corpse. Soyali tells Qin Jun's brother that they will fight him to the end. But suddenly it turns out that Sha Wujing is still alive. He gets out with a lot of smoke and turns to the first emperor. He is asking, is he really looking for death? The first emperor begs his predecessor to kill these two immortal realm cultivators. After all, the emperor will not forget just an agreement. The demon agreed on this with the emperor, and now he is ready for anything. A growling dog means that they will serve their owner until the end of their days. A sign is born on the beast's forehead, and the real body of the demonic dog is revealed. A snarling dog attacks the first emperor. The man responds by sending magical blows with his sword. He screams for the dog to leave this place. But the sword swings that the emperor sends, the dog bites through with his teeth, and in an instant he is already standing next to the emperor and begins to strike him. The first emperor tries to protect himself with a sword and makes a shield. The whole team is surprised by what is happening. The main character turns to the system and asks if she didn't say that after the transformation, the dog will become at the level of the kingdom of immortals. After all, when they called the growling dog, he had great power and limitless potential. He awakened even greater power to protect his master. At this time, the demonic spirit tries to strike the dog. Huge explosions occur. People are trying to escape from this city. After all, chaos is happening in the city now. Because people see the devil. The demon says that he did not expect to meet a descendant of dogs here, and for him this is very interesting. The demon promises that if the growling dog becomes his favorite pet, he will give the beast something to think about temporarily. Otherwise, the dog will die. At this time, the main character begins to shout for Taibai Jingxing and Sha Wujing to help the growling dog, because he cannot cope on his own. The demon calls this incredible impudence, because 3 people are already starting to attack him. He channels his power and tries to strike the heroes. He says it's no use. After all, nothing can save the young master. And if he begs the demons on his knees, then he will think about how much he can study the third prince. Qinjun is already starting to get nervous. He doesn't understand. Will he really just die here in this place? But at this moment, someone appears and begins to ask who dared to touch his majesty. The system says that the summoned demon has arrived. This is the Adaman of the Holy Children, who comes from a journey to the west. It's time, it's a ghost. Now, the main character begins to rejoice. After all, this demon's fighting skills are great feats, and its magical attribute is a long, fiery spear. Superpower True Fire. Qinjun sees that this is indeed the same Honghai. This is the one who caused problems for one guy, and he is the realm of the immortals. This kid can easily defeat anyone. At this moment, Honghai already appears. He says that he has come and addresses his majesty. The guy starts laughing. Qinjun directs Honghai to deal with these enemies. Honghai understood everything that the young master told him, and he sets off to defeat the enemies. Honghai takes his magical weapon and uses it against his enemies. It pierces right through one of the demon's eyes. The first emperor thinks that these eyes are the famous ancestors. He doesn't understand how this child was able to dispel such a powerful spell. After all, this cannot even be. Honghai uses his two weapons and begins to laugh very cheerfully. He really acts like a child. Now the first emperor is also trying to attack this little guy. The boy starts screaming that he has caught the emperor. Now the emperor realizes that things are going badly for him. He directs his magical power at the child and says that he should die. Honghai asks what it is. Is it fire? The entire blow that the elder throws at the guy dissipates to the sides. The emperor does not understand how this happens. At this moment, Honghai tells the emperor to see true fire, and he takes a breath to take in as much air as possible. Now the guy uses true fire. He directs the fire that comes from his mouth towards the emperor. The emperor is consumed by fire. He starts screaming and begging for mercy. But after some time, all that was left of the emperor was smoke. Qinjun says that Honghai is great, and now he understands why Sun Wukong never fought like that. But few can resist the fire that Honghai used, and it seems to the main character that that emperor burned to the ground. Suddenly, Qinjun remembers that he almost forgot something. Now the main character directs Honghai to another emperor and tells Honghai to kill him. Honghai is heading into battle, and he is ready to do whatever his majesty tells him. The emperor does not understand who this guy is and why he is helping the main character. The guy reveals that he is the Adaman of the Holy Children, whose name is Honghai. He tells the emperor to remember his name and glorify his name throughout the world. The elder uses the scroll to get out of this place. He says that he will still return, but suddenly Honghai pierces the man's body and asks where he was going to run away. Honghai uses fire again and breathes on his opponent, burning him to ashes. Over time, the guy falls to the ground and turns to his majesty. He asks how he managed. Qinjun starts to get angry and question, why did Honghai take so long to get there? But he is happy because that the guy was able to defeat his enemies. He says that if Honghai hesitates again, he will punish him. Now that Honghai has landed on Earth, Qinjun is ready to introduce this guy to the rest of his team. He says that this demon's name is Honghai. He asks the system to begin summoning an army of gods and demons. After all, they have to celebrate their boy's housewarming. The system activated the summoning of an army of gods and demons. The system says that masters from whom there is no protection are powerful troops from whom they can hide. The system congratulates the owner on summoning an army of white surplices. The white surplices are an invincible army. Commander. This is the first level of the Golden Corps. The army's number of 7,000 people is the ninth level of laying the foundations. The attributes of an army are to defeat a large, invincible army with a small number. Because of his good name and his countless followers, he was classified as a myth, and therefore the army of quiet people became even stronger. Each of her soldiers is on the border of laying the foundations. Now, Qinjun can't wait for their arrival. Suddenly, the head of the sect appears behind the main characters and thanks the young master because Qinjun eliminated the main opponents of their family. Qinjun asks, what does the guy need from him? The guy replies that he wants to make a deal, and he asks the young master for help to become an emperor and destroy anyone who becomes on his way to this goal. He says that when Qinjun and he lead the dynasty, their dynasty will take over their kingdom of Chanyui. Qinjun thinks that the emperor is already dead, and he doesn't understand. What's the use of this guy? Tai Bai Jinxing turns to his majesty and says that the guy should not covet the throne of the dynasty. If a country fails to inherit the throne, then fate may. Limit yourself to cultivating the young master. Qinjun realizes that this is fate again, and it's good that Tai Bai Jingxing reminded him. The main character agrees with the guy's words, and he hopes that it won't come to the point of betrayal, because the main character may go over to the wrong side. The guy replies that he would never dare to do such a thing to the young master. After all, he respects him very much. At this moment, Hong Hai turns to His Majesty and asks, "Does the main character need that cool weapon?" But the guy who stands opposite turns to His Majesty and says that Qin Jun should not do this. After all, the treasure belongs to their dynasty. Qin Jun starts getting angry and says that the guy should now choose whether he wants a throne or a magic weapon. Now the guy's upset. After all, they will take away his weapons. He does not understand where all the luck of their dynasty went. After all, he won't be able to defeat this guy now. Qin Jun directs Hong Hai and tells the child to get that weapon. Hong Hai obeys the protagonist's instructions and tries to get that weapon. When the guy managed to get this weapon, he takes it in his hands and flies to the main character. He steps on the ground and tells Qin Jun to hold this is what he brought. Tai Bai Jingxing sees this weapon, and he doesn't understand. Is it really that glorious luck magic weapon? After all, he doesn't remember the last time he even saw it. After all, it is very rare and incredibly strong. All this time, Hong Hai still holds this weapon in its hands. It begins to glow in different directions. The guy turns to His Majesty and says that this compass is very funny. This compass also burns slightly, after all, probably because he is very hot. The head of the sect sees that when the emperor invited him to touch this thing, he did not want to approach him even a step. And surprisingly, nothing happens to this strange child. The guy is very surprised that this is exactly the case. Qin Jun asks, "Is it possible to reduce it?" Tai Bai Jingxing replies that of course it is possible. After all, a couple drops of spirit and blood are enough. The emperor is already dead, so this weapon is left without an owner. The main character bites his finger and begins to think. He does this in order to draw blood, and now this weapon begins to belong to him. When the guy bit his finger and a drop of blood fell on this weapon, it begins to take off and Qin Jun feels reunited with this weapon. Su Daji begins to worry and asks if everything will be okay with His Majesty. Tai Bai Jingxing responds that there is no reason to worry. His Majesty has already received the magic weapon of good fortune, and when Qin Jun ascends the throne, their kingdom will gain unprecedented power. Qin Jun feels this weapon being absorbed into his head. There, it reunites with the body of the main character. A fire whirlwind begins to appear around the hero. This is how reunion happens. It rises up, and suddenly Qin Jun has an epiphany. Su Daji asks how His Highness is feeling now. Could the magic weapon be able to identify its owner? Soyali is also standing next to Su Daji and is worried about the young master. Qin Jun announces that the weapon recognized him and they are now reunited. Now the sect leader turns his attention and asks the young master, when exactly His Highness will go to destroy the enemy in his place. Qin Jun begins to stretch because he wants to sleep. He offers to do it now because he doesn't want to stay long. The guy incredibly thanks His Highness for his kindness and generosity. Qin Jun thinks that Elder Fei Yushu did not do anything wrong, and he treated him very well from the very beginning. Qin Jun decides to leave him alone. After all, he can still restrain his strength. Apart from the ordinary sect disciple and the Fei Yushu elder, the rest of the elders of the Constellation sect and the Divine Sword Hall were killed. When they returned to the city, people began to attack them again. Li Yunba fought them off as best he could. Now Hong Hai is also joining the battle. He scoffs that he is already here too and ready to fight. Third Prince Qin Jun took Tai Bai Jingxing, Xiao Wujing, and the others with him to quickly finish off the elders of the Divine Sword Hall and Constellation sect. His Majesty became so famous in the Nanju dynasty and in other states that the common people began to worry. Now even the elder Fei Yushu is kneeling in front of the main characters, simply asking for death. After all, he doesn't want to suffer. Fei Yushu says that the Divine Sword Hall has been destroyed and he no longer has a reason to live. The guy gets up from his knees and he holds on to his shoulder. After all, he is seriously wounded. Qin Jun says that until the soul leaves, hope will not leave. He asks if the guy wants to get together, but suddenly the head of the sect turns to the main character, and he asks His Majesty if he thought about the guy's feelings. The elder says that until the soul leaves, Nadezhda will still not leave. Qin Jun turns around and says that they will leave. Elder Fei Yushu understood everything, and he thanks His Majesty for saving his life. At this time, people in the city are discussing that the Divine Sword Hall has fallen, and the Constellation sect has also fallen. They do not understand. Did Qin Jun really decide to kill the entire dynasty? They do not understand. Where is this guy's humanity? But suddenly, they notice that Qin Jun is walking towards them. Seeing the guy, people start running away and screaming about him, so that everyone runs away, because Qin Jun has come. The third prince came to raze these people in their city to the ground. People are crying and begging for mercy. The main character sees people running away. He does not understand. Does he really look so scary? At this time, Zhang Zhao appears in front of the main character and greets His Majesty. And behind this guy, there was already an army of people lined up. Qin Jun turns to Zhang Zhao and asks where the guy has been all this time and who these people are behind them. Zhang Zhao says that all this time he wandered around the city surroundings and spread the name of His Highness. Therefore, 200,000 soldiers expressed their readiness to join His Majesty. Zhang Zhao says that this army accompanied him while he was looking for the main character. At this moment, everyone in the army begins to greet His Majesty. Qin Jun is surprised that a whole army of soldiers with 200,000 people is standing in front of him, and their aura makes the main character confused, and Qin Jun understands that something is wrong with these people. Qin Jun asks Zhang Zhao if this is a regular army. After all, he does not understand, just like the weak and the sick. Zhang Zhao says that of course this is a regular army, because in addition they protect the city. Qin Jun starts patting Zhang Zhao on the shoulder and says that the guy did a good job. Qin Jun asks Zhang Zhao to follow him because he will not offend the guy. Zhang Zhao is incredible to thank His Highness for his kindness. Zhang Zhao addresses His Highness and says that the army is too large and it will take time to deliver them to another city. Qin Jun replies that there is nothing wrong with that and they will go to wait for the army at the hotel. At this time, the hotel, which is called the Flying Dragon, already has a guard there that belongs to the main character. They all welcome His Highness back. Qin Jun tells his chief guard and the rest of the army to get up from their knees. The official turns to His Majesty and says that it is good that Qin Jun has returned. After all, news came from the kingdom. The neighboring kingdom has already begun to attack them. Qin Jun doesn't understand. Has someone really attacked their Chanyu kingdom? Qin Jun doesn't understand. Did it really occur to someone to do this to his reputation? He does not understand. Is someone really pulling the strings? Tai Bai Jingxing says that if someone has the courage to invade, then they are not afraid of force. His Majesty. Qin Jun replies that this is already interesting and he wants to see who did it, and he is ready to deal with him. The third principal announces that while they are waiting for the others, they need to arrange a halt for 2 days, and then return to their homeland to deal with what happened. At this time, battles of thunder and lightning take place in the disputed lands. At this time, the elder rejoices that it is good that his spirit escaped. Otherwise, he would have died there. This is the true form of the demon. He tells Qin Jun to just wait for him. After all, as soon as he gathers his strength, he will call other sects for help to deal with the main character. The elder says that he is not worthy if he does not take revenge on the third prince for everything he did wrong to him. 2 days later, one city was again attacked by wild beasts and demons. People are hiding behind the gates of their city and trying to fight back with these beasts. They want to kill them. The guards are shouting that these animals cannot be allowed to break through, but they understand that there are too many demons and they will not be able to hold out for long. The main security says that if the bronze gates fall, the entire dynasty will be under threat. At this time, various demonic beasts attack, but birds fly up on them. At this time, people are sitting. These people are the Shenyuan sect. The chief elder's name is Lin Suchu. Mr. Elder is told that Qin Jun is already in the city. Lin Sucho asks, "How reliable is this information?" The servant replies that this information is definitely reliable. After all, it is from the most trusted sources. Now the elder understands that it will be bad if this guy interferes, but he says that the army must continue because the bronze gates must fall, and the tasks of the chapter cannot be postponed. At this time, the Shenyuan sect heads towards the city on a huge bird. Suddenly, one guy heads towards them and uses his power. This is a huge green hand, which is an accumulation of star power. This man is Shuguiku, Lin Sucho asks. Is it really the guardian of the bronze gate in front of him named Shuguiku? Shuguiku asks who they are and why they came to their city. Lin Sucho talks about how the emperor of the dynasty is dead, and the Nanzhou dynasty itself is on the brink of death. Lin Sucho says that he is from the Shenyuan dynasty, and his name is Lin Sucho. Shuguiku is surprised and asks what benefit the sect has from the war with the Shanyu kingdom. But at this moment, the elder replies that the dead man does not need to know this, and he points his weapon towards the keeper of the bronze gate. They start the battle. Lin Sucho jumps off his bird to fight a guy. At this time, Qin and all his friends are watching what is happening. Qin asks, "Are the monsters crowding in front of the gates again?" He asks where so much evil comes from. Tai Bai Jingxing responds to His Majesty to let Qin see that there are cultivators at the top. Tai Bai Jingxing is afraid that this time, the evil spirits have been driven here by dark path cultivators. The team asks the main character what they should do. Li Yunba says that he can handle this pack of beasts just like last time. Qin remembers in surprise from what happened. At this time, an army of white surplices makes their way to the gates of the building. They are headed by a commander named Chen Qingji. The Shenyuan sect army doesn't understand where these people came from. After all, they are incredibly strong, and the level of their foundation is not higher, but the evil spirits give a worthy rebuff. They decide that they need to leave everything and go on the attack. From their hands, they begin to throw out a huge amount of stones, which they dig underground and direct them towards the army. The army of the kingdom rejoices, because reinforcements have finally arrived, and they will now be able to hold the gates. Qin is watching everything happening, and he doesn't understand. What kind of white power is this? The system says that these are the souls of an indestructible army. The souls of a few armies can be collected and marched. Therefore, they were strengthened. The surplices themselves. It has a mythical coloring that appears after each victory. The army of white surplices and their souls do not disperse. And if the opponent is not a transformation-level cultivator, it will be very difficult to defeat them. Qin is happy that an incredibly strong army has finally arrived to him. Tai Bai Jingxing isn't the young master. After all, he will succeed. At this time, the elder of the Shenyuan sect and Shu Guiku begin to fight. At this moment, Lin Suchu strikes hard, from which Shu Guiku begins to fall to the ground and starts to bleed. Xiao Wujing says that Shu Guiku is about to lose. Qin orders his subordinates to finish off this elder, but not to kill him completely. Hong Hai jumps up and says that he will go to this battle. But Li Yunba does not let him go, and he comes with him. After all, he also wants to do this. Qin looks at these two in surprise and realizes how young they are. At this time, a huge monkey appears at the gate itself. She has a lot of strength in her hands. This beast has very hard fur, huge fangs, and red burning eyes. It is ready to kill everything that is in its way. The huge monkey makes a swing and wants only blood. The demonic beast swings both hands, which it clasps like a key and hits the ground. At this moment, the main character turns to Li Bai and tells the guy to help the army. Li Bai agrees with the young master's words, and he goes into battle. When a huge demonic beast, which is an evil spirit, swings once again to strike, his neck is pierced with a sword. It turns out that Li Bai is in the air now. He hit this beast with his sword, causing the entire huge body of evil spirits to fall to the ground. Chen Qingji looks at Li Bai and says that the glory of His Majesty's servants has justified itself. At this time, the demonic army is trying to get through the gate because the master is already waiting for them, and they go forward. At this time, the army of the kingdom try to hold the doors as hard as possible so that enemies don't get through. Also, at this moment, the main character Qin descends to the ground and is met by Army Commander Chen Qingji. Tai Bai Jingxing approaches His Majesty and says that the same general has appeared, and they can try to use them. Tai Bai Jingxing says that there are not many armies that can accumulate souls. But at this moment, Qin just stands with his eyes closed and thinks about his own things. Tai Bai Jingxing does not understand what is happening to His Majesty. Have words clouded his mind? At this moment, Chen Qingji bows to His Majesty and greets the young master. The guy says that his name is Chen Qingji, and he brought an army of white surplices to kneel before the young master. Chen Qingji hopes that His Majesty will receive them. They are ready to serve the guy for the rest of his life. At this time, when Chen Qingji is still kneeling, Qin looks at the guy from high. But at one point, the guy bends down and tries to lift the captain. Qin says he's been waiting for a long time, Captain Chen Qingji's boyfriend. He asks the captain to get up from his knees as quickly as possible. He says that working under the command of His Highness is a big part of it for him, and they, with the entire army, are ready to serve the young master. Tai Bai Jingxing sees that it turns out His Highness has already repaired this huge army, and Tai Bai Jingxing still thought that Qin was simply too arrogant guy, and he doesn't expect it from him. Qin turns to Chen Qingji and says that he already has 200,000 soldiers. He asks if the captain will help him train. These guys, after all, they are very weak and inept. Chen Qingji gets down on one knee again and thanks His Highness for his kindness. The captain says he will do his best. To help only the third principal, Chen Qingji says that the generosity of the young prince has no limits, and Chen Qingji will never allow himself to disappoint the guy. At this time, Qin Jun raises his head and sees that there is someone flying in the sky, blazing with fiery fire. At this moment, Hong Hai, Li Yunba, and also Shu Guiku land on the ground. They brought the code sect elder in their hands. Hong Hai says that the guys could leave him at least something. When the main character turns around, he sees Elder Lin Sucho lying on the ground. The man begins to bleed of sorts. The elder holds on in his arms with all his strength, but at one moment a sharp spear appears in front of his face, which the main character points at him. Qin Jun asks the elder who he is and what his name is, and also the main character. I wonder what this man is doing in the city, the elder asks. Is this really the third prince in front of him named Qin Jun? The third prince says that this is exactly who they were looking for. Monk Fahai turns to His Highness, and he says that he believes that the Shenyuan sect is behind this guy. But after one moment, the monk says that this man is definitely from there. Shu Guiku addresses His Highness and says that this sect is very strong, and now it's better not to provoke them. The elder begins to say that they are not enemies for Qin Jun. After all, their goal is just the Nanju dynasty. The elder hopes that Qin Jun will not interfere in this matter, but Qin Jun asks them to be kind and come after they leave from this city. He asks if the elder agrees with his words. But Shuguiku turns to Qin Jun and says that the Shenyuan sect is followers of the devilish way and therefore, they are their common enemies. Lin Sucho starts shouting that Chen Qingji should not invent anything or lie. After all, they have already allowed the stream of animals to enter. He asks how they can be stopped. Now the main character understands everything. He turns to the monk and asks what the situation is. Now occupied by the Shenyuan sect. The monk says that, unlike the true path followers, for the devilish unification of one, and at their head are the 9 highest sects among them, and the monk says that they only attack the reigning dynasties of the true path and collect their dragon veins. Qin Jun didn't expect them to be so strong. He thinks about whether Nanju's dragon power might be there, something to do with the golden compass he had absorbed into his body. But he is thinking about what he should do now. At this moment, Commander Chen Qingji addresses the main character. He asks, do they need to do anything? But at this moment, Elder Lin Sucho begins to shout that his sect has no equal in the southern region, and he asks that Qin Jun and his patrons better leave and do it quickly. But at this moment, the guardian of the Bronze Gate addresses His Highness Qin Jun. Shu Guiku asks for help in repelling the evil spirits of the Bronze Gate. He begs His Highness for help. The guards also begin to ask. They say that even at the cost of their lives, the people in the city should not suffer from this sect. They turn to His Highness and says that if Qin Jun helps them, he may consider that the dynasty's army is already his servants. Elder Lin Sucho does not understand what these people are even hoping for. After all, true rulers will not make concessions for the sake of mercy alone. At this moment, the system activated a mission called the True Path and the Devil's Path. The mission details are if the owner helps the Bronze Gate repel the onslaught of the Shenyuan sect, then the owner will join the True Path. If not, he will join the Devil's Path. The system says that if Qin Jun joins to the True Path, he will receive 1 level and the ticket for the mixed call Qin Jun does not understand. Does the system really want to direct him to the True Path? At this time, the army continues to beg His Majesty for salvation. They are on their knees and still asking Qin Jun to help them. Qin Jun understands that in order to live another century, he needs to strive for good. At this moment, Qin Jun decides to press down his spear, which is located at the elder's neck. The elder asks, has Qin Jun really decided to go against the Shenyuan sect? Lin Sucho says that this is madness. He accumulates strength in his hand and tries to hit the main character. But when the blow is already approaching the main character, Hong Hai appears at this time and takes in air. And in an instant, he directs the blazing fire towards the elder. At this time, the entire Shenyuan sect army begins to run away and say that their affairs are bad. After all, Lin Sucho was killed by a point. They are quickly trying to leave. After all, this still needs to be conveyed to the head of the sect. Qin Jun begins to call his warriors to him. He asks Li Yunba, Hong Hai, and Li Bai to destroy the beast stream below, he tells the guys to kill these followers of darkness. The guys agree with the words of His Highness. They are ready to carry out any of his orders. At this time, the warriors head down and try to get upset with all the evil spirits. Now Chinjun turns to Elder Shuguiku and asks what Shuguiku thinks about the Nanju dynasty. Shuguiku replies that the position of the dynasty is precarious, and if it were not for Chinjun, the gate would have fallen long ago. One day Shuguiku asked the imperial palace for help, but none of them wanted to sacrifice their reputation, Chinjun asks. Otherwise, Shuguiku can go with him. But at this moment, Soyali hears the whole conversation and thinks about what? This same Shuguiku is ungrateful. The system says that the mission called the True and Devil's Path has been completed. The owner joined the True Path. The Young Master's level is increased by 1 point. And also the owner received a ticket for a mixed call. The system says that plus this is winning sympathy among the generals, the True Path in the southern region. And also another plus is receiving the enmity of the generals of the devilish path of the southern region. The system congratulates the owner on the breakthrough to the 4th level, transformations. The main character thinks about how cool this is and he is incredibly happy. But after a while he asks the system, what does a mixed conscription ticket mean? The system says that the summons are always random, and it is likely that the owner can summon a demon even weaker than Zhang Jiao. But if the owner accumulates several tickets for a mixed summoning, then he can summon a stronger demon or even an army. Chinjun doesn't understand. Is it really possible that if he saves up a ticket all year, he can even summon the Great Pangu? And the owner can make it stronger than himself up to the maximum level of the system. Chinjun doesn't understand. Does this really mean that if you mix 5 summons at once, you can summon Immortal Realm level Cultivator? The system responds that this is true, and not only that. At this moment, Chinjun begins to call his subordinates and say that they are returning. But Shuguiku are trying to stop the young master. Chinjun turns to him and asks, has Shuguiku changed his mind? Shuguiku says that now the Nanzhou dynasty, in decline, but the imperial palace doesn't care about them anymore, and Shuguiku already wants to follow His Highness. He turns to his army and asks who wants to do this with him. The dynasty army begins to think about what to do. They are very doubtful about what to choose. After all, they say that Chinjun is a very strange person. But Chinjun sees doubt in the eyes of the warriors. So they raise their hand and say that he will not ask them the impossible, but that they should simply follow him. Suddenly, the warriors, one after another, begin to talk about what they are willing to explore behind His Highness Chinjun. They all want to follow. At this moment, Chinjun begins to think about whether he agreed about this. After all, as far as he remembers, the soldiers created difficulties for him. At this moment, Taibai Jingxing turns to His Highness and tells Chinjun to agree. The gap between the imperial soldiers and the kingdom soldiers is too wide, and it would be best to borrow them to unite with the soldiers of the kingdom and let them bring their families, and then they don't have to be afraid of rebellion on their part. Chinjun says it's incredibly cruel, but he likes it. The main character turns to Shu Guiku and says that with the others, they have to figure it out themselves. And 2 days later, the bronze gates do not leave. 2 days later, the entire army is getting ready to set off. At this time, all the soldiers accompany the locomotive, on which the main character and his subordinate are located. Soyali gives the young master a massage. Sudaji, watching from the side, begins to get very angry. But the main character is incredibly tired after such competitions, and he understands that his life is comfortable because he easily makes people fall. Suddenly, an official turns to the third prince and tells His Highness that ahead is the Loi fortress of the kingdom of Kanglan. Chinjun remembers that once, he said that the kingdom of Kanglan needs to be destroyed, and now this is a great opportunity for him. Suddenly, he gets up and starts calling for Li Yunba to come to him. Li Yunba goes down to the prince and asks His Highness what his orders will be for him. Chinjun directs his warrior and tells Li Yunba to defeat the fortress that is in front of them. Li Yunba is heading out to carry out missions. At this moment, Chinjun is already turning to Commander Chen Qingji. He says that when attacking the fortress, the rebels must be killed on the spot, and those who serve as weapons can be spared. The commander accepts the young master's order. Chen Qingji sends his soldiers to attack at the young master's orders. At this time, the army of the Kanglan Kingdom sees a huge army ahead that they do not understand. Is this really an attack on their kingdom? At this moment, Li Yunba appears, and he shouts for the entire army to follow him and destroy everything in his path. At this moment, he strikes, and an explosion occurs. Commander Chen Qingji shouts for all the soldiers to go on the attack. Because this is the first war of His Majesty's army, they cannot disgrace themselves. The warriors go on the attack, smoke and dust rises around. The army is already breaking through the gates of this kingdom. The army is screaming for people to surrender, and they will not kill them. People start running away. After all, they see that the enemy army is chasing them, and they need to hide quickly. At this moment, Li Yunba destroys everything that is in his way. He's very glad that now he has such an opportunity. 15 minutes later, the main character watches everything that happens from his locomotive. The commander starts screaming, and to announce that today, the Loi fortress belongs to His Highness, and whoever refuses to carry out the orders of the prince will be dead. The young master's army is ready to kill everyone who gets in his way. So all the people of this kingdom have already bowed to His Highness. People don't understand who it is, but they are told to shut up. After all, of course, it is Qin Jun who is the cruel person who dared to kill the emperor of the Nanzhou dynasty. People understand that the end has come for them, just as the end has come for the kingdom of Kanglan. The main character turns to his soldiers and asks who will guard the fortress. Zhang Zhao answers, His Highness, and says that the fortress is just a small place, and therefore there is no need for elders to guard it. Zhang Zhao asks to let him, who is a gold-level general. Corps and 5,000 soldiers guard this city. Qin Jun asks, Can you trust the guy? But Zhang Zhao replies that if there is desertion, he will personally answer to His Highness. Qin Jun agrees with Zhang Zhao's words and says that that's why he leaves everything to him, but the rest do not need rest, and they will continue to move on. In the kingdom of Kanglan, the guards are discussing that the fortress was attacked by the third prince. They don't understand, can't this guy fix the Nanzhou dynasty? The emperor of the kingdom starts screaming that the guy attacked them. He asks, at the elders, what should they do? The emperor asks, how about asking Emperor Qian for help? He starts shouting for a letter to be sent to Emperor Qian. After all, it remains. They only have to take extreme measures and see if the emperor, taking advantage of his long-standing friendship, can stop Qin Jun. The son turns to his father and says that if this doesn't work, they will get that thing. And with her, they will definitely be able to defeat the third prince. Chen Miaoyan with the words of his son, and he understands that he will have to put everything is at stake, otherwise the kingdom of Kanglan will be destroyed, and he will become the greatest criminal in history. In 10 days, Qin Jun captured more than 10 cities and came closer and closer to the capital of the king of Kanglan, and the inhabitants of the kingdom were all in panic. The official turns to His Highness and says that it will take them more than half a day to get to the capital. Qin Jun understood everything the guy told him. Now he is training with his spear, but suddenly he froze in an instant. The growling dog asks what is happening to His Highness. Qin Jun holds his head with his hand and says that he suddenly lost contact with the wolf. After all, when Qin Jun tamed him, he signed a contract, and he was not allowed to enter the Nanzhou dynasty, so Qin Jun allowed him to practice on his own. The prince could feel the wolf, but now this connection seemed to be cut off. The dog says that the wolf king Junlin has made a spiritual contract with His Highness, and he will not be able to escape. Moreover, a more powerful being could break the spiritual contract between them. He tells the owner to feel it before their connection is severed. Are there any memories there? Qin Jun begins to think, and he sees a huge demonic bull with red eyes and a huge stick in his hands. Qin Jun sees a demonic bull in front of him. He doesn't understand what this thing is. He turns to the system and asks, did the demonic bull come to this world ahead of time? Qin Jun turns to the system and asks, what if he did not summon the demonic bull, and he appeared again before? He asks the system if the demonic bull obeys him. The system responds that, according to the assumption, if the gap between their forces is large, then it will obey the owner or even crush him to death. Qin Jun falls to his knees, and he asks whether the system cannot disgrace him, but he decides that perhaps this is an opportunity for the Kang Junlin wolf. Besides, these are just guesses. Even if he arrives earlier, Qin Jun is not hostile to him and has no intention of fighting. At this moment, the official says that King Kanglan has almost arrived. Qin Jun thinks that this earth will now be his. He approaches the edge of the locomotive and looks into the distance. At this moment, his subordinates approach His Highness and ask him to allow them to fight. After all, Honghai, Li Yunba, and Li Bai really want to fight. Qinjun replies that he will only allow for Li Bai to do this. After all, the forces of Li Yunba and Honghai are too destructive. After all, after these two scoundrels, the city was completely destroyed, and it took a lot of human and financial resources to restore it. Now Li Bai is happy that he drew his Qingliang sword. At this moment, Li Bai leaves and tells His Highness that he is already leaving. At this time, the capital of the kingdom was Kanglin. The emperor did not expect that the kingdom would face this day today. The son asks why this guy Qinjun hasn't come yet. After all, time slips away like sand through your fingers. Suddenly, Li Bai appears in the sky, flying on his ball. He heads forward and sends his demonic swords to attack. There's a huge barrier over the emperor's palace. The servants are trying to protect the emperor as quickly as possible and prevent an attack. At this moment, all the swords that Li Bai released fly into the barrier. Also, swords simply fall throughout the city and begin to kill the guards. The swords break through the barrier and enter the emperor's palace. Li Bai shouts that people can give up or die. At this moment, the palace was almost destroyed. The emperor asks his son what he is waiting for. The emperor wants his son to release the spirit of antiquity. After all, if they do not let go of the spirit of jealousy, then there will be no food. The son agrees with the words of the emperor's father and tries to summon the spirit of antiquity. A guy bites his hand to make him bleed. Now he smears blood on his mirror, which he held in his hands. Li Bai does not understand that it is in the hands of the prince. Is this really an evil spirit? The prince starts shouting that Li Bai's already late, and now the spirit of antiquity will come out. Li Bai continues to send his demon balls to attack. One sword pierces it, and demons begin to come out from there and say that someone has awakened him. Li Bai doesn't understand. Is it possible that evil spirits appear in front of him? Li Bai is very scared. At this time, Qin Jun and his entire team are watching what is happening at the palace of the capital emperor. Taibai Jingxing asks why the kingdom kept evil. The official replies that he remembers that there have always been legends in the kingdom of Kanglin, and this legend says that once upon a time a kingdom, it was the capital of the demon emperor. And after several thousand years, the capital fell into decay and turned into the current kingdom. Qinjun says that this legend is too exaggerated, and it is obvious that these are just dirty rumors. The young prince asks if the others believe this, but Taibai Jingxing says that the legend may be true because the aura that comes from the palace is very old and powerful. Now the main character thinks about all the words he has said, and he turns to Sha Wujing. He asks the warrior to go and look, and at this time, they will watch him. And Sha Wujing obeys the young master's order and sets off. At this time, a huge bloody cloud rises over the capital. The demon says that the Holy Spirit will never be destroyed in this kingdom. Now the main character understands that their business is going badly. He tries to get on the road and tells Li Yunba, Honghai, and also the growling dog went with them, and the rest must follow the army to avoid the enemy's attack. At this time, the army of the kingdom sees that the same tyrant Qin Jun has arrived, and they go on the attack. The army begins to shoot their arrows from their bows to hit the main character. But at this moment, Li Yunba repels each of the fired arrows, and Honghai takes as much air into its mouth as possible and releases a lot of fire. He calls these people a bunch of insects. After what Honghai did, the city begins to burn, and each of the warriors begins to burn with fiery fire. When the main character flies up to the capital's palace, he sees Li Bai and Sha Wujing there fighting some monster. Qin Jun doesn't understand what it is. At this time, the demon says that the holy court will never be destroyed and no one will do it. There appears a huge face screaming about it. Qin Jun tries to cover his face. After all, when the demon speaks, he emits a lot, and so the main character has difficulty staying in the air. Now Qin Jun realizes that he is in serious trouble. At this time, the prince of the kingdom of Kanglin gets out of the rubble and points his finger at the main character. He tells the demon that he needs to kill this guy in the name of Qin Jun. At this time, a demonic spirit escapes from the body of the young prince of the Kanglin kingdom. His body seems to be torn into pieces. He experiences incredible pain and begins to scream. The guy's bones can be seen from how severe the pain is. He screams with great force. The growling dog says that this is an ancient evil, and he is afraid that everything is as the official said. After all, this evil came from the demon dynasty. Qin Jun doesn't understand. Is it really the yard mentioned? An ancient spirit. This is the dwelling of the demon emperor. The main character begins to think, and he moves his eyebrows into a bunch, and with his incredibly blue eyes, he looks into the distance. At this time, Honghai approaches the main character. Qinjun asks if the child is sure that he can defeat the enemy. Honghai replies that he is not entirely sure, but he thinks that his true fire is samadhi, may not work on this demon, because this demon may be invulnerable to the elements. Qinjun doesn't understand. Isn't even Honghai will be able to cope with this spirit of antiquity? Now, the main character does not understand what he should do if Honghai really cannot complete the task. At this time, the demonic spirit turns into the guise of a person, and he does not understand where he is and who he is. He turns to the main character and asks why. The prince contains the wheel of fate, but the main character is perplexed by what the demon said. Qinjun can't understand what the wheel of fate is. At this moment, Honghai tries to protect his highness. At this moment, Li Yunba flies up to them and says, "So that Qinjun will not be afraid. After all, he is already here." Li Yunba attacks the demonic spirits and tries to strike him down, after which the demon uses the shield, and Li Yunba hits with his general weapon. Such contact produces an incredibly strong blow. Out of anger, Honghai begins to burn with fire. He asks how the spirit of antiquity feels about such incredible fire. The guy takes out his demonic fire spear and tells the demon to try how sharp it is. At this moment, Honghai strikes the demonic spirit with his spear, and fire bursts all around. After touching the demonic body with his spear, fire begins to speak. But nothing happens to the demon. With his next blow, Honghai takes an air and tries to burn the demonic body, but nothing works. Demonic spirit speaks. "What, Honghai? All this makes it useless because he is not his opponent, and fire will not be able to hit the demonic body." Honghai starts to get angry and shout that the demonic spirit is very arrogant. Now Honghai is trying to do everything possible to defeat the demonic spirit. But at one point, when Honghai tries to strike, the demonic spirit simply disappears. Honghai tries to call his highness, but at this moment, the demonic spirit is already behind his majesty. Qinjun turns around and sees a demonic spirit standing behind him. The main character does not understand how this creature managed. At this moment, Li Yunba, Honghai, and also Sha Wujing begin to fly up to his highness from different directions. They tell the demon to let his highness go, otherwise they will destroy him. But at this moment, the demonic body takes the main character by the shoulder and tells Qinjun to stand still and not move anywhere. At this moment, all the protagonists' subordinates also freeze in space so that the demonic body does not become their master. The demon says that the Wheel of Fate has already merged with the main character's body into one whole, and this becomes interesting for him. But Qinjun replies that he doesn't understand what the Wheel of Fate is. The demon replies that he also forgot what it is, but he feels that this Wheel of Fate is connected with Qinjun. At this moment, unexpectedly for everyone, the demonic spirits disappear, and at the last moment he says that they will meet with the main character again. At the end, he wishes good luck for Qinjun. As soon as the demonic spirits disappear, his warriors fly up to his highness, and Honghai asks if his highness is okay. Qinjun replies that he is fine, but his interest is gone. But with the current strength of the protagonist, it is better for him not to mess with this demon, and he needs to be more careful in future after all. No kingdom should be underestimated. At this moment, the main character sees that the emperor is lying on the ground, and he begins to approach him. The emperor begins to ask the third prince to let him go. After all, the emperor will be able to give the guy everything he wants. The emperor is ready to give the main character even the kingdom he rules, and also a handsome man from his harem, but only so that Qinjun would save his life. But at this moment, the main character doesn't even listen to this emperor, and he simply pierces this man's back with his spear. The system says that the emperor from the Kanglan kingdom was killed. Because of this, the young master gains 1,000 experience points. The main task is to kill hundreds of emperors, and it is only 2% complete. At this moment, His Highness Li Yunba descends, and he says that he was unable to complete the task. But Qinjun replies that it was not Li Yunba who failed. After all, this spirit of antiquity is too strong, and someday they will be able to restore their reputation. At this moment, the main character is interested in what happened to his kingdom of Chanyue. The official says that the situation is critical because the kingdom of the Black Dragon in the east and the Wookiee kingdoms in the west united to attack their kingdom. and General Guan Yu and General Nan Menon guarded with every caution against the enemy troops. They turned out to be stronger and had to retreat, leaving several cities. Qinjun asks the master to tell his subordinates to take an army of white surplices and go to Yuguang City to support Guan Yu against the Black Dragon Kingdom's army. The official listens to all the instructions of His Highness. Later, Qinjun gathers all his warriors and asks, "Who wants to stay in this kingdom?" Soyali replies that she will not stay because she wants to follow Prince Qinjun. Sudaji also doesn't agree to stay because she wants follow too. Zhang Jiao says that he is staying and will quickly be able to win the people of this kingdom to their side. The monk turns to His Highness and says that he too remains. After all, the Kanglin kingdom personally guards the area where power originates. Qinjun asks, "Does she really want to stay?" Fahai replies that he is of little use to His Highness. He asks, why doesn't he stay? Qinjun apologizes in advance. He says that everyone else can rest for one day and tomorrow they will go to their kingdom. On the second day, they already went on a trip to their kingdom. At this moment, the main character is lying on Soyali's lap, and the girl is feeding the guy berries. Unexpectedly, the main character, he remembers and asks, "Do you need a mythical animal to raise a kingdom to dynasty status?" He asks Taibai Jinxing if he thinks Growling Dog, Sudaji, or Soyali would be suitable for this. At this moment, Sudaji begins to laugh. Taibai Jinxing turns to His Highness and says that not everyone can be a mythical animal, and only evil spirits baptized by heaven and earth. Maybe they are. And the Roaring Dog and Sudaji are simply kings of evil spirits. After all, although Soyali belongs to the dragon clan in the world, there are very few baptized dragons now, and besides, she is still minor. Qinjun realizes that he seems to be thinking too much. At this moment, an official turns to the main character and says that there are rumors that there is a black dragon in the kingdom, appeared. At this moment, Qinjun stands up and asks, "Could this really appear in the kingdom of the black dragon?" He decides that they need to go to this place then. He asks, why don't they split into two groups? After all, several people can go with him to the kingdom of the black dragon, and the rest with the army can travel to the Chanyu kingdom. The mentor is very surprised by this decision of the young master. He says that these are just rumors, and the prince cannot take them seriously. But Qinjun says that it doesn't matter because didn't the Black Dragon Kingdom attack their kingdom? And at the same time, the young prince will kill the emperor and they will have to retreat. Qinjun understands that if he kills the emperor, then they will definitely choose a new one and Qinjun will kill him again. This will correspond to 2% towards completing the task, which is called the murder of 100 emperors. Qinjun understands that this is wonderful. Since the main character has already decided everything, he turns to his warriors, and he asks who will go with him. Taibai Jinxing asks, how about Shuguiku? Come with him to stabilize the dangerous situation in the kingdom, and the rest will follow His Highness. Qinjun agrees with this proposal, and said that then they will move forward. And he transfers the kingdom of Qianyue into the hands of Taibai Jinxing. Taibai Jinxing agrees with His Highness's words. At this time, they are already on the border of the kingdom of the Black Dragon. They got there with the help of a fireball that Hong Hai created with his power. Sha Wujing turns to His Highness and asks whether they will destroy only the imperial palace or whether they have other plans. The main character tells Sha Wujing not to worry. After all, they will secretly sneak there and find out about the mythical beast. Hong Hai says he doesn't understand what's good about the mythical beast, because he's not as good as the monsters, which he defeated. Qinjun replies that Hong Hai does not know or understand anything in this moment. They have already reached the kingdom and begin to walk. They have already made their way inside the kingdom, and Sha Wujing says that they have already arrived. They ended up at a bazaar where they sell baked flatbreads. Also open is a place where young girls, visitors are welcome. They hear announcements to the security. Those below the 4th level of cultivation may not be disturbed. Qinjun decides to go for a walk. At this moment, he hears how someone discusses the fact that they became friends with Qinjun at a competition. When the main character heard this, he was perplexed because he didn't remember something like that. Qinjun sees a guy standing there with other warriors around him. This guy's name is Jiang Ming, and he says that he and the young prince met in a city called Lion. Jiang Ming says that they were struck by each other and became sworn brothers. The girl asks why then Jiang Ming dropped out of the exam. The guy tells that the traitors were plotting against him and the 10 monks of the Golden Core were chasing him to kill him and he had no other choice. Also, how to choose. Oh, his dear brother Qin Jun was enraged by this. He killed all the monks who participated in the exams, and that's why the exam ended early. Qin Jun doesn't understand. What is this guy even talking about? After all, this is just a blatant lie. The main character begins to get angry and tighten his sleeves to bring this guy down. He will not allow him to lie, hiding behind his name. Suddenly, they notice that something is happening up ahead. The main character decides to go see what is there. They see advertisements that a reward is being given for the capture of an unknown beast with 3 horns and a fiery tail. Some man announces that he recently passed. There is a rumor of a strange beast in the kingdom, and it is probably a mythical beast. Recently, the imperial palace announced a reward for the capture of the beast, and this time the reward was doubled. And anyone who can provide information useful for capturing the beast can receive a reward, including appointment to the position of an official. People begin to discuss that this is the same wild beast that recently caused the storm because it is not an easy evil spirit. When a mythical beast appears, it causes various anomalies. And people say that the last time the mythical beast appeared near the capital, a multicolored spiritual radiance spread across the sky. Qin Jun understands that these rumors seem to be, they were truthful, and if it was a lie, then the imperial court would not be able to start a war. His Highness, what will they do? The main character replies that they will go to the imperial palace. After all, the Palace of Fate is a top-level intelligence organization and should have information about the mythical beast. At this time, the Palace of Fate has many people walking around it. And inside, the main character and his friends are greeted and asked whether the Lord brought them to this place. Qin Jun says he is interested in information. The guy tells the guests to go to the 2nd floor. When they went to the 2nd floor, a man was sitting at the table and sleeping. The guy shows that this is a place to get information. Qin Jun sits down at the table and knocks on the window where the sleeping man is sitting. At that moment, the man woke up and got a little scared. He asked, "What interests the young gentleman?" Well, when he saw who was sitting in front of him, he was incredibly scared because it was the same young 3rd Prince Qin Jun. The man runs out of his room and says that in front of him is really the Lord. He takes the guy by the hands and is glad that the young prince has arrived in their kingdom. Qin Jun doesn't understand how the man could recognize him. The man says that the Palace of Fate painted their portraits so that every member of the organization would remember them. The man sees that Qin Jun has come to the Black Dragon Kingdom with 2 of his strongest subordinates. The Black Dragon Kingdom recently started a war. Qin Jun says he understands everything, and he needs the latest news about the mythical beast. The man replies that he will do everything, only asks the young gentleman to go up to the 4th floor, and there he will give him the information. At this time on the 4th floor, everyone sat down in their chairs. Hong Hai says that the Palace of Fate is very attentive to guests. Qin Jun hopes that they can give them useful information. Sha Wujing appeals to His Highness and asks if Qin Jun wants him to kill the emperor now and return to help with the search for the beast. But Qin Jun replies that there is no need to do this because he himself must kill the emperor. After all, this is the emperor's kingdom. At this moment, Soyali is watching the young lord and talking about how cool Qin Jun is. Suddenly, a man in black comes to them and asks where the manager is now. But Qin Jun simply remains silent in bewilderment. And the guy in black starts to get angry and says that he asked them, he doesn't understand how they can be so rude. Hong Hai starts to get angry and tells the guy in black not to make any noise, otherwise he will beat him to death. At this moment, the child is eating. The man in black starts shouting and calling Hong Hai an impudent man. He's already starting to take out his sword to start the battle. But at this moment, the masters come, and they ask the gentleman, what is he doing? The gentleman begins to shout that these people are too rude to him, and he says either they will drive them away or he will kill them. The masters are trying to calm the master down, because they don't understand. Why be so angry? After all, this is some kind of misunderstanding, and they are all their dear guests. The master asks the master, didn't put them in a predicament. The gentleman is saying that a noble gentleman who relies on his family background cannot behave so arrogantly. He turns to Qin Jun and tells the young master to be careful not to get hurt in the future. But Qin Jun tells the guy with the black one to shut his mouth. The young prince speaks for Sha Wujing to throw this guy off the premises. In an instant, Sha Wujing appears in front of the guy in black. With just one blow of his hand, he hits a man in the face, and so his blood starts to flow. The next moment, this guy just flies out of the fourth floor window and people see him land on the ground. Now the wall is huge, and Chin-jun says that the master has flown away, and now they can continue to discuss with the masters. The master brought a stack of scrolls and said that this is all the information about the mythical beast. Chin-jun asks if this information is reliable because there are a lot of scrolls. He takes one of them in his hands. The man bows to the young prince and says, that information is specifically transmitted by monks to the Palace of Fate, and they all have a certain degree of reliability, but they are divided into ranks, buyers. They can receive information of a certain rank in accordance with their financial capabilities. Chin-jun is ready to buy them all. He asks how much it will cost. Well, the gentleman replies that he gives everything to the young master, and Chin-jun can consider this a gift for their acquaintance, and at the same time as an apology for the recent incident. At this moment, Sudaji lifts the scrolls into space with her power because the young master ordered her. At this time, Chin-jun thanks the masters. The master guides the main character and his warriors through. The master says that His Highness should contact them if they can help with anything. Chin-jun thanks the elder and says that he would repay them in the future. At this moment, an unexpected mission appears. The details of the mission are almost the Palace of Fate, and after completing the mission, the main character will receive 2 chances. When summoning evil spirits, there's also 1 chance to summon an army of evil spirits, 1 chance to draw random summons, and 1 chance to transfer skills. He will see that the greater the reward, it is more difficult for him to complete such a mission. And now it looks like he will need to plan everything well. Chin-jun whispers to the master that when he unites with the Kingdom of Black Dragon, then the first thing he will do is advance their Palace of Fate. The masters thank His Highness for what he said. At this time, the main character and his subordinates turn around, and Chin-jun says goodbye to the masters. Now Sudaji asks His Highness where they will go next. Chin-jun replies that the sun is about to set and they must find a hotel first. After some time, they are already at the hotel. Sudaji places all the scrolls she took on the table. The girl says that this news is too scattered and all from different places. She asks if there really is only one mythical beast. Chin-jun asks if Sudaji paid attention to the timing of this news. After all, judging by the dates, this looks like the route of a mythical beast. Sudaji agrees in surprise. With the young master, she didn't even think that Chin-jun was so smart. Chin-jun replies that he was always smart. The girl just didn't notice it. The news stopped spreading. Last week, and the last stop of the mythical beast is in this place, which is called the Fiery Mountains. The main character shows this on the map, Sudaji asks. Will they really go to the Fiery Mountains tomorrow? Chin-jun turns around and leaves. He says that they need to go to bed early. Sudaji tells the master that it is forbidden to deal with spatial things, otherwise he will regret it. Chin-jun agrees with the lady's words. The next day, the main character asks why his face is swollen. Chin-jun says that yesterday there was an unfortunate misunderstanding during training. It looks like Sudaji hit the main character in the face. After all, he even left a fingerprint. At this time, Sudaji and Soyali are laughing with the young master and Hong Hai talking. Chin-jun looks at Sophia and thinks that this woman does not know how to be gentle. After some time, Xiaojing turns to His Highness and says that they have arrived. They went to this place on a space ball. Xiaojing says that he will scan the area with divine knowledge. Xiaojing summons his divine consciousness and tells it to use scanning. At this time, Xiaojing sees everything strange. What's going on in this forest? He notices that 2 guys are running somewhere, being chased by a huge green elf with an axe. He also sees another strange demonic beast, which is gnawing meat. He also sees 2 guys watching a wild boar. Xiaojing addresses the young master and says that he does not sense a strong being. He asks if Chin-jun is sure that the mythical beast is hiding here. Chin-jun replies that they should go down and check, and that's the only way they will know. When they descend, they stand on a huge rock where they see the forest under their feet. Chin-jun says that there are many cultivators in the forest, and it seems to him that they were not the only ones who attacked the trace of the beast. Suddenly, an explosion is heard in the distance. They pay attention to what is happening there. From there, a huge demonic beast bursts out, similar to a lion, but with 2 heads, and a man sits on it. Now the young master asks Xiaojing how strong this lion and man is. Xiaojing says that Leo is at the top of the 9th level of the mortal realm, and this person is at the 5th level of the origin of power. Chin-jun understands that the appearance of such a strong person in the Fiery Mountains means that the mythical beast is probably also located here. But suddenly, the guy takes his mythical sword and inserts it into one of the heads of the demonic beast. The beast stops and crashes into a huge stone. Chinjun sees that it is really strong. At this time, the guy's holding a ball in his hands, and he turned his attention to the young master and his warriors. Chinjun sees that the two-headed demonic beast is already lying dead. He decides to follow this guy, and maybe they are already on the right track. At this time, this strange guy gets to the waterfall. He says that it's strange. Yesterday, he felt the presence of this strange beast, but today it seemed as if he had evaporated. At this time, the main character and Honghai are watching the guy behind the bushes. Honghai turns to His Highness and asks, "Is this guy going into the blind? He's interested in..." Will they continue to follow him? Chinjun says they should go with this guy. After all, it seems that he found something. After all, at this moment, the guy jumps into the water. A strange guy dives into the water and begins to swim. The main character approaches the shore and his subordinates approach him. Sha Wujing begins to scan everything that happens near the water. He says that there really are evil spirits below at the peak of the emergence of power. But he is not particularly different from ordinary evil spirits. He asks, "Is this really a mythical beast?" But Chinjun is surprised that there are creatures there who are at the peak of the emergence of power. At this moment, an explosion occurs near the water, and water begins to pour on them. Sha Wujing says about the fact that there is an egg at the bottom of the lake, and its aura, although very weak, is there. How long will it take for it to hatch? Sha Wujing replies that he will be able to hatch in approximately 5 days. Sha Wujing rises into the space above the water and says that the mythical beast in the lake will hatch in a few days. At this time, people heard that a mythical beast was in the lake, and they quickly went to look for it. After all, this beast must belong to them. Chinjun says this guy is smart. After all, he, having failed to cope with the evil spirits that guard the egg, attracted the attention of most of the monks in order to get rid of the evil spirits. Chinjun says that this is very interesting, but of course it is good to build rosy dreams. But unfortunately, this guy met the young prince, Chinjun. Chinjun turns around and leaves. He tells his warriors to come with him and to rest nearby and wait for this beast to hatch. After the egg of a mythical beast became known, more and more people were sent to this place, and the royal family of the Black Dragon Kingdom also heard the news. Time in the Black Dragon Kingdom, the emperors told about the fact that during the attack of the Black Dragon Kingdom on the Chanyue Kingdom, suddenly a white surplus appeared, an army of 7,000 people that defeated the million-strong army of the Black Dragon. The servants begin to discuss whether it was they who crossed the Bronze Gate. They don't understand how he really returned to his kingdom so quickly. After all, he had just conquered the kingdom of Kanglin. They don't understand whether Chinjun is not on good terms with the emperor's father. They do not understand why Chinjun wants to save the kingdoms. But at this moment, the emperor begins to shout so that everyone stops discussing. He tells everyone to continue sending troops and wait for the command. And later, he will send the strongest warriors, and they will destroy General Guan Yu and white surplices. The warrior obeys the orders of His Majesty. At this moment, another official approaches His Majesty and says that today the trace of a mythical beast was discovered. On a mountain ridge, it turned out to be the egg of a mythical beast, and now people were sent from everywhere to the fiery mountains. The emperor asks which people want to go to this place. The general of the Black Dragon army says that he wants to do this. The emperor entrusts this to the general of the matter. But if he encounters insurmountable resistance, then he must retreat immediately because the kingdom cannot lose the general. The general accepted the emperor's order. At this time, people are at the waterfall and continue to jump into the water. At this time, Zhang Ming also came to jump into the water. But Chinjun and his team lie under a tree and say that fate itself connected them with this child. Sha Wujing announces that it is time for the egg to hatch. Suddenly, he announces that the imperial court has arrived on a mission, and everyone must leave this place immediately. People don't understand why they have to do this because the imperial court has no power over the cultivator sects. The general says that people should do this only because he is the strongest. At this time, the same strange guy who killed the two-headed beast rises from the water. Chinjun says that he has an unpleasant feeling when people insult him in public. Honghai says that this man is very arrogant and he wants to kill him. But Chinjun says so that Honghai does not rush, because until the egg with the mythical beast hatches, They do not make any movements. After all, if someone defeats something protecting him, they will begin to act. But now they should just enjoy the show that will take place. The general asks the guy who he is. The guy replies that he is the one whom the general cannot offend. The two enter into battle and the fire begins to burn around them. Sha Wujing says that there is a demonic aura around that man in the cloak, and he is very similar to that master from the sect called Poor, who was killed but hid it well. Aura. But now it has leaked out, and Sha Wujing has sensed it. Sudaji asks, "Is this guy really from the Abyss sect?" Qinjun replies that this is quite possible. When Honghai heard the Abyss sect, he said that if he is here, then His Highness doesn't need to worry. At this time, the guys who are watching what is happening say that General Mod is really strong. Jiang Ming says that this is indeed true, but he cannot compare with the chieftain of the Holy Children. The chieftain of the Holy Children is able to crush him with one finger. People don't understand who will win this fight either. Sha Wujing says that this guy in the cloak can win, but it seems he doesn't want his demonic identity to be known. Qinjun sees that it seems that the epic beast's plans are changing a little, and the Black Dragon Kingdom dared to attack his Chunyu Kingdom. He does not understand. Is it really the Abyss sect supports the Black Dragon Kingdom? After all, previously, being under the rule of the dynasty, they would not have dared to do this. But now the dynasty is in chaos, and this is a very good chance for them. However, if the Abyss sect is behind them, Qinjun doesn't understand why the general should fight for a mythical beast with a man in a cloak. At this moment, the man in the cloak becomes stronger, and the general falls into the water. Everyone is perplexed by what is happening. At this moment, a demon appears, who says that whoever dares to enter, he will die in the lake. Sha Wujing sees that this mythical beast has a complex origin, and most mythical beasts become such during life. But this one is still in the egg, released his aura. Sha Wujing says that this dishonesty probably wants to eat the mythical animal to evolve. Qinjun asks, "Is there really nothing that can evolve? Eating a mythical beast." All Sudaji says that of course it is, and the mythical beast is very tasty. Soyali starts screaming for Qinjun to look into the lake. At this moment, a huge beam begins to shine from the lake. After all, it looks like evil spirits are hatching from an egg. Qinjun says that once the mythical beast hatches, they should enter, go into battle, and make sure the monster doesn't eat him. But at this moment, Honghai turns to His Highness and asks permission to do this to him. After all, his art of transformation is perfect, and this monster, he won't even notice him. Qinjun agrees, and the guy hits the road. At this moment, Qinjuna addresses people, those who stand watching what is happening, he says. Do these four guys really want to catch the beast too? The guys don't understand why they shouldn't do this. Qinjun wishes them luck and says that if they fail to catch him, he will begin to despise them. Jiangming doesn't understand how Qinjun can talk like that if he is his beloved brother. At this moment, the mythical egg rises up and Qinjun sees that it is about to be born. At this time, an egg appeared above the water, and behind it stood a huge demon. People begin to try to destroy the evil spirits. One guy shouts that people should not let the evil spirits wait for the birth of the mythical beast and destroy it. A huge number of people are trying to harm the demon, but the demon begins to get angry because of such a confrontation between people, and he waves only his hand, causing all the people to fly off to the sides. At this time, the guy who killed the two-headed beast attacks the demon and calls him a vile brat. He tells the demon to stop making him angry. The guy takes his sword and points it towards the demon. When the guy's already approaching the demon, he pierces his head with his sword. The main character and his subordinates watched all this happening. Suddenly they notice 3 masters in the sky. Qinjun doesn't understand when these people managed to arrive. He points his finger up at them. These are 4 masters in long cloaks and a huge red scorpion painted on their clothes. Sha Wujing says that these are followers of the Abyss sect. Qinjun asks Sha Wujing how strong these people are. Sha Wujing says that the strongest of them has reached the 9th level. Immortal Kingdom. Qinjun asks, is everything to you the Abyss level of the Immortal Realm considered low grade? After all, last time their enemy was Immortal Realm level. He is asking, is it really the same this time? After all, it seems that this time, having stolen a mythical creature from them, the sect will be very offended. The dog addresses His Highness and says that the Abyss sect has been frequently appearing near the Nanju dynasty lately. Qinjun asks, do they really want to start a demon war? The main character thinks about what is happening and begins to think about what might happen. At this time, the demon simply goes berserk from being hit with a sword. He throws his demonic punches and starts screaming loudly. People don't understand that this is happening. Do they really see the hand of a mythical beast in front of them? The water starts splashing all over the place. People almost die from fear from what is happening. At this time, the demon is already in the sky. Now he reaches out his hand and wants to grab people to destroy them. At this time, the guards of the Abyss sect are constantly watching what is happening to the demon. 17 sect guardian says that this mythical beast belongs to them. After all, the egg is about to completely crack, and a beast will crawl out. At this time, more and more space begins to walk along the egg, and from there, the silhouette of a very strange animal begins to be seen. At this moment, the egg is even higher, and a huge red flower appears in front of it, which protects the egg from everything that happens around it. The Abyss sect and the hunter guy starts flying towards the egg. The hunter says that there is no owner of this egg because only the strongest of them will receive it. 17 guards says that this mythical beast was born due to the blessing of heaven, and this is not something that the Black Flame sect can claim for itself. Now the main character realized that the guy was from the Black Flame sect. He does not understand. Is this really a demonic force? After all, there is too much demonic power hiding in the Black Dragon Kingdom. Xiaojing turns to His Highness and asks if he can join the fight, but Qinjun replies that the guy should not rush, because let them fight a little before the main characters, his subordinates, begin to engage in battle. Soyali turns to Qinjun and says that she feels that the mythical beast in the egg is very similar to the clan of dragons. When Qinjun heard that this beast was from the dragon clan, he became very interested in what the beast would be like. The egg is about to crack and everyone is interested. What kind of animal will be there? The Abyss sect is already waiting to see what will happen and what kind of beast it will be. They are already looking forward to what is happening. But when the egg is completely cracked, a child appears in front of them with deer antlers and a scaly snake tail. But at the end of the tail, there is a leaf from a tree. Qinjun doesn't understand. Could this really be a light-bringing dragon? After all, in a past life, he read about mythical beasts, and the notes about the flower-bearing dragon were well remembered by him. In the book called About Mountains and Seas, it was written that outside the northwestern sea in the north of the scales, there is Mount Jangwei. God lives there with a human face and a serpentine body. By opening his eyes, he gives light to the world, and by closing them, he plunges the earth into darkness. He doesn't eat, doesn't sleep, and doesn't breathe. He can illuminate the entire earth, and his name is the Luminous Dragon. Qinjun turns to the system and asks if he is right in his statements. The system responds that the owner is completely right. The Lightbringer dragon can control the day and seasons, and its abilities are extremely powerful. If he is developed, he will become the defender of the country. Qinjun understands that this beast must belong to him. The main character begins to call the Light-bringing dragon and tells him to come to him because Qinjun is his father. At this time, the 17th guard of the Abyss sect was already determined to let the beast go to him. He hears about Qinjun calling the animals and begins to get very angry. He sends his servants from the sect and tells them to kill the young prince. They are already flying up to the main character and are ready to kill him. The main character stands and waits on the shore until something happens. He asks that this baby be given to him. He extends his arms and from there releases 3 huge fireballs to hit his enemies. After these balls flew out, explosions were heard everywhere. The system notifies that the owner killed 3 monks of the 6th level of the earthly kingdom, and for this, the owner received 60,000 experience points. At this time, the hunter does not understand why the main character seems so familiar to him. At this moment, the guy comes up with an idea, and he takes the tablet in his hands, where a portrait of the main character is drawn. Now the guy recognized the prince as Qinjun. The dragon spirit is already heading towards the main character at this moment. The 17th guards of the sect begin to scream about someone stopping the spirit. He begins to worry that this spirit will not be in his hands. Qinjun starts to get angry and question. Does anyone really dare to take his mythical beast? Qinjun starts calling his Honghai to ask, did he really fall asleep in the lake there? 17 guards are surprised by what he heard, that Honghai is located here after all. This is the adamant of the holy children. At this time, people are surprised that this person, Qinjun, is here because it is impossible. When Honghai emerged from the water, he turns to His Highness and says that he is already here, and he is ready to listen to all the orders of the young master. Qinjun addresses the Abyss Grid and says that they are not enemies with them, and he will give them time to leave. Otherwise, they will then die. The guards of the sect ask Qinjun, does he really want to deal with the sect without? But it is powerful and frightening to them. At this moment, the main character begins to get angry, and he counts from 1 to 3 so that the sect gets out of his way because otherwise he will kill them. The 17th guards begin to get angry and tries to somehow influence the third prince. But the main character counts out, and he orders Honghai to hit this guy A. When he is dying, the prince wants to kill him personally. Honghai obeys the young master's order, and he is already heading out to destroy the guards. He directs his fiery spear and hits the guy's body. At this moment, the 17th guard leaves his body and flies away in spirit. He says that it is uneven for Honghai, and he needs to return everyone to bring the soldiers. He is ready to run away, but at the last moment, Honghai grabs him by the hem of his clothes and asks if the guards really want to escape. Honghai says the guy won't succeed. But the guards ask Honghai to let him go. After all, he no longer needs the mythical beast. He says that the prince can take it for himself. Honghai attracts this spirit until the main character tells His Highness to kill this guy already. At this moment, Qinjun takes air into his mouth and releases fire. He directs his fire towards the guy's spirit. The guards begin to scream and ask how Qinjun dared to offend everyone who was an abyss. He tells Qinjun to be cursed. The system says that the owner killed a monk of the 9th level of the immortal realm, and for this he received 1 million experience points. The system congratulates the owner on his promotion to the 5th level of the earthly kingdom. The main character has upgraded his magical artifacts, as well as treasures and spiritual abilities. After all, the guy now has 36 spirits of the stars of the Big Dipper, and he has also improved his techniques. Qinjun rejoices and says that this is already the 5th level of the earthly realm, and if he kills another strong cultivator of the immortal realm, he will be able to increase the level again. He turns to the light-bringing dragon and tells her to come to him. After all, Qinjun will take good care of her. The dragon flies up to the main character and people don't understand, really. This is true, Qinjun. After all, if the adamant of the holy children came, then who is this guy if not Qinjun? People realize that it seems they are not destined to be with the mythical beast. Jiang Ming thinks about it. Did Qinjun really hear that he said that he didn't want to settle the score? At this moment, one guy comes up to Jiang Ming and asks if it's true that Qinjun is standing there. But isn't Qinjun Jiang Ming's brother? Jiang Ming gets angry and tells the guy to shut his mouth. Sudaji calls out to His Highness and tells Qinjun to be careful. But the main character tells Sudaji to calm down because this child will not harm him. Qinjun picks up the child and says that from this day on, everyone will call her the flower-bearing dragon. The dragon rejoices at what is happening, but at one moment she grabs the main character and begins to bite his hand. Sha Wujing got scared and starts calling His Highness. He is afraid that the dragon will harm the young one. To the principal of the whole, the dog often tells Sha Wujing not to panic because the dragon did not attack the prince. Qinjun watches in fascination as the luminous dragon bites his hand and the girl wraps her tail around the guy's entire body. A snake icon appears on the protagonist's forehead. Qinjun doesn't understand. Is this really a soul contract? After all, it looks like the dragon fooled him. The system congratulates the owner on his submission, physical beast of luck. And as a reward, the main character gets a chance to summon a demon. The light-bringing dragon rushes into the arms of the main character. Qinjun accesses the system and asks, can he take a look at the list of characteristics of the light-bringing dragon? The system says that the luminous dragon is a mythical beast of good fortune. His race is the spirit of cultivation. This is the first level of the heavenly realm. Unexpectedly, Qinjun notices some message. The system responds that the luminiferous dragon was not summoned by the system. So that's all that. I managed to find out about her. Now Qinjun understands that it seems that the system is not omnipotent either. After some time now, Sophia and the rest of his subordinates approach the main character, and Sudaji says that it is time for them to go. Qinjun agrees with the girl's words. They are already on their way. But at the last moment, the main character turns to a guy whose name is Jiang Ming and starts calling him. He asks if this guy said that he and he are brothers. Qinjun asks why he doesn't remember this. Qinjun flies up and starts laughing. He asks, does this guy really want to become his brother? If he really wants it, then he needs to practice for another 500 years. Now people are starting to get angry and say that Jiang Ming might as well be ashamed before lying to them. Now it became clear to everyone that Qin Jun had exposed all the words that Jiang Ming said, and now they want to see how Jiang Ming will hide behind the name of the prince. One guy thinks that if he were the main character, he would beat Jiang Ming to death. At this moment, Jiang Ming cannot stand all the insults from his friends and wants to leave. But suddenly, Jiang Ming receives a magical blow and the guy begins to bleed from his mouth, and then he simply falls unconscious to the ground. 2 days later, the capital of the Black Dragon Kingdom. The main character and all his subordinates are walking along the alley. Sudaji addresses His Highness and asks if they will go and kill him. Qin Jun says that of course they will because he doesn't want to waste time. At this moment, the main character and his subordinates approach the kingdom's castle and hear that people are turning to His Majesty the Emperor and asking why he attacked the Chanyue kingdom. After all, now Qin Jun has come to their kingdom and people are now also involved in this. And the general is dead. They don't understand who will now defend the kingdom of the Black Dragon. People understand that because of His Majesty's recklessness, they are in danger. Qin Jun did not expect that the Black Dragon Kingdom would be so free. After all, they allowed the people go on strike. Sudaji says that these are not ordinary people, and they clearly have power and property behind them. But the main character doesn't want to listen to this, and he says that they need to get straight to the point. At this moment, Shao Jing uses his power, and they push people away to get to the beginning of this crowd. After Shao Jing used his power, people begin to disperse to both sides. Qin Jun has already reached the guards. The guards start shouting for Qin Jun to stop. They ask who the guy is. The main character introduces himself and says that his name is Qin Jun, and he came to take the life of the Black Dragon Emperor. He gives 16 seconds for everyone to leave the palace. Now all the people are scared because Qin Jun has come to this place. Qin Jun says that otherwise all the people will be destroyed along with the palace. At this moment, everyone is scared. People begin to run around and save their lives. After all, since Qin Jun is here, they need to run away quickly. Now the main character orders Shao Wujing to catch the emperor. She will spare his life. Shao Wujing obeys the order of the young master, and he goes to the palace. A minute later, the emperor is already lying without a creature on the floor. Qin Jun addresses His Highness and says that he has brought the emperor. At this time, the emperor is kneeling in front of the young master, and he sees that in front of it is the third prince, Qin Jun himself. The emperor says that the prince cannot kill him, but Qin Jun does not listen to the emperor and pushes him with his foot so hard that the emperor ends up on the floor. The main character asks, did the emperor really think about this and never attacked? To the Chanyue kingdom. The emperor says that he actually did not want to attack but was forced to. Qin Jun asks, was the emperor forced to do this by the Abyss sect? The emperor says that this is true because the Abyss sect forced him. He asks that Qin Jun let him go because he will now obey the young prince, and whatever Qin Jun wants, he will do for him. But Qin Jun does not listen to the emperor and takes out his spear. After all, he needs to complete his task. At one point, Qin Jun uses his spear to grab the emperor's heart and kill him. The system reports that the owner killed the cultivator at the 9th level of the Golden Kingdom, and for this he received 10,000 points. He says that the main mission called Killing 100 Emperors has already been completed by 3%. Qin Jun is upset that this is only the 3rd emperor, and he needs to kill another 97, which is a very long time. Suddenly, the main character notices a light in the distance, and he doesn't understand what it is. He raises his head and sees Hong Hai floating in space with something very luminous in his hand. When Hong Hai caught this thing, he goes down to the main character and says that it looks like the sound talisman that Tai Bai Jinxing sent. The sound talisman indicates that the emperor of the Qianyu kingdom has died, and the young prince should return to the kingdom as soon as possible. Qin Jun doesn't understand why this old man suddenly died. Sudaji addresses His Highness and tries to calm the young master. At this moment, Qin Jun begins to get angry. She is no longer on the street, and now they hit the road. They need to return to the Chanyue kingdom as quickly as possible. The main character picks up 2 bombs and throws them towards the palace of the kingdom in which they are now located. An explosion occurs within seconds, but the main character and his subordinates are already in the fireball that Hong Hai created, and they are heading on their way. Residents of the kingdom watch the palace burn. Now they understand that the palace has been destroyed, and there is no palace in the Black Dragon Kingdom. People are very upset, but they have no choice. At this time, people and heirs had already gathered in the Qingyue Kingdom. Qin Sui advises his brothers to be quieter and lower than the grass so as not to be noticed. The second prince, named Qin Li, says that Qin Jun is now a completely different kingdom he does not understand. Why would the third prince fight them for the throne? The crown prince in the name of Qinlong says that the second prince says, correct. After all, especially Qinlong is the eldest son, and also the crown prince, and so the throne will pass to him. Qin Sui says that brother and Qinlong has not been in the kingdom for several years. He does not understand. Is it possible that Qinlong is now declaring that he will not become the crown prince? He's interested. Why did the brother come back? Moreover, there are many cultivators on Qin Sui's side. Qinlong says that Qin Sui is playing with death, and he shouldn't care. He begins to talk about how the accession ceremony will begin in 3 days, and this throne will belong to him. At this time, in the kingdom of Kanyue, at the city fortress, you can see that something is flying. The guards are very surprised. They do not understand what is happening, but after a while they notice and begin to shout that it is His Highness Qin Jun who has returned. At one point, the main characters descend from their transport vehicle, and all the guards shy away from the young master. Qin Jun tells everyone that they don't need to stand on ceremony, but everyone welcomes the young master back. At this time, the young master is met by the rest of his subordinates. Taibai Jingxing congratulates His Highness on his triumphant return. Qin Jun asks what they were doing. So far, he has only been gone for a few days. At this moment, Zhang Lun approaches the main character, and Qin Jun says about the fact that they haven't seen him for a long time. Zhang Lun is embarrassed, and he says that he also missed His Highness very much. Now, the main character turns to the official and asks what the general situation is in the kingdom. He is interested in how the emperor died. The official says that 4 days ago, someone snuck into the palace and killed His Majesty, and they have not yet been able to restore the identity of the killer. The official says he is with his brother. Li was in the palace, but he was unable to stop the enemy. After all, the enemy was the level of the earthly immortal realm, and only in the dynasty and all your dreams are there such cultivators. Lei Bai says that he made a mistake because the enemy was too fast, and he was able to escape. But Qin Jun tells the guy not to be upset because it's not his fault. Now Qin Jun begins to get angry, and he realizes that this may be the work of the Abyss sector. Taibai Jingxing addresses His Highness and tells Qin Jun not to be impulsive. After all, the business sector is too far from them, and you need to think about everything. First of all, to resist them, you need to become stronger. The third principal says that he understood everything that Taibai Jingxing told him. Now Qin Jun turns to the warrior and asks how the war is going. The warrior says that the kingdom of the Black Dragon stopped the war, and the kingdom of Wuqi is out of fear. In front of Li Yunba does not attack, and peace was temporarily restored on the border. Qin Jun says that the troops brought from the A dynasty were later called the Dragon Army. After a few, the days will be transferred to General Shuguiku's business trip, and after that, the soldiers under the command of General Li Yunba will be handed over to the general for training. Li Yunba turns to His Highness and asks why Qin Jun won't order anything. Qin Jun asks, does Li Yunba really know how to command troops and wage war? Li Yunba is upset because he doesn't know how to do this. Now Qin Jun turns to the roaring dog and says that he has a special task for the beast. Growling dog listens carefully. His Highness. Qin Jun tells the dog to subdue the second-level demons from the Chenyue kingdom and divide them into armies. 200,000 ground troops and 100,000 army. Demon birds. Qin Jun tells the dog to remember that this is the minimum amount, and the dog shouldn't worry, because the members of the demonic army are also soldiers. And Qin Jun hopes that in the future, in the kingdom where he rules, evil spirits and people will be able to exist peacefully. The dog asks His Highness, what is the limit? Time to complete the task. Answer, that there are no restrictions, and the dog must rest for several days, and then he can go on a mission. Now Qin Jun announces to everyone that the kingdom cannot be left without a monarch, and 1 day of rest, and tomorrow they will return to the capital. At this moment, officials approach His Highness and say that in the capital, some are against the third prince, including the rest of the princes. Qin Jun confidently says that no one will dare to take his place, and he should become the crown emperor. 3 days later, a meeting is held in the kingdom's capital. The elder says that, unfortunately, His Majesty, no longer alive, and the kingdom cannot live without an emperor. At this time, Qinlong is standing next to the elder. Qin Sui says that if he were stronger, it would have been a long time ago. He would have already defeated his older brother. A girl standing nearby, named Qin Li, says that when Qin Jun returns, he will be beyond furious with himself. Chang Chenqian also starts to get angry, and she talks about how they can't let this guy take the throne so easily. After all, Qin Jun worked so hard overseas. Chang Chenqian does not understand how Qin Long was able to get ahead of everyone. At this time, the elder announces that Crown Prince Qin Long will inherit the will of the former emperor and ascend to the throne. He is already asking for the crown to be carried to him. The elder takes the crown in his hands and already holds it out to the air and wants to put it on his head. But at this moment, Chang Chenqian appears and begins to ask why on earth Qin Long became the emperor. At this moment, the elder is already stretching out his hands with the crown, and Qin Long bows his head to put this crown on him. They send them into battle and say that Chang Chenqian is an intruder and needs to be captured. Chang Chenqian starts asking about when the Black Dragon Kingdom and the Kingdom of Wuqi attacked them who saved this situation. She asks, wasn't it Qin Jun? She does not understand. Does Qin Long really want to become an emperor? People start getting angry and telling Qin Long to leave this place. After all, this title can only be held by Qin Jun, and they want Qin Jun to become the emperor. Qin Long starts to get angry and he walks towards the girl. Chang Chenqian has already taken out her sword, and she is ready to hold the defense. But suddenly, the head of the Xuanling sect blocks what is happening with his hand. Chang Chenqian sees her father standing in front of her, and her father tells Chang Chenqian to move away. Qin Long asks, is it really the head of the Xuanling sect named Chan Tianyu in front of him? Chang Chenqian starts to run away, and Qin Long accumulates energetic power in his hand, and now he and the sect leader enter into battle. Sect leader Chan Tianyu uses his power, and he and the young prince come into contact, and the battle begins. The head of the sect sees how strong the young prince is, and he feels that soon he will not be able to withstand what is happening. An instant later, there is a huge explosion, and Chang Chenqian begins to worry very much about his father. At this moment, Qin Long stands on the podium and shouts that those who dare to prevent him from ascending to the throne will face one end, and that is death. When the guy finished this, suddenly a spear falls from the sky on him, and she hits the ground right next to him. Qin Long raises his head and sees that Qin Jun's older brother is heading towards him by air transport. Qin Jun shouts, does Qin Long really dare to take his place? People are starting to rejoice that His Highness Qin Jun has finally returned. And now Qin Long has come to an end. Qin Long's eyes begin to glow with red fire, and he sees that Qin Jun is approaching him. Qin Long begins to use his huge aura and says that Qin Jun has finally returned. After all, Qin Long has been waiting for his brother for so long. Tai Bai Jingxing says that Qin Long uses devilish power. She addresses His Highness, and he tells Qin Jun to be careful. After all, this guy has a demonic aura, the origin of power. At this moment, Qin Long heads towards the main character and shouts that he will kill Qin Jun. Qin Jun is also ready for battle. He summons his huge fire dragon and directs it towards his brother. Qin Long sees what is happening and he begins to get incredibly angry. He summons his purple dragon with horns. Now these two dragon brothers are entering into a single duel. The protagonist's dragon dissolves into space, and it turns out that the dragon that belongs to Qin Long dies. Qin Jun doesn't understand. How is this possible? Now the dragon is flying towards His Highness, and Li Yunba is trying to help the main character. But at this moment, only Shao Jing repels the blow. Li Yunba uses his weapon and turns to Qin Long. He asks, does the guy really want to die? At this moment, Li Yunba is already approaching Qin Long and hits him in the stomach with his weapon. Why Qin Long starts bleeding from his mouth. Li Yunba makes another swing and sends Qin Long to the other side of the site. Qin Jun says that he missed the blow due to inattention because he did not expect that his brother broke through the emergence of power. Li Yunba says, so that His Highness would not worry, because now Qin Long is already dead. And even if he is a cultivator of the earthly immortal realm, Qin Long will not be able to survive against the hammer that belongs to Li Yunba. But suddenly Sudaji starts screaming that the guy is not dead. He is reborn again. And it's like he becomes a demon. His eyes become round and glow red, and the varieties are steaming. Tai Bai Jingxing is surprised that this guy really didn't die. At this moment, Hong Hai is ready to fight. Hong Hai takes his spear and says that everyone else would put it on his true fire. Suddenly, the main character notices something strange in the sky. There you can see the abyss that destroys everything that exists. After all, there are members of the abyss sect there now. People begin to be afraid to say that they have demons in front of them. After all, the dark cultivators and dark cultivators are from the abyss sect itself. which recently attacked the Nianzhou dynasty. One guy says that everyone else should not be afraid because Qinjun and his subordinates are here and they will drive out the dark cultivators. Qinjun sees the realm of the birth of power as well as heavenly immortals and the earth, immortal realm, and it looks like these people are not going to give up. He tells his subordinates not to stand still and kill their enemies. Honghai is one of the first to go and shouts for these people to taste his true fire. At this moment, the elder of the Abyss sect, who is called the Heavenly Immortal, appears in front of them. The elder says that he will still see the mighty Adaman of the Holy Babies. At this point, the two teams fight each other, and Honghai enters into a duel with the oldest Li Yunba and begins to fight off his enemies and shout about it, so that they get out of this place. Li Bai also sends out his powerful sword strikes to resist. An incredibly strong battle breaks out. Qin Jun doesn't understand what's happening. He sees that Tai Bai Jinxing is fighting its enemies on equal terms. Qin Jun doesn't understand. Is it possible that the Dark Cultivator is also from the immortal realm? Although he is not as good as Sha Wujing, Tai Bai Jinxing seems to have weakened. At this moment, Honghai pounces on the elder and asks, "What is he hiding?" The elder says that he is hiding a special thing to weaken Honghai. According to them, his body turns into fire. But this is no ordinary flame. And if Honghai wants to find out what it is, then he can go with the elder, and the elder will burn Honghai. The elder uses his power to strike the guy, but Honghai uses his fire, and he directs fire at the elder. The elder uses protection and says that the guy's actions were useless. Honghai turns around and leaves. He says that he will not have fun with the elder. He says that he is handing over this old man to Sha Wujing to fight. Suddenly, Qinjun feels that someone is watching him. At this moment, Qin Long appears behind him, in whose body there is a demon. He calls the main character and growls that he will kill him. Qinjun uses his imperial armor and asks, does his brother really want to kill him? Now they will see if Qin Long has the ability to do this. Qinjun also uses his spear and calls for the moment of dawn. The main character pierces the body of his brother with his spear, but Qin Long does not understand how this is possible, because now Qin Long falls to the ground. Qinjun says that nothing is impossible because Qin Long knows too little about his brother. The next moment, the third prince uses fire and burns the guy's body. The main character looks up and sees that some kind of space appears there. He doesn't understand what it is, and he doesn't really like this black hole. Qinjun asks Honghai to destroy the black hole. Otherwise, the sect without their ice will have stronger enemies. Honghai obeys the young master's order and heads out to destroy this abyss. But the guy doesn't succeed. He uses his fire and an explosion occurs. Everything around starts to burn and everyone gets hot. Qinjun kneels down and he doesn't understand what's happening. The elder rejoices that the master will come soon and the end will come to everything. Qinjun asks the system, how strong is this elder who is coming now? The system is not sure, but she believes that the elder is superior to the realm of immortals. Qinjun understands that the elder is superior to the realm of immortals. And now among his subordinates, only Honghai is from the realm of immortals. And this really complicates the situation. Black darkness turns to the elder. Does not say that he gave the crystal to him, but the elder still needs the demon's help. The elder replies that the crystal is indeed. He was able to restrain the chieftain of the holy babies. But Qinjun also has Sha Wujing as his subordinates, and his cultivation above the elder. The demon begins to get incredibly angry, that if the elder is unhappy, then he can go out and fight him. Li Yunba also starts screaming. What if an elder has courage? Then let him go into battle. After all, what kind of hero is he who hid and tucked his tail like a dog? At this moment, a guy appears, and it is Elder An from the No sect. He is from the immortal realm. The elder says that anyone who dares to talk to him like that will die. Li Yunba begins to get angry at such words from the elder, and he sets off on his way. But Qinjun tries to stop his subordinate and asks Li Yunba not to do this. At this time, Elder An, who has a green mask with fangs on his face, extends his hand and wants to strike the guy. Li Yunba is already heading into battle. Suddenly, a huge power accumulation hand with incredibly sharp claws appears in front of him. The guy's powers turn out to be much weaker than that of this demonic hand. Li Yunba hits his hand, and in just an instant, the guy pushes off and begins to fall down. His whole body begins to burn with fire because he flies at incredibly high speed. Qinjun sends Sha Wujing to check how Li Yunba is feeling now. At this time, there is a very strange aura around them, and therefore Qinjun and Taibai Jingxing try to cover their faces. Sha Wujing is already going to check how they are feeling. When he approaches the guy, Li Yunba is lying on the ground, and a hole has formed around him from the blow. Sha Wujing picks up a guy, and he says that Li Yunba just lost consciousness, and his life is not in danger yet. Now Sha Wujing must take the wrong Li Yunba to a safe place for someone to heal him. Hong Hai begins to get incredibly angry. He is already ablaze with fire, and you can also see fire in his eyes. He is now ready to do anything just to kill the elder. Hong Hai is sent into battle by an elder. The elder talks about being a mighty cultivator of the immortal realm. I bowed down to the ignorant boy, and so Hong Hai should be incredibly ashamed. Elder An again sends his huge magical hand to deflect Hong Hai's blow. Hong Hai is off to an incredibly strong start. To get angry, he uses his fiery spear, and he is ready to pierce this magical hand right through and defeat his enemy. Hong Hai is incredibly angry and manages to stab his hand, and it disappears into thin air. The elder doesn't understand. Did a non-entity dare to challenge the Abyss sect? At this moment, a huge star-colored circle appears behind the elder. It hits Hong Hai's body. The guy loses the fire that was burning around him, and now the guy falls to the ground. He loses his strength and falls unconscious. The young prince cannot watch everything that is happening, and he rushes to help Hong Hai. Taibai Jingxing and Sudaji begin to fly after him. They try to save His Highness. Elder N turns to Qinjun and says that the guy overestimated his strength, and his subordinates are in a difficult situation. The elder asks if Qinjun repents of his actions. But unexpectedly for everyone, a fiery fire appears in Hong Hai's eyes again. He heads into battle and says that he will kill the elder and destroy him. Qinjun tries to stop the guy, but the fire in the guy's body is so angry that he cannot be stopped. Qinjun contacts the system and asks if he summons the demon, will he be able to arrive very quickly? But the system cannot promise this to the owner. Hong Hai is already heading to strike the elder again. The elder uses a magic circle and points it towards Hong Hai. The magic circle and the demon enter into battle. Their forces begin to fight. All you can see around is red and blue fire. At this time, fire begins to fall on the city and people. People run away and ask for help. Everything in the city begins to burn. Hong Hai repulsed the enemy's blow, and now he's heading straight to the elder. Now the guy summons a fire dragon with his hand, and he is ready to hit his enemy. But the elder again creates his magic circle and shouts that it is beyond Hong Hai's strength because he is much stronger. Hong Hai again enters into battle with his opponent, but much closer to the elder. The main character turns to the system again and asks, how can he summon a demon or spirit that is higher than the immortal realm? The system responds that everything depends on luck, and while the owner cannot fully control the system, and it also cannot be controlled in the consciousness of the system. Hong Hai is floating in space, and it has already become very weak. Hong Hai tries to say something, but suddenly he loses consciousness and begins to fall. At this moment, Li Bai picks him up. Now Qinjun, who has a light-bringing dragon sitting on his back, flies up to the elder and is ready to fight. Elder An says it makes him laugh that the prince of a tiny kingdom dared to repeatedly hinder the Abyss sect. The elder says that he will not allow the guy to take away his deity. At this moment, the elder reaches out his hand and begins to use his magic of attraction. He tells the light-bringing dragon to head towards him. And then the dragon, which is on the back of the main character, begins to lose its strength and is attracted to the elder. Qinjun is trying to stop what is happening because he does not want to give up his light-bringing dragon. But at this moment, a huge demonic hand appears, which pushes the main character away with just one wave. And Qinjun just falls to the ground. Light-bringing dragon can't do anything about it. After all, she is still a young child. The light-bringing dragon begins to cry. But Qinjun rises to his feet and immediately calls the system. He wants a demon or deity to come to him immediately. The system launches a random summon. The elder turns to the young prince and asks if Qinjun has realized how stupid he is. To the great surprise of the young master, the system congratulates the owner for calling Zhuge Liang. But Qinjun doesn't understand why Zhuge Liang came here. Suddenly, Sudaji and Soyali come to the main character. Qinjun tries to drive them away. He tells the girls to leave quickly after all. If they stay, I will die. Sudaji steps on earth, and she says that she will never leave her master. Sudaji raises the young master and says that if she dies, then there is no. It's okay because she will be able to go to the other world with His Highness. And that's good too. Soyali also starts screaming that she will be with her owner, until the very end. The elder notices how beautiful the girls are next to the young master. He decides to start with these girls and show the prince what happens to those who are against the Abyss sect. Qinjun orders the system to continue calling. The system replies that it can summon gods or demons above the immortal realm, but the owner will have to pay a certain amount. The young prince does not understand what amount we are talking about. The system replies that this is a forced quest that will require the owner to collect something. The main character is ready to do anything just to defeat the elder. He orders the system to summon and he will complete the quest. The system activates the summoning of the demon, and she congratulates the owner on winning the demon, who is already on his way. A friendly reminder from the system that the demon will arrive on the battlefield in 10 seconds. At this moment, Shuguiku approaches the young master and addresses His Highness. He says that on that day, by helping them at the Bronze Gate, the young master offended everyone who was in the abyss, and now they want to kill the prince. Qinjun tells Shuguiku to calm down. After all, they were with him. Until today, Qinjun will not allow everyone to be killed. Now the elder comes down to earth to the young master and says that the adamant of the prince's holy children will soon die. He asks if the prince has anyone else to rely on. Qinjun asks, does the elder really think that if he is from the Abyss sect, then he is invincible? The elder replies that he did not say that. But in the entire dynasty, there are few worthy rivals. Qinjun is nothing more than a person whose horizons are narrow. The elder tells Qinjun to rejoice. After all, if the guy had not entered into a spiritual contract with God, the elder would have killed the guy long ago. But the main characters respond that there was a mistake, because the real person with a narrow outlook is actually Elder An. The elder starts screaming for Qinjun to die, but the main character knows that a demon is about to arrive. Near the main character, a huge lightning bolt begins to strike the ground from an elder. Qinjun begins to talk about how the roles are about to change, and he wants the elder to learn what cruelty is. The demon says that Lei Genzi is here now. He asks who dared to harm his master. This is the demon Lei Genzi from the novel Rising to the Ranks of Spirits. His race is human. Cultivation level is the 4th level of the Golden Immortal Realm. His technique. Mysterious method magic weapon is a golden stick. Magical abilities are the wings of wind and thunder. Lei Genzi jumps next to the young master and says that he is late, so he asks the young master to punish him. Qinjun replies that everything is fine. The main thing is that Lei Genzi is already here. Qinjun directs Lei Genzi and tells Lei Genzi to force the elder to return. His light-bringing dragon. Lei Genzi obeys the young master's order, and he is already heading into battle. The elder sees that a new warrior with wings appears in front of him. He asks who the guy is, but Lei Genzi replies that the elder is an insect that is not worthy to know his name. He tells the elder to die. He uses his magical weapon and is ready to strike. At this moment, an explosion occurs, and a few seconds later, the elder is on the ground, and Lei Genzi pins him down with his stick. Suddenly, the elder's mask falls to the ground and falls into pieces. Lei Genzi asks, where did all the madness that the elder had go? The elder asks, is the guy really ready to fight the Abyss sect to the end for the sake of the young Prince Qinjun? But Lei Genzi laughs and says that sooner or later the Abyss sect will be trampled by his master Qinjun. Lei Genzi points his weapon and already wants to pierce the elder's heart. But the elder decides that he first needs to return to the sect and think it over carefully. He understands that he lost to Lei Genzi, and he will have to retreat. Suddenly, the elder throws something at Lei Genzi's face. Lei Genzi tries to fight it off with his hand. But at one moment, a huge space black hole appears, and the elder is already heading there to escape. But Lei Genzi catches up with him and asks where he and the elder are going. Lei Genzi hits the elder on the back with his stick, sending him straight to the ground. The elder rises again, and now Lei Genzi in the air begins to strike the elder. With the final blow, Lei Genzi sends the elder straight to the ground. The elder understands that he cannot defeat this guy. Lei Genzi asks, was elder and just about to escape? He asks why the elder does not continue to run away now. At this moment, the elder lies without strength, on the ground and can't get up. Qinjun asks why the elder doesn't run away. After all, he came here to kill the 3rd prince after all. Qinjun calls the elder the old dog of the Abyss sect. He asked me if the elder told me that there are no masters in the dynasty. Qinjun doesn't understand why Elder An almost died then. Qinjun doesn't understand, has the sect given up? But at this moment, the elder gains strength, and heads towards the young master. He extends his hand and tries to get to Qin. The elder says that he will kill the prince, whatever it costs him. The elder is already next to the young master, but at the last moment, Lei Zhenzi hits the elder with his weapon. At this moment, the elder falls to the ground and presses him with his body. The guy turns to the young master and asks how he can punish the elder. Qin picks up a huge ring and tells Lei Zhenzi to wait. The young prince lifts the elder by the clothes and says that if the old man wants to live, he must give the mythical beast to Qin. Elder An replies that he sent the beast to the sect's altar, and Qin should break in if he can, and all of you already have those who are stronger for him. And if Qin comes there, then he definitely doesn't regret it. The elder begins to laugh. Qin gets incredibly angry and throws the elder to the ground with a wave of his hand. Qin calls and asks, "Is it really the elder? Wants to die?" Qin raises his spear and says that he will undoubtedly help the elder. But at that moment, a huge black and red space appears in the sky, and a hand with claws emerges from there. Qin doesn't understand. Is this really the same red hand that they saw in the lake? Lei Zhenzi tries to protect the young master and tells Qin to be careful. Lei Zhenzi summons a magical shield and points his weapon towards his hand. The magic hand takes the elder, and the elder shouts that sooner or later he will kill Qin, and the guy has to wait for him. Following this, the young master begins to shout that the elder should wait for him because Qin will return. Tai Bai Jinxing approaches His Highness and asks what they should do now. Qin replies that he cannot ascend the throne yet, and first he needs to restore the wounded. He asks how Honghai and Li Yunba are feeling now. Tai Bai Jinxing responds to young master, "I wasn't worried because these two are just unconscious, and when they rest for a few days, they will be fine." At this moment, Lei Zhenzi says that the owner of that red hand is stronger for him, so he couldn't catch up with him. But Lei Zhenzi caught one elder. He throws it to the ground. Qin says that this guy will provide them with information about the sect. The sect without attacked the kingdom. However, news of the defeat quickly spread throughout the kingdom. These are three names. Qin, Lei Zhenzi, and Honghai have attracted the attention of all the young boarders. At the same time, the news of Qin's imminent ascension to the throne spread throughout the kingdom. 5 days later, in the royal prison, Qin and his subordinates look at the elder who is bound in chains. Standing next to the young master is Zhuge Liang. He turns to His Highness and tells Qin to leave this elder to him. Qin asks, "Does Mr. Zhuge Liang really want to help him with the interrogation?" The gentleman replies that, of course, Zhuge Liang is here only for this. Lei Zhenzi is angry at what he heard, but Zhuge Liang says that he has his own abilities. Qin and Soyali turn around and leave. Qin says that he will leave the interrogation to these two, and Lei Zhenzi will be there to protect Zhuge Liang. Qin asks Lei Zhenzi to help Zhuge Liang if he fails. Qin will think about where to assign him. If he succeeds and proves his abilities, then Qin can relax. Soyali turns to the young master and says that tomorrow Qin will ascend the throne. She asks if the young master has prepared anything for her. Qin asks what the girl wants. Soyali says that of course she wants to become an empress. But Qin doesn't understand whether Sudaji agrees with this. Soyali starts crying and says that Sudaji doesn't agree. At this moment, some guy turns to His Highness and says that tomorrow is the coronation, and the young master needs to order an imperial robe. But Qin replies that there is no need to do this, because he already has it. The guy asks, "Is His Highness going to postpone the coronation after all? More than 10 kingdoms came to congratulate him." But Qin says that they can just accept the gifts. After all, he has a lot to do. He also says that the imperial examination must continue. Qin thinks that he has not forgotten Nikita, who uses his power so skillfully, and the guy needs to develop such a talent with hidden potential. The servant listens to what the young master tells him. The servant will talk to the elders. The next day, the main characters put on a black robe, and Sudaji and Soyali were already standing behind him. He tells the girls to follow him. The army is already lined up, and the main characters are walking along the path. At this moment, they announce that His Majesty is coming. The main character sits on the throne and says that the palanquin should be carried to him. Qin realizes that in a few months, he has ascended the throne, and he wonders how many prizes he will receive for completing this task. At this moment, the main character is carried on the throne by servants and accompanied by guards. The protagonist's subordinates look at what is happening. Everyone around begins to stand up on their knees and shout that they are greeting His Majesty Qin. The hero goes upstairs and is accompanied by Lei Zhenzi, Sudaji, and Soyali. When they have already climbed the steps, Qinjun shouts that a demonic beast should be sacrificed to them. At this moment, Li Yunba throws a huge boar in front of the young master's feet and screams that the demonic beast is already here. Li Yunba turns to His Highness and says that he is giving him this boar with a golden core. The main character calls on his fire dragon to fight the boar. At this moment, the boar is already attacking the young master. The fire dragon pierces through the boar's body, taking away its golden core. People begin to rejoice and greet His Majesty. They say that Qinjun is the most powerful sovereign in all ages. The dragon spirit begins to fly away, and Qinjun feels that the dragon spirit has increased. He asks the system what it is. The system says that this power of faith, thanks to which the spirit of the dragon increases, as well as its faith and luck. Now the people are praising the main character, and there is faith in their hearts, which is accumulating and allows the dragon spirit to grow. Now Qinjun understands that it seems that he will not be able to be a tyrant in the future. The system congratulates the owner on registration. A golden dragon with 4 claws. As a reward, the owner's level increased. The system congratulates the owner on the breakthrough to the 6th level of the earthly kingdom. The mentor says that unfortunately, the first emperor died, and fate cannot be avoided. The throne cannot be empty, and the subjects remain without a master. Third principle of Qinjun. He achieved great success and saved kingdoms more than once. Today, the third prince ascended the throne and became Emperor Qinjun. From this day forward, the kingdom of Kanyue will be renamed Dakin. At this moment, General Zadu begins to greet the emperor, and all his subordinates wish the emperor long life. All people begin to shy away and also wish long life and prosperity to the emperor. Qinjun stands and looks down on all his subordinates. He says that people should believe in him, and then their kingdom will not remain a simple kingdom, and someday they could become even bigger than the empire. In Dakin, all the land will belong to the emperor, and all people will become subjects. People begin to repeat the words of the young prince, that all the land will belong to the emperor and all people will become his subjects. The system says that the task dominion over the kingdom of Kanyu has been completed and received 500,000 points for this. Also, the reward is the ability to summon gods and demons and the chance of a random summon. Also, completed the side mission to become an emperor and received 100,000 experience points and a chance for a random summon. The system congratulates the owner on the breakthrough to the 7th level of the earthly kingdom. The system also congratulates the owner on receiving the title of Emperor Qinjun, and there was a chance to summon a demonic army and a chance to summon a demon or god. But Qinjun doesn't understand that becoming the first emperor didn't guarantee that Zhu Yishi would die. Qinjun doesn't understand. Is Zhu Yishi still alive? At this moment, the young emperor of the dynasty appears in front of the main character, and he congratulates Emperor Qinjun on his accession to the throne. Qinjun asks, "Did the guy really have free time to visit his kingdom?" The guy asks Qinjun to accept a scroll for the portal project as his congratulations. And the 1,000,003rd level spiritual stones, Qinjun thanks His Majesty, and he asks the guy to stay today and drink with him. Qinjun turns to Lei Zhenzi and asks him to take His Majesty to the palace so that the emperor can rest. Qinjun decides that while he is at the peak of his luck, he can summon an army of gods and demons. The system says that random army recruitment has started. The system congratulates the gods and demons on the call of the 10,000th army of spirits. Qinjun doesn't understand what it is. At this time, he's holding some kind of sign in his hands. The system says, what if the owner pours his spiritual power into this item? He will be able to summon 10,000 troops of spirits. And the entire army of spirits consists of restless souls, each of which has reached kingdoms of the golden core. In addition, troops of spirits are capable of absorbing the souls of the dead. Qinjun understands that this is not a bad and valuable thing. He decides to take 2 lottery chances. The system says that a random lottery has begun, and the system congratulates the owner with the receipt of 3 miracle drugs that increase the level of cultivation. The system congratulates the owner on receiving the spatial scroll. At this moment, someone asks where Qinjun is. They want the young prince to come out and listen to the decree. Qinjun looks up and sees 2 generals floating in the sky. These are the envoys of the Nanyu dynasty. Qinjun asks who they are. Honghai says that these guys are at the immortal realm level and are very strong. Chen Jun thinks that perhaps these guys are from the Abyss sect, but they have no demonic power. One of the guys says that they are envoys of the Nanyu dynasty, and they have arrived to announce the imperial decree. Tai Bai Jinxing never thought that His Majesty would attract the Emperor's attention so quickly. Tai Bai Jinxing thinks this is bad. The envoys tell Qin Jun to kneel down and accept the Emperor's decree, but Qin Jun doesn't understand why he has to kneel. Lei Zhenzi begins to shout that today His Majesty has ascended the throne. He wants the messengers to quickly say what they have, and then they don't cause them trouble. One of the messengers asks, "Is the guy's name really Lei Zhenzi?" And in this case, they will begin to read out the Emperor's decree. They say that from this day on, Qin Jun and the Qianyue Kingdom will become part of the imperial dynasty and receive protection. Qin Jun doesn't understand. What kind of submission are we talking about? However, given the current situation in the Dakin Kingdom, he really needs protection. Qin Jun thanks and says that their kingdom has now been renamed the Dakin Kingdom. The messengers say that these are small things, and they ask for the emperor to sign an official document. They ask one of the protagonist's servants to return to accept the goddess's inheritance. Qin Jun promises to convey these words to the girl, and he says that everyone can go to the palace. The army returns to the palace. Qin Jun doesn't understand. Is this really the heir? Now he realized that she was from the Nanyoyu dynasty. Now the main character understands. Why didn't the girl show any signs of fighting the Wuki kingdom? Qin Jun asks the system to continue calling using 2 random chances. The system says that the random summoning of gods and demons has begun. At this time, 2 gods and demons are summoned. The system congratulates the owner on the call, because the warriors are already on their way. The main character hopes that this time, the military and the advisor will be called up. He asks this system what is the use of Yanden and the spatial scroll that he received earlier. The main character understands that Yanden is a medicine that can increase host cultivation level, and the spatial scroll is capable of teleporting the owner in any direction for 10 miles. In order to use the scroll, it must be torn. Qin Jun realizes that this time he is lucky, because he only has to wait for the arrival of demons or gods. A few hours later, Qin Jun sees off the messengers and asks for forgiveness for not being able to see them off further. He tells the messengers to take care of themselves. But when they leave, the guy starts to get angry and shout that this is robbery in broad daylight, although the dynasty patronizes his kingdom, Dakin. But their taxes are too high, and if the main character had not been given 1,000,000 spiritual stones, he would not be able to pay. The mentors thank His Highness, and they say that they will leave. Mentors are already setting off on this journey. The moment Ju Yishi brings the young master prisoner and says that this elder has realized. The elder says that in the desert lands, there is a secret portal leading to the main building of the sect without. Qin Jun asks, "Are these really desert lands?" Now Yu Feng Huang is in the desert lands. Qin Jun decides that it looks like he will need to go there. Now Qin Jun turns to the prisoner and says that if the elder helps them find the gate, everyone will let him go. The elder agrees. Qin Jun leaves and says that before going to the desert lands, he needs to appoint his subordinates to positions. At night, Qin Jun summoned all the gods and demons to appoint them to positions. Lei Zhenzi and Honghai will serve as the supreme commanders of all armies, except the Imperial Guard, and armies of white surplices. Li Yunba, Li Bai, Sha Wujing Tai Bai Jingxing, and Guan Yu will be general and first rank. Shu Guiku, second rank commander Makar, will be a third rank general. Su Daji will be the empress, and Soyali will be the first rank concubine. Also, Ju Yangqing will be a second rank concubine. In addition, Qin Jun issued a decree to annex the Kanglan Kingdom to the Dakin Kingdom. From now on, the Kanglan Kingdom does not exist, and it is one territory. After his appointment, Qin Jun decided to head to the desert lands. 6 days later, the system congratulates the owner for calling Lu Kunxiao. Lu Kunxiao from historical legends. He's Iron Man, a 4th-level cultivator of the earthly immortal realm. The magical weapon is the spear. The system also congratulates the owner for calling Liu Bowen. Liu Bowen from historical legends. Her race is human, cultivation of the 1st level of earthly. Her ability is to develop ingenious strategies. Qin Jun rejoices that these demons have finally appeared. After all, he waited for them for 6 days. This is an advisor and a military man, so luck is on the side of the young master Qin Jun, stands up and says that the time has come to go to the deserted lands. When Qinjun comes out, he is met by his subordinates, and Lei Zhenzi says that the two men want to become a follower of the young master. These guys are called Liu Bowen and Lu Kunxiao. Liu Bowen says that they heard that Emperor Qinjun is a wise and powerful sovereign. They want to follow him. Qinjun says they are just in time. He asks the guys to go with him to the desert lands. Qinjun turns to the beauty and asks, what is the girl's position in the reigning dynasty? Zhu Yanqing replies that Qinjun still won't understand. She tells Qinjun to train hard because she can surpass him. Liu Bowen tells His Highness that the less he knows, the better he will sleep. Qinjun understood everything that was said to him. A few minutes later, Lei Zhenzi announces that they have already arrived. Qinjun is surprised that it was so fast. Lei Zhenzi says that the desert lands are vast, and besides, this guy doesn't know where the secret gate is. So they need to stop at this place. Lei Zhenzi requests that this elder give a signal for the sect members to come to this place. At this time, Lei Zhenzi pins the elder to the ground. Qinjun doesn't understand what's going on. He looks and sees a battle there. Qinjun is surprised at how small the world is. He looks down and sees Yu Fenghuang and her army fighting there. Qinjun is happy that on the very first day he was able to meet a girl. Zhu Yingqing says that they are at a disadvantage. She asks if Qinjun can help. At this point, the mandatory mission to collect awakening stones was launched. The deadline for this task is 3 days. If it fails, the host's cultivation level will be reduced. Qinjun sees that this is a forced collection mission that the system mentioned, and she finally became active. Qinjun is dropped from the spatial transport, and he talks about his team moving forward. After all, if the mission was launched, it means that among these people there are awakening stones. And today, Qinjun will play out a heroic rescue. They start attacking the girl. One guy tells Ms. Yu Fenghuang to take care of herself, because they will detain them, and even if they have to die, they will not give them the awakening stones. Yu Fenghuang says that they were chased for 4 days, and if she leaves, it will only be with everyone else. The girl says that if she leaves everyone, she still won't be able to return alive to the Temple of Saints. Zhang Tsuyu asks, is it really the holy girl from the Holy Temple of Naming? This guy is the young master of Yuhu Temple named Zhang Tsuyu. He heard that the girl is incredibly beautiful, and it turns out that the rumors were not true. The guy also heard that the girl is the bride of the young master. The guy decides that then he should taste the girl. Yu Fenghuang realizes that her spiritual power will not dry up soon. She doesn't understand. Is she going to die in this place today? Zhang Tsuyu creates a circle of fire next to the girl and binds her with magical fire flowers. One of the guys starts shouting that if Jiang Tsuyu harms their lady, the young master will not spare him. But Jiang Tsuyu begins to laugh and says that there are many talented cultivators in the desert lands. And if it were not for the support of the cult of the Black Tribe, he asks whether he would have become so famous. Jiang Tsuyu says that today he will take his bride away, and so he will lose his honor and glory. Yu Fenghuang screams for the guy not to dream because she would rather die and not let the guy get his way. The guy is already pulling the girl to him with his chains because he wants to steal her. At this moment, a huge spear suddenly falls from the sky, and thus he breaks the magical network that created by Zhang Tsuyu. The guy starts screaming and asking who else did this. He does not understand who dared to interfere in the affairs of the Yuhu Temple. Zhang Tsuyu sees a silhouette in front of him, and he asks who the guy is. But Qinjun appears and asks who dared to touch his woman. Qinjun tries to protect the girl. Yu Fenghuang is happy that Qinjun has arrived. Zhang Tsuyu asks Qinjun, who is he? Zhang Tsuyu doesn't understand why he can't consider the guy's cultivation level. At this moment, the main character attacks the guy with his spear, and Qinjun shouts for Zhang Tsuyu to die. Zhang Tsuyu sees the guy's spear already in front of his eye, but suddenly he jumps up and thereby tries to avoid the blow. But Qinjun raises his hand up and begins to emit huge lightning bolts. He hits the guy, Zhang Tsuyu. Now Zhang Tsuyu is falling. The main character goes down to the girl and he tries to save Yu Fenghuang. He grabs the girl with his hand at the point, and with his other hand he uses magical power to free the girl from the chains. At this moment, a crowd of people attacks the main character and tries to kill the main character. Qinjun calls Lu Kunxiao and tells the guy to destroy everyone. Lu Kunxiao rushes after the main character and begins to destroy the guards. He deals blow after blow, scattering everyone to the sides. Zhang Tsuyu, who's watching all this from the side, does not understand what kind of monster this guy is. Yu Fenghuang turns to the main character and asks where the guy found a warrior who is not inferior in strength to Li Yunba. Qin Jun asks why he should tell about this. Qin Jun says that he will only tell if the girl becomes his concubine. Yu Fenghuang asks, is the famous Emperor Qin Jun really lacking women? Qin Jun replies that, of course, it's not enough. Suddenly, the main character notices that Jiang Tsuyu wants to use the space scroll to escape. The main character pounces on the guy and tries to catch him. Jiang Tsuyu tears the scroll, and Qin Jun only manages to extend his spear. But Jiang Tsuyu disappears into space. Qin Jun says that Jiang Tsuyu ran away, and he is very sorry. At this moment, one of the warriors who defended Yu Fenghuang approaches and thanks the young master for his help. He says they don't know the young master's name. The guy asks if the young gentleman could tell me his name. The young master says that his name is Qin Jun, and next to him are his subordinates. Qin Jun asks if anyone knows about the Awakening Stone. When the guy heard about the Awakening Stone, he begins to tune in to the enemy. He asks the young master what he needs. Qin Jun replies that it is obvious that he wants to get these stones. The main character uses his strength and rises up in space. At this moment, Yu Fenghuang approaches the guy and says that her sacred cult needs the Awakening Stone, and Qin Jun can't take it away. Qin Jun asks, is it really the Awakening Stone? Is already in the girl. Qin Jun asks Yu Fenghuang to be obedient and give the stone to him. Well, Yu Fenghuang starts to get angry and she resists. She doesn't want to give this stone to the guy. Zhu Yanqing approaches the girl and says that if Qin Jun really wants it, then let Yu Fenghuang give the stone to the guy. Does Yu Fenghuang really not know that if Qin Jun wanted something, he will still get it? The lady's guard begins to get angry and say that Yu Fenghuang cannot give this guy the Awakening Stone. But Qin Jun says that if they had not helped them, they would have been dead long ago. The guards see the evil Lu Kunxiao appearing behind the young master, which makes the guy very scared. Yu Fenghuang picks up the stone. Awakening says that she will give it to the young master, but Qin Jun must promise to fulfill her conditions. She asks Qin Jun to help her destroy the Yuhu temple. At this moment, a guy from the guard comes up and says that the temple is Yuhu. They are not inferior in strength to the cult of Nanming. He asks how Qin Jun and his men can destroy them. But Qin Jun agrees with the girl's proposal, and he says that as soon as he finishes his business, that will help her. Qin Jun does not understand whether the task will be completed as soon as he receives the Awakening Stone. The system says that the Awakening Stone is capable of awakening blood kinship, and after receiving the stone, the system will give a mandatory mission, and the owner must accept her. Qin Jun asks if his end will come if the enemy is too strong. The system responds that it will set a time limit according to the enemy's cultivation level, and the owner can be calm. After all, in addition, the collection mission is not limited to one Awakening Stone. Qin Jun understands that everything has a price. He is already stretching out his hand to pick up the stone. Yu Fenghuang presses him to himself, and he says that Qin Jun must go and destroy the cult now. Qin Jun says that they will deal with this as soon as possible. He is interested in whether the stone will give up. Wake up him, girl, as quickly as possible. Yu Fenghuang hands the Awakening Stone into the guy's hand and tells Qin Jun to keep his word. Young master. He tells the girl not to worry. She can show them the way and they will move forward. At this time, in the city of Shusha, a son comes to the head of the Yuhu cult named Jian Zhangtian and says that he failed. But no one knew that a crowd of mysterious cultivators would appear, among which will be the Hua origin cultivator. The cult leader is surprised that his son met an origin of power cultivator. Jiang Tsuyu bows to his father because he is very guilty. At this moment, the head of the cult knocks his hand on the table, which makes a huge sound. Jian Zhangtian says that he wants to see who was able to resist them. At this time, Yu Fenghuang Qin Jun and some servants are walking around the city. Yu Fenghuang says that in the desert lands, there are 3 types of people whom it is better not to provoke. These are beggars, monks, and beautiful women. Yu Fenghuang says that there are no rules or laws about survival of the fittest. Qin Jun says that this place is in complete chaos. After all, there are fights and theft all around. Qin Jun is surprised by what is happening. The young prince is against Zhu Yanqing, taking him to her people. Now the main character turns to Yu Fenghuang, says, so that they find him a place to rest and wait for news about the destruction of the Yuhu cult. Yu Fenghuang turns around and leaves, but she reminds what the young master said about that she is his woman. She wants Qin Jun not to forget about this. The main character tells the girl not to worry because he will never forget this. The main character, Zhu Yanqing, and some servants came to their dynasty's intelligence organization. Zhu Yanqing tells the main character to follow her. Zhu Yanqing starts to walk forward, and she leads the guy into the room. There they are met by a young gentleman. Zhu Yanqing hands the guy his gold card, and the guy even opened his mouth in surprise. He says that the lady can follow him. Zhu Yanqing turns around. The main character tells Qinjun to wait for her in this place. But Qinjun doesn't understand why there is such secrecy. Qinjun is on a chair waiting. At this moment, some elder comes up to him and greets the young master. The elder tries to approach the prince but is stopped by Lu Kunxiao. The elder sees that this man has an unusual destiny. But today there will be bloodshed, and if the master wants to save the situation, then he can pay. And then the elder will take the trouble away from the prince. Qinjun doesn't understand. Are there really charlatans in this place who want to deceive? The man bows to the young master and says that the young prince must be joking. After all, he is not a fraudster at all. He says his name is San Liang. The man asks what the young gentleman's name is. The prince replies that he has no name. After all, he is a monk and he is very irritable. So he asks the man to go away from here and not piss him off. San Liang says that it looks like he really doesn't have a chance, and if so, he's leaving. The elder actually turns around and leaves. Qinjun doesn't understand. Did this man just leave like that? After all, he didn't even have time to answer him. But Lei Zhenzi tells His Majesty that this man is not a simple monk. After all, Lei Zhenzi does not see his limit. Qinjun thinks about the fact that Lei Zhenzi is at the level of the Golden Kingdom, and he cannot consider its limits. Qinjun understands that it was not in vain that Yu Fenghuang said not to provoke the monks in the desert lands. After all, they are not as simple as they seem. At this moment, Zhu Yanqing calls the young master, and Qinjun turns around and believes that there is another girl standing next to Zhu Yanqing. Zhu Yanqing says the young master can go. After all, this girl will take the guy to the portal. Qinjun turns around and leaves. He says that then he went and wishes the girl a good trip. But the girl says that Zhu Yanqing has a special status, and she hopes that Qinjun will not to pester her. Zhu Yanqing is embarrassed and does not understand what the girl is talking about. At this moment, Qinjun turns and says that Zhu Yanqing is his woman, and no one will change that. The girl begins to get angry and say that the prince is impudent. After all, it is the toad who wants to snatch a tasty morsel. Say that despite his status, Qinjun is going to enter into a relationship with Zhu Yanqing. The girl turns to Zhu Yanqing and says that she is a member of the reigning dynasty, and under no circumstances should fall in love with this prince. Zhu Yanqing replies that she understood everything, but the girl thinks that she has long been a concubine of this emperor. After some time, Qinjun, as well as Lei Zhenzi, Lu Kunxiao, and Liu Bowen approach the huge gate. Liu Bowen asks His Majesty how they will open this door, but the main character doesn't even ask this question. He simply tells Lu Kunxiao to destroy her. At this moment, Lu Kunxiao uses all his strength and heads out to destroy this door. Inside is the head of the Jianzhangtian clan. He doesn't understand what the sound is, but his son Jiang Tsuyu replies that someone is breaking in on them. Lu Kunxiao has already broken through all the gates and is making his way inside. He destroys all the people who get in his way, and he says that everyone should die. Now Lu Kunxiao finds himself in front of the clan head and his son. The head of the Jianzhangtian clan is surprised that in front of him is a warrior of the level of the earthly immortal realm. Jiang Tsuyu turns to his father and says that this guy is a subordinate of the person who prevented him from suppressing the Nanming cult. Jianzhangtian asks the guy who he is and why he attacked their Yuhu cult. Lu Kunxiao replies that the man does not deserve to know this. Jianzhangtian starts to get angry, and he takes out his sword. He says that people broke in here to kill. They don't even say their names yet. Lu Kunxiao asks if the guys know that this is a direct insult to their Yuhu cult. At this moment, Jianzhangtian and Lu Kunxiao engage in battle. Lu Kunxiao strikes Jianzhangtian, tries to defend himself. At this moment, Jiang Tsuyu is very scared, and he doesn't know what to do. But unexpectedly, Jianzhangtian jumps away from a strong blow and falls to the ground. Lu Kunxiao comes up to him and takes him by the neck. Lu Kunxiao lifts Jianzhangtian by the neck and says that from this day forward, Yuhu no longer exists. All his subordinates are watching the battle, but unexpectedly, through the smoke and dust that rose in the battle between Jian Zhangtian and Lu Kunxiao, Jian Zhangtian breaks out of there and attacks the main character. But suddenly, Lu Kunxiao protects the young master and hits the head of the clan. So the head of the clan flies to the side and makes a huge hole in the ground. Qinjun turns to Lu Kunxiao and asks Lu Kunxiao to give him the opportunity to kill the head of the clan. But Lu Kunxiao apologizes because the head of the clan has already died. Lei Zhenzi flies up to the head of the clan, uses his magic ball, and takes the spiritual sphere. Lei Zhenzi approaches the young master and hands the ball to the master. Qinjun is surprised that this is truly a spiritual realm. After all, Taibai Jingxing explained to him that the spiritual realm is formed at the level of origin of power, and as soon as a person is cultivated before the earthly kingdom, the spiritual sphere can leave the body. In a sense, the spiritual sphere is the embodiment of the soul, and if it cannot be destroyed, it can be reborn. People say that having reached the peak of the highest realm, the soul becomes an immortal point, and even if the spiritual sphere is destroyed, the soul can be reborn. But to destroy it into the ordinary spiritual sphere, there is no chance of rebirth. The main character approaches the head of the clan, and Jian Zhangtian asks Qinjun who he is and why they attacked them. With Jian Zhangtian asks if Qinjun is afraid of the Four Gods sect. Qinjun asks who else they are. Jian Zhangtian says that they are the lords of the empty lands, and his cult is part of them. And then the young master will meet a bitter end. If they don't leave the city now, a side mission was activated for the hero, which is called Dominion over the city of Shusha. For completing the task, the young gentleman will receive ability to summon gods and demons. A special reminder of this task is that if the owner captures the city of Shusha, then all four gods will be angry. Now the main character turns to the head of the clan and asks, is Jian Zhangtian really threatening him? Jian Zhangtian says that Qinjun is possessed by demons. Cultivation is divided into paths. The path of the prophet, Buddhism, Confucianism, the demonic path, and many others. The demonic path is the most terrible of all. To the demonic cultivator, path enjoys toying with the souls of his enemies, making them want to die. Jian Zhangtian understands that this person is indeed a demonic path cultivator. Qinjun holds out the demonic card and tries to absorb the soul of the clan sect into it. Now the main character turns to his warriors and addresses Liu Bowen. He asks what Liu Bowen thinks about him wanting to take over this city. Liu Bowen replies that if the master uses force, then the Nanming cult will be an excellent choice. He Qinjun replies that first they need an army, and it is best to recruit monks using spiritual stones or subjugate them by force. Yu Fenghuang comes in and sees that the Yuhu cult has been destroyed. A huge crowd of people comes behind the girl, and they discuss how strong Qinjun is. The lady approaches the main character and asks if Qinjun managed to do it. The young prince says that from now on the cult of Yuhu does not exist, but he cannot guarantee that the sect, the four gods, will not be chosen by new cults. Yu Fenghuang says that this is enough, but that Jian Zhangtian is dead. The prince says that the head is dead. He asks, how is the Nanming holy sect? After all, Yu Fenghuang has subordinates. The girl asks why the young master is doing this. But Qinjun replies that, of course, he needs an army to capture the city of Shusha. Qinjun asks if Yu Fenghuang wants to go with him, but her servant begins to shout that the mistress should not agree to such an action, because it is impossible to provoke the wrath of the sect of the four gods. But Yu Fenghuang tries to close her mouth with the guy and says that she agrees. She asks Qinjun to give her 2 days to gather all her subordinates. Qinjun takes the girl by the hand and says that in this case he will wait for good news. Yu Fenghuang agrees. The madam's guard begins to get angry and think that Qinjun tied the madam so easily. He suspects that these two may be Roman, but this is not possible, and he must report this to the young master. The news that the Yuhu cult was destroyed quickly spread across the desert lands, and 2 days later, Yu Fenghuang's subordinates arrived in the desert lands and led by Qinjun less. Then in a day they captured the city. A few days later, Qinjun sits on his throne with Lei Zhenzi standing next to him. The elder is kneeling in front of him. Qinjun asks if the elder is sure. The fact is that he gave a signal. The elder replies that he did everything. These are insects specially raised by a sect that are capable of finding their own kind. At this time, the system places the fact that a side mission was completed called domination of the city of Shusha. For this, the owner gets a chance to summon gods and demons. The system reminds that the owner was angry with the four gods. The main character orders Lei Genzi to look after the elder. At this time, the main character calls on the system to make a call. The system congratulates gods and demons from the owner on receiving a god or demon who is already on his way. Qianjun sees the outline of the god or demon he has summoned. And Qianjun sees that this is a figure. She looks like a literary character from a novel. Qianjun doesn't understand, or is it one of the four great monkeys? The four great monkeys are the stone monkey, the baboon, gibbon, and six-eared macaque. Each of them has different supernatural abilities. Among them is the famous Monkey King, but Qianjun doesn't know which one was summoned this time. The main character decides that he will wait. After some time, Qianjun is on the street meditating. Lei Genzi and Lu Kunxiao are standing next to him. Why? He notices that someone lands on the roof with a weapon, and he starts shouting who came to them. At the same moment, this man from the roof jumps to the ground and says that his name is Yuan Hong, and he will follow Emperor Qianjun. The system congratulates the owner for calling a gibbon named Yuan Hong from the novel of spirits. Since this creature is a primate, he has a cultivation level of the 9th level of the golden immortal realm, and his technique is to harden the body with 9 cycles of force circulation. Lei Genzi starts to get angry and asks, should they really believe this guy? After all, Yuan Hong is unclear who and where he came from. Lei Genzi asks if they can trust him, but at this moment, Qianjun stops the guy and tells Lei Genzi not to be nervous. After all, he and Yuan Hong have known each other for a long time. The main character approaches the guy and says that he has been waiting for Yuan Hong for a long time, and he offers him a drink today. Suddenly, Yu Fenghuang appears from behind and starts shouting that things are bad for them. After all, people from the Four Gods sect have already arrived. At this moment, the system launches a side mission in which you need to complete and behead 5 hegemonic princes from the Four Gods sect. As a reward for successfully completing the mission, the young master will receive 1 million experience points and a chance for random summons. Qianjun turns to Yuan Hong and tells them to go meet this sect. At this time, the guards have already lined up at the gate, and they are ready to defend the city. Members of the Four Gods sect are already entering the gate. Qianjun sees that there are only 5 of them, and they walked so slowly. Qianjun asks, do they really want to establish themselves at his expense? And Yu Fenghuang starts screaming. What are the 5 rulers of the Zuolong cult? The Four Gods sect is divided into the cult of Zuolun, Yuhu, Baishuan, and Nanju, among which Zuolong is the strongest. These 5 people are masters, the level of the earthly immortal realm. And people say that their boss has already surpassed the earthly immortal realm, and they are called the 5 hegemonic princes. Among them, Xiaxu comes forward and asks the boss for permission to start first, because he hasn't had fun for a long time and wants to have fun this time. The boss says the guy can go ahead. Xiaxu asks which one is Qianjun, and he wants the guy to come out. At this moment, Qianjun orders Yuan Hong to go and fight. Yuan Hong comes out and stands opposite the guy from all 4 gods. Xiaxu says that the monkey overestimated his strength. He takes out his sword and says that he will send the guy to the underworld. But just as the guy tries to make a punch, Yuan Hong swings his weapon and knocks the guy's head off the shoulders. People are surprised that Yuan Hong killed this guy instantly. They don't understand how this happened because Xiaxu is one of the 5 hegemonic princes, and he couldn't withstand even one blow. People don't understand where this monkey came from. The emperor's subordinates begin to frighten them. The members of the Four Gods sect also don't understand how this is possible. Qianjun asks, were they really that confident just now? He asks, who will go next? But the main thing is that they will attack all together, and Yuan Hong will not be able to stop them. The remaining 4 sect members attack Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong uses his weapon and swings it. He parries the blows of all 4 masters and begins to attack again. The boss doesn't understand. Who is this guy? He takes out his dagger and wants to stab this guy. But he doesn't have time to do or say anything before Yuan Hong pierces the enemy's body with his stick. Yuan Hong says that the guy is too weak. Yuan Hong pushes away his enemy, and only blood flies up around Yu Fenghuang, does not understand where Qianjun finds such strong warriors. After all, this is already too much. Everyone is surprised by what is happening. Lei Genzi thinks that this guy Yuan Hong is at the level of the golden immortal realm. Qianjun tells Yuan Hong not to miss anyone and destroy everyone. Yuan Hong attacks the 3 remaining sect members. He swings his weapon at them and tells them to die. Says the side mission has been completed. After all, The owner was able to behead 5 princes of the hegemon in the sect of the Four Gods, and for this he received 1,000,000 points. And the chance for a random summon, the system congratulates the owner on breaking through to the 8th level. 3 days later, Qinjun sits on his throne and asks the elder what news the insect he sent as a message brought him. The elder replies that the secret division of the sect is in the Valley of Death. Qinjun doesn't understand what Death Valley is. Liu Bowen says what he heard about her. After all, Death Valley is located 100 miles from the city of Shusha, and many cultivators go there to practice. Although most of them die, those who survived achieve considerable results. Qinjun said that they will leave tomorrow. He orders that Liu Bowen hand over the city of Shusha to the protection of Sudaji. The young principal understands that he has already been delayed for half a month, and if he continues to delay, he is afraid that something bad might happen to the light-bringing dragon. After some time, the main character and his subordinate are already in the forest. Qinjun pushes the elder and asks how to contact this unit. The elder replies that he does not know. Qinjun asks Lei Genzi if they can use divine consciousness to find out the location of the sect. Nadavit replies that this is impossible. After all, in the Valley of Death, there is a ban that blocks his divine consciousness. Qinjun says that then they will have to use the demons. Qinjun takes out his bell and begins to summon the black and white demon. They suddenly appear in front of them, and they ask, why did the young master call them? Qinjun asks for help finding people. After all, these people have the same aura as this elder, and they are all devilish cultivators. The black and white demons approach the captured elder and obey the young master's orders. The young master says that they need to wait a little and everything will be fine. Yuan Hong notices someone coming. A monk suddenly emerges from the forest. He says that the sky rotates without stopping, and the laws of the Buddha are immense. And they met the young master again. Qinjun asks, is the monk really stalking him? But the monk replies that this is impossible. After all, the young master's subordinate is so strong that even if he pursued, the subordinate would have long ago. They would have found him by now. He asks if the main character wants to listen to the legend of the Valley of Death. Qinjun replies that the monk should already talk and not waste time. Shows what people are saying, that a long time ago, a demon was rampant in Nanyu, and he committed lawlessness. The righteous devil cultivator united to suppress it, and the Valley of Death is the place where the demon was sealed. Qinjun asks what the monk is doing here then. The monk replies that Buddha cannot say. Qinjun asks who else Buddha is. The monk replies that of course he says, O Tathagata Buddha. Qinjun is surprised. He turns to the system and asks if Buddha is not one of the 5 demons who arrived ahead of schedule. After all, according to the system, when Qinjun moved into this body, its owner was about 17 years old, and among them were the Fahai, as well as the Liuli and the king of the bulls. What remains is that the system says that everything is possible if the owner cannot restrain and who this can lead to a hostile situation. The monk turns around and leaves. Suddenly, a black demon pulls white from the ground, and the white demon says that they have found the one they were looking for, and the young master must follow them. The demons lead the young master and his team to the cave. Qinjun asks if the demons are sure that it is here. The black demon says that there are dozens of devilish cultivators inside. In addition, they notice that there is a magical lake under this place, and there is a very strong accumulation of aura here, and it looks like something is brewing. Qinjun orders Yuan Hong to blow up this mountain. Wen Hong steps forward and tells His Highness to step aside. Wen Hong approaches the mountain and uses his power. Suddenly, the monk appears again and tells Mr. Qinjun that it is an incredible coincidence that they met again. But the young master tries to drive the monk away. The monk replies that he did not follow the young master and that he is here to investigate traces of the legendary Death Valley demon, and he says it looks like it's here. At this moment, Yuan Hong uses his power and an incredible explosion occurs. People who passed by do not understand what happened there. They decide to go look because maybe there is some rare treasure there. They decide that they need to hurry because this cannot be missed. When the explosion occurred, a huge pit appeared in front of the young master and his subordinates. When they looked down, there was some kind of burning water and a lot of dead people. Qinjun turns to the elder and says that there is no portal in this place. He asks if the elder deceived him. He is interested in the Linden division of the sect here, but the elder replies that he doesn't know, because he only heard that there are divisions in the desert lands. Liu Bowen approaches the young master and offers to go down and ask around who the living people are. They go down, and the main character approaches one guy who is lying on the ground. Qinjun asks if the Abyss Sect Division is here. He says that if the guy answers him, he will ease his suffering. The guy replies that there used to be a unit here, but now it is no longer there. After all, the unit was crossed by everyone who was the Black Flame. At this moment, when the guy told all this, he loses consciousness. Qinjun says that luckily the guy told him the place is different. It would be too dramatic. The Black Demon asks His Majesty if the Master does not temper the body. He tells Qinjun not to miss this magical lake. The monk begins to scream and tell the young master to get up quickly and take care of the demon's curse. The young master begins to get angry and tells Lu Kunxiao to go and help shut the monk's mouth. Lu Chunxiao rises up and wants to hit the monk. At this time, people have already reached this place, and they don't understand. Isn't this a body-hardening treasure called black flames? After all, isn't this a shrine that has been formed for more than 5 centuries? People say that black flames do not allow the cultivator's body to be hardened and cleanse your soul and brain, and even the most worthless can become geniuses. People are happy that the lake turned out to be big, and they go forward. They ask that the Black Tongues accept them all who are of black flame. Qinjun sees that some people have appeared there, and he orders Yuan Hong to detain them. Yuan Hong goes into battle. Qinjun turns to Lei Zhenzi and asks if in this lake something dangerous. Lei Zhenzi has already checked everything, and he answers that there is no danger. But inside the lake there is a very violent energy. However, there should be no problems with the young master. Qinjun says that this is very good, and he begins to dive into the water. Qinjun eats one pill and says, "What is better to break through to the level of generation in one breath?" He eats this pill and plunges into the water. He feels that this is a breakthrough. His body begins to turn red and crack. The system says that mysterious energy distorts the host's body. The guy's body fills with red. His eyes begin to glow. The system gives a warning that a mysterious energy wants to change the host's blood vessels. Lu Kunxiao continues to fight the monk, but the monk begins to shout that a demon will soon appear and everything will be over. Something incomprehensible begins to happen to the main character. All his strength bulges out. His subordinates begin to get scared. Liu Bowen asks what's going on. Pressure stops everyone and tells them not to make unnecessary movements, otherwise they could harm His Majesty. Qinjun begins to rise upward into space. Everyone is waiting and does not understand what is happening. But the monk says that it's all over and the Valley of Death is really the place where the demon is imprisoned. Wenhong grabs the monk by the clothes and tells him to tell him how to save His Majesty. But the monk says that the protagonist's psyche is already damaged and he will not be able to save him. The monk says that now he cannot do anything and he wishes all the best and is about to leave. Lei Zhenzi asks what they should do. Yuan Hong replies that they should wait until the end. After all, Yuan Hong hopes that His Majesty will not let them down. The main character asks the system what is happening. After all, if this continues, it will break through the generation of strength. Moreover, he can no longer contain the desire to kill. He asks the system what to do. The system says that this force is extremely powerful, and if it is forcibly dissipated, the owner may explode and die. The system congratulates the owner on the breakthrough in the generation of power, and the system activated the first transformation. As a reward for summoning to generate power, the young master is given a chance to summon He falls to the ground and sees some kind of wasteland, and around there is a red stream. Qinjun can't figure out what this place is. He begins to call into the system or one of his subordinates, but he doesn't see anyone nearby. He doesn't understand where everyone went. But suddenly, the main character notices a huge leg in front of him. He doesn't understand how tall this man is. It looks like this man's height is about 30 meters. Suddenly, a huge blue space appears in front of the main character, who swears to protect and guard the sacred court of Nanyu Immortal until his last breath. A huge man stands in front of the main character, and there are people on his head. Qinjun doesn't understand. Is there really a giant in front of him? The system congratulates the owner for receiving the blood of the fire demon. At this time, Liu Bowen begins to shout that things are going badly because the young master is dying. The black demon says that if the master dies, they will take his soul to the afterlife. And even if the young master's body is destroyed, there is still a chance for revival. The white demon says that now their weapons cannot touch. To the young master, the energy contained in the four flames is capable of striking back at them. At this moment, the main character comes to his senses and Liu Bowen turns to His Highness, but at this moment, Qinjun's eyes begin to glow red. And Liu Bowen doesn't understand. Is it possible that the master has a demon? But Qinjun replies that the guy should not worry, because everything is fine with him and this lake is strange, but there is no demon in it. The system gives the young master a reward for receiving blood, and this is a chance to randomly summon gods and demons, as well as inherit a skill. Liu Bowen says that in this case, they need to leave here as soon as possible. The main character and his subordinates turn around and leave. At this time, they are still in the Valley of Death. Qinjun asks the system to show him a list of characteristics. Qinjun sees his list of characteristics. He has a blood connection, fire demon. He now has many magical artifacts and spiritual abilities. Qinjun sees that his innate supernatural power is the body of a demon. Qinjun says that the blood vessels of the fire demon must be that giant. So he also got his body. He decides that he needs to study everything thoroughly, because it was not in vain that he arrived in the Valley of Death. Lei Genzi says that something is happening ahead. They see people floating in the air. Qinjun asks why they are not moving forward. But the monk says that there is a curse, and if they go, I will die. The monk asks, is everything okay with the young master, and how is this even possible? Qinjun asks, are these really ghosts? But the black demon replies that his spiritual consciousness does not sense ghosts. At this moment, some white demons with red eyes are sitting in the clouds. They say that those who dared to disturb the tomb of the god of war will die. They start chasing people away. People begin to fight with them, but they understand that these demons are not material, and they are just an illusion. Demons begin to attack, and Lu Kunxiao uses a fireball to avoid the enemies. At this moment, the elder breaks out and says that Qinjun and his subordinates are helpless. The elder says that Qinjun should just try to torture him again. But the main character replies that the elder is just stupid. Demons attack the main character, and Qinjun uses his inner fire. He burns everyone. The main character tells the demons to disappear. The monk sees that the main character has devilish power. He doesn't understand where she came from in the guy's body. He wonders if Qinjun's body has been captured by demons. The system says that since the Sanliang are hostile to the owner, the Buddhists started hunting for him. The system indicates that the owner has successfully broken through to the generation of power, and the period of protection has officially ended. Afterwards, the owner will not be able to receive experience points for killing enemies. System update and countdown enabled. The main character now understands why he was not given points for killing these white shadows. After all, a new function is activated through money. Now, Qinjun is looking forward to it and hoping that the new function will give him strength. As for this monk, it's as if he won't attack him now. Liu Bowen says that these white. There are too many demons and they need to be invented like a pro. Qinjun replies that his true fire has transformed and he can destroy them, including this invisible barrier. Qinjun orders Lei Chenzi to fly forward, and Qinjun will try to break through. The trust obeys the young master's order, and he sets off. Now the main character takes a deep breath, and after this, a huge amount of fire comes out. People see that the barrier is broken, and they decide that they need to escape. At this time, Qinjun breaks forward, but he does not understand what is happening because the white demons are not chasing them. People are happy that they are saved. The guy thanks this young master Qinjun, otherwise they would have died. But at this moment, the white demons begin to speak, so that the god of war will be revived, and the sacred court will flourish again. Qinjun accesses the system, and he asks, is there really someone else's soul hidden in his body? The system responds that this is unknown for now, and in any case, nothing threatens the owner now. Qinjun exhales and says that they should go back to Shusha City, but the monk orders that the demon come out of the guy's body. Qinjun begins to get angry and tells the monk not to touch him anymore. But the monk begins to meditate in the air and call on some of his spirits. Yuanhong starts to get angry and he rushes forward. He wants to deal with this monk. Wenhong uses his strength and wants to hit the monk, but the monk uses defense, and he dissolves in space. Qinjun is surprised that this guy runs too fast. The system has activated a side mission called Persecution of Buddhists. The details of the mission are that the Western Buddhist called the Master of the Demons, and the Master will be persecuted for the purpose of killing the Western Buddhist sects. Qin must prove that he is not a devil cultivator, and then the Western Buddhist sects will not dare to persecute him. And for completing the task, he will receive a chance to randomly summon a demon or god, and a chance to randomly summon an army and gods, as well as level up. The main character begins to get angry because of this old monk, but he will find a way to deal with it. He orders the system to begin summoning the demon. The system has activated random summon, and she congratulates the owner on the call because the demon is already on the way. Qin is thinking about calling up the army as well. The system has activated random summon. The army and she congratulates the owner on the call of the 100,000th Heavenly Army. The Heavenly Armies from the journey to the West. The number of warriors is 100,000. Cultivation from the first level up to the 9th level of the earthly kingdom. Their ability is the art of clouds, and the characteristics of the army are the divine power of heaven and the coercion of the spiritual army. Qin sees that there are 100,000 level warriors. The earthly kingdom is still the heavenly armies, and it seems that Shusha City cannot allow the holy teaching of Nanming to interfere. At this time, the city of Shusha was attacked by a guy who was sitting on a huge demonic beast with red eyes and fangs. He asks what's wrong with Mr. Qin. After all, the people above are very careful and he must show his skills. People don't understand. Isn't this Afu Zhengpo from the Four Gods sect? The guards order the gates to be closed immediately. But at this time, Afu Zhengpo begins to get angry and asks, where is this Emperor Qin? And who is this Yuan Hong guy? He asks them all to go out and accept their death. The guards try to call Emperor Qin, but they remember that he is not in the city now. They think that the end has come for them because Qin probably ran away. Afu Zhengpo says that this guy is really spineless. He orders his warriors to take back the city and kill. After all, they must raise the reputation of the Four Gods sect. The guards understand that their city has come to an end. Suddenly, a guy jumps out to them and says that his name is Bai Qi, and that he is already here. He tells these guys not to think of harming any of the people of this city. The system congratulates the owner for calling Bai Qi. This is the god of murder. His cultivation is the 3rd level of originating power. At this time, the main character and his subordinates are already coming to the city, and they see what is happening there. Qin says that Bai Qi has arrived, and now Yuan Hong must leave. Afu Zhengpo shouts that this is an insignificant origin of power. He asks who dares to interfere with him. Afu Zhengpo asks to leave this guy for him because he wants to finish him off. At this moment, huge fiery blows come from the sky. All people begin to fly to the sides. Afu Zhengpo says that this is an incredibly heavy aura. He's surprised. But Qin and his subordinate Yuan Hong emerge from the smoke. Bai Qi addresses the main character and says that he has already arrived. Afu Zhengpo is happy that the young master has finally appeared in front of him. He tells Qin to kneel before his master and lay out his shoes so that Afu Zhengpo can spare his life. At this moment, Yuan Hong bursts into action and asks how this guy dares to insult their master. Yuan Hong asks, does Afu Zhengpo want to die? Afu Zhengpo is glad that this guy came to him on his own. He sits on his huge beast and swings his weapon to hit the guy. But Afu Zhengpo doesn't have time to do anything. With just one swing, Yuan Hong knocks this guy down and falls to the ground. His army begins to shout that Mr. Afu Zhengpo is wounded and everyone goes on the attack. But suddenly each of them freezes in place. They don't understand what it is, because in front of them is 100,000th of her heavenly hosts. Qin says that the heavenly hosts arrived just in time. The guards are surprised. Are there really celestials in front of them? They say that the coercive power is very strong. They do not understand. Is this really the army of Emperor Qin? They are interested when they are nearby. Why should they be afraid of the Four Gods sect? At this time, the army of 100,000 welcomes the sovereign, and Qin orders the army to kill his enemies. The system says that the owner killed a 3rd level cultivator of the heavenly realm, and for that he gets 300,000 experience points. Qin will release that again experience points, and similar system updates have completed. He decides to deal with them and follow new functions. Qin says that this time the Four Gods sect started a war with them. Before you go, everyone who has black flames. To begin with, Qin decides to deal with this. Li Yunba asks what the gentleman wants to do. Jun replies that he wants to make a surprise attack. The next day, the young master and his army are heading out on flying ships, and the master says that there is a sect of 4 gods ahead of the gate. Jun Yuanhong is the main attacker of the heavenly hosts, under the leadership of Bai Qi, who will invade everyone who destroys the rest of the cultivators. Jun tells Yuanhong to head forward. Yuanhong accepts the young master's order and goes into battle. Meanwhile, people of the 4 God sect, what is happening and something is flying towards them like sticks, but they see that someone is on it. Yuanhong attacks the sect with his stick. He lands and people fly away in different directions from such a magical blow. At this time, the elders fly out from the sect head's building. The head of the 3 gods says that if Jun wants to fight, then let him do it openly. He asks, what is this sudden attack? Jun replies that they themselves did not attack his city Shusha openly, so Jun learned it from them. The main character asks where his heavenly host is. The warriors do not answer that they are listening to the order of the young master. Jun orders them to attack all 4 gods and kill those who resist on the spot. Jun says that people who surrender should be spared. The wars are already going on the attack, and Jun's subordinates are also going on the attack. It's starting. The sect leader asks, does Jun really think that they can be intimidated so easily? The head of the sect says that the entire army and elders should be behind him and not give up until the end. The sect leader orders someone to kill Jun. At this moment, all members of the sect have the heads of some animals instead of their heads. For some it is a dragon, for others it is a crocodile, and for others it is a bird. In an instant, these heads turn into full-fledged animals, and the head of the sect tells them to attack. Jun sees that there are 4 mythical beasts in front of him. Now, he understands why all of them are called that. But this is not enough to kill the main character. Yuanhong attacks and shouts about how impudent this is. He uses his weapon and accelerates forward, repelling the attack of these 4 beasts. Yuanhong swings his weapon and tries to strike the beasts. After his blow, these animals fall to the ground. People are surprised because even the 4 sacred beasts united and could not resist Yuanhong. They don't understand how strong this guy is. At this moment, the head of the sect attacks the main character and tells Jun to die. But suddenly, Lei Zhenzi appears in front of him and says that the head of the sect simply overestimated his strength. Lei Zhenzi makes a blow, but the sect leader tries to deflect it with his sword. The sect leader's weapon and Lei Zhenzi's weapon are touching, but his sword cracks and Lei Zhenzi's stick hits the sect leader right in the head. Lei Zhenzi makes another blow, completely defeating the head of the sect. Jun sees that this is a waste of experience. Points for cultivators of the realm of saints. The main character thinks that the next battle will also end in victory. At this time, Yuanhong is standing on a huge stone, and the 4 main beasts are lying dead around. Flying ships land on the ground, and around them stands the 100,000th army of the protagonist. Jun jumps off his ship and says that they did a very good job. He is met by Liu Bowen and asks His Majesty what they will do next. Jun replies that the 4 God sect has turned into ruins. He tells his subordinates to search everything here and take away the most valuable ones. The main character approaches the 4 beasts and thinks that if they take control of the heirs of the blood of the 4 sacred beasts, then the dynasty will move forward again. He asks if luck will not favor him. Jun turns to Bai Qi and tells the guy to find out if the children are the sect of the 4 gods. Jun sees that the sects are all settled, and then he needs to deal with the Abyss sect. At this time, in the Black Flame sect, Gudan was meditating. Suddenly, a demoness appears behind him, and Gudan asks, "What's the matter?" The demoness says that this is really the head of the sect, and very large-scale events are happening in the world. And Gudan continues to quietly cultivate. Gudan asks what happened. The demoness says that Emperor Jun destroyed the 4 God sect. Gudan asks, did Honghai and Li Yunba really have a hand in this? But the demoness replies that none of them. After all, it was a demon monkey named Yuan Hong, and he is stronger than Li Yunba. The next target is the Abyss sect division. What is in the 4 God sect? The demoness comes close to the master and says that it is better for him to ignore them and keep his head down, otherwise the girl won't be able to save him. The demoness says that Gudan needs to choose them or the sect. After some time, the main character and his subordinates had already arrived. Yuan Hong tells His Highness that they have arrived in the city of the Black Tribe that is ahead. Lei Zhenzi says that the cultivators of the Abyss sect are located underground in the city. At this time, the sect guards begin to shout and ask who came to them, because this is a forbidden zone, sects of the Black Tribe. An entry here is prohibited. Qin says they need someone, and he asks the guards to lower their weapons. But one guard calls the main character insolent, who doesn't respect his religion. He orders his archers to kill this guy. At this moment, arrows begin to fly at the main character, but then Lei Genzi comes up and deflects the blow with just a wave of his hand. Following this, the guy delivers his blow, and he strikes his enemies with lightning. The guards begin to scream and beg for mercy. Lei Genzi walks up to the gate and breaks it open with his foot. He turns to His Majesty and tells them to go inside already. At this moment, a guy comes out to meet them, followed by a crowd of people. He emits some strange aura. The guy asks who invaded his city. Qin replies that he came to them to find someone, and they are down underground. The guy begins to scream in surprise because the Emperor Qin himself is in front of him. Who destroyed all 4 gods? The guards run up, and they start to get angry. They don't understand. Does Qin really want to destroy them after the 4 god sect? After all, as expected from Emperor Qin, his aura is terrifying. The young master asks in surprise, "Do these guys really know him?" At this moment, the head of the Black Flame City suddenly comes out. All the guards begin to greet the head. At this moment, the chapter turns to the main character and asks who the emperor is looking for. Qin replies that he is looking for people from the abyss. The guy says that the head should be knows about their enmity. The head replies that if the young prince needs people and the abyss sects, then he will accompany them. The head says that Qin should follow him. Qin understands that the head of the Black Flame sect is well aware of current affairs, but he needs to be careful. After all, what if this is actually a trap? The head of the sect and the main character approach a brick building, and the head of the sect opens the entrance. He lets the young master through, and Qin is very interested in what is inside. When they enter, a black portal is visible, and people are standing around him. Qin sees that this is a portal to the main headquarters of the sect without. The head of the Black Flame sect bows to the young master and asks Emperor Qin to do whatever he wants, just not destroy his city. After some time, the main character and his subordinates approach the portal. The portal is guarded by people, and Qin asks to be taken to the headquarters of the Abyss sect so that he will not kill people. But a guard appears there and starts screaming about what is unknown, and broke into them, and they must prepare for battle. But at this moment, Lei Genzi strikes the guys with lightning with his lightning-fast power. At this moment, a demoness appears behind the head of the sect named Gu Dan and tells him to control his emotions. Gu Dan asks, "Has the girl gone crazy?" He asks, does the demoness really want to be discovered? But the girl replies that Gu Dan should not worry, because until people stand in front of her, her existence will be impossible to notice. The girl says that the head of the sect should not forget about the agreement with the temple of the Lord of the Underworld, and if his sect wants to escape from the wrath of the Nanyu dynasty, then Gu Dan must rely on them. At this moment, Qin gives the guards 10 seconds to be sent by the Abyss sect headquarters. Otherwise, he will kill them. The guards respond that they agree. Qin says that in this case, they should open a portal for him. The guardians line up around the portal, and they take each other's hands. They begin to perform magical actions to open the portal. When the portal opens, the main character is already putting on his magical armor and tells him and his subordinates to go forward. But at this moment, it turns out that the guards opened a portal to the wrong place. And when Qin and his subordinate get there, they must die. But suddenly, the guards notice that Gu Dan begins to use his power and direct it towards the portal. In just one moment, Gu Dan destroyed the portal with his strength. He understands that he cannot repel the temple of the Lord of the vast world and cannot destroy the gates of the abyss. After what happened, Gu Dan starts laughing and saying that if Qin goes there, he will die. But at this moment, the main character, his subordinates, have already passed through the portal. Qin does not understand. Is this really the main headquarters of the sect without? After all, there the color space is filled with red, and there are bones and skeletons lying around. Yuanhong tries to protect His Highness. Yuanhong tells Qin to stand behind him, and Lei Genzi knows that something is wrong here. Qin says that there is no one around, and it seems that this is not the sect's headquarters. Lei Genzi decides to take off and look around, so he asks Qin not to move for now. Lei Genzi takes off and tries to look around what is happening around. When he lands, he turns to His Majesty and says that there is a high level of protection above, and he cannot break through it. When Yuan Hong heard this, he decided to try it himself. But Qinjun replies that Yuan Hong should not do this because he does not own lightning magic, and it will be bad if they disturb high-ranking people. Abyss cultivators. Qinjun says to go ahead and look around. The demon emperor walks ahead along the bone-strewn road. Once he draws his sword, he is invincible. When the main character and his subordinate begin to walk to look around, they notice some strange man who is lying on a stone, and in his hands is a huge sword that is the same size as him. Lei Chenzi tells His Majesty to be careful because this is not an ordinary person. When a man sees guys standing in front of him, he asks if he is dreaming. After all, he is interested. Where could there be people in this place? At this moment, the man approaches the main character as close as possible and asks why he has the aura of the Wheel of Fortune. Lei Genzi begins to get angry and asks how this man even dares to behave. He says that the man should stay as far away from the master as possible. But the man continues to approach the main character, and he insists that Qinjun answer him, why does he need the Wheel of Fortune? But Qinjun doesn't understand which Wheel of Fortune we are talking about. After all, is this really the golden compass that Hong Hai once brought him? The man asks, does Qinjun really not know what it is? He turns around and says that one way or another, the Wheel of Fortune has already merged with the main character. And it's not his thing, so he shouldn't worry about it. Qinjun doesn't understand. Has he really brought another madman on himself? But this old man is too strange. He needs to stay away from this man. Qinjun turns around and leaves. He tells his subordinates to follow him. But the man begins to shout to the main character and says that if they want to get out, they don't have to waste their energy. After all, this is a forbidden zone, and the man has been imprisoned for many years, and he knows that there is no way to escape from this place. Qinjun asks what the man's name is and where he's from. The man replies that he forgot his name and who he is. He only remembers his last name. A man approaches the main character and says that he liked Qinjun. He asks what the guy's name is. After all, in the future, they will be able to work together. But Qinjun doesn't understand how he needs to work with this man because he wants to get out of here. Qinjun turns to his subordinates and asks them to move on. Half an hour later, they continue walking, and this strange man follows them. They already reach some space that is located between huge stones. Qinjun says that the exit is ahead, but for some reason his soul is not at peace. Yuan Hong comes forward and tells the gentleman that he will try. Yuan Hong gathers his strength and tries to make his way forward. He flies up to this exit and hits the space with a stick. But the guy doesn't succeed. He just flies back. The man says that there is no way out, and he tried to do this at least 10,000 times. Qinjun turns around and asks Lei Genzi to help Yuan Hong do this. Lei Genzi obeys the young master's orders and sets out to break this portal. Explosions are happening all around. After some time, the craftsmen fly there and ask where there could be people in the forbidden territory. But one guy says that these are the rules of the Abyss sect. After all, if someone wants to penetrate everyone through a portal, then the place of teleportation is a forbidden zone, so that the enemy cannot return. They are afraid that these people wanted to break in, but they were sent to this place. And this is what happens to those who challenge all those abysses. It doesn't matter how high a person's cultivation level is. After all, if he gets into the forbidden zone, he will die. Qinjun understands that neither Yuan Hong nor Lei Genzi could break the restrictions. He thinks about what if he uses true fire. He tells Yuan Hong and Lei Genzi to get out of the way, and now it's his turn. The main character bows his two hands and tries to use fire. He inhales and directs the flame into space. The man is surprised that in front of him is a man who owns the true flame. After some time, holes burned by fire begin to appear in space. And after some time, when Qinjun used his flame, this space breaks into thousands of fragments. Members of the Abyss sect begin to fly towards where the deserted place is and say that these people are going to break the restrictions and they need to stop them. When Qinjun broke the wall of space, he tells Lei Genzi to try something now. Lei Genzi heads forward and uses his lightning to strike the members of the Abyss sect. The main character orders Lei Genzi to capture these guys. Lei Genzi hits the road, and now he will fight with enemies. The man is surprised that the ban has been broken. Well, Qinjun replies that it's not that they couldn't get out, but that the man is too weak. Qinjun turns around and leaves, calling Yuan Hong with him. But the man tries to catch up with them and asks Qinjun to wait for him. After a while, Qinjun approaches where the bound members of the Abyss sect are sitting. The main ones ask who they are and what they need. Qinjun asks the guy to take them to the main headquarters sector. But the guy refuses to do this. At the same moment, Lei Genzi strikes the guy with his lightning and pierces every part of his body. Qinjun says that if the guy doesn't take them away, then he will kill all these heretics in front of the guy's eyes. Lei Genzi begins to strike all the other sect members with the lightning. The first genius of the Abyss sect thinks that the ugly guy with wings on his back owns the lightning technique. He suggests that this could be Lei Genzi from the Dakin kingdom. And if this is really so, then the famous Emperor Qinjun is standing in front of him. The main one of all says that Qinjun should not kill them, and he is ready to take all the guys without them. The guy understands that if all the geniuses of the sect die, then he too will be inferior. Qinjun replies that this is the right decision, and he asks Lei Genzi to take this guy with him. They turn around and start to leave. But the three guys who remained on their knees start, "Be indignant." The first genius of the sect asks, "Are they really going to just abandon them?" Qinjun replies that of course they will do that. After all, they are not threats. Starts to get angry and talk about it. That one day, he will surpass Emperor Qinjun. At this moment, the system activated a side mission called Conquest. The details of this mission are that the first genius of the Abyss sect, he vowed to surpass the owner, and if the owner subjugates him, he will have a chance to summon a demon or god, a dungeon of god or a demon, and if the owner kills him, he will get a chance in a random lottery. Qinjun doesn't understand what kind of dungeon god or demon is. Is this really a new feature in the latest update? The system replies that, in addition to the dungeon function, there's also a talent search function, and the dungeon of god or demon is where the owner can choose the summon god or demon and send him to the original time. The time ratio is 1,000 to 1, and one day in this world is equal to 1,000 days in theirs. You can use this once a month, and you can get it by completing missions. Searching for talent, the owner must search for talent in his country 5 people at a time. And to get this, Qinjun must complete missions. Qinjun understands that these functions are amazing, and he must not kill this guy and must subdue him. But he doesn't understand why, exactly this guy. But the system responds that it is the first genius of the sect that increases his luck. Qinjun decides to take up this matter after saving his light-bringing dragon. At this moment, the guy from the sect says that they have already arrived and their headquarters is ahead. Yuanhong turns to His Majesty and says that he feels a strong devilish energy, and it seems that this place is really the Abyss sect. The main character turns to the guy from the sect and says that he can hit the road. But at this moment, Qinjun uses his true fire and burns the guy. The system says that Qinjun killed a heavenly realm cultivator and received 1,200,000 experience points. Now Qinjun turns to his subordinates and says that they can go on their way. Wenhong and Lei Genzi use their strength to try to hit the sect's territory. The system has activated a side mission called Get Out of the Abyss Sect. Details of this task. The owner angered the cultivator in the Abyss Sect when he burst into them, and if he survives, he will get a chance for a random summon. At this moment, the masters of the Abyss Sect begin to fly out and ask who about them to their territory. The elder asks how Qinjun dared to sneak into his sect, but the main character is only interested in where his mythical beast is. After all, if they don't return him, no one will leave this place alive. Wenhong, on the orders of Qinjun, uses his magical power and tries to defeat the head of the sect. The elder feels an incredibly strong aura, especially this monkey guy. But the elder is sure that today these guys will definitely die. The elder shouts that Qinjun should not cross the boundaries of what is permitted. At this moment, a portal opens and a sect leader named Nangun Letian appears. Qinjun asks, "Could it be that the sect leader is now in front of him?" Qinjun asks Nangun Letian to return the mythical beast to him and he will leave this place alone. But Nangun Letian shouts that he will not do this, because this beast has been worshipped by the Abyss sect for many generations, and he can't give this beast to the guy. The main character replies that there is only one thing left, and that is battle. Qinjun begins to summon his demon Yuanhong to go on the offensive. But at this moment, the man tries to stop the main character and asks the guy in red clothes what his relationship is with Yi Lu. Qinjun thinks that this old man is unfamiliar with the head of the sector. He doesn't understand. Isn't this too dangerous? But the head of the sect begins to shout and ask who the man is. After some time, this man continues to the head of the sect and grabs him by the clothes. The sect leader is surprised at how fast this old man is. The old man begins to attack this guy, and after some time, Nangun Lechian ends up on the floor. The old man again raises the head of the sect and tells Nangun Lechian to answer him honestly what his relationship with Yilu. Mache replies that Yilu is his teacher. The man asks how many years have passed since he died. The head of the sect replies that 5,407 years have passed. Chinjun is surprised that 5,407 years have passed since that time. Is this sect leader really that old? And is this old man and Nangun Lechian teacher somehow connected? Do they really have the same last names dots? But if it's father and son, then it's all over. At this moment, the transfer of thoughts occurs, and Yuanhong says that they are in a bad situation, and they are ready to retreat at any moment. This old man is saying that Yi Lu is his disciple, so Nangun Lechian is his disciple's disciple. The head of the sect agrees with the man's words and calls him a mentor. The elder realizes that having such a strong person on their side, Chinjun is now guaranteed to die. But Chinjun doesn't understand. Was he really unlucky and accidentally saved the mentor of his enemy? But at this moment, the elder turns to Masha and says that Chinjun is his savior and head of the sect and must return the beast to him. He says that it was not in vain that he freed this man, but the man says that from now on, he will follow Chinjun. He asks Nangun Lechian to return the mythical beast to the guy, and then the elder will teach the sect leader supernatural power. Nangun Lechian begins to get angry, but Chinjun tells Nangun Lechian to hurry up because he really wants to obey his mentor. The elder begins to get angry and tells the man to shut his mouth. Does he really want to say that this man is really the mentor of their leader? The elder is interested in why this man is on the side of the enemy, but the mentor begins to get angry and he draws his sword. He asks how the elder will change talking to him like that. He swings his sword and the aged number. Nangun Lechian is surprised that this mentor killed an immortal realm cultivator with one blow, and even his soul was scattered. The man says that he was imprisoned in a forbidden territory for 1,000 years, but the sect leader did not save him. And if it weren't for Chinjun, then your mentor would have stuck there for several more millennia. So he tells Nangun Lechian to stop talking, and if he doesn't give up the beast, then mentor. Today, instead of Yilu, he will restore order in their sect. The man says that he will count to 3, and everyone must follow his order. Nangun Lechian asks the master to think twice. After all, this will humiliate the dignity of all of them. But the mentor does not stop, and he begins to get angry. At one point, he hits the ground with his sword and asks how a bunch of creeping reptiles dare to resist him. After all, at one time, even the reigning dynasty walked under it. Nangun Lechian turns to the mentor and says that this beast belongs to them, and Chinjun stole the demonic beast, and they wanted to return it. But Chinjun intercepted the mythical beast. Chinjun asks, even if this is so, then why does the light-bringing dragon have a spiritual contract with him? The mentor gets angry and says that it looks like today he must help the sect sort out order. He swings his sword and the cult members fly away. Chinjun is surprised by how much strength this man has. But at this moment, the man asks whether they will give the beast back to them or not. Nangun Lechian understands that even if he wanted to, he couldn't. After all, even though the luminous dragon is their deity, it is not they who control it, but the temple. Chinjun asks where this temple is located. Well, Nangun Lechian doesn't know because he only saw their envoys, and they appear once 100 years. And if it were not for the support of the temple, the Abyss sect would not have existed long ago. A man approaches the main character and asks if this is not a simple mythical beast. He tells Chinjun not to worry for no reason. But Chinjun replies that for him, the luminous dragon is not just a mythical beast. He understands that they almost destroyed everyone who, and he still does not feel the power of the flower-bearing dragon. And the head told the truth. Chinjun turns around and leaves. He tells his subordinates to come with him. But the man asks Chinjun to wait for him. At this moment, Nangun Lechian stops the mentor and asks where he's going. But the mentor replies that of course he will follow Chinjun. After all, this guy is very lucky, and it will be great for him to follow the young master. He shouts for Chinjun to wait for him. The system says that the owner has successfully completed a side mission called Getting Out of the Abyss Sect. And for this, the young master gets a chance with a random summon of a demon or god. Lei Genzi asks His Highness where they are going. Chinjun replies that they must first explore the area and then return to the city. Chinjun turns to the man and asks, Does the old man know the sacred courtyard of Nanyu? The man replies that the sacred court is an old legend, and people say that a long time ago, there were no kingdoms or dynasties. Nanyu was controlled, the sacred courtyard, and all races respected people. Even at that time, the human race did not separate the path of heresy from the righteous path. The man was born when the sacred court fell into decay, and then immortal spirits appeared who called themselves arbiters of justice and destroyed the sacred court. Qinjun asks what immortal spirits are we talking about. The man replies that only with heaven's approval can the gods be crowned immortals. And the sacred courtyard was destroyed, and the balance of power was disrupted. And since then, the human race has declined, and kingdoms and dynasties began to be created. But the man continued, doesn't want to talk about it. Indeed, in the understanding of the main character, the blood of Ji Yongsheng flows through his veins. After all, this will ensure a good life for the young prince in the future. The main character approaches the old man and asks why he doesn't go with them. The old man agrees. But suddenly, Lei Genzi says that there is a city ahead, and Qinjun says that they should head there. After some time, the main character and his subordinate had already arrived in the city. They sit at tables and eat. At this time, they hear that they are selling first-class werewolf skin and also anti-aging pills. Qinjun says that if you think about it, there is no special border between the cities of the evil path of the righteous path. He is against the system opening, the border of summoning gods and demons. The system begins randomly summoning a god or demon. Qinjun sees from the silhouette that there is a horse there. After all, judging by the silhouette, it could be Shengong Bao. At this moment, unexpectedly, Qinjun hears that someone is turning to the gentleman and asking if he is keeping the man's cat on a leash. Cat people are very strong in battle and fit well, as battle pets. But these pets are quite expensive and only a child from a rich family can afford one, such as Mr. Bai Ji. People heard that in the mountains. A whole tribe of cat people is hiding outside the city, and they are trying to make them healthy. With all their might, including the young master's family, the old man says that in the past, when the sacred court still existed, the cat people race was the right hand, the human race, and they fought fearlessly side by side. And now it's come, to the point that they exploit their former allies by using them as pets and keeping them at bay. At this point, the cat man begins to get angry, but Baiju pulls the beast by the chain and asks if he really wants to die. The system has activated a side quest called Saving Cat People. The details of this quest are that the cat people were once subordinate to Ji Yongsheng, god of war in the ancient sacred courtyard of Nanyu. Now that cat people have problems, they need to be saved from human wrath, and as a reward, he will receive a cat man as an ally, and will also receive a chance to copy God or a demon, and a chance to find a sage. Now Qinjun understands that these cat people are related to Ji Yongsheng. At this moment, the animal cat behaves restlessly, and Baiji hits his beast for behaving badly. The main character watches this, and suddenly he throws his chopsticks at this guy who digs into his hand. With such a blow, Baiji lowers the chain on which he holds the beast. The catman rushes towards the main character's table. Qinjun addresses Lei Genzi and asks the demon to help untie the chain from the catman's body. When Lei Genzi did this, the catman became very surprised by what happened. The beast begins to make sounds. But the elder understands them, and he talks about how this guy says his name is Xiao Ju, and he hopes that the young master will help save his sister. Baiji starts to get angry, and he uses his sword to attack the main character. But at this moment, the catman protects the young master and attacks Baiji. People are surprised that the catman killed Mr. Baiji. They don't understand what's going on here. Qinjun jumps down to the catman and asks where the beast's sister is now. He just wants the catman to lead him to his sister. An hour later, 5 craftsmen sit near the fire and warm themselves. At this moment, a catman suddenly attacks them, and people do not understand what is happening. But in an instant, a huge demonic lightning strikes them. But they don't understand where this thunder comes from and what's going on. People think that apparently this catman came to inform them about something. But they have nothing to fear because the cat people race is too weak now to do something and turn the situation around. People cannot release dozens of cats from this valley. At this moment, Wang Shu is sitting in the cave, and the children of the cat people are sitting next to her. She's worried about people coming up to them. But at this moment, when the girl looks out of the cave, she sees that Xiao Zhou is standing in front of her, and Qinjun and his subordinates come down after him. Qinjun sees that there is a very sweet, beautiful girl in front of him. The girl is greeted and says that her name is Wang Shu, and she is the daughter of the patriarch of the Cat People clan. She thanks the young master for saving her brother. The girl talks about it. As for their other problems, the young master need not worry. At this moment, Xiaozhou begins to make sounds. But Wang Shu replies that the child should not say that, because these are those people who have enslaved the cat people race, and they cannot trust them. Qin Jun says that he is not like that, and he wants to save them. And not only them, but all the time people have cats. Wang Shu asks, what is the main character up to? At this moment, the old man says that their race of cat people is on the verge of extinction. He asks what girls care what they have already planned. After all, they were able to break through their magic formation, and that means they could easily kill them. The man says that if they have any ulterior motives, then he doesn't understand why they even need to talk to cat people now. Qin Jun says that they will rest here tonight and let Madame Wang Shu think about his proposal, and if they still refuse, they will not force them. Qin Jun begins to approach the cat people's children, and Wang Shu asks what the guy wants to do. But at this moment, Qin Jun takes out a baked chicken and offers it to the children to eat. Qin Jun tells them not to worry, because there is enough food for everyone. Wang Shu is surprised that this man is different from other monks and people at once. At this moment, the flying ship is heading to the place where the cat people's lair is located. After all, they still have a little time left. The head says that today they must capture the princess of the cat people. Otherwise, someone else will do it. But suddenly some guy stops them and tells them to stand still. At this moment, the guy introduces himself and says that his name is Shengong Bao, and he is an idle Taoist, wandering along the rivers and mountains. He says that in such a wilderness he rarely meets monks, and that's why he just wanted to come and meet them. At this moment, next to the guy, there is a huge, demonic beast with red eyes. But the guys start chasing him away and telling him to go his own way. After all, they have important things to do. Shengong Bao asks, is it really their business that concerns the cat people race? The head begins to get angry and asks how the guy knows this. But the guy answers so that his brothers do not misunderstand him. After all, he is a Taoist monk, and he will not harm nature. Shengong Bao has arrived in the mountains on a matter that concerns countless human lives. And this matter is connected with the radio of the cat people, which they want to completely destroy. The head asks Baizhi what he should do. After all, thousands of lives are involved here. Baizhi replies that earlier he met that man with a cat's head, and he wanted to convey information, the newly appointed head of the demons. The head asks, is this the same head of demons who united the countless kingdom of northern demons over several tens of thousands of years? Baizhi replies that it is so. But he thinks that these guys are stupid because they believed his lies too easily. And the matter with the cat tribe is very important. After all, they have a unique ability to change the consciousness of others. And if you get at least one of the cat tribe, you can convey false information. Baizhi is happy that he can do this. The head bows to the guy and he says that being the head of the city, he asks Baizhi to go with them on the mission to save humanity and put it on Baizhi's shoulders. The guy replies that he can handle it without any problems. At this time, the main character is sitting meditating, and he hears that someone is shouting to the cat tribe that they are being given time until one smoking candle burns out. If he doesn't get out of there by this time, they will blow up the valley, and I'll all die here. After a moment, an explosion occurs. Wang Shu says that this is the aura of the 5th stage of the Earth Kingdom level, and now they are finished. Xiaozhou asks, what should they do? Will they really die? What is better than death, than life as slaves? Qin Jun asks what they are afraid of. After all, they will not leave here. Wang Shu turns to the master and says that they should leave this place because they must avoid the irreparable. At this time, someone flies up to the main character and his subordinate. This is the Imperial Tutor. His appearance is Black Panther. Qin Jun sees that it is the real Shengong Bao Panther. All he does is deceive people. And however, he is quite envious, and you will have to spend a lot of time with him. To the monk, Shengong Bao asks who he will choose. Shengong Bao just to leave him with one strong guy. The monk replies that then they will not be modest, and he wants a cat for himself. The moment an explosion occurs, Qin Jun begins to say that the cat tribe belongs to him and he wants the others to die. The elder shouts for everyone to destroy this young guy. But suddenly something pierces his back, and it was Shengong Bao. The elder does not understand what is happening and why he cannot move. At this time, Shen Gongbao greets His Majesty the Emperor. Qin Jun says it's good that Shen Gongbao had time. Otherwise, it would have been too late. After all, Shen Gongbao's envy is known to everyone, and we need to put pressure on him so that when meeting with Yuan Hong and Lei Zhenzi, as well as Tai Bai Jingxing, a bad opinion does not arise. Shen Gongbao bows to the young master and says that it is his fault. Qin Jun asks what the guy is going to do. The elder is surprised that the monk Shen Gongbao serves this guy. With just one swing, Shen Gongbao strikes the elders and destroys them. Qin Jun turns to Anna and asks enough. Does he have the strength to protect the cat tribe? The girl thanks Mr. Qin Jun for what he did. Qin Jun rejoices and is ready to save the cat tribe. They hit the road and begin a battle with the people who came to hunt. Qin Jun tells Lei Zhenzi to deal with these people. Lei Zhenzi rises up and kills all these people with his lightning. Qin Jun says that this is not bad. Shen Gongbao thinks that His Majesty is a hammer, but he cannot be underestimated and he needs to know his place and should not be too clever in front of the young master. Qin Jun turns to Wang Shu's cat and tells the girl to show him the way. Wang Shu asks Mr. which emperor of the country he is. Qin Jun answers to let the girl guess, and he will reward her if she gets it right. Wang Shu replies that she won't be able to guess because the kingdom is very big. But she asks if Qin Jun knows the emperor named Qin Jun. Qin Jun asks, is this the same maddened emperor from the dynasty of the Southern Kingdom, Emperor Wang Dan, who defeated the Abyss? He asks if Wang Shu admires him. Wang Shu replies that she doesn't really admire the emperor, but simply thinks that he is amazing, and he is a true legend. The young emperor should follow his example. Qin Jun says that in fact he is the same emperor. Wang Shu replies that if this is so, then she is the strongest woman in the south. Qin Jun realizes that he has been pretending for a very long time, and he gave himself away. He is trying to prove to the girl that he is this Emperor Qin Jun. But the girl says that the emperor is now in his kingdom, and where would Qin Jun come from? At this moment, they come to a huge statue of a cat man. There, the elder of the cat tribe fights with people, whose name is Wang Dan. The head of the human sect addresses, and he says that if Wang Dan does not surrender, they will destroy him and the entire cat tribe. People are shouting that the head has stopped talking and they must now completely end it. They decide not to kill women and children, but to destroy men. Wang Dan says that death is better and they, the cat tribe, will never become slaves. Wang Dan directs his warriors forward. They are ready for battle. At this moment, a fist of darkness appears. The head of the human sect is surprised where such a powerful force comes from. Wang Dan sees that the Holy Spirit is one of the venerable demonic paths. And now the last day has come for the cat tribe. At this moment, the head of the sect of people is pierced by a demonic force, and he begins to bleed, and over time he is torn into pieces. People start to run away and they see that their leader has died. After all, Saint Moses appeared and they will definitely lose. At this moment, Masha's demonic fist appears in the name of Qi Tianxin. He says that the legends say that ancient people have the most powerful fighting abilities. Qi Tianxin didn't expect so many people to stay. The cat tribe turns to the elder and asks what they should do. Wang Dan says that all they can do is commit suicide. But at that moment, Wang Shu appears, and she starts running to her father. Qi Tianxin didn't expect that he was so lucky, because it's rare to meet such a beauty. At this moment, Lei Zhenzi strikes the guy with his lightning and asks how Qi Tianxin dares to behave like that. Qi Tianxin doesn't understand who it is. Lei Zhenzi turns to His Highness and asks what to do with this guy. But Qin Jun replies that they need to destroy Qi Tianxin. Lei Zhenzi accepts the young master's decree, and he leaves. Qi Tianxin sees that this guy's strength is very amazing, and he won't be able to defeat the guy with brute force. Lei Zhenzi uses his spell and tries to hit Qi Tianxin. He hits the guy, and Qi Tianxin flies to the side. Lei Zhenzi screams for Qi Tianxin to die. He uses his thunderbolt and hits the guy's body. Cat people are happy that they are saved. After all, even Masha's fist couldn't cope with this guy. Now the main character approaches Elder Tanya and says that his name is Prince Qin Jun, and he came to save the cat tribe. The elder turns to the young master and says that his name is Wang Dan, and he is the elder of the cat tribe. He thanks the young guy for saving him. Qin Jun says that things seem to be going badly for the cat tribe. He invites them to join his team. Wang Shu doesn't understand. Couldn't Qin Jun not be so direct? The elder says that this is a wonderful opportunity, and he, being a representative of the cat tribe, gives the princess to the guy as an apprentice. Wang Dan understands that as soon as he appeared, the Qinjun seal in his body awakened the ancient memories of the past generation, and Qinjun is probably then from the god of war. Qinjun asks, does Wang Dan really agree? Wang Dan replies that the sword of the god of war must return to God himself, and Wang Dan announces that today, they cat tribe will follow Mr. Qinjun. At this moment, Qinjun became afraid. The system announces that the secondary task has been completed, and the owner has saved the cat tribe. Guy gets cat tribe support and one-time opportunities, demonic quest, and one-time talent search. Qinjun says that everyone should get treatment first. Wang Dan agrees with the gentleman's words. 2 days later, Wang Dan comes to the young man. He tells the master that the cat tribe is ready. Qinjun says that before departure, they should head to the village. After all, Shen Gongbao sent word that there was a gate of no man's land there. Suddenly, Qinjun remembers and tries to find where the old man is. But Yuan Hong replies that he doesn't know, because they haven't seen him for a long time. Qinjun says that it's time for them, and he thinks that it wouldn't be a problem for the old man to catch up with them. But suddenly, the earth begins to shake. The main character does not understand what is happening. Yuan Hong hits the road to take a look. At this moment, the old elder appears on a huge elephant, and 3 more huge animals follow him. Qinjun knew that this old man had done something. He doesn't understand what this man is doing. Yuan Hong asks if he should intervene in what is happening. Qinjun says that first, they must leave this old man, and if the animals do not become, then they will need to act. Yuan Hong accepts the young master's order, and he tries to stop the beasts. At this moment, Qinjun appears and asks what the old man is doing. The men answer what he wanted to do. A gift, after all, are the descendants of wild elephants of antiquity in the entire mountainous region, and there are only 3 of them, 1 mother and 2 cubs. Therefore, he could not restrain himself and brought them as a gift. Qinjun begins to get angry. He asks why so many huge demons came to the man. The man replies that these are demons of the 7th stage, and this is a demonic king of which there are only 2, and he got lost in the mountains. He asks if Qinjun doesn't want something like this for himself. The main character lands on the beast where the old man is sitting. Qinjun asks, is the king of wild elephants going to obey him? The old man replies that of course it will be so, because if there is a blood contract, he will not be able to betray the prince. The elder hits the beast and begins to attack the young master in the head, power pouring in. The old man tells Qinjun not to resist. After all, he will not only give the guy power over wild elephants, but also strengthen the body and spirit of the young master. The young master begins to gain incredible strength. Suddenly, he finds himself on the mountain and does not understand. Is this a memory from the ancestors of wild elephants? After all, next to him is a huge elephant holding a fireball. At this time, it turns out that Lei Genzi is standing on a huge layer, and Qinjun is sitting and meditating. Lei Genzi asks His Highness how the young emperor is feeling. Qinjun replies that he is fine. The old man says that, of course, Vedic elephants are great creatures, and they once rolled up the sun and the moon with their trunks, and their spirit could turn back rivers and mountains. Wang Shu turns to his father and says that people in the village are only robbers from human flames. She asks if they will allow them to use the gate. Wang Dan replies that there is no need to worry about it. After all, thanks to the sovereign, all this is not a problem. Qinjun sees that the man most likely likes to be his subordinate. At this time, throughout the lands where the tower is, people have gathered and they are shouting that if the people of the sect do not surrender, they will be killed. The sect master turns to the leader and says that he does not want to die. He asks the head to send a message to the cult. But the head replies that he has already sent the message, but they are not answered. The head asks if there is any way to send him away. But the man next to him asks how the gentleman dares to call himself a disciple of the sect. The gentleman begins to get angry and say that he just temporarily wanted to learn from men and that he was not his student. The man asks, why would he allow the guy to use the gate if he is not his student? The head of the sect begins to shout and say that they will stop making noise. You first need to fight back this alliance. People from the alliance start shouting and telling the sect to repent. After all, how dare they delay the alliance? The head of the alliance will not leave everyone in the sect alive. He orders that everything. They went on the attack and destroyed the sect's tower. At this moment, a portal opens, and the young master and his subordinates emerge from there. He sees that this place is a lot of fun. People begin to surround the main character and his subordinates and ask who they are. After all, there is an alliance here, and the alliance guards request that Qin and his subordinates leave this place. After all, it doesn't concern them. Yuan Hong turns to His Majesty and says that it seems to him that they were transported to the domain of the Nanming sect. Qin recalls that Yu Fenghuang belongs to the Nanming sect. That's why they can't leave him here to die alone. A guy turns to the head and says that Qin has demons from the cat family on his side, and they are at the level of the demonic path. Surely this is the help of a sect. But the head of the alliance begins to scream and say that death has come to these people. He sends his brothers forward to kill. Qin orders Yuan Chang to get rid of these people. Yuan Hong begins to hit each of his enemies with his speed. Elder Wang Dan sends his sons of the Cat Clan to help. People begin to get scared and run away. They wish the demons dead. At this moment, the head of the alliance, with his huge 2 weapons, attacks the main character. But at this moment, Yuan Hong appears from behind, and he tells the head of the clan to die. He sends this guy away and hits him with a stick. The alliance people are already starting to run away. Yuan Hong swings his demonic weapon and hits all the people. The head of the sect watches everything that happens from his estate. He says that this is the demonic monkey Qin. He doesn't understand if she's in. Subordinate to Mr. Qin. The head of the sect rejoices that the heavens will bless and all who. Yuan Hong approaches His Majesty and says that everything is ready. Qin agrees that they will move on. Qin suggests that the girl Wang Shu sit with him on the king of wild elephants. But Wang Shu replies that she doesn't want to because Qin just wants to be close to her. Suddenly, the sect leader flies out of the gate and sees the young master and his team flying away. The chapter says that he is sorry that his cultivation level is too low, and he won't be able to keep up with Mr. Qin speed. Otherwise, he wouldn't miss the chance to meet him. The gentleman says that Qin is an ordinary prince of a small state. He does not understand. Why should the head get to know him? The head replies that the ruler of the small country attacked several tens of thousands of alliance warriors and saved the disciples of the great sect. And since the gentleman no longer wants to remain in the sect, he can leave. The gentleman begins to get angry because of what Qin did. 2 days later, in the city of Shusha, the young master's subordinates are sitting on the head's estate. And Liu Bowen says that the alliance is very cruel, and they destroyed many forces in no man's lands. Liu Bowen is afraid that they will soon reach Shusha city. Yu Fenghuang answer that such huge forces as the alliance usually do not attack certain enemies because they have a dynasty behind them. Yu Fenghuang is afraid that this time everything is connected with the Sheng dynasty. Lu Kunxiao asks, do they really have to compromise and just wait for the alliance to repair the city of Shusha? Yu Fenghuang asks, does Lu Kunxiao really think that His Majesty will allow this to happen? Liu Bowen says that Emperor Sheng, he lured the sovereign of Daking to his side. Liu Bowen thinks that if they pretend not to know about the occupation of the city, then the emperor will not blame them. At this moment, a servant bursts into their room and says that he has brought a report, that the Junqi alliance was defeated in the Battle of Nanming Tower. But Yu Fenghuang doesn't understand. How is this possible, she asked. Has reinforcement arrived? The servant says that, according to reliable information, the head of the city has returned, and he will soon arrive in Shusha. Lu Kunxiao asks, has His Highness really returned? They should go and greet the young master. At this moment, an army of 100,000 greets His Majesty and congratulates him on his victory. Qin returns to the city on a huge beast. Qin takes off from his beast, and his subordinates are already kneeling in front of him. Qin tells everyone to stand up. Next to the main character is a subordinate mentor, Yu Fenghuang, whose name is Dan Mingzi. Qin says that he represents the Ionic allies who joined them recently. This is the Cat tribe and Zhuanwen village. Both forces are of the demonic kind. He turns to Dan Mingzi and tells his subordinate to prepare housing for them. Qin turns to his subordinates and tells them to go tell him news about the city of Shusha and news from the state of Sudaji. At this time, the central hall of the estate of the head of the city. Qin sits there, and His Highness says that recently the situation in the city is quite calm, but due to the raids, the alliance will most likely soon reach their city. Qin asks, is this really the Junqi alliance again? He asks what kind of forces these are. He is told that the Junqi alliance, one of the peak path level forces, which is comparable to the Honorable Nine of the demonic path, and they targeted the no man's land by order of the emperor. They launch brutal raids, and they don't even give a chance for negotiations, but immediately attack all the cities, and if someone does not agree to surrender, they slaughter the entire population of the city. Lu Kunxiao turns to His Majesty and asks, what should they do? Should they really leave the city or continue the battle? Qinjun asks if the gate between No Man's Land and Sudaji State is ready. Liu Bowen replies that construction will be completed in 3 days. Qinjun says that until the brother is built, their troops will take a wait-and-see attitude, and when the gates are ready, Sha Wujing, Taibai Jingxing, Li Bai, Li Yunba, and the dog shaking the sky will begin the battle. At the appointed time, no matter whether it is the city of Shusha or the state of Sudaji, no one should be harmed. The system activated a secondary task, which do so, Venerable Pingtian. He will stop hating the owner, and as a reward, he will receive a chance to summon the demon god once and a random lottery ticket. In defeat to the Venerable, the demon owner will receive 2 chances to challenge the quest with the demonic god and 1 random lottery ticket. The young emperor sees that, judging by the assignment, Pingtian is not yet aware of the elephants, and there is no danger yet. Qinjun thinks that even he doesn't know whether Yuan Hong and Lei Zhenzi will be able to defeat Pingtian by uniting together, but the main character thinks that he will need to appease the old man because he is his trump card. The next day, the main character's training, Liu Bowen approaches him and says that the Genki alliance has arrived. Qinjun asks how many there are and what level the strongest warrior. Liu Bowen replies that according to the report of their 10 scouts, these people have at least 1,000,000 souls, and the level of the head is not yet clear. However, the speed of the front squad is not as fast and similar. They have time to prepare. Qinjun tells Liu Bowen to call Lei Zhenzi and Yuan Hong. Let the heavenly squad be ready to attack. At this moment, the main character begins to whistle and call for an elephant. He mounts the beast and guides it towards the city gates. The main character begins to fly towards animals and people and sees that Emperor Qinjun is there. And outside the city, there is a frightening atmosphere, and it looks like the alliance is advancing. People do not understand whether the soldiers will be able to defend their city. At this moment, the head of the alliance is already calling the emperor and telling him to come out and accept his death. The head of the alliance says that this is a disgrace. He asks how Qinjun dares to speak so arrogantly. At this time, Lei Zhenzi comes down to the main character and asks permission to deal with them. Qinjun sends his warrior. Lei Zhenzi sets out and uses his stick to kill the head of the alliance, but the alliance uses the shield and repels the guy's blow. The head asks the guy if his name is Davi by chance. After all, the head had heard that Lei Zhenzi had defeated the head of the Abyss sect. Lei Zhenzi replies that they will now see how good the sect leader is. The sect leader shouts for Lei Zhenzi to remember that his name is Luo Kuei, and he will defeat Lei Zhenzi. The warrior and the head of the alliance enter into battle. Qinjun does not understand where the Imperial Guard is and why their enemies are still alive. The Imperial Army marches forward into battle. Lu Chunxiao and the others also start fighting. But at this time, Lei Zhenzi has the most difficult task because he is fighting with the head. But Lei Zhenzi deals a very strong blow, and now the Alliance army is scattering because their commander is dead. They decide to retreat, otherwise they will all die. At this moment, Yuan Hong comes to Lei Zhenzi and asks if everything is okay. After all, Yuan Hong thought that Lei Zhenzi could not cope, and he already wanted to offer his help. Lei Zhenzi replies that a real man does his duty himself. Moreover, he is an ordinary robber, and he didn't even lift a finger to defeat him. The main character is happy that the battle is now over and they can return home. He says that this battle was too simple, and he could not have come here. Li Yunba feels very relaxed, and doesn't even know whether to be happy or sad about it. Yu Fenghuang says that the guy should not worry because in addition to being a warrior, he still has a lot of things to deal with. Yu Fenghuang says that Liu Bowen will not even have time to rest. The news of the defeat of the Righteous Alliance spread quickly, and all people realized that Emperor Qinjun had become much stronger, and this brought fear and horror to other kingdoms. After all, they were under threat of conquest. The next day, Qinjun sat at the table with his subordinates, and the system activated a side mission to defeat the Righteous Union. Mission details. The master must defeat the righteous Union commander and 100,000 monks. Now, the righteous Union is hostile to the young master. Qinjun must completely expel the righteous Union from no man's lands and get the chance to summon gods and demons. The system says that the moment has come for the monthly summoning of gods and demons. Qinjun is surprised that the moment has already arrived. He decides he better do it now. After all, yesterday he had a successful competition, and this should help. The system begins summoning gods and demons. She says that a god or demon is already on the way. The main character wonders who will come this time. At this moment, the old man notices that someone is coming towards them. Tell the old man not to worry, because this is not an enemy. Wang Shu got scared. She cuddles up to the main character and asks who it is. But Qinjun tells the girl not to be afraid because he is nearby. The system says that Qinjun summoned Neja from a trip to the west. Pedigree Neja, he is a commander. His time is a deity. 5th level of golden immortality. About the lotus flower technique. His magic power is 3 heads and 6 arms. Qinjun sees that this is Neja, and Neja can fight with the strongest warrior. After all, Neja has the 5th level of golden immortality. He sees how many people have gathered here. At this moment, Neja appears in front of the main character. The guy introduces himself and says his name is Neja. He asks if the young master really wants to fight him, but Qinjun replies that the guy should not rush into battles. Neja greets his majesty and says that he is at the service of the young emperor. The old man was scared, and Yuan Hong asks his majesty if this guy is really his subordinate. The head of the Wang Dan sect thinks that the strongest warrior, his majesty, is Yuan Hong. But this man Neja causes greater fear in the head even than Mr. Yuan Hong. Wang Dan does not understand what kind of village stands behind his majesty. Wang Shu is very scared, but Qinjun tells the girl not to worry because this is his person. Wang Shu understands and don't worry anymore. Qinjun approaches Neja and says that he will tell you a little about the newcomer. This guy's name is Neja, and Qinjun called him to fight the demon. Qinjun tells his subordinates what they must do, their plans together with Neja. At this time, Elder Wang Dan tells his daughter that she should take advantage of this opportunity, but Wang Shu doesn't understand what his father's talking about. The head replies that his majesty is around. More and more powerful people are gathering, and if the daughter takes advantage of this opportunity, then, in the future, she will not be able to stand next to Qinjun. Wang Shu understood what her father told her, and she says that she will try to do everything in her power. The main character and his subordinates sat down at the table. Qinjun says that they will now continue with their plan to conquer no man's lands. Neja says what his majesty will say. That's what they will do. Qinjun says that in no man's land there is no one who can resist Neja. But the righteous union represents the ruling, sacred dynasty of which they are few. What do they know? Liu Bowen turns to his majesty and says that they need to conquer other cities along the border of Shusha City. They had just finished building the portal all the way, and there will be no support shortages. Moreover, with the authority of His Majesty, they will attract even more supporters. Yuan Hong says that this is a good method that should work. Qinjun replies that starting tomorrow, Lei Zhenzi becomes the supreme commander, and Li Bai and Lu Kunxiao lead the imperial army in a campaign against the nearest city. After some time, a portal opened in the southern district of Shusha. Sudaji, Soyali, and other subordinates appear there. Soyali asks, where is His Majesty? Didn't he come? Soyali does not understand. Are they really out of favor with the ruler Qinjun? Sha Wujing asks. Is this really a no man's land? After all, there was tension in the air, some kind of murderous aura, and he even remembered one poem. At this moment, the master appears in front of them and says that the main character's subordinates should not misunderstand him. But His Majesty is now discussing important matters of state, and he can't come. The guy says that he will take the heroes to His Majesty. After all, Qinjun is already waiting for their arrival. Sudaji was happy and she was about to go. When they arrived, Soyali starts waving to His Majesty. Soyali rushes into the arms of the emperor. Qinjun says that they have finally arrived and he hasn't seen them for a long time. Sudaji approaches His Majesty and says that they thought that His Majesty had already forgotten about them. The main character says that it seems that he has opened all the portals. He tells Sudaji to wait until the evening and they will talk to her again. Sudaji replies that she can't wait for this moment. After some time, the main characters sit on the throne and Sudaji and Soyali sit next to him. Qinjun asks how things have been going in their country lately. His subordinate reports. before His Majesty. He reveals that the former kingdom was completely integrated into their great kingdom of Qin. All industries are thriving and in order. The city government's work has also been modernized. Qinjun asks, what is the state of the army now? To answer that, there are currently 5 million people serving in their army, but their level. The preparation is very different. General Guan Yu wants to continue recruiting and training new recruits. The Longxi Legion that His Majesty gathered in the dynasty reached 300,000 people, and its minimum. The cultivation level is at the basic level, and therefore he can join the battle at any time. Qinjun understands that the strength of the monks in the Great Qin Kingdom is still not enough, and if they want to participate in a war in no man's land, they will undoubtedly have to sacrifice many lives. Qinjun understands that it looks like they will have to recruit troops from different border cities. Qinjun orders Sha Wujing, Li Bai, Hong Hai, and Zhuge Liang to carry out his orders. He says that tomorrow they need to lead the army and capture the city of Shu. Qinjun turns to Dan Mingzi and tells Dan Mingzi to lead them through. At this time, Li Yunba comes to the main character and asks why the emperor didn't say anything about him. Li Yunba asks, has Qinjun forgotten about him? Qinjun replies, no matter if Li Yunba is in no hurry, his strength is already greater than that of the most high-class warriors. But Qinjun will give the guy a chance to become even stronger. He asks if Li Yunba wants this. The warrior, of course, agrees. At this time, Hong Hai asks what kind of expression Li Yunba made. After all, no matter how strong Hong Hai is, you can still defeat him. What will happen if Li Yunba becomes stronger than Hong Hai? Hong Hai replies that if this guy becomes stronger than him, he will take off his pants and run through the entire kingdom naked. Qinjun says that Hong Hai is great because he remembered this phrase. Qinjun says they all need to go their separate ways, and the heavenly dog or not must follow him. At this moment, Soyali approaches the main character and asks why the young master does not take her with him. But Sudaji takes the girl and says that the young emperor is too busy now and will return in the evening. Qinjun approaches Sophia and tells the girl to better get herself in order and wait for him in the evening. After some time, Qinjun already meets with Li Yunba and the heavenly dog. Qinjun asks the dog how his army of monsters is doing. The dog replies that he brought 500,000 land monsters, second level, and 300,000 bird monsters of the same level. The dog allowed them to hide in the kingdom so that other countries would not dare to attack their kingdom. Qinjun says that this is not bad. He asks the system to send the dog and Li Yunba to the dungeon of gods and demons. The system says that Heavenly Dog and Li Yunba have 2 mythical copies to choose from. The first is the rise to the rank of spirits, and the second is the journey to the west. She asks Qinjun to make a choice. The main character decides to send the Sky Dog on a journey to the west, and send Li Yunba to the rank of spirits. The system says that now the owner has half a minute to give them a task. In addition, as soon as the gods and demons enter the original world, they will awaken memories of their past lives. Qinjun says that the time is coming and he uses his highest magical power to transport Li Yunba and the dog to 2 empty worlds. There they will become stronger. In addition, Li Yunba and the dog can awaken memories of a past life, and if they can come back and be even stronger, then that will be great. Li Yunba is perplexed by all this information. Li Yunba asks if His Majesty has messed up anything. He asks what other magical powers. But the main character hits the guy and says that it was Li Yunba who messed up. After all, Qinjun actually sends them there to train and they must win back. The system says that half a minute has passed and it begins teleportation. She makes a transfer of copies of gods and demons. Li Yunba and the growling dog have already left for their own spaces, and Qinjun hopes that these 2 will not disappoint him. In the evening, the main character already came to Sudaji. He opens the doors, and the girl is already waiting for him. But at this moment, unexpectedly, Sudaji begins to attack, and says that first, she will see what kind of strength their ruler has. The girl tries to hit the main character, but Qinjun deflects the blow. He grabs her hand, and Sudaji is surprised that this happens so quickly. Qinjun says that spring nights are very short. He is asking, is Sudaji really sure that she wants to waste time on this? Sudaji asks why then His Majesty didn't come earlier. After one moment, the main character and the girl are reunited in a kiss. The system congratulates the owner for obtaining the nirvana of double cultivation of the 2-tailed demonic face. The owner is rewarded with the ability to summon gods and demons. The system congratulates the owner for reaching the 3rd level of the Void Realm. as well as for passing the fourth level of the Void Realm. Qin sees the benefits of paired cultivation. At the same time, it is so huge that it is not surprising that the demon likes it so much. He is against the system starting to call upon gods and demons. The system begins summoning gods and demons. She says that a god or demon is on his way. At the same time, Lu Kunxiao and Lei Zhenzi led the imperial army to attack, to the nearest city. Red-haired Hong Hai, Li Bai, and Sha Wujing led an army to attack Shu City. A huge war is looming in No Man's Land. At this time, a dispute occurs in No Man's Land. One guy shouts that Emperor Qin is too arrogant. He asks the others, "How about asking the Holy Emperor for instructions?" The head of the Righteous Union replies that there is no need to disturb the Holy Emperor. After all, he may doubt the competence of their Righteous Union. People talk about what can be sent to them. Someone to Emperor Qin to announce their situation. But Emperor Qin will not compromise. The head of the union says that they wanted the best, but it turns out as always, and it seems they will not solve this issue. Suddenly, strange people come into their room. The head asks who they are. The man introduces himself. He says that he is an old man and his younger ones. Brothers, they are here to help the union. Emperor Qin has been captured by devils and must be destroyed. People start asking, does the old monk have proof of what he said? After all, if Emperor Qin is truly captured by the devils, then they can report this to the sacred emperor. The monk replies that, of course, it's true. He asks if you heard, do people ever talk about the Death Valley incident in No Man's Land? That day, the monk witnessed with his own eyes how the demon took the body of Emperor Qin. It was an ancient demon, and if he regains his strength, then a disaster will surely await the southern region. He asks you which Buddhist sect the monk is from. The monk replies that they are from the western region. The head replies that this is excellent, because they are righteous. The union is ready to fight alongside them. The head says that they need to kill Emperor Qin for the sake of all mankind. At this time in the kingdom at noon, Yuan Hong addresses His Majesty and says that he has just received the seizure that the red-haired Hong Hai and the others have occupied the city of Shu. Qin says that's great and let them regroup and release in a few days. Qin also asks the guys to pay attention to recruiting new recruits for their army. Wen Hong accepts His Majesty's orders. Qin understands that they have strong generals, but it is still too few government employees. Qin understands that civil servants are needed to govern the country. Suddenly, the main character remembers that he seems to have another opportunity to search for great people that he has not yet taken advantage of. He decides he better try it now. He asks the system to begin searching for the great man. The system starts searching. The system says that the search is over and within a crescent they will appear one after another, and at the same time will be loyal to His Majesty. Qin starts to get angry and asks, why will they appear only after half a month? Qin says that he will already be dead by then. The system responds that since the territory of the young master's country is large, and the majority of virtuous great people have a low level of development, so they have to make their way into the ruling elite through formal means. Qin asks maybe, does he see a list of their attributes? But the system responds that Qin cannot do this. Qin is angry that the system is failing him at a crucial moment. After all, he will sit down and take the exams himself. At this moment, Neja comes to the main character and says that he is bored. He is asking, is it possible for him to go and overthrow the righteous union alone? But Qin replies that this cannot be done. At this time, the system says that the owner has launched a side mission. The Righteous Alliance and the Buddhist sect united. Buddhist sect of Western. Both the region and the Righteous Union have joined forces and are preparing to fight together against the army of the young emperor. At the same time, they will spread the news about the fact that the ruler was possessed by the devil. And if the owner defeats them, then he will have the opportunity to summon gods and demons. The chance to copy gods and demons and the ability to search for virtuous people. Qin begins to get angry and asks if they could have told him this earlier. Qin says that Neja can only go so that he is careful and does not get hurt. Qin asks Neja, didn't say he had anything to do with him. The system says a note that if something goes wrong, the Righteous Union will kill the master. Qin says to Neja, expelled the Righteous Union from No Man's Lands. Neja leaves and says that he will soon cope. Neja leaves and Qin says that this union cannot be called righteous, so they may not be surprised that the young master's decision is just as unrighteous. After some time, the main character comes into Sudaji's room and says that they haven't seen her for a long time. But when the main character comes in, he sees Soyali sitting there too. Qin doesn't understand what Soyali is doing in this place. The main character sits on the bed, and Soyali asks His Majesty whether her father gave the letter to Qin. Qin asks, "Did his father really give the letter?" Soyali replies that her father does not know about her escape, and if she doesn't come back on her own, then he will bring her back by force. Qin tells Soyali not to be afraid because he won't let her father separate them. Sudaji asks His Majesty, "Is it possible that they still want to start a war with Soyali's father?" Soyali asks Qin not to do this because her father is very strong. Qin asks how much stronger her father is. Soyali says that Nanhai is much larger than the southern territory, but her father can gain hegemony in Nanhai. Soyali asks the gentleman if he thinks her father is weak, but Qin says that even if that's the case, Soyali shouldn't worry because he'll come up with something. And now the main character gets up and tries to hug the girl. He says that they now need to do vital things. The next day, someone knocks on the young master's door. He opens the doors and Yu Fenghuang is standing there. The girl says that she has a military report in her hands. Qin doesn't understand. What kind of war report is this? Yu Fenghuang says that last night the righteous union was attacked by a mysterious strongman, which resulted in numerous casualties. And people say that the union is retreating quickly, and its troops are expected to leave no man's land in less than half a day. Qin replies that this is good news. Yu Fenghuang talks about being young. The master's still laughing, but the other side single-handedly destroyed the righteous alliance, and they say that even the leader of the alliance was practically killed. Qin says that the worse it is for the righteous, the happier the union is. Qin realizes that Neja seems to have achieved success quickly. Yu Fenghuang grabs the guy's face and asks, "Is the young master still sleeping? After all, this mysterious strongman can handle a righteous union, and maybe he will deal with them too." But Qin replies that everything will be fine. Now Yu Fenghuang suggests that maybe this mysterious strongman is Qin, but Qin replies that this will be their little secret, and we should not let him down. The system says that the owner must complete the side mission to defeat the righteous union, and the owner will get a chance to summon gods and demons, as well as a chance to play the lottery. The system also tells the owner to complete the side mission Righteous Union, and the Buddhists join forces. The owner gets the ability to call upon gods and demons, the ability to copy gods and demons, and the ability to search for talented people. Qin realizes that this time the harvest was good. Yu Fenghuang asks why the young master's laughing. But Qin replies that there is nothing special about it. He says that he is going to sleep. He asks if the girl wants to do it with him. But Yu Fenghuang hits the guy in the face and turns around and leaves. At this moment, Qin asks the system to begin summoning gods and demons. The system starts calling. A few days later, the city of Shusha was attacked. The leader shouts that, for the sake of no man's lands, they must capture the city of Shusha today. The head says that all the emperor's people went out to fight, and until the emperor is killed, the crisis in no man's lands will not pass. He orders everyone to kill Emperor Qin. Wenhong sees that these guys have overestimated themselves. How dare they attack the city of the great master? At this moment, everything turns orange. People don't understand what's happening. Wang Dan asks where such strong pressure comes from. The head of the attack begins to shout that the great god is here. He asks who dared to act outrageously. But suddenly a huge warrior appears. There are a lot of people under his feet. He says they won't be able to escape death. People are trying to run away faster. After all, this warrior is too strong and they are not his opponents. The huge warrior turns around and sees that Qinjun's subordinates are strong guys, but they don't look like his enemies. Shen Gongbao says that it seems this big guy came to them without malicious intent. But at this moment, Qinjun comes up and says that the huge man should not worry, because these are all his people. The huge warrior bows to His Majesty and says that he is a great god and is ready to faithfully serve Emperor Qinjun. Qinjun says that this is great because the great god will be the young emperor's invincible general from now on. Yuan Hong congratulates His Majesty under his command. Now another general. Qinjun understands that the righteous union has been expelled from no man's lands, and now the generals can conquer everything in their path. The next day, Liu Bowen tells His Highness that they have recruited 100,000 soldiers from one city and 70,000 from another. However, most of them are very resistant and difficult to deal with. Qinjun asks if Yuan Hong can lead the army, but Neja is indignant and asks why His Majesty does not entrust this matter to him. But Qinjun tells Neja not to worry, and he will still have a chance to prove himself. Qinjun understands that Yuan Hong is much calmer than Neja, and it is better to entrust him with command of the troops. Neja, let him stay in this place for now. Yuan Hong asks when he should leave. Qinjun replies that the best time to do this is today, and Liu Bowen will help them maintain contact. Qinjun tells Shen Gongbao to communicate more with the great god. Shen Gongbao agrees with His Majesty's instructions. Qinjun tells everyone else to leave, and they will have to set off after preparing the army. Qinjun asks Neja if he met the monk during the battles with the Righteous Alliance. Neja says there were 5 monks, and they are all very capable, especially 4 of them. They fight together, and in terms of level, they will not be inferior to the masters. Qinjun understands that there were only 5 monks who possessed such power, and it seems to him that the Buddhist sect in the western region really wants to get rid of him. Qinjun says that the system had to call upon gods and demons. Qinjun hopes that they will be strong. The system begins summoning gods and demons. God or demon is on the way. Qinjun is surprised that he sees only 1 tablet. He asks what about the second god or demon. The system says that this time, a special god or demon was summoned, and the owner will know everything when he sees him. Neja asks His Majesty if he continues to accumulate strength. Qinjun asks what Neja is worried about because soon he will be fighting as the strongest man in the southern region, and he doesn't need these warriors. Neja asks what strong person is spoken about in the south. He asks who it is. Qinjun replies that this man is a demon lord. At this time, Yu Fenghuang comes to the emperor and says that the golden horn and the silver horn have come to him and ask for an audience. The system congratulates the owner. Now he has the golden and silver horn under his control. Qinjun is surprised that this time the call was very fast. Qinjun replies that they should come in faster. Sudaji asks if His Majesty knows them. Qinjun replies that he called them himself because they are very strong cultivation masters. Qinjun is also an immortal, but those 2 guys are real professionals, and he needs to find a way to get the 5 magical weapons that the brothers got from Taishan. 15 minutes later, 2 creatures appeared in front of the young master. One says that his name is Silverhorn, and the second is called Golden Lesson, and they are glad to serve His Majesty. Qinjun says that it is very good that they are already here, and Qinjun really hopes for their help. The guys answer that they will not let the young master down Qinjun. And indeed, he has heard a lot. These 2 have, and he believes that with their help, he can achieve great society. The guys say that His Majesty overpraises them. Silverhorn hands the sword of 7 stars to the young master and says that they have prepared it as a gift. Qinjun is surprised that the guys are stupid, and he immediately sees that life, she didn't teach them anything. Qinjun says that this is great, and from now on, the sword of 7 stars will serve as his faithful weapon. The guys thank His Majesty for his hospitality. Qinjun says that the guys can now join, and they will soon have a banquet to celebrate their arrival. Half a month passed unnoticed, and the 3 armies continued to attack and capture dozens of cities. But at this moment, the news that Emperor Qinjun had been captured by the devil from Death Valley spread quickly, and countless people began to condemn the ruler of Qinjun, threatening to destroy the demon.